The online girlfriend turns out to be the divine warrior of Huaxia, the proud and aloof goddess in the eyes of others. Before you, she appears as a delicate and sweet young lady. A figure characterized by an austere and ascetic demeanor. Yet they consistently spout nonsense right before your eyes. However, today marks the day of your first encounter. The college entrance examination commences. All candidates are requested to step onto the stage. With a commanding shout from the examiner on stage. Sitting in the audience, your heart begins to feel like autumn. Observing my peers around me, their emotions fervent, with eyes shimmering with ambition and dreams. You cannot help but let out a sigh. It feels as though one is being hastily thrust into a predicament. Surely, ascending to such heights would result in a significant loss of dignity. In this world, every individual will awaken extraordinary abilities. Though you have awakened the hand of God, a power akin to a bug-like replication ability, alas, the external enhancement arrived too late. Thus far, you have merely replicated an E-grade supernatural ability. As you furrow your brow in despair, the phone you have been clutching rings. Upon illuminating the screen, you discover a message from your online girlfriend. A 0699. Hee. How are things on your end? Is it about to begin? Good luck. This person is your online romantic partner from the game. Due to familial circumstances, you have often found yourself solitary, devoid of companionship. Consequently, you frequently engage in conversations with an online acquaintance, a person with whom you have yet to meet in person. I perceive my abilities to be the least impressive. After some contemplation, you responded, not particularly remarkable. It's about to commence. Essentially, it's a lost cause. A few seconds later, a message from the other side returned, it's alright. Although E-level abilities are not highly regarded, your power is not merely a mutation. A discerning examiner will undoubtedly recognize your potential. Following a cascade of comforting words, an amusing emoticon accompanied the message, suggesting the sender was an eccentric young lady. Mutations hold little value, it would be better to return home and tend to the fields, you jestingly self-deprecated. Do not be disheartened. Believe in yourself and perform well. If the opportunity arises, I can also find ways to assist you. I have matters to attend to here, so I shall take my leave for now. You gazed at the message that arrived once more. You smiled faintly, then switched off your phone. Regardless of the circumstances, one must still make an attempt. The blazing sun hangs high in the sky, its fiery rays casting a relentless heat upon the earth. One by one, the candidates in the vast open space exuberantly unleash the vigor of their youth. Yet beneath this blazing sun, there exists a place that stands out remarkably. A vast canopy is positioned right under the scorching rays, exuding an air of bureaucratic capitalism. It resembles a designated rest area exclusively for leaders. However, seated here is not a multitude of middle-aged leaders, but rather an exceptionally youthful and beautiful woman. Her name is Xinyuan, the highest authority responsible for this assessment, and she is also the representative sent by the prestigious 8th-grade academies. At this moment, she was gazing down at her phone, a fleeting smile occasionally gracing her face, only to vanish swiftly. After all, she needed to uphold her aloof persona, for it must not falter. To outsiders, she appeared as an impervious, proud ice goddess, her demeanor as frigid as her abilities, rendering her nearly unapproachable. This fear she harbors towards her, although it spares her from numerous troubles, also leaves her feeling profoundly isolated. In truth, her disposition is not as reclusive and inaccessible as it may appear. At that moment, a portly middle-aged man approached with caution and spoke to Xinyuan. Greetings. In this assessment, there are quite a number of promising candidates. It has been mentioned that you will come for an inspection and select the core personnel for submission. Is that correct? Xinyuan, still wearing a frosty expression, lifted her gaze and replied, The middle-aged, overweight man perceived a murderous intent in that gaze. Startled, he hastily cleared his throat and quickly said, No, please, continue your rest. No need for that, Xinyuan interrupted. Having stayed for such a long time, it does seem somewhat inappropriate. Allow me to take responsibility for the upcoming assessment. With that, she put away her phone, gathered her thoughts, and walked towards the sunlight, silently contemplating within her heart. That individual is preparing to take the college entrance examination. I also aspire to preside over the college entrance examination. With delicate steps, she glided gracefully. As he effortlessly advanced, Moments later, he found himself at the very heart of the stage. The intangible waves of energy emanate, enveloping the entire arena in an instant. Everyone experiences a refreshing chill coursing through their bodies. Randomly, Xinyuan spoke. I am the highest authority in this endeavor. I hail from the Eastern Academy. And I am also a member of the War God Hall. My name is Xinyuan, and I possess 5 reserved admission slots. I hope everyone will perform admirably in the upcoming endeavors. After stating this, Xinyuan stood firmly at the center of the platform, quietly awaiting the assessment of the students, as his words lingered in the air. The entire examination area erupted in an instant. They were unfamiliar with the name Xinyuan. Yet they all understood the significance of the 8 extraordinary students. This title was simply too enticing. If she could gain recognition from Xinyuan, she would possess the qualification to enter the most prestigious institutions of higher learning, not to mention the fact that she also holds a guaranteed admission slot. The examinees gathered here are brimming with confidence, eagerly sharpening their skills and poised to seize the opportunity. Apart from one individual, the sole underperformer in the entire venue, you find yourself seated in a shaded corner. With a bewildered expression, I gazed at Xinyuan's haughty silhouette, my heart echoing a single word: surrender. Originally, there were 5 testing stations in the venue. You were originally contemplating the search for someone amiable in appearance, hoping to associate yourself with them for a while. Suddenly, a woman arrived amidst it all, seemingly a high-ranking official. She took charge of everything, embodying a rather unique presence. Such individuals are undoubtedly stringent and exceedingly meticulous. Regarding one's peculiar ability, the notion of it being confined by chains seems implausible. As time flows inexorably onward, the moment has finally arrived for you. With a boldness akin to that of a pig unperturbed by boiling water, you stride forth, wearing an expression as tough as raw meat, onto the testing stage. Observing the figure approaching, Xinyuan slightly furrowed his brow. Allow me to introduce my capabilities and the current state of my development. You nod affirmatively, exuding an aura of confidence as you casually remark, greetings, esteemed leader. My capability lies within the realm of energy chains, which, at present, remains undeveloped. Having already confirmed your own sentiments, you choose not to reveal yourself. A slight relinquishment of your persona will suffice. What? Xinyuan was momentarily taken aback by these words. Thinking he must have misheard. An undeveloped energy chain. Why do you speak of it with such pride? It seems that person is also a wielder of extraordinary powers, the chains of which bind them. As Xinyuan pondered this intricate thought, words had yet to escape his lips. Over there, you have taken the initiative to speak. My energy chains are a mutation, capable of simultaneously controlling numerous strands, with a relatively extensive attack range. Xinyuan found himself still pondering over his online acquaintance, instinctively responding that the energy chain, despite its peculiar variations, possessed limited potential. Yet, he hesitated, abruptly awakening to the realization that his words sounded oddly familiar. Had that online friend previously uttered this phrase during their conversation? Moreover, that individual's ability to mutate appears to be similarly profound. In that fleeting moment, Xinyuan found himself momentarily speechless, his pupils abruptly narrowing. Staring in astonishment at the man before me, I couldn't believe it. Surely, it couldn't be that we were meeting in person at last. Please wait. What is your name? Xinyuan inquired. Ah, you expressed your confusion, yet you answered honestly, Xinyuan. It is of no use. During online conversations, I have never inquired about their real name. Should I ask for their online alias? What to do, what to do? Xinyuan was frantically muttering to himself. You stand upon the platform. A visage of bewilderment. Is this woman before me unwell? Her complexion oscillates between shades of blue and purple, as she scrutinizes herself with intensity. Yet she utters not a word. What is her intention? I implore for clarification. If my submission is to be rejected, a definitive response would be appreciated. For standing here is rather humiliating. I beseech for understanding. Yet you remain unaware of the situation. Confronted with such a scene, all present are rendered speechless. The candidate pondered, why does the goddess show such concern for this fellow? Responsible leadership thoughts. AI's article. What has transpired? Please, let there be no mishaps. In a state of tranquility, Xinyuan found himself momentarily at rest. Ahem. Realizing that he had slightly lost his composure, he gently cleared his throat twice. Xinyuan returned to his previously tranquil demeanor, reminiscent of still waters. After a moment of contemplation, he finally spoke. The abilities of mutants are indeed quite rare. Please proceed over there first, she suggested. We shall make a decision later. As she spoke, her delicate hand gestured towards a certain direction, indicating where she wished for you to go. At this moment, it has already been occupied by 2 individuals. This arrangement appears straightforward, yet it causes a palpable tension among everyone involved. In the realm of social media discourse, particularly within the context of a certain post, there stands a man and a woman. They are the 2 individuals who exhibited the highest aptitude during the preceding evaluations. Although Xinyuan refrained from vocalizing it, it is universally acknowledged that this location serves as a designated area for guaranteed advancement. Then people turned their gaze towards you. By what right? With your mere level capability. Even if there are mutations, it is utterly impossible to attain the level of direct admission. This is a blatant case of favoritism, is it not? Ah, you 2 were momentarily taken aback. In that instant, you refrained from hesitation, and after a moment of contemplation, you proceeded to reflect. Tentatively, I extended my hand towards Xinyuan, uttering, "Thank you for granting me this opportunity." In that moment, the hand of God was set into motion. Yet your remarkable skill truly astonished everyone. Xinyuan stood dazedly in place, gazing at the outstretched hand, his mind swirling in confusion. This person possessed an audacity beyond measure. Since the dawn of my memories, I cannot recall a single instance where there was even a mere physical interaction with the opposite sex. Indeed, none have ever dared to initiate a conversation. In the midst of a public gathering, all the esteemed leaders of the academy exchanged glances, contemplating whether to intervene in your audacious display. After all, others may be unaware, yet they are well aware of the esteemed status of Xinyuan. Meanwhile, all the male students in the audience gazed with wide eyes at you on stage, as if beholding a deity. Ultimately, it requires considerable courage to boldly undertake what everyone desires yet dares not to pursue. Heaven shows mercy. You harbor no intentions of taking advantage. Your desire is merely to replicate a certain ability. Immediately following this, an astonishing event unfolded that left everyone utterly speechless. Xinyuan lowered his head, concealing any discernible expression. Yet, his arm gently lifted, and his delicate hand softly intertwined with yours. In that fleeting moment, it seemed as though you could hear the myriad sounds of shattered hearts. Yet at this juncture, you have no time to concern yourself with the opinions of those around you. Successful replication. Acquired the SSS talent, Ice Age. Incredible! This woman before me is a child of the dimensions, possessing an astonishing SS-level talent. Lift your head. You gaze upon the stunning visage of the other. And, in a moment of sheer awe, utter, "Impressive." Xinyuan's hand was firmly grasped by you. At that moment her mind was blank. Upon hearing your words, she finally regained her senses, discreetly withdrawing her hand. She nodded slightly, her body slightly stiffened. After all, she is currently in a state of great confusion. Just now, she was unaware of how her hand reached out. The 2 individuals part ways. You stand in the designated area, while Xinyuan returns to continue his work. Just then, Xinyuan appeared to be somewhat distracted, clearly bearing the weight of unspoken thoughts. Did he recognize me? How should I converse with him? What is the best way to interact? Xinyuan is well aware of his own feelings. The disparity between one's external appearance in daily life and the persona conveyed in online interactions is indeed profound. In that fleeting moment, she profoundly grasped the true essence of social demise. As time progresses, the evaluation is gradually drawing to a close. Currently, within the candidate zone, there are 6 individuals, including yourself. At this moment, the other 5 individuals simultaneously furrowed their brows. You stand still, with your head lowered, paying no heed to the brilliance of others, as if lost in the depths of your own world. You are deeply attuned to the newly acquired extraordinary abilities. The S-grade powers are undeniably formidable, transcending mere strength. Even in the absence of training and development, the sensations they evoke are far surpassing anything comparable to the energy chains. Soon, Jun and Yi will conclude the assessment of AI's articles. AI's articles. Organize your emotions. Lu AI's articles. Approaching you, I spoke of AI's articles. You all. However, before she could finish speaking, another voice interrupted her. A girl clad in purple stepped forward with alacrity. Gao AI, bowing respectfully to Junin, spoke aloud. Esteemed examiner. I have something to express regarding the quota for direct admission. Upon hearing these words, the candidates who had initially retreated halted in their tracks, curiosity compelling them to gaze intently at the central podium. In terms of talent level, among the 6 of us, only Xinyuan and I possess the lowest. Therefore, in accordance with the assessment's objectives, the final spot should be contested between us. From the perspective of fairness and justice, I believe it would be appropriate for my classmate Xinyuan and me to engage in a competition. Yi Zilwan's voice is remarkably composed. She could discern that the examiner shared a unique rapport with you. Thus, seizing the moment before anyone else departed, she boldly interjected to silence the examiner, her words resonating in the air. The young audience below instantly became exhilarated, swiftly encircling the central grandstand until it was utterly congested. They then commenced to cheer uproariously. Upon hearing these words, Junin realized that his actions had been misconstrued by others. She left a letter for Xinyuan, solely to facilitate communication after the assessment concluded, pondering whether she could leverage her resources to enable him to enter as a student of a regular college. However, it is evident that this matter has been misconstrued by Yi Zilwan, which has led to the current scene unfolding. However, A201. Young people inherently delight in lively spectacles. The situation has already spiraled out of control. Well said, beautiful. Let us test his capabilities. Let us overwhelm him. Hey! Do you dare to respond? Do not bow your head in defeat. Listening to the clamor from the audience below, Jun Ani furrowed her brows, a twinge of remorse surfacing within her heart. She felt culpable for not having elucidated matters beforehand, leading to this unwarranted calamity that befell you. Despite your innocence, you were subjected to the scorn and vitriol of the crowd. In that moment, Junani felt her cheeks flush with heat, and she found herself hesitant to meet your gaze. As she pondered a resolution to this farcical situation, a languid voice emerged. I found myself indifferent. Is it time to act now? You stood aside, casually remarking with an air of nonchalance. As these words were uttered, the overwhelming clamor surrounding us gradually subsided into a hushed stillness. In the next moment, a more intense roar of laughter erupted from the crowd. However, this time, alongside the mockery, the previous malice had considerably diminished. The extraordinary individuals standing here are acutely aware of the vast chasm that exists between a grade and grade talents. To dare to step onto the stage and endure the trials of defeat is, in itself, a remarkable display of courage. Listen to the clamor below. Jun Ani finally lifted his gaze towards you, his expression a tapestry of complexity as he spoke. Are you certain? Do not feign strength. You nodded slightly, signifying your earnestness. Junin sighed softly, refraining from uttering further objections. At this moment, Yi Zilwan stood at the opposite end of the testing platform, her expression serene and relaxed, with unmistakable joy evident in her eyes. In an instant, the assessment testing platform transformed into a battleground for the two individuals, as each took their stance in their respective positions. Glancing at Junani, who was temporarily assuming the role of the referee, at that moment, with a raised brow, a thought seemed to cross your mind. You turned to Junani and spoke. If one were to struggle with controlling the potency of their abilities, I sincerely hope you can intervene in a timely manner. Junin nodded without hesitation, affirming that the duel would cease at the appropriate moment, and assured that he would be ready to intervene and offer protection at any time. Standing at the opposite end of the arena, Yi Zilwan also spoke. Rest assured, classmate Xinyuan. We bear no grudges against each other, and our actions will undoubtedly be measured. You listened to the words of the two individuals, momentarily taken aback, yet had no intention of offering an explanation. As Junin Yi's voice began to resonate, you take a deep breath, beginning to feel within yourself the surging, tempestuous energy that stirs. Caution! Yi Zilwan shouted loudly, as a faintly purple phoenix apparition emerged behind her. Violet flames surged around her, the intense heat causing the air to distort. With a gentle sway of her arms, accompanied by the ethereal silhouette of a purple phoenix, it was as if a pair of wings lifted her into the lofty skies. This is the prowess of Xinyuan, an unequivocal pinnacle of great ability. After a resonant cry of the phoenix, a fiery trail descends from the heavens. You, who have been constantly gazing at the sky, barely managed to evade, appearing exceedingly strained in the process. Xinyuan stood at the sidelines, her fists clenched tightly, intently observing the unfolding situation within the arena. Her spirit was taut, ever ready to spring into action for a rescue. In the next moment, your extraordinary ability activated, effortlessly casting an energy chain into the sky, which gracefully entwined itself around Xinyuan's waist. This is a deliberate act by Xinyuan. It may appear as though she is the one being confined, but in essence, it serves to bind you and her together. Boss, how long do you think he can endure in this battle? A chubby little fellow in the audience inquired. The red-haired man observed the scene and shrugged his shoulders. The disparity of this magnitude. When has he ever evaded it? At what point would he face utter defeat? Now, he binds the two together with chains. Observe closely. It is likely nearing its conclusion. As the words of the red-haired man echoed from the audience, Xinyuan activated simultaneously. The terrifying purple flames cascaded down the chains, threatening to engulf you in an instant. Xinyuan let out a sigh, contemplating his next move. However, at that very moment, with a resounding crack, it echoed as if something had shattered. A terrifying wave of energy radiated outward from your being, instantly enveloping the entire arena. The once sweltering air abruptly turned frigid, as if plunged into the depths of a harsh winter. A cerulean light ascended along the strands of energy, while the violet flames met the azure radiance, extinguishing instantaneously without a trace of resistance. Xinyuan's eyes were filled with disbelief. As the expression of shock crept across her face, she transformed into a statue of ice. The entire arena is now enveloped in a thick layer of solid ice, as a chilling aura pervades the atmosphere. Some candidates, situated close to the arena, had no time to evade the impending danger. In an instant, their legs were ensnared by a chilling frost, eliciting a chorus of startled cries. All unfolded in the blink of an eye, leaving many candidates bewildered, unable to comprehend the unfolding events. The red-haired man, who had previously spoken of an imminent conclusion, now found his pupils constricted to the size of pinpricks. His mouth agape, he was rendered utterly speechless. On the arena, the right hand you raise is equally encased in frost. A chill ascended along his arms and neck, enveloping his visage. It adorned the right side of his face with a layer of icy armor, resembling a delicate cerulean glass mask. You open your mouth, slowly exhaling a breath of chilling air. I sincerely apologize. I mentioned that I might not be able to manage it very well. Xinyuan stood at the sidelines, his left foot raised, poised in a motion as if he desired to step forward, yet he lingered in that suspended state for an extended period. She initially intended to rush out to rescue you, but was taken aback by the unforeseen circumstances, leaving her momentarily at a loss for words, unsure of the reason why. Gazing upon such a scene, she couldn't shake the feeling that it seemed somewhat familiar. The energy chains, along with the variance of ice attributes, stirred a sense of recognition within her. Seeing you well. Xinyuan gently lowered the foot he was about to step forward with. A smile unexpectedly graced his face. It is good to know all is well. Wait. It seems I have forgotten something. Xinyuan suddenly awakened. Looking upward, one beholds a grand ice sculpture in the shape of a majestic bird. At this moment, it is perched atop an ice column, as though it were soaring a kite into the sky. Alas! This bodes ill. For the young girl remains ensnared in ice. Xinyuan has always been concerned about your well-being, yet has never contemplated the plight of Xinyuan. A silent exclamation of alarm echoed within my heart. With a forceful step, I struck the ground, shattering the entire icy arena in an instant. Then, I sprang to my feet, severing the kite string that you had held tightly in your grasp, thereby liberating Xinyuan. Seeing that Xinyuan finally took action, you also let out a sigh of relief. Although bolstered by supernatural abilities, holding up a living person for an extended period remains quite exhausting. After a span of merely a few seconds, the audience collectively grasped the gravity of the situation. Rather than an immediate uproar, an uncanny silence enveloped the entire venue. Everyone's expression is astonishingly uniform. Heads raised, mouths slightly agape, gazing at you upon the stage. Just now, he emerged victorious, and in a manner akin to a near instantaneous triumph. Previously, there were whispers of backdoor dealings. An eerie silence pervaded the crowd. At last, upon reaching a certain critical juncture, it erupted with a thunderous explosion. Goodness, how is this a victory? This is utterly overwhelming. Is this what you call taking the back door? The red-haired man swallowed hard, his mind a tumultuous whirl, uncertain of what to articulate. At that moment, the chubby lad cautiously inquired, "Brother Hong, do you mean that what you mentioned earlier is coming to an end?" The red-haired man is reluctant to respond to this inquiry. At this moment, his gaze is fixated upon you, weighing the possibility of overcoming you. He had previously observed with great clarity. When Junan Yi believed you were about to be harmed, an expression of anxiety enveloped his face. However, after Yi Zilwan was immobilized, he appeared unaffected at the first instance, revealing a stark contrast in his demeanor. You stand in place, feeling a hint of ennui. While the surrounding exclamations satiate your vanity, you find little desire to remain here, the object of scrutiny. Yi Zilwan sat on the ground without any semblance of grace, gradually lifting her gaze toward you. She realized that she had underestimated her opponent. All her previous confidence and joy had evaporated into thin air. I rose to my feet, trembling slightly, and spoke briefly. "I concede my defeat. Your reserved spot is truly deserved." After speaking, she turned away in solitude, intending to descend the stage alone. Observing her demeanor, Junani spoke softly, "Enough. You misunderstood earlier. I had no intention of granting Xinyuan a direct admission quota. Your talent is remarkable, a rare mutation indeed. Let's keep this for now. Regarding the quota, I can simply request an additional one." She cast a puzzled glance towards you, who stood aside. "With such formidable abilities, why did you not speak of them before?" "Ah! Ha ha ha!" You smiled awkwardly and helplessly said, "No, no, no. In truth, it is you who is impressive." Junan looked on with a puzzled expression, choosing not to inquire further for the time being. Then, turning to face the multitude of candidates below, he declared, "The examination has concluded. Except for those who have been granted direct admission, I kindly ask all others to exit promptly." You gazed into the distance at the setting sun, devoid of any desire to engage in idle chatter with those around you. From your pocket, you retrieved your phone and sent a message to your online girlfriend, "I have successfully passed my assessment and unexpectedly secured a place for direct admission." In the distance, Junani was engaged in conversation with the person in charge. Suddenly, he felt his phone vibrate against him. Onward glanced at it and couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. In light of this, it appears that the matter is settled. It is indeed him. "I knew you would excel." "Excellent. What sort of variant is it?" Though Junani is aware of your variant abilities, she has no intention of revealing her identity to you at this moment. She fears that her identity, along with her starkly contrasting image, might frighten you away. Thus, at present, she can only feign ignorance of everything. She herself is unaware of the reasons behind her cautious demeanor. It is merely instinctual. Thus, she acted in such a manner. As the leader in charge of the venue observed, Junan Yi engaged in conversation yet unexpectedly began to play on his phone. The leader's expression darkened considerably. While these were merely polite exchanges, should one not at least maintain a semblance of decorum? A being of ice affinity. I find it quite formidable. I engaged in a duel with another, and emerged victorious. You responded with remarkable swiftness. Junani glanced at the reply, and a sudden spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He conceived a brilliant idea and offered a perfunctory response to the venue's leadership before promptly drafting a message. "I sent you a message." "Oh, that's quite nice. The examiner you have for the test possesses excellent judgment. What are your thoughts on that examiner? Is he a decent person?" After typing these few words, Junan Yi took a deep breath. A sense of inexplicable tension began to unfurl within her, akin to the furtive thrill of engaging in some clandestine activity. Beside her, the leader, accustomed to wielding authority and relishing the supremacy of his position, had grown used to sycophantic praise from his subordinates. Never had he encountered someone so engrossed in her mobile device, neglecting the customary deference. Yet, he dared not present an air of superiority to the formidable Junani. adhering to the requisite formalities with resignation. Furthermore, he remained perplexed by the unpredictable demeanor of this revered figure. What could possibly provoke such fluctuating emotions over a mere phone? Was there some significant matter at hand? If so, one could perhaps comprehend her distraction. Before long, a message from Xinyuan arrived. And Jun-Ani eagerly leaned in to read it. Traveler, it's all right, though I know she must be exceptionally talented. Do superpowers still possess the ability to preserve one's youth as they develop? The examiner appears quite youthful, though her age remains a mystery. Jun-Ani? Jun-Ani. With a resounding crack, an icy chill permeated the air as surging waves of energy enveloped Jun-Ani, causing the sweltering summer evening to plummet to frigid temperatures, the mercury dropping from sweltering highs to below zero, ice crystals beginning to coalesce in the atmosphere. Xinyuan had inadvertently struck a nerve, and for a moment, Jun-Ani lost control of her emotions, her composure shattering. She had intended to inquire about the other's impression of her, yet here she was, perceived as an aging woman in their eyes? In this moment, her eruption mirrored Xinyuan's earlier outburst. The sole distinction lay in her extensive training, which allowed her innate control over her abilities to vastly surpass his. Otherwise, the temperature drop would have escalated beyond mere discomfort. With Jun-Ani's prowess, encasing 100 miles in ice would have been a distinct possibility. Though she had momentarily lost control, it was the nearby leader who was truly unsettled. What had transpired? Had he misspoken? What was happening? The plump, bureaucratic leader, cognizant of Jun-Ani's apparent disinterest in his discourse, had been hastening his speech. Yet, just as he had managed to utter a few phrases, she erupted. His slightly rotund figure trembled in the biting wind, uncertainty gripping him. What is happening? Hearing someone speak, Jun-Ani abruptly lifted her head, her eyes igniting with an intense, fierce energy as she fixed her gaze upon him, declaring with fervor, I am fine. Continue speaking, swiftly. The 6 individuals at the testing platform, including Xinyuan, became aware of the unfolding situation, turning their attention with curiosity toward the commotion. Xinyuan, however, held little interest in such gossip. He was not inclined towards frivolous drama. Yet, he found himself baffled. How could a conversation with a female acquaintance, once engaging, suddenly devolve into silence? It was utterly perplexing. Women. At long last, as all matters settled into a semblance of order, under the fading light of the sunset, Jun-Ani once again stood before the 6, resolute and commanding. At this moment, her emotions were evidently amiss. Aside from Xinyuan, who appeared utterly indifferent, the other 5 individuals clearly perceived that the examiner seemed to be in a rather irritable mood, occasionally casting fierce glances at Xinyuan. Unfortunately, only Xinyuan remained oblivious to the hint of resentment in her eyes, leaving those around him perplexed. My private jet will arrive tomorrow. Remember to gather here punctually at this time in the afternoon. Tonight, when you return home, just provide a brief explanation to your family. There is no need to bring anything, as the Academy will prepare everything for you. You have already secured an opportunity for guaranteed admission, bypassing the tedious steps of contract signing and interviews with the Academy. However, in a few days, there will be a comprehensive assessment aimed at all the outstanding students with guaranteed admission. At that time, leaders from the 8 core academies and various superpower organizations will be present, so be sure to perform well. It will be beneficial for you. Despite her growing frustration, Jun-Ani maintained a clear mind. After briefing the 6 students who had received guaranteed admission, she dismissed them. Upon hearing Jun-Ani say they could leave, Xinyuan wasted no time and immediately began to depart. What assessment? Having crossed over, all I need is the guaranteed admission, with food and lodging covered. I need to hurry back to play some games. At that moment, the red-haired student regained his resolve. Being an examiner in such a place undoubtedly indicated that the individual was extraordinary. He needed to find a way to forge a closer connection. Therefore, he hastily approached Jun-Ani and smiled. Hello, there is nothing pressing at home, but I have some questions regarding my abilities that I would like to consult you about. Jun-Ani, at that moment, was watching Xinyuan's cheerful departure with a hint of annoyance. Upon hearing his words, she turned around to face the red-haired student and asked with confusion, Who are you? Ha? The red-haired student was taken aback, awkwardly responding, My name is Chi Hong. I'm one of the students who just received guaranteed admission. Let us discuss this later, I don't have time today. I am only responsible for the assessment and will not engage with students, Junani replied, turning away and raising her voice to call out to Xinyuan, who had already walked a fair distance. Xinyuan, don't leave just yet, I have some matters regarding abilities to discuss with you. Shi Hong? So? This is how it is? What does it mean to be treated differently? Chapter 8, The Black Card from the Wealthy Woman. This might not be ideal. Upon hearing the voice of the other party, Xinyuan instinctively halted his steps, inwardly lamenting his predicament. All he yearned for was to return home, indulge in a game for a brief respite, and then prepare to gather his belongings and flee. After all, since arriving in this world, he possessed little more than the most basic amenities. His meager funds had been entirely depleted after days of meals, leaving him utterly penniless. He resided in a house whose owner he had never even encountered, and with the privilege of being granted a direct admission. His sole concern was evading the unknown amount of rent. Turning around to face Junani, who had approached him, he forced a bitter smile and inquired, "Is there something you need? I'm in a bit of a hurry to return." Junani observed his demeanor, a mixture of amusement and exasperation welling within her. While others typically hesitated to approach her, when given the chance, they would rush to strike up a conversation. Yet here stood this man, clearly eager to evade her presence. However, this behavior was quintessentially him. "What's the rush?" "I merely wish to share some pertinent information with you," Junani replied. "I want to return to gaming." Xinyuan confessed candidly, feeling no need to conceal his intentions from her, who was not a teacher from his school days. Junani was momentarily at a loss for words, astonished by his unabashed honesty. Although she had gleaned some understanding of Xinyuan's character online, she still found herself perplexed. Yet, this frustration soon dissipated as it suddenly occurred to her that Xinyuan had always been her gaming partner. Was he eager to play with me? The thought brought a peculiar sense of joy, prompting her to temper her irritation and speak softly. "I won't take up too much of your time. Is there nothing else? Are your family members in a hurry?" Xinyuan shrugged, dismissing her concern. "It's fine. I don't have family or friends." "What?" Junani exclaimed, taken aback. "Are you an orphan?" Xinyuan raised an eyebrow, bemused by her reaction. "Why does it sound like a reprimand? I generally don't play Yasuo." Realizing her gaffe, Junani quickly covered her mouth. "I'm sorry. It's nothing." After a moment of contemplation, Xinyuan found his situation difficult to articulate, so he opted for a vague response. "No need to apologize. In the context of this world, I indeed am an orphan. However, it may not align with your assumptions." Junani regarded him with an expression tinged with sympathy for an extended moment. Finally, just as Xinyuan felt the goosebumps rising, she gracefully shifted the topic. Clearing her throat, she addressed him, "I have never encountered a variant of the energy chain with ice attributes. However, given the limited history of superhumans in this world, it is entirely understandable that I have not witnessed it before. I do not intend to pry into the specifics. In your future cultivation, it is imperative to strive to regulate the temperature of your abilities, while frequently immersing yourself in frigid environments to experience a connection with your surroundings." Speaking of cultivation, Junani has evidently become much more earnest. Her advice to Xinyuan is largely a distillation of her own past experiences. Furthermore, "I have already reported your previous E-level ability rating, and it cannot be altered at this moment. I apologize if this may lead to some underestimating you, however. Your strength is unquestionable. I will certainly expedite your application for a special assessment upon my return. In addition, you must place significant importance on the trial I previously mentioned for all students with guaranteed admission." Xinyuan was perplexed as to why the other party specifically urged him about these matters, yet he understood the good intentions behind it, thus refraining from displaying any signs of impatience. He merely inquired, somewhat bewildered, "Why should I pay attention to this? Does it offer any monetary reward?" "What?" Junani was once again taken aback. As a superpowered individual, particularly one of higher caliber, money is typically of little concern to them. "Why would you think that? That trial is far more significant than mere money. Are you truly in dire need of funds?" Upon hearing this, Xinyuan became quite displeased. What do you mean? Am I in dire need of money? Isn't this akin to a modern-day version of why not dine on the finest meats? Unable to contain himself, Xinyuan lamented, "Hey, sister, could you please familiarize yourself with the tribulations of common folk? Of course, I am in need of money, I have none. Just yesterday, I began searching through the seams of my bed for coins, and I feel as though the mice are faring better than I am. I will likely go hungry again tomorrow. By the way, once we land, will you be providing meals?" Listening to his somewhat exaggerated depiction, Xinyuan was taken aback. What is he saying? Is this truly the life of a human being? How could such a genius endure such circumstances? Anger surged within her. And in an icy tone, she demanded, "Which school did you attend previously? Which community were you a part of? How could they abandon you without provisions for food and shelter? How would I know?" Xinyuan shrugged, he was indeed uninformed about such matters. Observing the calm expression on Xinyuan's face, Xinyuan fell into deep contemplation. So this is his true living environment. In just a few short minutes, she had conjured an image in her mind of a lonely child, marginalized from an early age, enduring a life of hardship. At that moment, her gaze towards Xinyuan shifted, infused with an overwhelming sense of maternal instinct. Without hesitation, she retrieved her phone and produced a black card from her storage necklace. Placing the black card against her phone, she swiftly performed a few operations before handing it to Xinyuan. "This card contains 300,000, the password is 6 zeros. Take it. From now on, you need not worry about financial matters. As long as you diligently cultivate and enhance your strength, a superpowered individual will never lack for money." Xinyuan? It is worth noting that the purchasing power of currency in this world is quite comparable to that of the renminbi in his previous world. 300,000? Such a trivial matter, yet he found himself utterly astounded by the black card presented before him. Could it be that this person was indeed a wealthy benefactor? He never anticipated that such an event would unfold in his own life. Is this truly for me? Xinyuan pointed at the card, and in that moment, Xinyuan's image transformed in his eyes, elevating her from an enigmatic woman to an angelic figure. Xinyuan nodded, stating, "Yes, upon your return, feel free to indulge in whatever you desire." "Oh dear, how could I possibly accept this?" Xinyuan's expression shifted from one of despondency to warmth and friendliness, as he quickly seized the card from Xinyuan's hand and tucked it into his pocket. Regardless of her motives for bestowing this money upon him, he thought it prudent to accept it. After all, one cannot forsake financial aid for the sake of pride, can they? Consider this alone. Times have been tough lately, but I assure you, I will repay you with interest in due time. Xinyuan reassured Xinyuan while clutching his pocket. Xinyuan couldn't help but smile, responding, "There is no rush. However, you must remember what I previously mentioned. Additionally, refrain from calling me sister, I am merely 19. Just like you." Yes, absolutely. Xinyuan nodded vigorously, agreeing with everything she said. After all, what the benefactor said was undoubtedly correct, and truth be told, he was already contemplating how to spend the money. As the sun dipped below the horizon, they parted ways. Xinyuan watched Xinyuan's retreating figure, and with no one around, she finally allowed herself to reveal a radiant smile. Previously, she had pondered how to assist Xinyuan, but she realized that it was far simpler than anticipated. All it required was financial support. How effortless this was. As dusk fell, Xinyuan reclined on the sofa of her presidential suite, receiving a message from Xinyuan. "Traveler, I'm setting off tomorrow. The examiner is truly a good person, beautiful and kind-hearted. Knowing I was short on funds, she lent me a substantial amount." Upon reading this message, Xinyuan could no longer contain her amusement and stifled a laugh. After all, superficial pleasantries in person are one thing, but genuine praise behind one's back holds far more significance. It brought her immense satisfaction to know that Xinyuan was willing to speak kindly of her. "Traveler, do women tend to be sensitive about their age? She specifically told me she is only 19. Traveler, but who would believe that? Ha ha ha. How could someone so young be in a position of leadership?" Xinyuan. Bang! The remote control for the television was crushed in her grip. Xinyuan. Chapter 9, Successful Reproduction. Once more, the voice of all things with books, one can endure; without them, time feels fleeting. In stark contrast to the thrilling excitement of yesterday's competition, today, Xinyuan found himself devoid of any pressing activities. In celebration of his achievement, he had indulged in gaming until the late hours, ultimately sleeping in until noon. Such a routine seemed fitting for someone of his age. Yet, the female acquaintance with whom he had gamed was inexplicably eager to enlighten him about a multitude of subjects. Last night, she had used a noticeably altered voice to meticulously inform Xinyuan of the current state of the Superpower Academy, where numerous young prodigies were occupying esteemed positions. She also mentioned a benevolent and beautiful genius, the youngest war god in the War God Hall, who was quite remarkable. This left Xinyuan feeling perplexed, unsure of how any of this related to him. Now, having arrived at the pre-arranged time, Xinyuan had left a stack of money on the table as a token for his recent accommodation. Presently, he held a bottle of mineral water, once again standing in the very venue from the day prior. Others had arrived long before him, many accompanied by their families, laden with considerable luggage. The pride radiating from the parents' faces was unmistakable; they knew their children were among the elite. In stark contrast, Xinyuan, appearing somewhat out of place with his solitary bottle of water, felt rather incongruous in such a setting. Jun Ani immediately spotted the swaggering figure and, upon noticing the inexpensive t-shirt and the mineral water in his hand, couldn't help but furrow her brow. She approached him and quietly inquired, "Didn't I give you some money? Why don't you spruce yourself up a bit, perhaps buy something nice?" Xinyuan scratched his head and replied in a rather reasonable tone, "Well, you see, I have nothing to begin with. If I need to buy something, wouldn't it be better to do so once I arrive? It saves me the hassle of carrying it on the plane." Junani, quite the compelling argument indeed. At her suggestion, Xinyuan joined a group of students who had been directly admitted. "Hello," he was taken aback when, as soon as he approached, it was Xinyuan who greeted him first. "Are we acquainted?" Nevertheless, he instinctively nodded and returned the greeting. Today, Xinyuan appeared markedly different from yesterday. She had donned a pair of glasses, looking considerably more composed and refined. Nearby, a middle-aged man noticed Xinyuan approaching and exchanged a knowing glance with Xinyuan before making his way over to Xinyuan. "You must be Xinyuan," he said, introducing himself with a warm smile. "I am Tian, Xinyuan's father." As this middle-aged gentleman, adorned with gold-rimmed glasses and exuding a scholarly demeanor, extended his hand, Xinyuan internally sighed. Drawing from his extensive experience in reading novels, he sensed that this encounter was a mere replica of the classic scenario, the subordinate being confronted by the superior. Instinctively, he braced himself, anticipating potential trouble. Moreover, among the family members present to bid farewell today, Xinyuan's relatives were particularly ostentatious. A multitude from the affluent Yi family had arrived, many of whom clearly appeared to be bodyguards. Nevertheless, adhering to the principle of not striking a smiling face, he extended his hand courteously to shake hands with the other party, refraining from uttering any words. However, what followed was somewhat unexpected. "You defeated Xinyuan yesterday." "Truly formidable for someone so young," remarked the other. "Yet, young people must not remain strangers through conflict. I hope you can coexist harmoniously without harboring any grievances." The anticipated difficulties did not materialize. Tian maintained a smile throughout the exchange, his speech impeccably polite, regardless of whether his sentiments were genuine. The facade he presented was undoubtedly impeccable, a testament to the mastery required to manage such a vast enterprise. As their hands parted, Xinyuan promptly nodded and stated, "Indeed. I do not perceive any conflicts. By the way, are you also a superpower user?" Tian was momentarily taken aback by Xinyuan's sudden inquiry, but after a brief contemplation, he smiled and replied, "I am as well, though my level is quite low, possessing a D-class talent. Xinyuan's abilities are primarily inherited from her mother." Upon hearing this, Xinyuan's eyes brightened. D-class? That is quite good. He had reflected upon his own replication ability and realized that the success rate for duplicating lower-level talents was notably higher. Given that he already possessed an SSS-level primary combat ability, his need for high-level talents had diminished. Furthermore, even ordinary abilities, regardless of their lower tier, could prove beneficial. For instance, the energy chain, though devoid of any offensive capacity, significantly enhanced his control and perception of energy compared to others. Thus, rather than gambling on a minuscule probability, it would be wiser to replicate a variety of lower-level abilities as support. Consequently, upon learning that Yi Tian's ability was of D-class, Xinyuan quickly donned a smile and said, "Ah, I see, D-class is quite impressive. It is a pleasure to finally meet you." As he spoke, he reached out his hand to suggest a handshake, intending to replicate. Yi Tian's expression abruptly stiffened. A handshake? Had we not just shaken hands mere moments ago? Moreover, what have you admired about me? Did you know me previously? Having navigated the corridors of power for many years, he had never encountered someone so inexplicably peculiar in their actions, leaving him thoroughly bewildered. His smile grew somewhat rigid. But in the spirit of accommodating those with peculiarities, Yi Tian still complied with the handshake. Replication successful, acquired D-class talent, precise analysis of the explorer. Automatically enhancing talent ability. Talent level elevated, ability evolved, voice of all things. Ability description: from this day forth, you shall hear the voices of all things, receiving the answers you seek from every blade of grass and every tree. The melodious voice resonated once more, and Xinyuan's lips curled upwards, although it was of D-class. Any success was ultimately a positive outcome. Yet, in the next moment, his smile faltered. In the absence of deliberate control, that ability activated passively, as if by instinct. In an instant, Xinyuan felt as though he had stepped into a nightclub filled with speakers, where the cacophony of sound began to torment his senses. The entire world seemed to come alive with voices, stones were shouting, the wind howled furiously, and the grass and trees around him began to murmur incessantly, clamoring madly in his ears. Grass, what the hell? Why spit on my head? Cloud, wind. Do not touch my backside, I wish to go south. Why are you blowing me north? South wind, the north wind lost a bet with me yesterday, today it's my turn to work. So I'll touch as I please. What do you intend to do about it? Tree, that dog just peed on my foot, how annoying. It seems to be a stray from elsewhere, I've never seen it before, it's not local. A torrent of bizarre voices converged, causing Xinyuan, unprepared for such an onslaught, to feel his temples throb. The sudden mental anguish swiftly escalated to a splitting headache. His complexion deteriorated dramatically, with a low growl. He pressed his left hand against his head in agony, while his right hand gripped Yi Tian's tighter, as he sank to the ground. The surrounding people and Yi Xinyuan looked on in confusion. Junani? Yi Tian? Yi Tian, what is happening? Am I being set up? I haven't done anything. Chapter 10. I find myself at a loss for words, but it seems my abilities may have mutated once again. Yi Tian's expression twisted in anguish. He had merely intended to approach and exchange a few words, hoping his daughter wouldn't forge enmities before even starting school. Yet, the individual before him, was there perhaps something amiss? He attempted to slightly shift his hand, yearning to extricate it from the firm grip. However, it was evident that the other party's hold only tightened, as if enduring some profound agony. At that moment, Yi Tian's vision blurred, and a figure appeared before him almost instantaneously. Junani, standing at a distance, initially thought something was amiss and hurriedly approached. Are you all right? She inquired, kneeling beside Xinyuan with a hint of urgency, disregarding any concerns of propriety as she grasped his wrist. Sensing the pulse and the surge of energy within him, she sought to ascertain whether any disruption in abilities had occurred. Yet, upon careful examination, she gleaned no insights. Raising her gaze, she looked at Yi Tian. I haven't done anything. My abilities lack combat prowess, it's him who has been holding onto my hand. Yi Tian swiftly raised his own hand, gesturing to Junani, conveying his innocence. Moreover, after years of navigating the complexities of human behavior, he had developed a keen sense of discernment. Although Junani appeared outwardly unchanged, he distinctly felt as though he were being scrutinized by a fearsome beast, an overwhelming pressure engulfing him. His daughter had mentioned that this student named Xinyuan might be connected to the chief examiner. But now it seemed that their relationship was far more profound than he had anticipated, as the other party clearly held a vested interest in Xinyuan. I'm fine. This has nothing to do with Mr. Yi. Xinyuan finally managed to quell the turmoil in his mind, speaking with some difficulty. He realized that his abilities were indeed controllable. The cacophony around him had significantly diminished. However, this control demanded an immense mental fortitude and rigorous practice. Theoretically, he could selectively tune into the messages emanating from the surrounding world or shield himself from such sounds during idle moments. Yet, at present, he was far from achieving that level of mastery and needed to exert as much control as possible. After resting for what felt like an eternity, he finally stood. Albeit dizzy and disoriented, the remnants of noise still occasionally echoing in his ears, though it was markedly improved compared to earlier. Despite the sounds manifesting directly in his mind, Xinyuan couldn't help but rub his ears. "I apologize for my earlier outburst," he said, releasing Tian's hand and continuing with his inquiry. "May I ask, what exactly are the specifics of your abilities?" Observing the cold sweat on Xinyuan's forehead, Tian recognized that the young man had indeed encountered a genuine issue earlier and was not attempting to deceive him, which brought him some relief. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "In truth, I once served as a police officer. Although my abilities lack combat capability, their nature is quite suited for solving cases. In simple terms, my eyes possess the remarkable ability to swiftly analyze every subtle detail of the scene before me, weaving together each minute element to reconstruct potential information. This is hardly a secret," thus Tian spoke without reservation. "What?" Upon hearing this, Xinyuan remained relatively unresponsive, while Junani could not contain his astonishment. What kind of extraordinary ability is this? How could it possibly be classified as merely D-level? Such a skill should undoubtedly be immensely valuable. Upon hearing this, Tian could not help but smile wryly, stating, "When my extraordinary ability awakened, it was an entirely new power, which I duly reported to the Human Alliance for capability assessment. However, information is inherently complex and may not always yield valuable analyses, and its utilization demands considerable mental fortitude. They caution me to limit its application to no more than half an hour, lest I risk cerebral death." Once Tian concluded, Xinyuan realized that his ability was fundamentally different from that of his counterpart. The description of the hand of replication system was to imitate another's powers with a degree of enhancement. Unlike the previous energy chains, this enhancement represented a qualitative transformation. The voice of all things does not imply that flora and fauna possess consciousness, rather, it anthropomorphizes them to unveil concealed information. Each stone resting upon the ground, the wind rustling through the trees, and every tree standing by the roadside have borne witness to countless untold stories. The voice of all things serves to reveal to Xinyuan what has transpired here, what is currently occurring, and what may transpire in the future. Logically, this is a power far more formidable than Tian's. The overwhelming volume of information could easily drive Xinyuan to mental collapse. However, the enhancement of the hand of replication also mitigates its side effects. What would have been a direct assault on the mind transforms into mere sound, rendering Xinyuan, when mentally fatigued, to perceive only a cacophony, a bothersome headache, but devoid of the terrifying consequence of cerebral death. With this understanding, even though his mind remained somewhat foggy, Xinyuan recognized he had undoubtedly struck an extraordinary bargain. His extraordinary ability had not only ascended in level but also diminished its side effects. Thus, it became evident that this power transcended mere D-level classification. From a functional perspective, it might even eclipse the terror of S-level abilities. What began as a casual attempt to replicate a low-tier ability had unexpectedly yielded a monumental windfall. His luck, it seems to have been rather favorable in recent days. However, this revelation drew the attention of everyone present. At this moment, Tian had stealthily retreated behind his bodyguard. Genuinely frightened of Xinyuan, worried that proximity might provoke unforeseen complications. "I cannot afford to provoke him. Can I truly evade this? So, what exactly happened just now? Are you feeling all right?" Junani inquired, noticing that Xinyuan appeared to have improved somewhat. After all, both personally and professionally, she places great importance on Xinyuan and wishes for his safety. Her inquiry echoed the curiosity of everyone present, as they cast inquisitive glances in his direction. Surely, it could not be mere performance art. The situation was rather intricate. Xinyuan pondered for a moment, deciding that it would be best to keep his peculiar ability under wraps for the time being. Thus, he resorted once more to the excuse he had previously articulated. I am uncertain how to clarify this, but it seems my abilities may have mutated. What? Not only Xinyuan, but everyone else also suspected they had misheard. Initially, the onlookers had been in a state of casual intrigue, contemplating whether Xinyuan harbored some hidden ailment. However, upon hearing his words, their expressions transformed. Akin to those witnessing a wealthy individual winning a lottery jackpot. Why does he seem to perpetually encounter fortuitous occurrences? Especially Xinyuan, who had secretly mused that Xinyuan's formidable ice-type mutation, despite his E-class talent, might come at a physical cost. Yet, not only did he incur no such cost, but he had also undergone another mutation? Are you serious? Xinyuan pressed for further clarification. Xinyuan remained silent, gradually closing his eyes and raising his right hand to embrace the gentle caress of the wind. He sought to concentrate, to dismiss all distractions, and to validate this extraordinary capability. Chapter 11. He is undoubtedly a prodigious talent, yet his brilliance has yet to shine forth. Xinyuan closed his eyes, solemnly attuning himself to his surroundings. The wind shall provide me with answers, the rain shall provide me with answers. Every blade of grass and every tree shall provide me with answers. Come forth, let me hear your voices. Tree, goodness, that dog's urine was truly foul. The stench still lingers. Stone, indeed, my friend, it splattered quite a bit onto me. Wind, I saw it heading west, I shall guide you to capture it. Xinyuan. Damn it! Cursed be this ability, for without mastery, it proves exceedingly arduous to extract useful information. And that dog, which has appeared several times. Is it not stealing the spotlight? As time passed, his brow furrowed ever tighter, striving to eliminate the extraneous noise and concentrate on his own inquiries. At last, while those around him remained utterly bewildered, Xinyuan, still with eyes shut, spoke. The current wind direction is from the southeast. This cryptic utterance left the eagerly awaiting crowd in a state of perplexity, uncertain of its significance. However, soon enough, Xinyuan's voice resonated once more. In approximately 37 seconds, the wind shall shift, changing to a due south direction. Xinyuan was momentarily taken aback but quickly regained composure, closing his eyes tightly, slightly tilting his head upwards, and allowing his hands to fall naturally and relax. Without any command, all the psychics present instinctively mirrored Xinyuan's actions with remarkable uniformity. Psychics, particularly those of higher ranks, possess physical prowess and perceptual abilities that far exceed those of ordinary individuals. The wind around us often undergoes slight, imperceptible fluctuations, only noticeable during inclement weather, otherwise, such changes remain undetected. Particularly now, many of the family members present were ordinary people devoid of any abilities, rendering them unable to sense the wind at all. However, the psychics were largely capable of doing so, especially when they focused their attention. Thus, a remarkable scene unfolded upon the vast playground. At the center stood Xinyuan. Eyes firmly shut, his right hand raised high, fingers delicately swaying as if caressing an unseen entity. Surrounding him, all the psychics similarly closed their eyes, attuned to something ineffable. The ordinary onlookers gazed upon this ritual-like spectacle, marveling in their ignorance. No one dared to disrupt the silence, conversations and movements ceased. Each individual rendered as quiet as a whisper, fearful of shattering this uncanny tableau. All present appeared entranced, with even the spectators hesitating to extract their phones for photographs, lest such a minor action disturb the delicate atmosphere. The stillness was palpable, as if one could hear a pin drop, with only Xinyuan's voice occasionally breaking the silence. In 1 minute and 35 seconds, the wind shall revert to a southeast direction. After 3 minutes and 12 seconds, the airflow would become exceptionally turbulent as the atmospheric pressure began to fluctuate. 5 minutes later, the wind direction would undergo a significant transformation, shifting directly to a northwesterly breeze. In the tranquil playground, every utterance from Xinyuan felt light, consisting of trivial matters, yet each word resonated like a heavy hammer striking the hearts of every superpowered individual. As time progressed, they were all astounded to discover that every word spoken by Xinyuan was precise and unfaltering, to the very second. The expressions on their faces varied greatly. Xinyuan was utterly shocked, even forming an incredulous expression. Xinyuan's brows knitted tighter, lost in her thoughts. Meanwhile, Xinyuan maintained her stoic demeanor. embodying the image of an icy goddess, betraying no emotions. Yet, in truth, she had begun to smile internally, quietly musing to herself. Remarkable, having learned this term just yesterday from Xinyuan during a gaming session, how extraordinary that he truly spoke the truth. I once worried about your lack of talent. But it seems my concerns were unfounded. As these thoughts swirled in her mind, the image of Xinyuan's nonchalant face, seemingly indifferent to everything, gradually surfaced. She harbored a premonition that Xinyuan was undoubtedly a prodigious talent, yet his brilliance had yet to shine forth. Unbeknownst to him, while he remained oblivious to the thoughts of others, he calmly articulated the information he had filtered. Eventually, he felt that he had gathered enough experience with this ability and had achieved a modicum of control over it. Thus, he lowered his hands and opened his eyes. What greeted him was a collection of superpowered individuals with their eyes closed, each displaying varying expressions, alongside ordinary people gazing at him as if he were a monster. Ahem. What are you all doing? He coughed awkwardly a couple of times to signal that he had concluded. One by one, people opened their eyes, their gazes converging on Xinyuan. Just a day prior, those eyes were filled with skepticism and discontent, but now they shone with envy and disbelief. Junani was the last to open her eyes, stepping closer to Xinyuan, suppressing her delight as she inquired as calmly as possible, so, what exactly is the mutation of your ability? Is it a form of prophecy? Not quite, Xinyuan clarified, it is more akin to a perception ability, allowing me to glean information about the surrounding world. Furthermore, it seems I have delayed for some time, the plane has been grounded for quite a while now. And it should be departing soon. After all, it is likely to rain here in about half an hour. Rain? Junani asked in surprise, lifting her gaze to the brilliant sun shining in a cloudless sky. Are you certain? Upon seeing Xinyuan nod, Junani promptly issued a command. With a flick of her hand, she decided the plane's departure would be postponed. Wait. Just wait for the rain. While Xinyuan had accurately predicted the change in wind direction, those were merely minor fluctuations. If he could also forecast a rainfall half an hour hence, that would indeed be truly terrifying. Especially now. With the sky unblemished and the weather delightful, Xinyuan's words seem remarkably devoid of persuasive power. Yet, for some inexplicable reason, Junani harbors unwavering confidence in his statements. Might you specify the exact time? Just as Xinyuan found himself at a loss for words regarding Junani's capricious decision, a strikingly beautiful visage, imbued with an air of pride, materialized before him. Xinyuan, having opened her countdown timer, approached him with an inquiry. Xinyuan paused momentarily, then closed his eyes, pondering deeply before responding. Approximately 28 minutes and 15 seconds, I would say. As soon as he finished speaking, Xinyuan had already set the alarm, expressed her gratitude, and retreated to a distance. Everyone stood idly, awaiting the unfolding of what seemed an utterly improbable event, collectively witnessing this extraordinary display of magic. However, it appeared that a miracle was indeed at hand. 20 minutes later, the previously serene weather suddenly gave way to a fierce wind. 5 minutes thereafter, clouds began to gather ominously in the sky, their hue deepening. The temperature gradually dropped, and a refreshing breeze rustled the hem of the girl's skirts. Xinyuan gazed upward at the gathering storm clouds, her right hand gripping her phone, slowly exerting pressure. Chapter 12. We have never held an E-level superpower card before. The gathering today is not particularly large, yet the atmosphere is vibrant. Many accompanying family members have taken out their phones to capture the astonishing spectacle of the sky, now shrouded in dense clouds. Those with expertise discern the nuances, while the uninitiated merely revel in the spectacle. To them, the weather had been fair until that young man uttered a few words, and now rain seems imminent. It is almost akin to summoning the winds and rain. Regardless of previous acquaintances, the crowd has begun to engage in conversation. Since the resurgence of spiritual energy, people have become accustomed to the existence of superhumans. However, interactions between ordinary individuals and these extraordinary beings remain rare. Witnessing such an event firsthand provides ample fodder for conversation over tea and meals. Yet, one wonders how this occurrence will be recounted, evolving from one person's tale to another, becoming something entirely different. Among those present, the individual experiencing the most intense emotional upheaval is likely Xinyuan. She clutches her phone tightly, speaking to no one, her gaze fixed on the sky. The signs are clear to her. She knows Xinyuan must be correct, rain is indeed on the way. Yet, she harbors a lingering hope, yearning for a twist of fate. Even if it is just a minute's delay. She does not deny Xinyuan's formidable abilities, she recognizes him as a genius concealed beneath the facade of E-level powers. Yesterday's duel unequivocally demonstrated that she is no match for him. Nevertheless, an inexplicable stubbornness stirs within her, compelling her to resist surrendering. The battle against Xinyuan was her first defeat, one so crushing that it lingers painfully in her mind. She finds it hard to accept that someone once deemed less talented has now become so powerful that she struggles to keep pace. Gradually, thunder begins to rumble overhead. And the air grows increasingly humid. Suddenly, the sound of Xinyuan's previously set alarm clock pierces through the chatter, drawing the attention of those around her. However, the alarm only sounds for a brief moment before it ceases. The crowd pays little mind, for the sky has begun to drizzle lightly, igniting a renewed excitement among them. It's really raining. Incredible. That young man was spot on, I recorded it. I must tell Aunt Zhang about this when I get home. Can you believe it? The energy chain has mutated to predict the weather. The commotion of the crowd fails to penetrate Xinyuan's consciousness, she remains absorbed, staring blankly at her phone. The alarm. She did not silence it. At the very moment the alarm sounded, a raindrop had landed precisely on the snooze button. The surrounding noise has faded into insignificance. She is utterly dazed. Is this fate? As the rain finally begins to fall, Xinyuan nods thoughtfully. From the corner of his eye, he glances at Xinyuan, who appears completely indifferent, as though he has accomplished nothing extraordinary at all. Indeed, Xinyuan felt that the people around him were rather overreacting. Why wait for the rain when the plane could take off? Had he known, he would have kept his thoughts to himself. After the commotion, without waiting for the rain to cease, Xinyuan began to call the students with guaranteed admission to board the plane. After all, they had already delayed for quite some time, and with a specially designed aircraft manned by superpowered individuals, flying in the rain posed no concern. Unburdened by thoughts, Xinyuan felt no need for last-minute farewells to loved ones. Clutching his bottle of mineral water, he was the first to board the aircraft. Xinyuan stood at a distance, her gaze fixed intently on Xinyuan's silhouette. Tian approached, gently ruffling his daughter's hair, and remarked, "This child is indeed remarkable, his future achievements are boundless. It would be prudent to avoid enmity with him and maintain a cordial relationship." As a father, he understood his daughter's temperament all too well. And his words were primarily meant to offer her some consolation. Xinyuan did not respond, merely nodding slightly. Yet, in her heart, she silently resolved that from this day forth, he would become the benchmark she aspired to surpass. With that brief interlude concluded, the plane finally took off. The journey was uneventful, and after an hour of smooth flight, they arrived at their destination. Notably, Xinyuan did not sit during the journey, instead, he leaned against the aircraft's fuselage, standing for the duration. The reason was simple: the sounds of the world outside could not be entirely muted. And the seat beneath him seemed to chastise him incessantly. Of course, the group had long since grown accustomed to his peculiar behavior, wearing expressions of familiarity. At last, the plane halted before a grand dome structure. Stepping off, Xinyuan was greeted by pleasant weather. The sun was setting, casting a warm glow upon the magnificent dome, which bore the gilded inscription, Hima Sports Center. Xinyuan was left speechless by these 8 characters, standing in place, unable to reconcile his feelings. He had arrived with great curiosity and anticipation, envisioning a grand and unique establishment. A sports arena? Had he come to the wrong place? Should it not be labeled something akin to superpowered combat center? Turning back, he could not restrain himself from inquiring of Xinyuan. Xinyuan shot him an exasperated glance, having discerned his thoughts, and replied, "Why such extravagance? This concentrated evaluation won't take long, and renting a gymnasium for a few weeks suffices." At that moment, Shihong, who had disembarked after him, joined Xinyuan's side and chimed in, "Indeed, I think a sports arena is quite suitable." Xinyuan regarded him with a puzzled expression, clearly questioning his identity but saying nothing. Shihong realized he had overstayed his welcome. Everyone, with their luggage in hand, came to a standstill as two staff members appeared before them. One individual held a stack of garments in one hand, while the other grasped several cards. These were the registration cards for superpowered individuals. Every individual who officially becomes a superpowered entity receives one of these cards, which records their name, gender, date of birth, ability level, and superpowered rank. It serves as a form of identification akin to a superpowered ID. However, those like Xinyuan, who have just entered the academy, have yet to undergo formal combat assessments and thus do not possess a superpowered rank. The issuance of superpowered cards to those without a rank signifies the authority's unwavering confidence in their potential and future, representing a mark of honor and a testament to their innate talent. Among the 6 students present, each bore a distinct expression of joy. Yet, while the other 5 rejoiced for the honor bestowed upon them, Xinyuan's delight stemmed from the quality of the garments, which were generously provided free of charge. However, once the distribution concluded, Xinyuan's demeanor shifted to one of slight gloom as he raised his gaze towards the 2 staff members and inquired, "Why is there one less superpowered card? Where is Xinyuan's?" The staff member bowed slightly towards Xinyuan, responding in a highly formal tone, "We have no precedent for issuing a superpowered card in advance for an individual with E-grade abilities, so we thought it best to confirm this with you first." Chapter 13, Has a Child Been Abducted? Are there traffickers in another world? Xinyuan observed the guard for a few moments, and as beads of cold sweat began to form on his forehead, she turned to Xinyuan and said calmly, "Xinyuan, why don't you demonstrate?" In this situation, Xinyuan felt an anger that perhaps surpassed even Xinyuan's. It was disheartening to think that Xinyuan, possessing such remarkable talent, was still regarded merely as an E-level. As his mentor, she found it intolerable. Thus, she decided that rather than engaging in lengthy discussions, it would be more effective to let the facts speak for themselves. "What?" Xinyuan was momentarily taken aback, surprised that the conversation had shifted to focus on him. Even the dullest of minds would have recognized that his examiner seemed to hold him in high regard and treated him rather well. This was understandable, for he had experienced similar favoritism from teachers during his school days towards exemplary students. However, why did this female examiner consistently seem eager to showcase his abilities in front of others? It felt rather peculiar, as if he were being compelled to take credit for achievements that he had not single-handedly accomplished. This predicament thwarted his desire to maintain a low profile. He had initially hoped to adopt a strategy of modestly concealing his prowess, but it appeared he was being thrust into the limelight instead. Nevertheless, he did not refuse her request. Taking a deep breath, he raised his hand towards the massive fountain in the artificial river at the back of the stadium. From several hundred meters away, with a gentle flick of his finger, the fountain's water jets instantly froze. The ice blossomed and reformed into a colossal sculpture, resembling a majestic bird poised to take flight when viewed from a distance. The staff members were left speechless, staring at the ice sculpture in disbelief, rubbing their eyes in astonishment. The attendant responsible for distributing the superpower cards hurriedly lowered his head, flustered, as he rummaged through his storage bracelet for a booklet. After a frantic search, he finally located the relevant page. Lifting his gaze to examine Xinyuan's face, he then looked back down to compare, repeating this several times. This doesn't make sense. This is the same person, right? Yet the guidebook had clearly stated, Xinyuan, ability energy chain, talent level E, note, variant. After confirming this information, he turned once more to the towering ice sculpture, utterly confounded. What does this have to do with the energy chain? Xinyuan, witnessing the bewildered expression on his face, felt a sense of satisfaction and interjected, enough staring. The information in that handbook is erroneous. Xinyuan's ability has undergone a highly unusual mutation, and he will certainly need to be re-evaluated soon. As for you, don't worry about the details right now. Just return and have a new card issued. Ah, yes, okay, I will take care of it immediately. After finishing his words, the staff member hurriedly rushed outside, glancing back occasionally at the magnificent ice sculpture created by Xinyuan. To be frank, it was indeed impressive. Observing the staff's astonished and somewhat incredulous expression, the nearby Chi Hong and others could no longer contain their laughter, their eyes brimming with schadenfreude. After all, over the past 2 days, they had witnessed Xinyuan's remarkable transformation. watching a person with an E-grade talent evolve into a genius who surpassed them. The shock and disparity were profoundly unsettling. And seeing Xinyuan transfer that discomfort to others brought them an inexplicable sense of relief. Examiner, my ability control is rather rudimentary at the moment, once frozen. I cannot unfreeze it, Xinyuan said helplessly, pointing at the distant ice sculpture as he spoke to Junani. Minor issue, just practice more in the future. Junani replied nonchalantly, not even glancing in his direction, as she lightly snapped her fingers. Instantly, the distant ice sculpture melted back into a cascade of water, crashing down into the moat below like a suspended waterfall. Witnessing Junani's effortless display of power, Xinyuan felt a sudden jolt of realization. This woman is incredibly formidable. Although he had replicated her ability, there remained a significant gap in their actual strengths. Also, please refrain from calling me examiner. You will soon be entering school. You can call me senior or simply by my name, Junani continued. However, she was abruptly interrupted by her phone ringing. The moment the distinctive ringtone sounded, her demeanor shifted to an austere seriousness. In that instant, everyone could distinctly sense the cold aura around her transform into an atmosphere of impending danger. Answering the call and placing it to her ear, she exclaimed, "What? Are you certain? How dare they at this moment? 2 children? Yes, I understand. I will lead the resolution." After hanging up swiftly, she turned to the staff member and instructed, once the super ability cards return, take them to their accommodations promptly. I must leave for a while. Seeing her sudden transition into a decisive and commanding presence, the staff member nodded vigorously in agreement. Junani continued. You all should follow him back to your residence and rest, don't come out unless absolutely necessary. Although she addressed them collectively, her gaze remained fixed on Xinyuan. After receiving a confirming response, she wasted no time, transforming into a streak of light and darting into the gymnasium. A little over 10 minutes later, Xinyuan lay on a large bed, retrieving his phone. He was still unaware of the specifics of what had transpired. Junani appeared quite anxious. However, it was not his responsibility to worry, and given Junani's capabilities, she would likely manage any ordinary issues without difficulty. He located the singular contact on his phone, Yogurt Stick, and casually sent a gaming invitation. However, this time, for reasons unknown, Yogurt Stick failed to respond for an extended period. Perhaps she was preoccupied, he mused, as he commenced the game. Just as he entered the interface, a message arrived from her. Yogurt Stick, I have something to attend to, so I won't be speaking for a while. Yogurt Stick, by the way, I've heard that there's been an issue at the place where you're supposed to take your concentrated assessment. Yogurt Stick, 2 children have been abducted. And the identity of the traffickers, well, it's quite dangerous. Please be cautious, and if there's nothing urgent, just play on your phone and refrain from wandering aimlessly. What? Xinyuan stared at the message, momentarily taken aback. In a world where extraordinary abilities existed, human traffickers still roamed? This wretched profession had not been eradicated here? He hastily responded, Traveler, how do you know about this? Are you involved in law enforcement? Traveler, who are these individuals? In this day and age, with superpowers, tracking down traffickers should be relatively straightforward, shouldn't it? Yet, after sending the messages, they vanished into the void, as if swallowed by the sea. It seemed that Yogurt Stick was indeed preoccupied, for she did not reply again. Glancing at his phone, which remained silent, and the game that had already begun, Xinyuan couldn't help but cast his gaze out the window. Night had fallen, and the sky was devoid of the moon and stars, shrouded in a darkness that felt oppressive. How could fate subject him to such abominable circumstances? Chapter 14, The entire world is my eyes before an immense full-length mirror. Xinyuan adjusted his collar and took several deep breaths. He was clad in a combat uniform freshly distributed that day, with a superpower card pinned to his chest, signifying his identity. The outfit he had previously worn had been discarded into the washing machine due to the rain and the trials of his journey. Logically speaking, he wondered whether those responsible for this matter would be capable of handling it. As he tidied his attire, Xinyuan conversed with himself, his memory sharp as he recalled the moment when Junani received the call. From the snippets of conversation, He surmised that the matter Jun Ani was addressing was likely connected to this situation. After all, what level of power did Jun Ani possess? If this issue had compelled her to adopt a serious demeanor, it was likely that the adversary was far from being an ordinary human trafficker. While Xinyuan felt a burgeoning confidence in his abilities, rational thought gnawed at him. What if he were to falter in a confrontation? Truth be told, had Xinyuan's current skill set been limited to merely the Ice Age, he would likely have disregarded such matters entirely. However, he now possessed the voice of all things. Even if others remained unaware, he was acutely aware of the extraordinary nature of his ability. Claiming he could single-handedly rival over 100 Sherlock Holmes was not an exaggeration. Before him lay two clear paths. First, venture out and utilize the voice of all things to locate individuals, with his capabilities, as long as the target was nearby. He was confident he could succeed in finding them. Second, recline and engage in gaming, a responsibility that did not inherently fall upon him. Yet, the thought of two children potentially lost due to his inaction weighed heavily on his conscience. Moreover, in his youth, he had harbored a profound disdain for human traffickers. He vividly remembered the fervent fantasies of how he would confront such individuals, envisioning the severe punishments he would impose. Now, endowed with the means and an opportunity at hand, how could he possibly retreat? Finally, he picked up his phone and glanced at the game that had commenced mere minutes earlier. His teammates were already inundating him with question marks, and those with shorter tempers had begun to express their frustrations vocally. Activating his microphone, Xinyuan raised his phone to his lips and declared, "Brothers, I must log off for a moment. Please understand, I am off to catch some traffickers." With that, he reluctantly tossed his phone onto the bed, fearing the points he had painstakingly earned would soon vanish. "Please don't report me, don't ban my account," he murmured. "Once I rescue those two children, their parents will surely owe me their gratitude." Ah, gratitude indeed, as long as they didn't attempt to swindle him. He would be satisfied. Muttering to himself, Xinyuan donned his combat uniform and dashed down the stairs. Taking a moment to steady his emotions, he gazed at the darkened streets illuminated by dim lights, then closed his eyes. In this moment, sight felt superfluous. He needed to focus entirely on the sounds around him. With great difficulty, the dormant powers are stirring once more. The voice of all things, activate. Human traffickers, are they? The entire world serves as my eyes. In an instant, a cacophony of sounds flooded into Xinyuan's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. Focusing intently on the matters he sought to unravel, Xinyuan adeptly seized upon fragments of useful information. "Stone, just now, several individuals in black and red attire trampled on me multiple times, I cannot recall how many. Marble steps, I do not know. Do not inquire." In the serene embrace of the night, silence enveloped everything as a young man. His eyes firmly shut, stood still for what seemed ages before he slowly took a step forward. At this moment, the veins on Xinyuan's forehead throbbed. Searching for individuals is unlike gauging the wind. There is an overwhelming plethora of information to consider, and the mental exertion is immense. Mere minutes had elapsed. Yet the strain on his psyche was substantial, far more exhausting than completing 4 or 5 sets of mathematics problems during high school. Fortunately, he had managed to discern a direction. Though his eyes remained closed in the impenetrable darkness, it was as if he had activated infrared vision, striding confidently ahead. Along his path, he deftly sidestepped all obstacles, and anyone nearby would surely be astonished by his remarkable fortune. Following a most peculiar trajectory, Xinyuan advanced with unwavering resolve. At this juncture, his mindset was surprisingly calm, entirely focused on the task at hand, devoid of any tension. Once he began his search, he realized the information left behind by the adversary was woefully scant, clearly indicating premeditation. He now fully understood that, unless he encountered a superhuman with similar abilities, ordinary methods would not suffice to locate the target. He recognized that, at this moment, he had no allies and could only rely on himself. This night was destined to be his own battle. Meanwhile, several figures swiftly navigated the surroundings, converging rapidly at a designated point. "Did you spot any suspicious individuals? Or detect any unusual energy fluctuations?" The lead figure spoke, none other than Jun Ani, his keen gaze scanning the faces of his companions, eager for valuable clues. Regrettably, no favorable news materialized. All responded with a shake of their heads. A few seasoned superhumans had thoroughly searched the entire Black Horse Stadium at breakneck speed, yet yielded not a single clue. One drenched superhuman, breathing heavily, addressed Jun Ani, report. War God, I suspect they may have already fled. If there are any with flight capabilities, this time frame would have sufficed for them to escape the city. I have already swum through the moat, they cannot be in the water. Jun Ani furrowed his brow, shaking his head. Impossible. The divine servants would not have idly abducted 2 children to make their escape. Their motive for kidnapping the children must be for sacrifice. Which means they are undoubtedly still here. Beside her, another female superpowered individual cast a serious glance at her watch, her expression a mix of gravity and compassion. She spoke. It has been such a long time, those 2 children, I fear. Jun Ani interjected, it is not merely that. If they truly succeed in their sacrifice and invoke divine descent. Consider, why would they choose today, at this very moment, to undertake such actions? The surrounding individuals paused in surprise, then swiftly comprehended the implication of Jun Ani's words. They were not novices, they understood precisely what she meant. In unison, they turned their gazes toward the makeshift student dormitories encircling the Black Horse Stadium. There resided this year's most exceptional and talented prodigies, selected from various regions. Each one of them represented a precious asset. Although they were endowed with remarkable abilities and their strengths were formidable, they lacked systematic training and combat experience. In fact, they were still unaware of the true nature of the challenges that superpowered individuals faced. The resurgence of spiritual energy and the emergence of superpowered beings had been publicly acknowledged decades ago, yet certain truths remained obscured from the public eye. Even these prodigies were not psychologically prepared. Jun Ani clenched her jaw tightly, fully aware of the true intentions of their adversaries to eradicate the seedlings. They absolutely did not wish for anyone like herself to emerge in this world again. Chapter 15, The division is lost, the signal is cut, can we not strike? Listening to Jun Ani's words, everyone became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. This occurrence was undeniably abrupt and peculiar. As it was inconceivable that there would be no forewarning. Yet, how could they possibly evade our search? Jun Ani forced herself to remain composed. Observing the swirling discussions among the group, and inquired, have the students been secured? The previous female superhuman shook her head and replied, not yet. We have only just begun to organize. Our manpower is woefully insufficient. In light of this incident, a considerable number must remain in the venue to stabilize the virtual realm. As for the students, it is quite late, and they have not ventured far. Jun Ani rubbed her temples, shaking her head in exasperation. This situation had caught them entirely unprepared, and she, too, was merely a young individual. Despite possessing strength, her experience in organizational matters was severely lacking. The more seasoned powers had yet to arrive. By the time they did, it might be too late. What should we do? Shall we continue our search? The female superhuman's tone clearly reflected a hint of panic, as she had evidently begun to view the young Jun Ani as their pillar of strength. Having searched for so long without success, it was evident that the adversary had erected barriers. Regardless, we should press on. Everyone activated their abilities, attuned to any fluctuations in energy as they passed through various locations. They nodded in understanding of the situation's severity and vanished from sight in an instant. Jun Ani furrowed her brow. While this method of locating the barriers would eventually yield results, the pace was excruciatingly slow. Those 2 children. However, they lacked individuals with barrier-related abilities at present. Suddenly, a figure surfaced in her mind, Xinyuan. Previously, she had used her online pseudonym to caution Xinyuan against wandering off and had rushed out in a flurry. Yet, Xinyuan had mentioned that his latest ability seemed to include heightened perception. Would his sensitivity be of assistance in this critical moment? If he could sense changes in the wind, could he also perceive barriers? Yet, he had not yet formally entered the realm of superhumans. And she had not had the chance to disclose certain confidential matters to him. Furthermore, engaging in combat with those individuals might still be premature and perilously risky. Xinyuan continued to walk forward with his eyes closed, the duration of his journey becoming indeterminate. At this point, he was swaying slightly as fatigue began to take its toll. His mental energy was nearing exhaustion. At last, he came to a halt. He was now at a considerable distance from the Hema Sports Stadium, and from his vantage point, he could only discern the faint glow emanating from the dormitory buildings. Before him lay a small square, reminiscent of an exercise area for the elderly. There appeared to be nothing unusual. Yet, the voice of all things resonated within Xinyuan, affirming that he had arrived at his destination. Still with his eyes closed, Xinyuan lingered for a brief moment before striding toward a horizontal bar. He picked up a stone from the ground and gently tapped it twice against the bar's pillar. Subsequently, he approached the next piece of fitness equipment and repeated the act, producing peculiar notes that resonated like a melody across the various apparatuses. At last, with the final strike, the entire world stirred. The space contorted as if placed inside a colossal washing machine, twisted and deformed, as though invisible hands were wreaking havoc upon something. Yet, this distortion was merely an illusion. Xinyuan's eyes remained tightly shut, and his legs were firmly rooted to the ground, immovable. Finally, tranquility returned, but the scene before him had transformed. In the center of the square, a tumor the size of a watermelon floated serenely in the air, supported by tendril-like vessels. Beside the tumor stood a figure clad in red robes, encircled by several individuals cloaked in black, all chanting in unison. On the ground lay two pallid children. One boy and one girl. The moment the barrier was breached, all the black-robed figures reacted simultaneously, their gazes converging on one spot where Xinyuan stood. Without a word, the crimson light in the hands of the black-clad figures flickered, and dozens of arrows, trailing blood-red tails, enveloped every vital point around Xinyuan. Newly arrived in this realm and still with his eyes shut, Xinyuan instinctively tilted his head, contorting his body at an unusual angle, allowing all the arrows to graze past him without inflicting harm. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as the blood-red arrows detonated upon the floor behind him, creating a deep crater. The edges of the pit crackled ominously, the crimson glow beginning to corrode the ground beneath. Slowly opening his eyes, Xinyuan pressed firmly against his temples, suppressing the tumultuous clamor that raged in his ears. As he lifted his gaze, amidst the bizarrely attired figures, he immediately spotted the two children lying on the ground. The boy and girl had their fingernails pried open, each connected to a slender vessel leading to the pulsating tumor that seemed to breathe. Their youthful faces bore the remnants of terror and pain, now rendered unconscious and pallid. "Damn it, you've made it easy for me to find you. What is this? Some sort of cult ritual?" Xinyuan's expression twisted into a snarl. The prolonged cacophony had inflicted immense mental torment upon him, leaving him in a foul mood and igniting a primal urge to strike. Coupled with the unfolding scene, he felt no fear, reminiscent of the adrenaline rush before a brawl. A fervent desire to confront these individuals head-on. The once menacing group of black-robed figures, now realizing that Xinyuan stood alone, exhaled in relief. One among them, eyes gleaming with a red light, appeared to possess a power linked to vision, scrutinizing Xinyuan from head to toe. Subsequently, he noticed the superpower card emblazoned on the chest of Xinyuan's combat attire, and he was momentarily taken aback. "Are you serious, kid? A null superpower level and an E-class ability?" After uttering this, he chuckled sinisterly as if he had stumbled upon a farcical spectacle. Upon hearing his words, the surrounding black-robed figures relaxed their bodies, erupting into that quintessentially villainous, eerie laughter. "Is there no one left at the Superpower Academy? Have they dispatched even a novice like you? Do you comprehend the consequences of playing the hero?" In that instant, all the black-robed individuals conveniently forgot how easily Xinyuan had evaded their lethal strike, attributing it solely to luck. Furthermore, one among them stepped forward, earnestly addressing Xinyuan, "As an E-class, what are you risking your life for? Why not join us? We could achieve great things together." "Join? Join what? Who are you?" Xinyuan retorted, exhaling deeply, causing chilling frost to crystallize into a long staff of ice before him. The black-robed man raised his hands in reverence, gazing fervently at the grotesque figure behind him. "Join us in servitude to our master. If you are willing to kneel and pledge your loyalty, he can bestow upon you." Yet, before the man could finish his sentence, he was abruptly interrupted by a tremendous force as Xinyuan hurled the ice staff, which struck him squarely in the chest. The ribcage collapsed instantly, and a mouthful of blood erupted forth, propelling him backward several meters until he collided violently with a treadmill. Xinyuan bellowed in fury, "Kneel? Not on your life. It's because of scoundrels like you that my game is on hold, my rank is lost. And my account is banned. Now I must endure this cacophony at night. Die, all of you. Chapter 16, the first encounter in another world. With a swift throw of his staff, Xinyuan charged forward, seizing the initiative. He had merely been sizing up his opponent moments prior. As he dashed forward, memories of his adolescent fantasies flooded his mind, imagining how he would confront human traffickers if ever given the chance. Before his adversary could fully comprehend the situation, Xinyuan closed the distance, gripping the ice-cold staff tightly once more, and with a powerful swing, struck the head of another cloaked figure. Xinyuan had never practiced any martial arts. His action was purely a display of brute strength, yet it proved remarkably effective. The instant the staff made contact with the foe's skull, a surge of cold radiated forth, encasing the head in a frigid shell, resulting in a sharp, crystalline explosion, reminiscent of a shattered ice melon. This marked his first act of killing. In that moment, Xinyuan's eyes were filled with an icy resolve, his mind devoid of distractions, a description that aptly encapsulated his hardened demeanor. In truth, he had not possessed such clarity from the outset. His mental state was significantly influenced by the divine servants before him. When Xinyuan first arrived at this place, his mind had been a tumultuous storm, engulfed in confusion and weakness. It was then that dozens of blood-red arrows had left him no respite, sealing off all avenues of retreat. In that instant, the sounds of existence crescendoed to an extreme, as if the very heavens were urgently warning him, beware. Subsequently, he felt as though his subconscious was taking control of his body, instinctively responding to the cues of the world around him. By the time his mind caught up, the arrows had already detonated behind him. It was then, drenched in cold sweat, that he found his composure. His mind became clear. He realized he had danced perilously close to death and understood that the battle before him was one of life and death. Unlike his earlier confrontation with Xinyuan, these individuals were unflinching killers, their eyes devoid of hesitation. Thus, he spared no mercy, disregarding any potential legal ramifications. His safety eclipsed all else. Unburdened by restraint, he, a novice who had never engaged in a serious battle, swiftly dispatched 2 divine servants. Of course, his adversaries were not to be underestimated. Regaining their composure, the remaining figures swiftly encircled him, their bodies radiating a scarlet energy as they prepared to launch a collective assault. In the realm of life and death, terror reigns supreme. Such circumstances are the most effective crucible for personal growth. As a freshman yet to embark on formal training, Xinyuan was thrust directly into a battle for survival without any preparatory simulations. This experience profoundly awakened his latent potential and showcased his innate combat prowess. Indeed, this was far more valuable than a month spent in the academy's training grounds. In this moment, no one had imparted knowledge to him in advance. His mind was devoid of contemplation. Instinctively, he executed the action most advantageous to him. Ignoring the surrounding assaults, a frigid azure radiance enveloped his form, crafting a rudimentary yet remarkably robust armor of ice. With a staff in hand, he thrust forcefully towards the grotesque mass before him. When ensnared in adversity or surrounded, one must strike at the enemy to survive. Although he was unaware of the identities of his foes, they appeared to be engaged in some nefarious cult ritual, evidently placing great significance on the grotesque object. Indeed, his decisive maneuver shattered their encirclement, diverting all their attacks while a cacophony of shouts erupted around him. "How dare you, scoundrel! You desecrate the Guardian's holy vessel!" The cursed figures in black robes leapt into action, with 2 individuals even positioning themselves directly in front of the grotesque mass, their fervor suggesting they were defending a parent rather than a mere object. This singular strike dismantled their perimeter, achieving an outcome beyond his wildest expectations. He was acutely aware of his original intent. He swiftly retrieved the 2 children from the ground. At that moment, he could afford no thoughts of gentleness. With a forceful tug, he severed the blood vessels connecting the children's fingers, blood splattering forth. Though they had succumbed to unconsciousness, the violent act elicited pained murmurs from them, their faces contorted in agony. After a few agile maneuvers, he distanced himself from his adversaries, finally affording himself the opportunity to properly assess the 2 children. Their expressions were grotesquely twisted, pallid visages revealing the toll of excessive blood loss. Strangely, they bore no other visible wounds, save for the nails of their fingers, which had been brutally pried off. Such injuries were harrowing to behold, inciting a visceral pain within him. He could not discern whether they had fainted from blood loss or excruciating pain, however, it seemed they still clung to life. Utilizing his powers, he encased their fingers in ice, performing a rudimentary form of hemostasis, and temporarily set them aside. With the 2 blood donors now removed, the crimson mass visibly dimmed, its pulsations echoing with a weakened rhythm. "You scoundrel! How dare you take the offering back?" one of the cloaked figures bellowed, conjuring a blood-red blade that surged towards him. Unyielding, he remained steadfast, his left hand rose sharply, aimed at the advancing figure. In an instant, frost enveloped the air. A harsh pallor blanketed the earth, transforming the space before him into a realm of ice and snow. Just moments prior, he had refrained from unleashing his expansive freezing abilities for fear of harming the children. But the circumstances had now changed dramatically. The figure clad in black maintained an aggressive forward stance, yet it seemed as if time had been slowed, gradually freezing in place. The blade in hand poised to thrust, eternally encased in the ground. How is this possible? You dare to label this as a nullified superpower? You call this an E-level talent? The adversary, cloaked in white, snarled fiercely at those beside him, then turned to face Xinyuan. "Kid, you are stronger than I anticipated. But do you comprehend the sacrilege you are committing? Return the offering, it is a privilege for them. Once they reach the celestial realm, the Lord will bless their souls with eternal peace. Moreover, who are you? Your name does not appear in my records, perhaps we could engage in a discussion." Standing tall, Xinyuan felt a profound elevation in his abilities for this battle. An aura of chill enveloped him, as an ice-blue, menacing battle armor shielded all vital points of his body. Frost-laden blue and white patterns crawling across half his face, even his eyes transformed into a brilliant white. Xinyuan stood there like a war deity from an ancient, frozen relic. "Am I indeed stronger than you presume? Yet, you all are somewhat weaker than I expected. And as for my identity? I am the young lord." Chapter 17, Annihilation. Upon hearing Xinyuan's words, the atmosphere among the individuals across from him became disjointed. What kind of statement is this? How does it sound so uncouth? The previously oppressive ambience now felt marred by his seemingly irreverent demeanor. However, regardless of how absurd Xinyuan's attitude appeared, his prowess was evident to all. No one dared to harbor any previous disdain. The ice sculpture before them and the 2 lifeless bodies on the ground served as stark reminders that the figure standing opposite was not to be trifled with. The man in white seemed to realize that Xinyuan was formidable, and he began to soften his tone. "Young man, do not be too impetuous. If you are willing to turn back, the Lord will forgive all your transgressions. Your ignorance and folly stem from your lack of knowledge regarding the truth. If you understood the Lord's might, you would surely regret your actions today." Xinyuan had no intention of engaging with him. In his view, there was nothing to be said to someone so thoroughly brainwashed by a cult. Their mindset was utterly alien to humanity. This was reminiscent of the world he had known prior to his transference. His gaze merely swept slowly across each individual's face, silently counting their numbers. 1, 2, 3. In total, there were 11 black-robed figures, along with one in white. Xinyuan began to respond, speaking while evenly regulating his breath to restore the stamina and energy he had previously expended. "Faith, you say? We have something akin to that in my homeland, where many people worship various so-called lords." "Oh?" The man in white was momentarily taken aback, his voice brightening as if he had encountered a long-lost relative. He eagerly inquired, "Is that so? Which esteemed figure do you serve? If you are like us, why then do you cause us trouble?" Xinyuan slowly lifted his head, as if reminiscing. And after a pause, he replied, "Which one?" "That's rather difficult to specify, as there are many, each overseeing different domains. Some govern the rain, some the college entrance examinations, some assist in finding partners, and others in childbirth. In essence, there is a deity for every conceivable matter. Ultimately, when the time comes, people will offer various tributes, beseeching their protection and blessings." Listening to Xinyuan, the man in white gaped, seemingly enraptured, as if he were in a state of euphoria, murmuring, "Indeed, the Lord is omnipotent, the Lord encompasses all. We should serve wholeheartedly. However, Xinyuan's voice once again pierced through his bewildering reverie. Yet, it seems that we have our differences. When seeking romantic connections, if a goddess accepts one, there is overwhelming gratitude, but if rejected, one will swiftly resort to curses. For those praying for success in examinations, if they pass, they might bow twice in a temple and offer some money, but if they fail, they would denounce even the deity's ancestors. The same applies to those praying for rain, having just made offerings to the Dragon King. If no rain falls the next day, they might demolish the temple and sink the Dragon King's statue into the river. In our belief system, we emphasize functionality and equivalent exchange. If you are useful, then offering incense and prayers is perfectly acceptable. However, if you are of no value, you shall be cast aside, and I will seek the favor of other deities. Upon hearing such an extensive declaration from Xinyuan, the man in white robes was left utterly dumbfounded. In that moment, it felt as though his worldview had shattered. His eyes widened, fixated on Xinyuan as if they might pop from their sockets. How can you be so disrespectful? You dare! Cough, cough. He was so enraged that words failed him, and a violent bout of coughing erupted, even causing him to spit blood. The scene was such that Xinyuan's mere words nearly drove him to his demise. Boy, you shall not leave so easily today. The white-robed man, having coughed up several mouthfuls of blood, realized that Xinyuan was toying with him, his eyes now glinting with a fierce, ghostly red. Xinyuan, having regained his composure, thrust his hands forward, unleashing a chilling wave of frost that surged from his body like a flowing glacier, rushing forth with great intensity. You think you can just walk away? How naive! With a fierce shout, he unleashed his full power without reservation. The clash of blades and flashes of light intermingled, the azure and crimson hues colliding in this desolate street. The battle was fierce, yet surprisingly brief. Soon, silence enveloped the area, as if nothing had transpired that night. Who? Xinyuan's heavy breaths echoed in the stillness, akin to a worn-out blower. His frosty armor was marred with numerous scars, many sections shattered and cracked, emanating a corrosive red glow. Multiple wounds were faintly visible on his body, but they had been hastily encased in ice, with no blood seeping forth. Strands of disheveled hair clung to his forehead, some matted with traces of blood. Yet, at that moment, his right hand firmly grasped the white-robed man's throat, akin to a vice, rendering his opponent immobile. If one were to pull back the frame. In the midst of this small square stood 11 vividly crafted ice sculptures of varying forms, with the centerpiece being a grotesque lump encased in ice, resembling a masterpiece. Xinyuan's inaugural battle in this foreign realm, a 1 versus 12 encounter, concluded triumphantly in a mere 6 minutes. Cough, cough. The white-robed man, now choked, had eyes bulging like a dead fish, staring intensely at the youthful visage before him. How can this be? Such a level of extraordinary power. How old are you? How can you possibly possess the strength of the fourth realm? Spitting out a mouthful of blood-tinged saliva, Xinyuan lifted the white-robed man by the neck. I ask you, who are you? What is this grotesque lump? The grotesque lump. The white-robed man's eyes widened in horror as he retorted fiercely. How dare you show such disrespect to the divine embryo? Before he could finish, a thick layer of ice began to envelop his feet, slowly creeping up his legs. You would do well not to squander my time. Whatever I inquire, you shall respond, before I completely encase you in ice. The figure in white gasped in astonishment. You don't even know who we are? Why then do you interfere with us? Xinyuan chose to disregard him, merely accelerating the spread of the encasing frost. Feeling the chilling temperature enveloping his lower body, the imminent threat of death finally instilled fear in the white-clad man, who hastily exclaimed, I will speak. I will speak. Spare my life. In the ensuing minutes, Xinyuan listened intently to every utterance of the man in white, his brow furrowed in concentration. The revelations were entirely foreign to him. However, the white-robed figure seemed to imply that he ought to possess prior knowledge. It appeared that these individuals belonged to a sort of religious organization, referring to themselves as servants of the divine, slaves to their lord. As for the grotesque tumor, it was described as a divine embryo, and the purpose of the sacrifices was to facilitate a divine descent. In summary, a plethora of esoteric terms were exchanged, and Xinyuan grasped only a rudimentary understanding of the matter. Are there any more questions? Please do not kill me. At that moment, the ice had enveloped the white figure entirely, leaving only his head exposed, desperately pleading and interrupting Xinyuan's contemplation. Lowering his gaze to the man in white, Xinyuan coldly stated, "I shall grant you one answer to your inquiry regarding my interference. I once declared that I believe all human traffickers deserve to perish. And I am merely fulfilling my own convictions. Yes, yes. I deserve to die." The white-robed man lamented, tears and mucus mingling. His gradual march towards death had utterly shattered his psychological defenses, reducing him to a state of desperate pleading. "Moreover, I shall pose to you one final question. Ask. Please. Ask quickly." The white figure cried out in despair, as the frost crawled ominously up his face. "If I were to lose today, would you spare me?" The chilling words fell, and Xinyuan did not await any response. The icy tendrils surged forth, transforming the white-robed man into the final ice sculpture. Chapter 18. Xinyuan's shock. His talent likely surpassed his own. Xinyuan had eliminated the last of the white-cloaked figures, leaving the entire area devoid of life. Enveloped instead in an eerie stillness akin to frost killing all flora. Dragging his aching body, he vigorously shook his right arm and stood before the frozen divine embryo. "This thing is an egg? If it is called a divine embryo, does that imply it can hatch a deity?" Observing the lifeless object, resembling a specimen, Xinyuan murmured to himself. Based on the previous information provided by the white-cloaked individuals, he could surmise that the official organization of superhumans seemed to be concealing something from the public. It appeared that one must formally join a certain organization to learn of these matters, perhaps through official enrollment? It seemed that he had uncovered numerous secrets during this outing. Disregarding the divine embryo, Xinyuan lifted the two children from the ground and began heading toward the nearest police station. However, after taking just a few steps, he halted. He turned back and glanced at the 12 lifelike ice sculptures, contemplating for a moment before his eyes glinted with a fierce determination. Under the cloak of night, Xinyuan and her companions were scattered throughout the Haima sports arena, with each superhuman assigned to a small area. As time elapsed, a considerable number of individuals had begun inspecting the underground passages, preparing to swiftly lead others to safety in case of an emergency. The longer time passed, the heavier Xinyuan's heart felt. Just as her mind began to conjure various potential worst-case scenarios, she suddenly lifted her head, gazing towards the east. There, an intense wave of energy surged. Something significant must have occurred. Quickly pressing her earpiece, she urgently inquired of all participating personnel, who was at the eastern square. "What is happening there?" "No one. I'm on the north side. I'm inside the venue." Everyone responded promptly, having also sensed the energy fluctuation. However, upon sharing their circumstances, they all unearthed a terrifying truth: not a single person was at that location. "Damn it! Do not proceed there. Return to the stadium immediately and be ready to lead the evacuation." Xinyuan, disregarding her composure, uttered a curse, severed the earpiece connection, and darted forth like a cheetah towards the source of the energy. She recalled that the area was a small fitness square, highly visible and devoid of any obstructions. Surely someone had already inspected it. Yet, not a soul was present in that direction, even as violent energy fluctuations erupted. Could it be the descent of a deity was successful? At such a critical juncture, this would be the gravest of news. She steeled herself, prepared to temporarily confront the impending threat, striving to prolong the evacuation time as much as possible. She had yet to engage in a formal battle with the divine, uncertain of her capabilities. However, upon arrival, her previously unwavering momentum came to an abrupt halt. Her steps faltered, her crimson lips parted slightly, and her delicate fingers instinctively covered her mouth as she gazed in disbelief at the scene before her. The plaza appeared as if it belonged to another realm. The ground was blanketed in white frost, a pallid and piercing ice enveloping everything within her line of sight. Flora and fauna seemed to have succumbed to a new ice age, with icicles adorning both trees and exercise equipment. This. How could it resemble her own handiwork so closely? Yet, she was acutely aware that this was undoubtedly not her doing. Who, then, was responsible for this? Wait, this ability? Xinyuan? Xinyuan exclaimed in disbelief, retrieving her phone to glimpse the last two messages from him. Did he, upon learning of the situation, venture forth to rescue those two children? Raising her gaze once more, the most arresting sight was the colossal egg at the center of the plaza, encased in ice. That is of the divine embryo? Upon seeing this object, Junani's expression tightened, and she hurried forward. But as she took a step, her foot was suddenly ensnared. Ha! An ice chunk? Upon casually kicking it, Junani was startled to discover that it was, in fact, a hand. A hand encased in ice. Her heart raced as she scanned the area, noticing a ground strewn with shattered ice, each piece a severed limb. It was evident that these individuals had been frozen into ice sculptures before being ruthlessly shattered. Judging by the attire of the shattered fragments, it was clear they belonged to a group of divine servants, along with a white-robed priest, coupled with the divine embryo before her. This unmistakably indicated the site of a divine descent ritual. The once fierce and fervent demeanor of these divine servants had now been reduced to mere shards of ice scattered upon the ground. How ruthless! Junani gazed at the remnants, her astonishment palpable, yet she couldn't help but admire the artistry of it. The image of Xinyuan, typically lazy and indifferent to all, surfaced in her mind, prompting a smile to break across her face. To her surprise, he possessed such a just and fierce side. It seemed his character was more complex than it appeared on the surface. Moreover, how remarkable! Had he truly attained such formidable power? If this was indeed the work of Xinyuan, she would have to reassess his innate abilities. Her own beginnings were merely a few years prior. Had he, like her, begun receiving premier resources at the age of 14, her youthful records would surely be at risk of being eclipsed by him. His talent might well surpass her own. Yet, curiously, upon entertaining this thought, Junani felt no trace of jealousy. Instead, an overwhelming sense of pride and joy surged within her, her smile widening uncontrollably. Just as she was inwardly clenching her fists in inexplicable excitement, the sound of several figures landing behind her broke the moment. Instantly, the warmth of her smile vanished, returning her expression to one of icy composure. Regaining her senses, she turned to face several equally astonished superhumans. Observing the astonishment etched upon their faces, Junani inexplicably felt a surge of pride and spoke, "Did I not instruct you to stay away? Why did you disregard the command and come here?" A masked female superhuman surveyed the surroundings, realizing that the crisis had likely been averted, and she sighed in relief, saying, "How could we allow you to face danger alone?" Beside her, a burly man with a dark complexion chuckled heartily, echoing her sentiment, "Indeed, while your strength is unparalleled, you are also the youngest among us. Your life is of utmost importance, we must ensure that we perish before you do." Junani's expression remained unchanged, yet his heart warmed at their words. He shook his head and replied, "Every life holds significance." The burly man then kicked a frozen head on the ground with considerable force, exclaiming, "These traitorous scoundrels deserve such a fate. Truly, you are the frost god of war, you dispatched them with remarkable swiftness." It was evident that he harbored a deep-seated hatred for these divine servants, for had they succeeded in their descent today, the resultant casualties would have been catastrophic. They were, in every sense, genuine terrorists. In response, Junani shook his head and turned towards the frozen divine embryo, stating, "This was not my doing. It was like this when I arrived." Chapter 19, The Hero Who Achieved Great Feats. What? Several superhumans suddenly paused in astonishment, hastily following in the footsteps of Junani. "Is it not you? Then who could it be? Has someone from headquarters arrived? Could it possibly be an unregistered lone wolf? Are individuals from other organizations conveniently nearby? Where are the others? He has effectively saved countless lives, and we must express our gratitude accordingly." The superhumans engaged in fervent discussions, their previously taut nerves now relaxing, leading to a more animated conversation. "I do not know, I merely have a conjecture that requires further confirmation. This ability bears a striking resemblance to that of a student I have recommended for advancement." As Junani spoke, he made his way toward the divine embryo, placing his hand upon the enormous ice cocoon. He then closed his eyes, seemingly attuned to some unseen essence. Upon hearing this, several superhumans immediately expressed their dissent. "Surely not. A student, no matter how exceptional their talent, cannot possibly confront so many divine servants alone. Indeed, even an S-level talent remains fragile before they have fully matured. Moreover, The ruthlessness displayed does not seem characteristic of a mere student. By the way, which student has garnered your such esteem? Hush. Listening to the voices around him, Xinyuan suddenly placed his finger upon his lips, signaling for silence. His brow furrowed, and he opened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at the divine embryo. This divine embryo is still alive. What? As these words escaped his lips, the four superhumans immediately gathered around, each eager to reach out and touch the frozen divine embryo, sensing the pulsing vitality of a unique life within. It is indeed true. This divine embryo is genuinely alive. How many times in human history have there been successful captures of living divine embryos? A female superhuman trembled as she gently caressed the ice cocoon. Counting this instance, there have been 4 in total. A living divine embryo, it is truly a living divine embryo. The burly man slapped his hands together in excitement, exclaiming, "Finally! We have obtained a living research specimen." He then turned his gaze back to Xinyuan, asking, "Who is responsible for this remarkable event? Surely it is not you. The god of war?" Preventing the divine descent ritual, annihilating an entire squad of divine servants, and capturing a living divine embryo is undeniably a monumental achievement. Any reward would be warranted. Xinyuan also lowered his hand and replied, "Indeed, it is a significant accomplishment. I am unaware of how he managed it. Moreover, if my conjecture is correct, he likely has no inkling of the extraordinary feat he has accomplished." Listening to Xinyuan's seemingly cryptic words, the others were puzzled. It appeared that Xinyuan was quite certain of who had perpetrated this deed. Enough of idle speculation. Let us clear the battlefield and devise a means to repair the nearby cameras and other surveillance equipment. Once the identity of the perpetrator is established, due credit and rewards must certainly be accorded to the individual involved. As soon as Xinyuan's words fell, the masked woman beside her received a call on her mobile phone. After listening for a moment, the masked woman looked up at the group and declared, "The personnel from the South Main Road police station report that they have received 2 unconscious children, who appear to be the missing ones. They have been found." Xinyuan paused momentarily, then swiftly turned to say, "Musi, come with me. The rest of you, clear the scene and stabilize the energy of the divine fetus in preparation for its transfer." The Musi she mentioned was the masked woman, whose ability possessed minor healing effects, potentially saving the children's lives if they were in critical condition. Watching the 2 depart with haste, the burly man scratched his head and remarked, "This situation seems rather peculiar. Why do I feel like her tone changed when she spoke about that student of hers?" Another individual chimed in, "I don't know. But I still can't believe that a student who hasn't even enrolled could accomplish such feats. To single-handedly defeat so many divine servants and officers. One would need to be at the 4th realm, I am only at the 3rd. The last remaining female super ability user shot the 2 men a disdainful glance as she tidied up the area, saying, "Are you both foolish? I don't know if you've noticed, but today is the first time I've seen Ani smile, speaking so gently. Just like a love-struck maiden. In truth, she bore an immense burden. Yet she was merely 19. At this age, it might indeed be time to seek." Upon hearing this, the 3 exchanged glances. Xinyuan and Musi moved swiftly and soon reached their destination. Upon arrival, they witnessed a woman collapsed in tears beneath the yellow light outside the police station, surrounded by officers. "Children, my children, you must not let anything happen to them. If something occurs, how shall I endure?" It was evident that the woman, with her swollen red eyes, was beyond consolation, her voice barely a whisper. "Madam, please try to remain calm. Your children have lost a significant amount of blood, but it has been staunched and they are otherwise unharmed. Their lives are not in danger, and the ambulance is on its way. Please do not distress yourself further." Despite these reassurances, her worry was palpable. She had clearly seen her son and daughter with their fingernails pried open, and the sight of their suffering made her heart ache as if it were being cleaved in 2. Beside her stood a sturdy man, head bowed like a child caught in wrongdoing, his eyes reddened and silent. "Are the children all right?" Xinyuan approached and inquired gently. The man, noticing the presence of a super ability user, hoarsely asked, "Did you save my children?" Xinyuan was momentarily taken aback, unable to react before the man suddenly leaned forward. Bang! On his knees, Aman's head struck the ground heavily, a crimson stain appearing on his forehead in an instant. For the sake of his child. He bowed before someone who was likely 20 years his junior. Thank you. Thank you for saving my child. Junani observed the man kneeling before her, hastily stepping aside. Unwilling to accept such a gesture of reverence. A wave of guilt surged within her. Prior to arriving here, as she searched for clues, her mind was consumed with lofty ideals and the potential catastrophic consequences that the divine intervention could bring, fretting over the immense losses it might entail. Yet, she had overlooked a crucial truth: the lives of those two children were equally priceless, representing the entirety of their family's hope. While she had arrogantly contemplated the dire ramifications of this divine descent, Xinyuan had solely wished to rescue two innocent children. Chapter 20, Come. Quickly remove your clothes and let me see. Please rise. In truth, your child is not one we saved, and we feel undeserving. Junani stood nearby, gently raising her hand, channeling pure energy to lift the man from the ground. Musi, who had accompanied her, wasted no time and headed straight into the police office. While Junani pointed to her retreating figure, explaining, her ability is of the plant attribute. Although we cannot assist with the blood transfusion required for the child, her presence ensures there will be no threat to life. Observing Junani's actions, the man realized that the two before him were indeed superhumans. And his child's life seemed secure. Once his emotions were released, he spoke with a slight choke in his voice. Who is the benefactor that saved our child? I wish to meet him in person. Furthermore, who abducted my child? Junani hesitated momentarily, unsure of how to respond. Though she had a strong suspicion it was Xinyuan, she could not articulate that certainty at this moment. She replied, the hero who rescued your child is someone we are still searching for. He may not wish to disclose his identity. Additionally, the terrorists who captured your child have already received their just punishment. After saying this, Junani leaned slightly closer to the man, whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them, they have all been sentenced to death. And the sentence was carried out on site just moments ago. She understood that, after enduring such a harrowing experience, any parent would harbor a deep-seated hatred toward those who took their child. Therefore, despite the inappropriateness of her words, she decided it was necessary to ease his troubled heart. Upon hearing this, the man gazed vacantly at the door for a long while before responding. Terrorists, you say? I wonder how my benefactor managed to rescue my child and whether he sustained any injuries. Listening to the man's unintentional remark, Junani's body stiffened. This statement served as a reminder. No matter how talented Xinyuan was, being a student who had yet to enroll, how could he possibly emerge unscathed after single-handedly confronting numerous divine servants? While minor injuries could be manageable if he were gravely wounded. With this troubling thought, Junani's heart became chaotic. After exchanging a few more words, she entrusted the aftermath to Musi and hurried back. Yogurt stick, what are you doing? Are you asleep? Want to play a game? She quickly took out her phone and sent a message to Xinyuan under her online identity. However, it was already past 2 in the morning, a time far from conducive for a conversation typical of ordinary online acquaintances, and ultimately, she received no reply from Xinyuan. Her pace quickened immediately. Ouch, to be honest, it still hurts a bit. Upon returning to his residence, Xinyuan found that all the other residents in the same building had already succumbed to sleep. The only illuminated window in the entire building was his. The combat uniform was irreparably damaged, and his previously washed clothes were still damp. Consequently, he found himself draped in a white bath towel, seated on the sofa while indulging in cherries. Numerous wounds adorned his body, though none were severe. They had ceased bleeding, yet the sensation of pain inexplicably intensified. This shouldn't be the case. Has my pain sensitivity heightened? The discomfort coursing through him was undeniable, prompting Xinyuan to grimace in agony. After all, as a man, he had presumed such minor injuries were inconsequential, never anticipating their gravity. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed through the room. Xinyuan's demeanor shifted to one of tension as he hastily rose to his feet. It seemed he had no acquaintances in this vicinity. Who would come seeking him at such a late hour? He warily called out, Who is it? What brings you here in the middle of the night? Junan, a familiar female voice resonated from beyond the door. Peering through the crack, he confirmed her identity, feeling a modicum of relief. Her presence suggested no ill intent towards him. Is there something you need? It's quite late, and I'm not dressed, he replied. Open the door quickly. I have matters to discuss with you. Junan's tone bore an undeniable urgency, hinting at her determination to enter if he delayed. Reluctantly, Xinyuan cracked the door open just enough to reveal half of his face. I truly am not dressed, why must you speak now? He complained. Observing the evident fatigue etched on his features, Junan's expression turned complex as she inquired, Did you do this? Xinyuan hastily shook his head, No. But I haven't even disclosed what the matter is, she retorted. Alright, let's not delve into that for now. Allow me to enter, she insisted, tugging on the doorknob as she attempted to push her way in. However, this sudden movement tugged at the wound on Xinyuan's shoulder, eliciting an involuntary gasp of pain. Upon entering and witnessing his condition, Junan furrowed her brow. You are injured? Oh, it's just a minor issue, he replied, momentarily taken aback by her audacity. He had not previously recognized how bold she could be, a solitary man and woman meeting at such an hour, and she was intruding upon his residence. He instinctively stepped back, tightening the towel around himself. Yet, the next instant, her actions nearly startled the breath from his body. She grasped the towel. Attempting to pull it away, her voice laced with impatience, Don't move. Let me see. Xinyuan exclaimed in shock, What? Are you out of your mind? Don't call me big sister, I have mentioned that we are nearly the same age. Is that the crux of my statement? As he continued to retreat, he cautioned her. Harassment by a woman towards a man counts as harassment too, you know. Moreover, the inhabitants of this building are quite numerous. Should you venture closer, I shall summon others. Do bear in mind the reputation you uphold. Junan furrowed her brow and continued forward, deftly shutting the door behind her. If you wish to call for assistance, do so, however, I am not jesting. You must promptly attend to that wound. Injuries inflicted by divine servants require immediate care, lest they escalate into greater complications. You must be feeling increasingly uncomfortable now, and soon it will itch. This is your first encounter with such a situation, and you may not know how to manage it. Delay is not an option. Upon hearing these words, Xinyuan was momentarily taken aback, and only then did he comprehend the situation. He exhaled in relief and said, Is that so? It seems there is indeed some merit to that. Hi, I must say, when did I become so irresistibly charming to the opposite sex? Junan. She wore a look of exasperation. After the misunderstanding was cleared, this man immediately reverted to his frivolous demeanor. Come, let me see. Junan insisted. No, brother Jie. Xinyuan instinctively exclaimed upon hearing her words. Junan? Chapter 21. I only have one contact in my phone ultimately, after prolonged negotiations. Xinyuan and Junan reached a consensus. Xinyuan removed his towel, covering his lower half with a blanket, exposing his torso for Junan to inspect his injuries. As soon as the towel was discarded, Junan instinctively leaned back slightly. The numerous gashes crisscrossing his body were evidently inflicted by the blood energy of the divine servants. Although they were merely superficial wounds, lacking any damage to bones or tendons, they appeared quite gruesome. Wait a minute. I distinctly recall my injuries not being this severe. Why do they seem so problematic now? Xinyuan reclined on the bed, astonished as he observed his condition, murmuring to himself. It is quite normal, the blood energy of the divine servants has corrosive effects. You may appear to be fine, but in truth, your wounds are being gradually eroded. Had I not come tonight, you would likely have awakened in agony by morning. Junan, seemingly accustomed to such scenarios, displayed minimal change in her demeanor, remaining remarkably composed. If there was any shift in her mentality, it was a slight blush on her cheeks. After all, it dawned on her that this was perhaps the first time she had shared a room with a boy of her age since she could remember, especially at the bedside. While he was nearly bare. Such a situation would have been unimaginable in the past. The wretched lighting in the room, a dim yellow hue, only served to enhance the ambiguous atmosphere. In those few seconds, Junan's mind went blissfully blank. Ahem. Let us begin. observing Xinyuan's robust and masculine torso. Junani could not suppress a few awkward coughs before gently placing her fingers upon his wounds. A subtle energy flickered at her fingertips, beginning to counteract the lingering blood energy within the injuries. As her fingers moved delicately, a curious sensation of both pain and itchiness emanated from the wounds, followed by an exhilarating numbness. Xinyuan found it difficult to discern whether this sensation stemmed from the healing or from the gentle caress of a beautiful woman. Unable to contain himself for a moment, Xinyuan let out a soft exclamation, quickly closing his mouth and stifling further sounds. Upon hearing this, Junani's hand trembled involuntarily, as if her own powers could scarcely contain the blush creeping across her face. They both fell into silence, an awkward atmosphere lingering in the air, teetering on the brink of tension. At last, it was Junani who broke the silence. "You need not hold back your reactions. It is perfectly normal for a first time." Xinyuan, feeling embarrassed, hastily redirected the conversation. What is the purpose of these divine servants? And what is the nature of their blood energy? Is it a form of special ability? Yet, why does it seem that everyone possesses it? As Junani heard this topic, she shook her head and replied, "You will soon discover the truth about this matter. The organization of superhumans harbors numerous secrets that have not been disclosed to the public, and the affairs concerning divine servants and malevolent deities are among them. Typically, when such incidents arise, various excuses are employed to mask the reality, often attributing them to terrorist attacks or similar narratives. As for the bloodlust, it is challenging to elucidate. Yet it cannot be entirely classified as a superpower. You have yet to undergo training, but once you officially enroll, you will learn to heal your own wounds. Generally, only those who have formally become superhumans and have participated in combat are privy to such matters. I never expected you to venture out today." Gently, Junani caressed each wound on Xinyuan's body, dispelling the corrosive energy within, all the while speaking softly. In this moment, only Xinyuan and Junani were present. If those who secretly admired Junani but lacked the courage to approach her were to witness this scene, their jaws would surely drop in astonishment. After all, the new students who had been granted special admission were still unaware of Junani's alternate identity, the eighth war god of the War God Hall, and the youngest among them. One of only 2 female war gods. If one could have the youngest female war god tending to their wounds so tenderly by the bedside, many devoted admirers might willingly sacrifice years off their lives. By the way, you've been rather impulsive this time. Why did you rush out alone without informing me or anyone else? Junani suddenly questioned. With a helpless shake of his head, Xinyuan replied, "There was no other option. I didn't have your contact information, and it was rather late. In fact, I currently possess only one contact in my phone." Upon hearing this, Junani's hand abruptly halted, and she turned to look at Xinyuan in astonishment. "You have only one contact in your phone? How could that be? Don't you have— oh, right, you mentioned you are an orphan." Xinyuan, it seems this woman is not particularly skilled in conversation. But having only one person is rather exaggerated, isn't it? Junani murmured softly to herself. A peculiar light flickered in her eyes, for she realized that the sole contact in his phone was none other than herself. This meant that the man she had inexplicably become interested in online had only communicated with her during this prolonged period. Was he this lonely? Junani, who often felt lonely herself, found it difficult to fathom the depth of solitude that could come from having only a single contact in one's phone. Yet this implied that he must hold me in high regard, or perhaps he is rather fond of me? Her thoughts spiraled as she sat there, utterly still, resembling a statue. Xinyuan's subsequent voice jolted her from her reverie. "Hey, are you all right?" "Oh, it's nothing at all," Junani responded hastily. "I was just thinking. Perhaps I should add your contact information too? Your position, I presume, is quite esteemed. In the event of another incident, I shall report to you first." Xinyuan replied, "But the issue is, you already possess my contact information. What shall we do now?" As thoughts raced through his mind, he ultimately concocted an excuse, claiming he had not brought his phone today and thus could not add anyone to his contacts. Their conversation once again fell into a tranquil silence. After half an hour, the wounds on Xinyuan's upper body had been largely tended to. Xinyuan inquired, why do you instinctively deny responsibility for your actions? You are utterly unaware of the significant merit you have earned this time. The rewards and honors that await you shall be plentiful. And you will undoubtedly emerge as a revered hero in the eyes of the public. Xinyuan lay on the bed, teetering on the brink of slumber. His consciousness slightly clouded as he spoke his innermost thoughts. Rewards? If there are any, I would prefer them to be bestowed upon me directly. Preferably in the form of monetary compensation, as I have accomplished a great deed, which I rightfully deserve. However, as for honors and the title of hero, I find them unnecessary. Being hailed as a hero is not always a commendable situation. I do not wish to be labeled as a naive benefactor. Once one is adorned with the title of good person, others will inevitably wield that label to morally manipulate you, imposing upon you a multitude of responsibilities that do not rightfully belong to you, all while expecting you to accept them as a matter of course. This is undesirable. I am reluctant to embrace such a fate. I believe in the principle of equitable exchange, doing work for pay. This arrangement is far more preferable, indeed. It is far better. Chapter 22, The complete inventory of the divine servant has been stolen. Upon hearing Xinyuan's words, Xinyuan immediately sensed something amiss and quickly inquired, why do you think that? However, after posing the question, she received no response. Turning her gaze, she discovered that he had already closed his eyes, breathing steadily, clearly in a deep slumber. Ah, has he fallen asleep just like that? Perhaps he was simply exhausted. Xinyuan mused quietly, and then her eyes drifted downward. The wounds on her upper body had been adequately treated, and logically, it was time to tend to the injuries on her lower half. Thus arose a dilemma. In the dim light, she wrestled with her thoughts for an extended period before finally summoning her courage to lift the towel. After awkwardly covering the crucial area, she began to cleanse the few remaining wounds on her legs. Fortunately, Xinyuan was in a deep sleep and exhibited no significant reactions, otherwise, the awkwardness of the situation might have intensified. After what felt like an eternity, with sweat glistening on her forehead, Xinyuan completed her task and ceased her efforts. In truth, given her capabilities, this should not have exhausted her. The perspiration was merely a result of her own anxiety. Gazing at the masculine form before her, a flush crept across her cheeks. Strangely, she felt an overwhelming curiosity, an inexplicable urge to unveil the towel that concealed the forbidden territory. Of course, reason ultimately quelled this sudden impulse. After all, should Xinyuan awaken during this process, she was uncertain whether she ought to silence him or what course of action to take. Lost in her thoughts, Xinyuan slapped her forehead and exclaimed, "Oh dear, why am I suddenly thinking such things? Have I been poisoned?" With Xinyuan fast asleep, she found herself in a state of uninhibited freedom, revealing a side of herself that lay hidden beneath her typically aloof exterior. In other words, her current demeanor resembled that of a playful, mischievous spirit. She gazed at Xinyuan, lying on the bed, examining him from left to right, until suddenly, she puffed out her cheeks, donning an adorably sulky expression. How infuriating! It only just dawned on me that here I am, a stunning beauty, sitting by your bedside in the middle of the night to tend to your wounds, and you simply drift off to sleep? How utterly unromantic! As she continued to let herself go, she was suddenly captivated by Xinyuan's face. His disheveled hair framed his tranquil features. In slumber, he was serene, free from his usual vacant stare and reckless demeanor. A hint of drool lingered at the corner of his mouth, rendering him unexpectedly endearing. Instinctively, Xinyuan reached out and poked the drooling face, only to retract her hand as if shocked, her face aflame. Perhaps it was the late hour, but she felt bolder than ever before in her life. In his presence, she experienced an impulsive urge to be her true self. Having quelled the tumult within her heart, her demeanor took on a semblance of solemnity. She recognized that the time had come for her departure. Casting a final glance at Xinyuan, who lay there in repose, she quelled all whimsical emotions and silently pondered the complexities of his words. You professed a desire for benefits and wealth, eschewing the notion of being a good person, believing that goodness bore various shortcomings. Yet, when you resolved to venture out alone, you remained oblivious to the potential gains that awaited you, even uncertain of your ability to rival your adversary. What, then, compels you to utter such sentiments? Is it solitude or a distrust of humanity? Or perhaps something else entirely? After several moments of contemplation, she ultimately shook her head, deciding to refrain from delving too deeply into the psyche of this peculiar individual. As she exited, she seized the severely tattered combat attire, intending to discard it. After all, it had deteriorated to such an extent that she could easily procure a new set upon her return. However, the moment she grasped it, she sensed an unusual weight accompanied by a clinking sound. Frowning, she gave it a vigorous shake, causing several metallic trinkets to tumble forth. Upon closer inspection, she discerned the engraved figure of an angel alongside intricate patterns, clearly artifacts of the divine. It dawned upon her that the numerous servants, transformed by Xinyuan into shards of ice, had all their storage devices plundered by him. Judging by the quantity, not a single one had been overlooked. Jun'ani remarked, "I am utterly speechless." She glanced at Xinyuan's rather ungraceful sleeping posture, a wry smile tugging at her lips. Truly, this is quintessentially you. Moments later, Jun'ani departed from Xinyuan's room and made her way downstairs, her expression reverting to its customary icy aloofness, reminiscent of the frost god of war. She then dialed a number. Ensure the battlefield is thoroughly cleared, promptly report to headquarters and request the restoration of relevant surveillance footage. Additionally, summarize the overall situation. I will subsequently inform the Academy and the Human Alliance. Once we locate that enigmatic individual, the due rewards must be duly dispersed. After concluding the call, Jun'ani cast one last glance at the imposing dark building. Rest assured, the benefits you deserve will not elude you in the end. The following day, as the sun ascended high in the sky, bathing the room in radiant light, Xinyuan was finally roused from his slumber by the piercing rays. Lying beneath the covers in a daze, his memories of the previous night began to resurface. He swiftly turned over and sat up, surveying his surroundings, only to find that Jun'ani had already vanished. To his astonishment, the myriad of wounds crisscrossing his body had largely healed, many now reduced to mere red marks. Draping a garment over himself, he rose to his feet and noticed a ring placed upon the coffee table, accompanied by a piece of paper. The handwriting was unmistakably feminine, suggesting it was a note left behind by Jun'ani. The storage artifacts you possess are unique to the divine servants, imbued with corresponding restrictions. And the space within them is rather limited, rendering them somewhat defective. Henceforth, I shall provide you with mine. Additionally, I have already placed all your numerous storage artifacts within it. You may practice and experiment with how to unlock them one by one. Beyond these two sentences, the remainder consists of a tutorial, primarily instructing on how to wield one's mental faculties to control abilities and access the storage artifacts. Upon finishing the entire note, Xinyuan exhaled deeply. This examiner had actually provided considerable assistance since the day they first encountered each other. It seemed he had yet to express his gratitude. Should another opportunity arise, he must convey his thanks in person. He picked up the exquisitely crafted ring and closed his eyes. He was about to discern the treasures possessed by the divine servants he had slain, hoping to unearth a substantial sum of money to carry with him. Chapter 23, The Mysterious Envelope and Provocations. From afar. After extensive practice, Xinyuan finally managed to unlock all the storage artifacts belonging to the divine servants. During this process, 2 of them exploded due to restrictive seals. As Jun'ani had previously indicated, the size of the internal space was rather modest, with most being merely a cubic meter in volume. Such storage space might serve well as a large backpack. However, the dream of transforming it into a mobile warehouse, as Xinyuan had once envisioned, was utterly unattainable. In stark contrast, the storage ring gifted to Xinyuan by Jun'ani boasted a volume equivalent to that of 2 classrooms. Storage artifacts, which pertain to spatial manipulation, can only be utilized by superpowered individuals, thus rendering their value somewhat abstract. Nevertheless, it was certain that, in comparison to the rings of those divine servants, this particular item was undoubtedly of considerable worth. Indeed, she was quite the affluent benefactor. It seemed implausible that she was merely an examiner, casually bestowing such treasures. Xinyuan clicked his tongue in amazement and adorned his finger with the ring, seemingly resolved not to remove it anytime soon. He had not contemplated the propriety of accepting a ring from a girl and wearing it so readily. Once he had organized the storage artifacts, he began to assess the heap of items strewn about. However, as he examined them, a frown creased his brow. This assortment, He did not recognize a single item. Moreover, did these impoverished souls possess no currency at all? The plethora of items consisted primarily of various tools, exuding the distinctive scent of the divine servants, which was quite unpleasant. After sifting through the collection, Xinyuan set aside many objects that appeared to be made of gold or silver, for he believed these could be exchanged for money. The remainder was essentially indecipherable. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Although he was unfamiliar with these items, he could certainly request them to introduce themselves. Following the life-and-death battle of the previous night, his abilities had undergone a comprehensive enhancement. Not only had his control over ice improved, but his command of the voice of all things had also ascended to a higher level. Activating this unique ability, Xinyuan regarded each item with eager anticipation. The first voice that reached his ears delivered an unexpected blow. Pure silver scepter, I embody the authority of the divine. Though I may appear thick, long, and grand, I am indeed a legitimate artifact. Xinyuan. He had not given it much thought before, but upon such a description, he found the item's shape increasingly unsettling, rendering him momentarily speechless. With a stoic expression, he extended his hand to remove the item that bore an uncanny resemblance to a certain apparatus from his sight, choosing to disregard it. Mask, once donned, you shall have the chance to glimpse the radiance of the divine. Blood arrow talisman, a disposable item used for launching an attack. Pure gold bracelet, I possess unparalleled power, yet I am aware you are indifferent to such matters. My gold content is 99.99, quite valuable indeed. As he surveyed the various items before him, it became evident that they were predominantly tools intended for divine servitors or artifacts meant to facilitate divine descents. Aside from a few disposable talismans of minor utility, Xinyuan found little to pique his interest. While he was quickly absorbing the information, a particular object unexpectedly captured his attention. It was a red envelope, rather inconspicuous, resting beneath the other items. Initially, Xinyuan had overlooked it. Divine Descent envelope, specific details regarding this operation, the glorious name of the master, and the operational route provided by an internal spy. Note, this operation is of utmost importance, as it represents a direct dialogue between the master and the mortal realm, and must not falter. With a serious demeanor, Xinyuan swiftly cleared away the surrounding items to retrieve the envelope. Upon reading the description, he realized that his intuition regarding the voice of all things had indeed been accurate. This operation must pertain to yesterday's events. Gazing at the crimson envelope, he murmured to himself, pondering whether the spy was indicating that there were traitors within the ranks of the superhumans. Furthermore, the term master appeared to refer to a genuinely existing entity? With this thought in mind, Xinyuan was compelled to open the envelope. Yet he found himself unable to do so. The envelope felt as solid as a single block of jade, nearly fashioned into the shape of an envelope. After some contemplation, he resolved to employ his storage ring to probe the envelope with his thoughts. However, as soon as this idea crossed his mind, the voice of all things triggered once more, unleashing a deafening sound that resonated from all directions, more harrowing than the previous night's evasion of the blood-red sword rain. Beware! Do not gaze upon the divine. The piercing noise caused a ringing in Xinyuan's ears, and he instinctively loosened his grip, causing the envelope to tumble to the ground. Goodness, this object is rather perilous. He understood that keeping it would serve no purpose. He must find an opportunity to hand it over promptly. Perhaps delivering it to Xinyuan would suffice. Meanwhile, Xinyuan was engrossed in a multitude of complex tasks, appearing exceedingly busy. Thanks to Xinyuan's valiant efforts the previous night, which thwarted the divine descent and averted dire consequences, the students remained oblivious, believing that nothing had transpired. However, this was indeed a matter of great magnitude. Compounded by the handling of the active divine fetus, particularly at this critical juncture, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the entire superhuman realm was stirred. As a senior official, Xinyuan was required to report to various parties and engage in discussions. After concluding a phone call, he rubbed his slightly throbbing temples and muttered to himself, continuing with the original assessment might be feasible, as there were no repercussions. Relaxing his taut nerves, he turned to observe the numerous superhumans engaged in discussion. The divine descent experienced yesterday was genuinely perilous, devoid of any forewarning. It was indeed uncanny. especially since they had remained vigilant. It was peculiar, particularly given that it was a barrier of non-energy nature, unless a corresponding method was discovered. It was utterly impossible to breach. Indeed, one must admit that the nameless hero from yesterday was truly remarkable. Having located the barrier and vanquished the divine servants, a true master of their craft. Moreover, they exhibited such noble character, accomplishing such a grand feat and departing without a trace. A true embodiment of humility. How splendid! Listening to the fervent discussions of those around her, June Ani couldn't help but smile to herself and shake her head. It is truly unfathomable to imagine the expressions on their faces when they discover that the heroic deeds of last night were accomplished by a yet-to-be-enrolled individual with an E-level talent. She found herself quite curious about their reactions. Just then, her phone rang again. June Ani initially thought it was another inquiry from the relevant personnel and answered without a glance. However, her expression soon shifted to one of mild exasperation. Chapter 24, Li Qian, consumed by jealousy. This seemed to be a voice she was reluctant to hear. Oh, our young and beautiful female warrior. What could possibly be the matter? You actually answered my call in an instant. It is truly remarkable and leaves me quite flabbergasted. As soon as the call connected, a sarcastic female voice echoed from the other end. I heard you requested an additional recommendation slot from the Academy. It is simply astonishing. I was utterly taken aback. I wonder what rare genius could have caught your discerning eye. Later, I made inquiries and discovered that this individual possesses an E-level talent. Wow, how impressive. Truly a rare find. Your ability to unearth such a promising candidate is indeed a stroke of luck for our Eastern Academy. The speaker's voice, already laced with a hint of allure, became even more exaggeratedly affected, making it sound distinctly peculiar. Listening to this voice made June Ani feel somewhat uncomfortable, prompting her to instinctively distance the phone from her ear. Once the other party concluded her remarks, June Ani suppressed her dissatisfaction and, with great restraint, replied, Li Qian, spare me your sarcasm. I chose to offer him a recommendation because his talent is sufficient. He deserves this opportunity. My intention in adding a recommendation slot is solely to identify individuals of potential. Upon hearing this, the other party immediately emitted an exaggerated gasp that vividly conjured an image of her current expression. June Ani found herself pulling the phone away once more. Ah, indeed he is deserving. I trust you have indeed found a genius with merely E-level talent capable of manifesting SSS-level prowess? It is only reasonable that you would encounter such an extraordinary rarity. Since you are so confident, why not have a comparison? In the upcoming assessment, we can see whose chosen candidate performs better. Surely, the E-level genius you value will deliver an exceptional performance. June Ani inhaled deeply. The piercing sarcasm was becoming bothersome. Yet she refrained from tearing the facade apart. The caller was not an adversary, she too was a high-ranking examiner at the same elite assessment venue. And her status was quite unique. Li Qian and June Ani had known each other for quite some time. Both had not entered the academy through conventional examinations but had been recognized for their talents at a young age by the higher-ups, thus being afforded the opportunity for specialized cultivation in a prestigious academy. Moreover, due to their earlier admission, the president of the Eastern Academy had regarded Li Qian as a daughter during her childhood. Li Qian, too, was exceptionally gifted, prior to June Ani's arrival. She had been widely acknowledged as the most talented among the younger generation at the academy. However, even among geniuses, disparities exist. Since June Ani entered the Eastern Academy at the age of 13, she had continuously shattered a series of records previously held by Li Qian, effectively dominating her peers. In the end, through a fateful battle that marked his rise to fame, he was specially appointed as the 8th god of war in the Temple of War, achieving the renowned title of the Frost God of War. While still within the academy, he had already ascended to a position of leadership. A series of accomplishments and accolades piled upon June Ani, simultaneously igniting a tumult of emotions within Li Qian, gradually altering her character. From the moment June Ani enrolled, Li Qian sought to undermine him at every turn. Upon learning that June Ani had granted a special admission quota to a student with an E-grade talent, she could hardly contain her eagerness to call him. I have no desire to compete with you, the performance of the students is their own matter, not a means for comparison. Furthermore, do not address me as Your Excellency, I am 5 years your junior. After uttering these words, Junani had no intention of continuing the conversation and promptly hung up. He rubbed his sore eyes and stood up, intending to take a rest. Recent events had been rather overwhelming. The surveillance from the Divine Descent incident was still being restored, and the upcoming assessments were to proceed as scheduled. He had reported that Xinyuan was the true hero of the matter to the authorities, yet they remained skeptical, requiring further verification and related work. Before he could finish these tasks, this troublesome woman had once again chosen to provoke him. On the other end of the line. As Li Chen listened to the dial tone after the abrupt disconnection, she gripped her phone tightly, her previously affected demeanor frozen on her face. She momentarily lost her ability to think clearly. The scathing remarks she had prepared became lodged in her throat. Her mind echoing a singular phrase, "I am 5 years younger than you." Perhaps having spent some time with Xinyuan had corrupted Junani. For he had learned which words could truly sting. After delivering his retort, he hung up and blocked her in one swift motion, shattering Li Qian's composure. "Ah! You wretched person! Ah!" She attempted to call several times, but each attempt met with failure. Frustration mounted as she dug her nails into her scalp. Her sentences becoming incoherent. Clenching her fists, she suddenly spun around to face the 5 stunned individuals behind her. They were the 5 students Li Qian had selected for special admission. Observing her furious state, their expressions bore the unmistakable mark of confusion, clearly conveying, "I do not understand. Yet I am utterly astonished. You all better perform well in the upcoming collective assessment. Surely, you cannot fail to outshine an E-grade individual." The group stood frozen. Fear evident in their eyes, uncertain of how to respond. "Did you hear me?" Li Qian shouted once more. "Oh, yes, yes." The group, visibly startled, hastily nodded in agreement, offering a disjointed response. These young individuals had not yet begun their studies, yet they found themselves embroiled in this inexplicable conflict. Their expressions reflecting their bewilderment. "All right, remember what I told you regarding the assessment format, prepare well." After catching her breath, Li Qian finally managed to temper her jealousy and anger, adding, "By the way, do not speak of this to anyone. Ultimately, it is inherently non-compliant to disclose assessment content to students." However, in order to exert pressure on Junani in this matter, she could hardly concern herself with excessive details. Time swiftly elapsed, and in the blink of an eye, 2 days had passed. As he had yet to locate Junani, the letter remained in his possession, unshared with anyone. He had not forgotten his own abilities, but given the generally high talents of the superhumans here, the success rate of replication was quite low. During this period, he had attempted to exploit opportunities with Qi Hong twice, persistently seeking to shake hands despite the other's indifferent demeanor. Yet, it was evident that luck could not be relied upon daily, probabilities do not deceive, and both attempts ended in failure. Consequently, he devoted himself to playing games and savoring life, entirely devoid of any inclination to prepare for the assessment. One could say he was indulging in a remarkably stable form of complacency. Of course, he was not entirely neglectful of his abilities. The activation of the voice of all things required merely a passive approach, while the Ice Age was practiced during evening strolls along the artificial river after dinner. In a world where everyone previously moved about like headless flies, upon crossing into this realm and observing the superhumans, he was astonished to discover that the essence of life remained largely unchanged. Those who diligently honed their skills in preparation for the assessment were not significantly different from students frantically cramming for final exams. The days of complacency soon passed, and today marked the long-awaited overall assessment, eagerly anticipated by all, except for Xinyuan. Chapter 25, When everyone else is abnormal, normality becomes a sin in a grand circular hall. Over 100 selected candidates gathered this year. The facilities within the hall were remarkably comprehensive, with numerous metallic tables at the center adorned with exquisite vessels brimming with an array of fruits and delicacies, alongside what appeared to be exceptionally fine spirits. The periphery of the hall was embellished with various decorative items, imbuing the entire setting with an air of sophistication, reminiscent of a high-end buffet restaurant. Yet, the atmosphere within the hall was rather peculiar, clusters of individuals huddled together, conversing in hushed tones, resulting in an overall silence that enveloped the space. Each person discreetly observed those around them, maintaining an outward composure while their inner selves bristled with tension. All were contemporaneous prodigies, having emerged from a multitude of extraordinary individuals to secure a coveted place here. Soon, an additional examination would commence, one that would test all these talents. To be deemed a genius inevitably carries a sense of pride, and none wished to lag behind, yet each was acutely aware that their peers were equally gifted. Today would determine who among them was the most exceptional of all. Each individual hoped to avoid a low ranking, while secretly contemplating the possibility of distinguishing themselves amidst this elite group. Furthermore, each examiner responsible for their placement had, like Xinyuan, emphasized the significance of this assessment, highlighting the presence of esteemed figures who would observe, and the potential benefits of excelling. Thus, everyone displayed restraint, viewing those around them as rivals, devoid of the typical camaraderie often found among youth. However, an odd phenomenon occurred within the venue. Nearly all candidates exhibited a shared gesture, periodically fixating their gaze on a certain individual, furrowing their brows in perplexity. Many would glance away only to quickly turn back, unable to resist the urge to observe once more. How peculiar, they thought, I must take another look. For within the hall stood a rather striking figure, whose unconventional presence captivated all attention. Though clad in the same combat attire as the others, and lacking any eccentric hairstyle, he effortlessly drew the eyes of the crowd. Xinyuan did not conform to the restrained and orderly demeanor of the other candidates. Instead, he moved about the hall with frequency, a plate in hand, perceiving the abundance of culinary delights and decorations as an invitation for all to indulge and relax. He mused about the reason behind everyone's immobility. Perhaps they had overindulged at breakfast? Uncertain, he resolved to make the most of the moment, treating it as a buffet for lunch. Until he could generate his own wealth, Xinyuan remained frugal, eschewing extravagant expenditures. A man of his word, he intended to repay the 300,000 borrowed from Xinyuan. Thus, onlookers witnessed a figure entirely devoid of anxiety, genuinely relishing the atmosphere of the establishment as if it were a buffet. Moreover, his consumption was not merely a matter of eating. He displayed a discerning palate, seemingly intent on sampling everything available in the vicinity. Fearing adverse effects, he consistently activated the ability known as the voice of all things, which allowed him to be quite selective. This divine skill was employed solely for his culinary choices. Strange ice fruit, excessive consumption may lead to gastrointestinal distress. If your constitution cannot withstand such bombardment, I advise moderation. Purple tomato, I am rich in nutrients, plump and juicy, feel free to indulge. Green goji berries, known for their vitality-boosting properties, consume 10 for fortitude lasting 3 days. Thus, guided by the voice of all things, Xinyuan meandered through the expansive food area, carefully scrutinizing his options, becoming the sole individual traversing the otherwise vacant space. Xinyuan, seated behind one of the judges' tables, observed Xinyuan's distinct demeanor and, in exasperation, smacked his forehead. Although the provisions were indeed prepared for the students to replenish their energy before assessments, it was their first day, and most individuals tended to be rather reserved. Generally, no candidate exhibited the same level of ease as Xinyuan. Consequently, Xinyuan, unable to restrain herself, retrieved her phone, organized her thoughts, and, adopting the persona of a yogurt stick, addressed Xinyuan. Yogurt stick, did you not mention that you have an assessment today? Is there a large crowd? Have you encountered anyone peculiar, distinct from the others? The implication was unmistakable, urging him to recognize his own issues and perhaps temper his exuberance. Soon after, a message from Xinyuan arrived. Traveler, peculiar individuals? It seems that everyone else is rather strange. The academy has provided an abundance of self-service food, yet they all refuse to partake, exhibiting considerable selectiveness. Xinyuan, upon reading this message, discarded her phone aside in frustration, resigning herself to the situation. At that moment, Li Qian also arrived on the scene. Xinyuan, seated as the frost war god, typically would not require the presence of an examiner like Li Qian, yet today, she had made a special trip to find fault. Initially, she intended to locate the E-level student, but her gaze was immediately drawn to Xinyuan, whose presence starkly contrasted with the established ambience. As she approached, she noticed the extraordinary card on his combat uniform. E-level? A shock coursed through her, and upon looking up at Xinyuan's face, she was met with a look of utter bewilderment. She pondered how an E-level student could be granted direct admission. Regardless of the methods employed, it was akin to a husky infiltrating a den of wolves. Thus, while searching for him, she had expected it to be a challenging endeavor. assuming he might be cowering in some corner, cloaked in insecurity. This outcome was entirely unforeseen. A typical male, is it? Where did your confidence stem from? Approaching Xinyuan, she observed his nonchalant demeanor, seemingly preoccupied solely with the food, and an inexplicable surge of irritation welled up within her. This fellow was as infuriating as Junani. At that moment, she opened her mouth with a sarcastic tone. Oh, the great genius is enjoying his meal, isn't he? It seems that you are about to finish that purple tomato. Can't you usually afford a proper meal? Xinyuan turned to glance at her. While the other students donned their combat uniforms, this individual was clearly different, prompting him to mistake her for a server. Excuse me. Could you please add a bit more to this? It's rather insufficient, and the others haven't eaten yet. What? Li Qian initially failed to comprehend, but soon her temper flared. How dare he mistake me for a server? Her sarcastic demeanor swiftly transformed into outright indignation as she retorted. Are your eyes defective? I am not a server. Is this how you treat your seniors? Well, I misjudged, Xinyuan replied, furrowing his brow, pondering the extent of her temper. Surely, an apology didn't warrant such a reaction. He briefly acknowledged her and intended to dismiss the matter. However, Li Qian was relentless. Xinyuan's calm demeanor only served to infuriate her further as she continued, everyone else is seated, yet you think you are special? Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Xinyuan, unamused, disregarded her status, whether she was an instructor or not, and frowned. What's the matter? Isn't the food prepared here meant for the students? At a loss for words, Li Qian found herself momentarily speechless, for he was correct, the food was indeed intended for the students. Yet, she quickly retaliated. But everyone else remains seated. No one in previous assessments has behaved like you. So what? Xinyuan interrupted her, leveraging his height to look down into her eyes, and thus. It has always been acceptable? Chapter 26, Li Qian, on the verge of fainting from anger, found herself at an impasse. The distinction between superhumans and ordinary individuals was stark, with a stringent hierarchy among superhumans themselves. Thus, Li Qian naturally expected the new students, who had yet to enroll, to heed her commands, as she was accustomed to asserting her authority. To her astonishment, the student before her dared to defy her, and to make matters worse, he was merely an E-level. Frustrated yet uncertain of how to respond, she felt a palpable pressure emanating from this rookie, who exhibited no psychological barriers. As their dispute escalated, the hall fell into an eerie silence. The onlookers, always the first to arrive at the scene, had heard the final remark from Xinyuan, leaving everyone, including Jun and Yi, momentarily speechless. Jun and Yi was already perturbed by Li Qian's confrontation with Xinyuan, and he felt a mix of annoyance and concern, fearing that Xinyuan might suffer at the hands of this obstinate woman. He certainly did not anticipate that Xinyuan would retort with such a profound statement. It must be acknowledged that Master Lu's brother-son's prowess remained formidable. Even in this alternate realm, his words retained a captivating power. Li Qian was left speechless, and her inability to respond plunged all the students into contemplation. Turning back, Xinyuan surveyed the gathering of over 100 students, pointing to the slogan on the wall that read, "Food and drink are available for self-service. Please replenish your energy before the assessment to ensure you are fully prepared." He questioned, so why is no one eating? In truth, the offerings were quite satisfactory. Aside from the green goji berries, which were best avoided, many items possessed special effects, some even enhancing physical stamina. After delivering his remarks, Xinyuan disregarded Li Qian entirely, turning away with his plate in hand, as he had yet to finish his meal. Silence reigned and utter stillness. The absurdity of this spectacle began inexplicably and concluded just as mysteriously, nearly shattering the awkward tension that had permeated the atmosphere. At last, Yi Zilwan and Qi Hong were the first to rise, making their way towards the food area, each taking a plate. Xinyuan's logic was sound. Why not eat if there was food available? With the assessment looming and its format still unknown, it was perfectly reasonable to refuel. Seeing others take the initiative, the remaining students, no longer frozen in confusion, rose from their seats and proceeded to the food area to partake in the offerings. In an instant, the oppressive atmosphere dissipated, replaced by a sense of ease. as if everyone were participating in a festive gathering. Xinyuan, akin to an audacious catfish stirring the waters of a pond, invigorated the entire space. Yet, for him, this was not entirely a fortuitous turn of events, as the influx of students to the food area significantly limited his choices. Xinyuan mused to himself, had I known, I would have refrained from speaking up. Gazing at the empty plate before him, he felt a profound sense of regret. As the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, Li Qian, who had already been rendered speechless by indignation, simmered with rage, exuding an aura of impotent fury. In such a setting, resorting to physical confrontation was out of the question. However, her words went entirely disregarded by her adversary. Furthermore, all the participants had emerged following his remarks, effectively standing in silent support of him. With no means to retaliate and unable to articulate a counterargument, Li Qian felt the tide of public sentiment turning against her. At that moment, the man whose name she did not even know had become a figure more detestable than Xinyuan. Just as her fury threatened to consume her rationality, she felt a nudge beside her as someone maneuvered past. Xinyuan descended from the judges' panel and brushed past her without so much as a glance. To her, she was merely an inconsequential presence, a fleeting shadow in her path. Approaching Xinyuan, she effortlessly took an uneaten fruit from his plate and popped it into her mouth. Xinyuan, bewildered, questioned, "Why take from your own plate? Who would have thought you could utter such profound words?" Xinyuan replied, savoring her snack. "What do you mean? Oh, are you referring to earlier?" Xinyuan, suppressing his annoyance over the pilfered food, replenished his own plate. "That wasn't my original phrase. It was something said by a person from my hometown who enjoys planting 2 jujube trees in front of his door," Xinyuan remarked with a slight smile. Though she did not fully comprehend, she had grown accustomed to Xinyuan's cryptic musings and paid little heed. She continued, "That woman earlier may have been targeting you. Your solo annihilation of the divine servant has not yet been made public. In the eyes of the crowd, you are still merely an E-rank individual. This assessment is an opportunity for you to silence all critics. Remember to perform well, and be wary of those around you." Xinyuan nodded, well aware that Xinyuan's reminders had become almost second nature to him. He would not be as careless as he appeared. However, if someone truly despises you, no matter what you do, you cannot silence their tongues, he stated. So there is no need to be overly concerned. I will strive for a commendable result in this assessment. Thus, they engaged in a casual conversation, both feeling relatively at ease. After all, Xinyuan was confident in his abilities, and Xinyuan possessed even greater faith in him. Meanwhile, Li Qian, lost amidst the crowd and unnoticed by anyone, fixed her gaze upon the two, her expression contorted in a manner akin to having ingested something foul. "Senior, this E-rank fellow has absolutely no decorum. He is merely relying on his silver tongue to navigate his way through," a nearby male student remarked, seeking to curry favor with Li Qian. He was one of her recommended students, eager to ingratiate himself with her, while simultaneously looking down upon E-rank superpowered individuals. The fact that E-level Xinyuan enjoys such a close relationship with someone of Xinyuan's caliber only serves to deepen his envy, which is why he sought out Li Qian. After much effort, Li Qian finally heard a voice that echoed her sentiments. She swiftly turned her head, her frustration spilling forth as she exclaimed, "I have never witnessed Xinyuan being this friendly with anyone else. This man is either a relative of hers or a mere gigolo." "Ah, yes, yes. I think so too," came the response from the boy, devoid of any independent thought, simply agreeing with whatever was said. Li Qian's eyes darted around momentarily before she leaned in closer to the boy's ear and whispered, "Lu Pang, when I speak later, remember to." Chapter 27, The eerie understanding between the old and the young. With a resounding mechanical clang, the grand, sci-fi-esque lift gate slowly opened, revealing a throng of figures at the entrance. It is said that this arena, due to its annual engagement in similar assessment activities, had extravagantly invested in constructing such an impressive gate solely for the sake of spectacle. At the forefront stood a portly old man with a full head of white hair, reminiscent of Santa Claus. Upon entering, all present momentarily halted in their tracks, some even questioning whether they had mistakenly wandered into the wrong venue. These individuals were the observers for the assessment, comprising representatives from various esteemed academies and leaders of renowned superpower organizations. Although they had participated in numerous assessments for recommended candidates in the past, they were witnessing such a scene for the very first time today. The more than 100 scattered trainees were equally taken aback, gazing at the eclectic assembly of individuals at the entrance, intuitively grasping that the assessment was about to commence. After a brief pause, the jovial old man erupted into a hearty laugh, addressing all the trainees with exuberance. "Ha ha ha, splendid. It appears this cohort of students is quite different from those of the past. Their psychological resilience is commendable, and their personalities are rather lively. Excellent. Young people should not be timid. If there is something to be had, one ought to seize it. Now, let us see," he continued, glancing at the clock on the wall. "It is currently 9:10. We shall wait until 9:30 to elucidate the details of the assessment. Feel free to make yourselves comfortable, do not mind us." With that, the old man flashed a warm smile and stepped aside, while the others who had entered alongside him took their seats behind the expansive judges' panel. Shortly thereafter, a team clad in specialized uniforms rushed in, forming a small group, armed with paper and pens, and seated themselves in an orderly fashion. Observant individuals might notice that their number coincided exactly with that of the trainees. The rotund old man continued to make his way through the crowd, seemingly possessing an enigmatic charm, despite the evident recognition of his distinguished status. Very few seemed to take notice of him, as if his presence had inexplicably faded from view. At that moment, Xinyuan recalled the matter of the red envelope he had been showing to Junani, when suddenly a voice resonated in his ear. "Wind, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution, it seems a heavyweight contender is approaching." The enigmatic voice imparted this information to Xinyuan, prompting him to instinctively glance back. At that precise moment, the plump old man had reached the side of Xinyuan and Junani. Catching sight of Xinyuan handing a red envelope to Junani, with a smile, he remarked, "Oh dear, have I arrived at an inopportune moment? This young man is presenting a letter to a young lady, and I have inadvertently caught sight of it." Upon hearing this, Junani swiftly turned around. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she hurriedly clarified, "No, you misunderstand. This was something he acquired from a divine servant, it seems to possess some sort of restriction. I was just about to seek you out. Also, Director, you still manage to tread so silently." As he spoke, Junani directly handed the red envelope to the portly old man. The old man accepted it, yet did not immediately examine its contents. Instead, he was astonished, gazing intently at Xinyuan, or rather, the two were locked in a mutual stare. The elder was acutely aware that the child had turned to meet his gaze even before he had uttered a word. The expression on the child's face suggested that this was not a mere coincidence, he had deliberately sought him out. "Did you realize I was here?" The old man, momentarily neglecting the envelope, looked at Xinyuan with curiosity. "It wasn't me, it was the wind that sensed you," Xinyuan replied, shaking his head. This response left the old man momentarily speechless, before he burst into hearty laughter. "Young lad, you are quite intriguing. I like you." He then turned to Junani. "Is this the E-class special talent you recommended? Quite perceptive of you." He shook the envelope in his hand and added, "And this too, yes. It pertains to the matter from a few days ago." Junani responded promptly, "Indeed, that's correct." The old man nodded and then closed his eyes, beginning to sense the red envelope in his grasp. He maintained a warm smile on his face, as if his features were naturally molded that way, unaltered by any external influence. Soon, he opened his eyes and inquired of Xinyuan, "Have you investigated it?" "No," Xinyuan replied candidly. "I intended to, but my intuition advised against it." "Excellent, a keen intuition. This restriction is beyond your current capabilities," the old man remarked, flicking his fingers, causing the red envelope to vanish from his hands, not further pursuing the subject of the envelope. Subsequently, Xinyuan and the old man exchanged another glance, a shared thought blossoming in their minds. In perfect synchrony, both extended their hands toward one another. "Greetings, it is an honor to meet you. Child. Have you been well lately?" This scene of mutual understanding left Junani dumbfounded, standing to the side, bewildered by the peculiar interaction between the elder and the youth. They did not linger in idle chatter, their expressions turned serious for a moment before their hands clasped together. Replication successful, acquiring C-class talent, invisibility technique. Automatically enhancing talent. Talent level upgraded successfully, stealth, allowing one to diminish their aura and presence at will, making it difficult for others to detect them. Xinyuan's intentions were clear. He was merely testing his luck to see if he could replicate a talent. Although he succeeded, he was most astonished by the level of this ability. The individual before him appeared to be a significant figure, with considerable status and strength, yet his talent was merely C-class? This seemed incongruous. Xinyuan lifted his gaze, astonished and perplexed, regarding the elderly man before him. The handshake, too, seemed to harbor ulterior motives. Although the old man's expression remained largely unchanged, he was evidently sensing something. Yet, the more he sensed, the more bewildered he became, his mind swirling with questions as he similarly looked toward Xinyuan. The two individuals gazed at each other, their expressions remarkably in sync, as if they were reflections in a mirror, save for the significant age difference. "Ha, splendid." The plump old man was the first to release his grip, smiling and nodding at Xinyuan, silently indicating for Junin to confer with him on a few matters. Thus, they departed together. In a mere 20 minutes, the hall had emptied, with everyone returning to their seats. None among them were famished to the point of lingering like gluttons at a buffet until the very last moment. In fact, the food area had been largely deserted for the past 5 minutes. Even Xinyuan had left early, his sole intention being to partake in a meal rather than to draw attention. As the time approached, a few judges seated at the front exchanged glances, and ultimately, it was the jovial old man who stepped forward. His face still bore a warm smile, his eyes squinting, the wrinkles rendering them nearly indistinguishable. He clapped his hands and announced, "All right, time's up. Greetings, students. My name is Mo Chingu, but you may refer to me as Dean Mo, or simply Old Man Mo. Now, let me elucidate the details of this assessment." Chapter 28. The rule is that there are no rules. What is the identity of that old man? What powers does he possess? Seizing the moment as the speaker began to elaborate on the topic, Xinyuan hurriedly squeezed his way to Junani's side and inquired. He is the president of the Eastern Academy. No one precisely knows the extent of his abilities, as the matters concerning the president are numerous. Junani replied softly upon noticing Xinyuan's eagerness to lean in. He quickly added, "You should listen attentively. What is the point of discussing this now?" Ahem, ha. Mo Chingu stood before the podium, clearing his throat a couple of times. Although I may commence with a few trivial remarks, I kindly request everyone to maintain silence and refrain from whispering. Upon hearing this, Junani cast a sidelong glance at Xinyuan, clearly indicating that the remark was directed at them. Xinyuan ceased his chatter, merely shrugging, even in a different world. The opening speeches of leaders often begin with a semblance of inconsequential discourse. For instance, at this moment, Mo Chingu was engaged in delivering a plethora of platitudes. We must exert ourselves, grasp firmly, delve deeply, hold tight, vigorously, promote, sustain, maintain, extend. In essence, it was akin to the opening remarks made by a principal during a school ceremony, outlining the purpose and direction of the activities to be undertaken. However, this lengthy and tedious address did not persist for long, as he soon transitioned into the formal explanation of the rules. First and foremost, the assessment involves 126 students who will venture into an artificial secret realm to partake in an unregulated hunting expedition. The criteria for ranking are remarkably straightforward. To the point of appearing almost foolish, one must extract the divine cores from the secret realm within the allotted time for a point evaluation, with higher scores resulting in a better ranking. It is important to note that those who accumulate more points and rank higher will receive substantial rewards, which will greatly benefit their future enrollment. Nevertheless, this assessment is far from being as simple as it sounds. Firstly, there is no map within the secret realm. One must navigate independently to locate the entrance, the only exit from the realm. Secondly, one must keep track of time, if you fail to exit within the designated period. Even if you possess the highest score, you will still be deemed unqualified. Lastly, there are no rules. If you are powerful enough, you may seize the divine cores from others, and if you lack strength, you can also form alliances with others to engage in combat. This final point renders the comprehensive assessment genuinely multifaceted. The distribution of interests, organizational skills, teamwork, leadership capabilities, decision-making, and even an element of luck are all integral to this process. The Core 8 academies aim to enable the 126 students to swiftly familiarize themselves with the social dynamics among superpowered individuals within the confines of that artificial realm over the span of 36 hours. You may collaborate with friends, yet perhaps your friends will betray you for points. You may find yourself in fierce conflict with those you are not fond of. But be wary of opportunists who may benefit from your struggles. Unity is strength, forming teams is an excellent approach. Yet the ultimate distribution of benefits may leave you in disarray. Perhaps you possess immense strength, yet you may also become the target of many, treated as a plump lamb, ultimately finding your efforts in vain. On the battlefield, there are no police or laws to uphold justice, you must weigh and judge everything for yourself. This design examines not merely strength, as the latter does not hold absolute advantage. In fact, one might argue that this is not a design at all. It merely establishes a fundamental rule, after which everything is left to unfold without constraints. However, the absence of rules is its very essence, for this world inherently lacks regulations. And the extraordinary are never mere seedlings in an ivory tower. All present are astute individuals. Upon hearing the words of Emochingu, they fell silent, pondering deeply. Some began to glance around, contemplating whether they should seek a companion, while others exhibited an air of arrogance, seemingly determined to proceed alone. Observing the myriad expressions on their faces, Emochingu maintained a serene smile and gently nodded. The rules are straightforward. Now, does anyone have any questions? After a brief silence, a student stepped forward and inquired, Director M.O., may I ask what the divine core is? Oh, that, Emochingu replied. You may understand it as the loot dropped by monsters in the secret realm. However, you mentioned that this is an artificially created virtual secret realm. Are the monsters within real? Will they inflict harm upon us? Of course, Emochingu explained. Everything is entirely real. However, you are valuable human resources. And we will not allow you to perish within. Should you sustain fatal injuries, you will be teleported out immediately. However, in such a case, your score will undoubtedly be the lowest. Once the questions had been posed, silence enveloped the scene for a few moments. Emochingu surveyed the surroundings. And just as he thought there were no further inquiries and was about to announce the commencement of the hunting operation, another student intervened. Lu Peng raised his hand and spoke, Director, you mentioned that we can bring weapons, how will fairness in combat be ensured? Emochingu's expression remained unchanged. But internally he was stirred, his seasoned judgment sensed something amiss in the phrasing of the question. At least in the past, he had never encountered such inquiries. As expected, Li Qian, standing at the edge of the judging panel, interjected, I believe this concern is quite normal, considering there has never been a precedent for E-level personnel standing here. Worrying about fairness is reasonable. Are you done? Junani exclaimed, astonished that Li Qian would be so presumptuous and oblivious to the gravity of the situation. Insisting on this matter in such a setting. I have explained multiple times why E-level individuals can receive direct admission quotas, and the assessment is about to commence. Will you not see for yourself whether he is qualified or not? What Junani has articulated is entirely devoid of fault. Among the numerous high-ranking officials serving as judges present, there may have been prior skepticism regarding Xinyuan's credentials, however, at this moment, no one would dare to raise such concerns. After all, the assessment is about to commence, and one's capabilities will be readily apparent. The distinction between E and non-E grades is, in truth, of little consequence. Moreover, it is worth noting that Li Qian, by virtue of her position, is not an official judge and thus lacks the authority to voice such assertions. Consequently, many high-ranking officials cast disapproving glances towards Li Qian. Nevertheless, she remains undeterred, having bravely stepped forward, fully aware of the potential for mutual detriment. Yet, the situation is far from straightforward, as I suspect you are colluding to facilitate his cheating. Chapter 29, The Cheating Scandal. Baseless accusations. Li Qian pointed an accusing finger at Junani, her gaze drifting to the side where Xinyuan stood. A fierce jealousy blazed within her. And she could no longer concern herself with preserving her dignity. However, upon observing Xinyuan's expression, her disappointment quickly set in. The emotions she had hoped to evoke, anger, fear, anxiety, or indignation, were conspicuously absent from his face. Xinyuan merely looked perplexed, regarding Li Qian as one might a brilliant fool. With a shrug, he spoke, diverting the topic entirely away from any notions of cheating, expressing only his bewilderment. Why are you suddenly targeting me? It was just that I mistook you for a waitress earlier, it's hardly a grave matter. You rather do dress the part. What? Li Qian was taken aback. Was this fellow as focused truly askew? Even now, he insisted on discussing the waitress incident? But as realization dawned, her anger flared once more. Who looks like a waitress? I do not dress like one at all. Well, you do, your attire is quite distinct from everyone else's. Appearing quite neat. You are clearly older, unmistakably a service staff member. Who looks older? Have you taken a good look? This is the official examiner's uniform. How could it possibly resemble? Li Qian, her face aflame with fury, clutched her collar in indignation. Yet, midway through her tirade, her expression shifted. And she abruptly ceased her outburst. Wait a moment. Wasn't there something amiss in how this conversation had taken a turn? She was accusing him of cheating. How had they veered off into a discussion about attire resembling that of a waitress? Was this fellow somehow toxic? She had been led astray. From the judging panel, a towering figure, a robust man standing nearly 2 meters tall, regarded the unfolding scene with a furrowed brow. Addressing Li Qian, he exclaimed with ire, in such a serious setting, if you suspect cheating, stick to the point. Do not bring up your trivial part-time jobs as if this were a joke. Listening to the man, Li Qian felt a surge of anger rise within her. As if something were pressing against her chest, threatening to make her choke. What was happening? What did he mean by part-time jobs? Was her status as a waitress now being solidified as fact? Yet, she recognized who this imposing man was, the titan of the war god temple. Although he and Xinyuan were both war gods, they were not entirely alike, and Li Qian dared not say anything further in his presence, compelled instead to remain silent. Taking a deep breath, she hurriedly adjusted her mindset, striving to reel her thoughts back on track. She had come to realize that this E-grade contestant named Xinyuan was indeed somewhat peculiar. The moment she began speaking, he had led her into a tangent, completely disrupting her flow. Could this also be one of his extraordinary abilities? After a few moments of recalibration, Li Qian shifted her focus away from Xinyuan and addressed the panel of judges, according to the report sent back by Xinyuan. It is said that his E-grade abilities have undergone an exceptionally rare mutation, acquiring ice attributes, and at a remarkably high level. Upon arriving here, it is said that the personnel responsible for card issuance were also shown this. However, during these two instances, Xinyuan stood beside them, leading me to believe that he was not the one who accomplished this feat, but rather Xinyuan was assisting him in cheating. As these words fell, a swift commotion erupted among the crowd of students, and discussions began to stir. In truth, this uproar was also orchestrated by Li Qian, who had previously instructed a few of her arranged students, including Lu Peng, to spread whispers throughout the crowd, inciting suspicion and unrest. After all, most individuals tend to be blindly swayed. When one leads, many will follow, and given the presence of several who look down upon those with lower-tier talents, the cacophony grew quite loud. It is impossible for me to enter this assessment alongside them, nor do I harbor any motive to assist others in cheating. Xinyuan, upon hearing such baseless slander, found herself at a loss for words. After all, Xinyuan's ability bore a striking resemblance to hers, and the method of use was quite similar to her own from years past. Yet perhaps you provided her with tools to aid in passing? I did not. Moreover, I lacked the capability to create such supernatural devices. Xinyuan exclaimed in frustration. Who knows? Perhaps you might suddenly acquire the skill? Such matters are unpredictable. Especially considering your immense talent, Li Qian retorted, seizing the opportunity to press her advantage. For the first time, she felt a surge of exhilaration in her confrontation with Xinyuan, sensing a wave of satisfaction wash over her. Meanwhile, the crowd, incited by a group, began to murmur among themselves. This cannot be. If that were the case, we would be doomed. How could he possibly rival the examiner? What should we do? We must investigate. Xinyuan remained a silent observer, his gaze sweeping over each speaker's face, memorizing their features without uttering a word. Throughout history, proving one's innocence has always been a formidable challenge. He would not squander his breath. Thus, I propose we conduct a body search to uncover any potential contraband, Li Qian stated with a hint of smugness. At that moment, Xinyuan's expression turned to one of fury. as she realized that Li Qian was not concerned with whether cheating had occurred, but was merely seeking to provoke. This is unacceptable. This is nothing but humiliation. You yourself have not. As she spoke, Xinyuan gently placed a hand on Jun Annie's shoulder, stepping forward to stand before her. Thank you for your willingness to speak on my behalf, but matters such as having eaten a few bowls of noodles can never be clarified. He then turned to Mo Qinggu, saying, Mo Dean, you seem to enjoy the spectacle, do you not intend to say anything? Throughout Li Qian's emergence, Mo Qinggu's expression had remained unchanged, the wrinkles of a smile concealing his eyes, rendering his thoughts unreadable. He chuckled softly, I have scanned him. There is no issue with him whatsoever. After a brief silence, Mo Qinggu's laughter resonated, and he turned to Li Qian, saying, as for the matter of the storage rings, that issue is quite easily resolved. With a casual gesture, a transparent wristband materialized on the wrists of all 126 students present. Originally, we intended to implement a reform. This is a temporarily crafted energy wristband designed to enhance your safety. In the event of severe injury, you can utilize this wristband to request an exit. He continued, I have just added a storage function to it. You may place any items you wish to bring inside. It will automatically reject prohibited items. Xinyuan glanced down at the object adorning his wrist, recognizing that Mo Qinggu's seemingly effortless action revealed the extent of his formidable strength. His abilities were undoubtedly far from simplistic. Observing the kindly old man speak, Li Qian retreated, yet her eyes gleamed with pride. She had achieved her objective, overshadowing Jun Annie and simultaneously sowing the seeds of animosity towards Xinyuan among her fellow students. Even if Xinyuan were a genius, as long as Lu Pang and the others adhered to her instructions within the confines of this environment, he would not fare well. Chapter 30, I hope you can be first. As Li Qian stepped aside, no one else dared to speak, and the assessment was about to commence. The gaze of Mo Qinggu and other senior officials shifted from Xinyuan and Li Qian, as they initiated the secret realm. A few bald figures emerged, arms outstretched, chanting incantations as if performing a ritual. Moments later, a beam of light shot forth from each participant's forehead, converging in a specific location in the air. Subsequently, a ghastly green door slowly materialized before the assembly. To be precise, it was not merely a door but rather an object resembling a foul mire, its color eliciting a sense of revulsion. Now, dear students, if there are no pressing matters, the assessment shall begin immediately, Mo Qinggu remarked, gently clapping his hands and smiling at the candidates. The time within is synchronized with the outside world. Every action you take will be observed by us for a total of 36 hours. If you need to relieve yourselves, now is the time to do so. The restrooms in the stadium are plentiful, and you should not encounter any queues. Of course, if you choose to disrobe and relieve yourselves in full view of others after entering, that is beyond our control. As extraordinary individuals, enduring 36 hours without food, drink, or restroom breaks should not pose too great a challenge for you. However, should you find yourself suddenly afflicted with an upset stomach and wish to abandon the assessment, that is entirely your choice. With the same jolly demeanor reminiscent of Santa Claus, he delivered a series of rather flavorful remarks and then gestured for everyone to proceed. The assessment commenced instantly, leaving no time for the students to prepare, demonstrating a remarkable decisiveness. The candidates wore solemn expressions. A 36-hour trial of such intensity was undeniably a formidable challenge for them. At that moment, some stepped forward while others temporarily withdrew to attend to their needs. Those who entered would immediately trigger two screens, each the size of a computer monitor, to spring forth from the ghastly green door, one hovering in the air while the other flew towards the 126 staff members present. This screen provided an omniscient view of the current candidate, documenting their actions. Mo Qinggu and numerous officials would continuously observe, while the staff meticulously recorded each candidate's performance. Points would determine their rankings, but they would not dictate everything. Their conduct and actions were scrutinized by all the higher-ups. Throughout this process, Xinyuan did not rush to enter but remained stationary, observing with a discerning eye. He had noticed one individual, Lu Pang. Following the previous cheating scandal, several individuals had been darting through the crowd, voicing their doubts. Lu Pang was among the ringleaders. Even now, he was engaged in hushed conversations with various people, prompting Xinyuan to narrow his eyes slowly. Eventually, all candidates had entered, leaving only Xinyuan and a few others standing outside. Xinyuan removed the storage ring given to him by Junani and tossed it into his wristband, preparing to enter as well. Xinyuan. Suddenly, during this period of limited promotions, Junani took the initiative to call out to him. I hope you can be the top contender in this assessment. She had always been reluctant to place pressure on Xinyuan, but this time was different. As soon as the words left her lips, they drew the attention of everyone present. No one expected the typically reserved Junani to express such direct encouragement. The assessment was fraught with unpredictability. Even those with extraordinary talents in previous years would never dare to claim the top spot, as luck played a significant role. At that moment, the formidable Xinyuan war god Emochingu, along with other students and representatives from various organizations, turned their gazes towards Xinyuan, eager to see how this young man would respond. Let us see how it goes, Xinyuan replied nonchalantly, showing little reaction as he moved forward. However, he paused momentarily, turning back to gaze at Junani with a playful smile. Just teasing you, I will ensure the task is accomplished. With that, he stepped forward, entering the secret realm. Thus, all had entered, and the assessment officially commenced. Emochingu settled into his seat, leaning back as he cheerfully remarked, everyone. Let us see if our candidates this time will dazzle you. Xinyuan war god Dong Wuxuang remained standing, arms crossed over his chest. He raised a hand and gestured in the air, selecting one of the 126 screens, enlarging it for all to see. This was the privilege of the examiners. They could choose students of interest from the crowd to observe closely. The individual displayed on the screen was none other than Xinyuan. Guaranteed to secure the first place? I admire confidence, but a man must follow through on his words. Let us see how this little fellow performs to earn the attention of our frost battle god. The nearly 2-meter-tall man couldn't resist adding a teasing remark at the end. At that moment, Junani remained silent, standing quietly as she gazed at the image of Xinyuan in the secret realm. As he stepped through the ominous green door, a flash of light enveloped him, and Xinyuan found himself seemingly transported to another world. The sky was a dark crimson, and beneath him lay an endless desert where time seemed to lose all meaning. Most students had yet to depart, lingering in place as they contemplated whether to form alliances. Unlike those around him, Xinyuan quickly surveyed his surroundings, locking onto a familiar figure, Lu Peng. He strode confidently towards him, extending a hand in a gesture of greeting. Lu Peng was momentarily taken aback, never anticipating such a development. The other party had taken the initiative to extend goodwill? Outside the secret realm, the Xinyuan war god Dong Wuxuang, who had been intently observing Xinyuan's performance, furrowed his brow slightly. After becoming the target of scrutiny, proactively showing friendliness to alleviate the perception of hostility was not inherently wrong. However, he clearly disapproved of such a somewhat submissive action, deeming it unbecoming of a man. Lu Peng was momentarily taken aback, but he quickly adopted a condescending demeanor, disregarding the hand that Xinyuan extended towards him. With a mocking tone, he remarked, "Are you attempting to form a team with me? Or do you have other intentions? Given your A-rank status, I suppose I could extend a modicum of assistance. Let us split the points 2-8, with you receiving 2 and I taking 8. What do you say?" Lu Peng spoke without restraint, his voice ringing out loudly in derision. Those in his company erupted in laughter, never expecting to encounter such a feeble opponent. However, in the next moment, Xinyuan's hand, which had been deliberately ignored by Lu Peng, shot forward with sudden force, seizing Lu Peng's hand. Lu Peng instantly recognized the peril, but it was already too late. A chilling sensation surged through him as his right arm rapidly succumbed to numbness. Meanwhile, the terrifying ice continued to spread swiftly throughout his entire body. Have you perhaps misunderstood something? Xinyuan spoke coldly. Chapter 31, Immediate Retribution for Enmity. Record for swift elimination. Lu Peng's expression was one of sheer horror, as the scornful words he had intended to utter became lodged in his throat, rendering him speechless. It is essential to note that he was not entirely unprepared. Despite his incessant mockery, from the moment Xinyuan approached him, the energy within him had begun to flow discreetly, primed for action. His reluctance to shake hands with Xinyuan was not solely rooted in humiliation, but also in an effort to avoid physical contact. However, all of this proved utterly futile. A violet luminescence enveloped him, as his own extraordinary abilities reached their zenith, fiercely contending against Xinyuan's pale, ice attribute energy. Yet, the more he struggled, the more his expression morphed into one of unparalleled astonishment. He was confronted with a harsh and unacceptable truth, regardless of the energy he exerted. The speed at which the ice spread remained unchanged, unwavering and unyielding, insidiously consuming his very being. This was a disparity in quality, a chasm of absolute dominance. How could he, with an A-grade talent, be so thoroughly overpowered? Even if Xinyuan were an S-grade, it should not be so. You! Lu Peng exclaimed, lifting his gaze to meet Xinyuan's cold, piercing eyes, his shock evident as he shouted, "What is your talent level?" "I am E-grade, as you all know," Xinyuan replied nonchalantly, shrugging his shoulders while his right hand remained as immovable as if it were fused with Lu Peng's own. No matter how fiercely Lu Peng's energy surged, it dissipated upon reaching Xinyuan. Anger consumed Lu Peng's mind, but it swiftly morphed into terror, as he realized that if he continued down this path, his fate would surely be death. At such a young age, he was oblivious to the true nature of life and death. In a panic, he resorted to desperate measures, akin to a child, kicking at Xinyuan with his feet that had yet to be encased in ice. However, Xinyuan was already enveloped in a frosty armor, rendering Lu Peng's efforts utterly futile. "What do you intend to do?" Lu Peng bellowed, his composure shattered. "Don't waste your energy. If you come within my reach, I can instantly encase you in ice, but I have not done so, so you needn't be overly frightened." Xinyuan continued to emit his chilling aura with careful consistency. This place was not lethal, as the plump old man had mentioned earlier. Individuals faced with fatal threats would be automatically teleported away. Thus, I shall experiment to ascertain the extent of my ice confinement necessary to induce death. Meanwhile, outside, Emochingu observed in real time, "So, it's the esteemed dean in front and the portly old man behind, is it? Are you aware that I am watching? This man presents one faade in public and another in private, as if you have fully grasped the game." Listening to Xinyuan's calm voice, Lu Peng felt as if he were plunging into an icy abyss. His body was not merely cold, his heart was frozen with dread. Although he understood that he would not die, the terror of witnessing his own impending demise was an experience he had never encountered in his years of life. Furthermore, should he be teleported out now, he would be directly eliminated. He harbored numerous aspirations, having anticipated the examination's circumstances. He initially envisioned this opportunity as a chance to distinguish himself and soar to great heights. Why must it end before it even begins? Now, he is consumed by regret, questioning his decision to ingratiate himself with Li Qian and confront this terrifying deviant. The glint in his eyes was unmistakably that of a killer, revealing a chilling indifference to the tumult of life and death. What was this individual's past? He could not possibly be a student. In the throes of his struggles, Lu Peng pondered deeply, enveloped in an icy shroud, feeling no pain, only an overwhelming numbness as his consciousness began to fade. With great effort, he turned to seek assistance from his teammates behind him, all of whom were focused on Xinyuan, having previously agreed to act in unison. Yet now, they unleashed their full abilities while standing at a distance. "Please, don't." As his awareness waned, the bracelet on his wrist began to flash violently, signaling a dire threat to his life. In truth, the ice attribute bestowed a form of mercy, for it spared him from excruciating agony. In this light, perhaps I am truly a good person, he mused, as this was the last thought he grasped before losing consciousness, spoken by Xinyuan. In the next instant, the bracelet erupted, enveloping him in a stream of light, causing him to vanish from his location. The hunting assessment commenced precisely 58 seconds after all participants entered. Lu Peng, with a talent level of A, was eliminated, shattering the record for the swiftest disqualification since the inception of this assessment, an unprecedented occurrence that may never be repeated. Lu Peng's half-frozen body appeared outside the reflective barrier, laid bare before all the judges. The luminous membrane swiftly permeated his form, melting the ice encasing him and nurturing his body. Yet, he remained unconscious, his heartbeat unrevived. Emochingu extended a finger, casting a gentle golden light that enveloped Lu Peng completely, gradually revitalizing him. The operational mechanism of the bracelet's light membrane was designed to shield the participant from fatal injuries before teleporting them away, quickly stabilizing their condition. However, even upon his emergence, Lu Peng remained on the brink of death, necessitating Mo Qinggu's additional intervention. The entire panel of judges, comprising high-ranking superpowered individuals, stood frozen in silence, none daring to utter a word. Even though their combined prowess surpassed that of Xinyuan, they were nonetheless taken aback. Xinyuan today was akin to a small blade at their rear, an eye-opener for them. Throughout the annals of assessment history, such an event had never transpired. They were aware of the suspicions surrounding Xinyuan's possible cheating, which had drawn everyone's attention. If he was indeed a genius, he would surely respond during the evaluation. However, they never anticipated such a swift and violent response. This individual avenged his grievances without delay, certainly not overnight. However, it was not only Lu Peng who questioned and defamed him amidst the crowd. Could it be? Alas, this young man is quite fierce, fortunately. The secret realm does not lead to death. Mo Qinggu shook his head in resignation, the smile on his face finally undergoing a subtle transformation. The god of war. Dong Wuxuan merely uttered 2 words, his eyes reflecting a hint of admiration as he lightly applauded. You call this E-rank? It seems a reassessment is in order, remarked a tall examiner wearing a mask. One could only say he is formidable and ruthless, yet lacks a touch of rationality. Allowing himself to be feared by the masses from the very beginning was not a wise choice. This was the assessment from the Vice Dean of the Southern Academy. While his strength is undeniable, pursuing this course of action may hinder his chances of securing the highest points. At this moment, every judge's gaze was fixed upon Xinyuan, and many began to express their evaluations. Among all present, the most captivating expression belonged to Li Qian. Chapter 32, There is but one way to fit in. And that is to be like everyone else. Li Qian's once proud demeanor had not yet completely faded when she was abruptly confronted by the harshness of reality, leaving her frozen at the edge of the judging panel. This unforeseen scenario shattered all her carefully crafted designs and took her completely by surprise. At that moment, she felt as though she were ensnared in a nightmare. Lu Peng was her most promising candidate, the strongest among those she had personally recommended. She had entertained the possibility that Xinyuan possessed genuine talent, but she had never anticipated that such prowess could surpass Lu Peng's to such a staggering degree. Could Lu Peng truly be so feeble? Where on earth had this monster, Xinyuan, come from? As she gazed at Lu Peng, who lay sprawled on the ground as if lifeless, her resentment boiled over. Her moment of joy had dissipated in less than 2 minutes, leaving her incredulous. How could it be that even the chosen one paled in comparison to that fellow, Junani? Worthless, a hindrance more than a help. She felt no pity for Lu Peng, only bitter curses echoed in her mind. That wretched person must be feeling quite smug right now, she thought, as she covertly began to observe Junani from the corner of her eye. However, Junani displayed no trace of arrogance, indeed, he seemed devoid of any joy. He simply sat there, his delicate hand resting against his cheek, gazing upward in quiet contemplation. There was no shift in his expression, nor did he offer any commentary. He watched intently as if entranced by a captivating film. It was as though he were saying, "This is as it should be." I always knew Xinyuan possessed such strength, and I am merely eager to witness his forthcoming performance. Cough. Cough. Just as Li Qian was consumed by her vexation, a sudden fit of violent coughing erupted, and Lu Peng abruptly sat up from the ground, bewildered and scanning his surroundings with a look of amnesia. After a moment, the events of earlier came flooding back to him. He vigorously shook his limbs, feeling his body finally return to his control, and hastily stood up. The judges also took note of him, directing their gazes his way. Mo Qinggu, wearing his signature amiable smile, spoke, "Child, you have awakened? Is your body well?" I am perfectly fine. I have no issues." Lu Peng hurriedly replied. "Director Mo, please grant me another chance. We have only just entered. The assessment cannot have truly begun, can it? I am capable, I have yet to do anything." With his future at stake, Lu Peng was frantic. Speaking without thought, desperate for another opportunity to enter that secret realm. "That is not possible, the assessment has commenced." You may observe from here or return to rest. But your evaluation has concluded, Mo Chingu replied with a gentle smile, his tone not harsh, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. Upon hearing Mo Chingu's words, Lu Peng's face turned ashen, standing there in a daze. Suddenly, as if grasping a lifeline, he turned abruptly to Li Qian. Li Qian, the examiner. Senior sister. You must help me, allow me to continue the assessment, I have only just begun. Li Qian cast him a disdainful glance, no longer wishing to entangle herself with him. Turning her head away, she remarked, What does it have to do with me? The regulations are set, this is your own affair. But we had an agreement. He protested. You told me before the assessment that I... Silence. Li Qian interjected sharply, her eyes narrowing, effectively cutting off Lu Peng's words. What do you wish to say? Your assessment has concluded, it cannot be altered. She was genuinely frightened, worried that Lu Peng might utter something inappropriate. Enough. If you wish to argue, take it outside. Dong Wushuang said loudly, frowning as he turned to halt their squabbling. As the skyward war god, his title signified the kind of person he was. Even though he did not know Xinyuan initially, he found Lu Peng and Li Qian's behavior to be utterly contemptible. Eventually, the group quieted down. Mo Chingu cast a meaningful glance at Li Qian and ceased to speak. Within the secret realm, Xinyuan observed the sudden disappearance of Lu Peng. Unable to suppress a raised eyebrow. The protective mechanism of this realm was rather astute. Lifting his head, he spoke as if to himself or perhaps addressing an unseen audience. This should prove that I have not cheated, right? Upon finishing, he scanned his surroundings, realizing that everyone had distanced themselves from him, not only those aligned with Lu Peng, who sought to conspire against Xinyuan, but also the other students nearby. Xinyuan's initial display of strength had successfully established his authority, yet it had also, to some extent, positioned him against the rest. Few dared to guarantee they could outperform Lu Peng, everyone feared they might face the same fate of elimination. Thus, despite Xinyuan's formidable combat prowess upon entry, no one expressed a desire to form alliances. When one is significantly inferior, they are scorned and avoided. When one is vastly superior, they are regarded with trepidation and shunned. There exists but one means to integrate with the group, being relatively comparable to the majority. This explains why the vice president of the Western Academy would offer such a critique of Xinyuan. He lacked rationality. When talent stands out, it is often met with adversity. In a scenario where the group hunts for points and competition is permitted, being too conspicuous may not bode well. A chill surged through him as frost armor enveloped his entire body, and the icy staff reappeared in his grasp. Standing firm, he regarded the others before him. Equally radiant and poised for confrontation, Xinyuan was prepared for battle. At that moment, he recognized the profound shift in his mindset brought on by his recent encounter with the divine servant. In contrast to these students who had yet to face life and death, he felt a newfound ease in combat. Shall we engage in battle now? Xinyuan gracefully wielded the icy staff in his hands. The others, having evidently made the decision to form a team, exchanged glances before swiftly retreating, vanishing from sight in an instant. They chose to concede, opting not to engage with Xinyuan at this early stage of the assessment. The remaining individuals departed in succession. Some successfully formed teams, while others resolved to venture alone. Yet, it was evident that no one extended an olive branch to Xinyuan. Even the relatively amicable Qihong merely nodded at him from a distance before departing on his own, confident in his own abilities and choosing the path of a solitary wanderer. Observing this scene, the vice principal of the Western Academy furrowed his brow slightly, turning to look at the formidable warrior, Dong Wushuang. Wushuang. It seems that you hold this young man in high regard. Care for a wager? Chapter 33, The Bet. A daunting and terrifying examination content. Dong Wushuang maintained her posture of arms crossed as she slowly turned her head to face the speaker. Zhong Jing. You've become the vice president, yet you still indulge in bets? Both were no longer young. But they had been friends in their earlier years and maintained a reasonably good relationship. Pray tell, what do you wish to wager? Dong Wushuang inquired. I propose a bet on whether this child can fulfill the grandiose claims he just made. I wager he cannot. Zhong Jing replied. It was indeed a formidable challenge, historically. The top scorer in the assessments was seldom the strongest contender. Cunning and luck played significant roles. Another judge beside them concurred. Upon hearing the terms of this wager, Dong Wushuang slightly furrowed her brow and eventually shook her head. This bet is inherently unbalanced in terms of difficulty for both parties. I shall not participate. TCH, how stingy. Zhong Jing shrugged, opting not to pursue the matter further. After all, the uncertainty surrounding the top position was exceedingly high. At that moment, a light and melodic voice interjected, adding a twist to the wager that was about to fizzle out. Director Zhong, I would like to wager with you. Jun Ani, seated comfortably, tilted her head slightly to regard Zhong Jing. Oh? Are you serious? The Frost War God is willing to engage in a bet? Indeed. I bet he will secure the top position in the assessment, Jun Ani declared with unwavering conviction. Hiss, really? Zhong Jing, intrigued, rose from his seat, leaning on the table as he regarded Jun Ani with keen interest. You have such confidence in him? What shall the stakes be? You may determine the stakes. As long as I can afford it and it does not contravene my principles, I am agreeable, Jun Ani replied succinctly, true to her usual character. Zhong Jing's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Jun Ani for a considerable moment before speaking. 126 individuals, oh no. Now it's 125. With so many contestants, what makes you so certain he will take first place? Because he said so, he guarantees it. Zhong Jing studied Jun Ani's profile, intrigued for a long while, and found himself awestruck. Initially, he believed Jun Ani's defense of Xinyuan was merely a responsibility towards her gifted protege, wishing to shield the talent from obscurity. However, it now appeared their relationship was far more complex. To dare agree to such a wager? Then let us wager. Very well, with so many witnesses present. We cannot afford to gamble our fortunes. Instead, let us wager on a singular matter, or rather, a favor. Whoever loses must agree to assist the other with a task that does not violate their moral principles. Let us avoid any verbal trickery. We are not the sort to play games. May the wager be honored. Jun Ani's response was remarkably concise, consistent with her established persona. Agreed. This wager captured the attention of numerous judges, who observed with smiles, all of whom were individuals of stature, refraining from any uproar. However, it is evident to any discerning observer that Jun Ani's support and optimism towards Xinyuan have evidently surpassed the bounds of what is considered normal. Mo Chingu chuckled softly, lifting a finger to magnify the image of an individual's performance, displaying it prominently before the gathered crowd. In a manner reminiscent of changing the subject, he remarked, "All right, everyone. Let's maintain our composure, we are here to assess talent, not to gamble." The younger participants also took a moment to observe, as he noted, "I believe this child exhibits remarkable qualities of a leader." After a few words, he redirected everyone's attention back to the unfolding events within the secret realm. The secret realm was exceedingly enigmatic, devoid of any discernible means of exploration, leaving the students uncertain about what they were meant to seek. Thus, while 36 hours may seem ample, time was of the essence. Everyone was in a frenzy, desperately attuning themselves to their surroundings and contemplating the potential prey that might present itself. At last, the first individual to encounter a target emerged, or rather, the first group did. It comprised 3 members who had formed a temporary alliance, and before them stood an enormous sea star, towering at 3 meters in height. The sea star radiated a dazzling blue light, nearly blinding, exuding an ancient and sacred luminescence. The trio exchanged glances, excitement evident in their eyes. Surely, this is the kind of creature we are meant to hunt? Our luck is favorable to encounter one so soon. Let us act swiftly. We can discuss the distribution of benefits later to avoid others swooping in to claim the glory. After a brief exchange of thoughts, each member unleashed their unique abilities. The leader, a brawny figure, found his combat suit bursting at the seams as his right arm swelled to an extraordinary size, appearing capable of lifting mountains. Let's go! I cannot maintain this form for long. He bellowed, as his colossal arm seized the sea star, constricting it tightly within his grasp. Without hesitation, his 2 companions, all graduates of the same prestigious institution, demonstrated a degree of synergy. One conjured a long spear, while the other manifested a large blade. They leaped into action. attacking the sea star from opposite sides. The sea star, seemingly ensnared by the giant hand, was rendered immobile, appearing to be at their mercy. Without any impediment, the spear and blade pierced the creature's body. Outside the secret realm, Emochingu watched with a bemused smile, letting out a soft huff as he subtly shook his head. It cannot be that easy. In the next moment, the sea star, which had been so easily penetrated, erupted in a blinding radiance. The light exploded outward, sending the two attackers flying, rendering them incapable of holding onto their conjured weapons. The long blade and spear were gradually absorbed, becoming part of the sea star's energy. As their own weapons were consumed, the two fallen individuals coughed up blood in an instant. The two of them are not the most unfortunate. The student whose arm has grotesquely swollen emits a harrowing scream, his right hand reduced to a bloody pulp, revealing even glimpses of bone. The seemingly harmless demeanor of the starfish creature deceived them, while Emochingu's kind and gentle words ensnared their judgment. The term hunting operation led them to believe that this was merely a safe venture, a competition to see who could capture the most. Yet, in truth, each target they were to pursue could very well possess powers far surpassing their own. These beings are but artificially simulated deities crafted by Emochingu and his cohort. They have swiftly encountered a target. One might wonder whether to deem their fortune as fortunate or unfortunate. Dong Wuxuan remarked, "It appears the situation is rather dire." Another evaluator subtly shook his head in agreement. Zhong Jing turned to Emochingu and said, "To be frank, I witness such scenes during every assessment. And at times I ponder if you derive pleasure from undermining the students." Emochingu chuckled lightly, yet to those familiar with him, his once amiable and benign expression now bore an unsettlingly sinister and perilous undertone. "I harbor no intention of disheartening them. I merely wish for them to grasp the essence of reality sooner rather than later." What is reality? It is traversing through arduous evaluations, basking in the adulation of many, emerging from the crowd only to find oneself still a mere ant. This is the reality. They are ants, and we too are ants, all are but ants. The superhumans must confront that which is vastly superior to them. Chapter 34, Terrifying Perception Methods. Could it be that he has awakened his third eye? The superpowered individuals are confronted by entities that are far stronger than themselves. Emochingu's voice was grave, devoid of the usual light-hearted and harmonious tone, leading to an immediate silence in the room. The expressions of all the judges were solemn, each lost in recollections of less than pleasant memories. After a few moments of silence, Zhong Jing spoke again. "After all, they are still children, lacking formal training, without knowledge on how to enhance their abilities, and utterly unfamiliar with martial techniques. Their psychological preparedness is inadequate." "What you say indeed holds merit, Zhong Jing," Emochingu replied slowly, turning to face him. "However, you must understand that the deities we have simulated are not real. Their powers have been diminished to a mere fraction of their original strength. I have already cautioned them to take this seriously. If carelessness leads to injury, it will serve as a valuable lesson for them. It is better to learn now than on the battlefield." At this moment, Emochingu had shed his previously amiable demeanor, becoming exceedingly stern, his eyes radiating a chilling light as he observed the dismal state of the three students on the video, showing no sign of compassion. He then turned his gaze back to Zhong Jing and inquired, "As for your earlier assertion that they are merely children, how old are you this year?" Zhong Jing was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating such a question from Emochingu, unsure of his intent. 37? Or perhaps 38? In any case, certainly not yet 40. Having lived merely a few decades, you already consider others as children while regarding yourself as an adult? In comparison to beings that have drifted among the stars for millennia, we are all children, there is no distinction. Emochingu spoke with an almost admonitory tone, turning away and leaving the audience with his imposing silhouette. Here, they will not perish, injuries can be treated once they emerge. But if they are to face the future, then their fate lies in their own hands. The atmosphere among the judges fell into a heavy silence, with no one daring to speak further. The scene took on a somewhat somber tone. Jun Ani, being youthful and experiencing this as her first time sitting in judgment, had never witnessed such a scene before. Yet, she sighed, fully aware that Emochingu was indeed correct. Having witnessed the might of a successful divine descent and felt that sense of helplessness, she recognized that being strict with the students was ultimately beneficial. All right. Let us not remain so solemn. Let us observe the others. It appears someone has found their target. However, this Xinyuan seems to be rather unfortunate, as he has yet to locate a target. Hiss. Moreover, it seems that his strategy may be flawed, another vice dean interjected, steering the conversation to lighten the mood. The students in the secret realm had begun to find their targets, initiating their strategies for coordinated assaults. However, at this moment, Xinyuan had yet to achieve any significant progress. He sped across the boundless desert, the dark red sky growing increasingly ominous, hinting that it might soon plunge into darkness. He persistently advanced in a singular direction, occasionally veering off course, as though driven by an unseen objective. Yet, this approach bore no advantage for his search for the hidden realms. The prudent strategy would entail marking a vast area and then circling within it, exploring it as a unit. Such a tactic would prove far more efficient for the fortuitous endeavor of searching. The hidden realms were not a static expanse, they resembled quicksand, perpetually shifting, with the entirety of this mystical world in constant motion. Like a cloth being incessantly kneaded, the entire landscape and all its features underwent relentless transformation. This was a deliberate means of heightening the challenge and uncertainty of the trials, apart from the immutable position of the entrance. No one could hope to fully comprehend the terrain within a mere 36 hours. At present, Xinyuan seemed to be propelled by a particular purpose, charging headlong in one direction, interspersed with two sudden turns. Dong Wuxuang and the others observed Xinyuan's trajectory, perplexed and uncertain of his intentions. Was he merely honing his running speed? Due to the wager, Zhong Jing had been closely monitoring Xinyuan. This seemed an extravagant waste of time, running for a spell only to shift direction abruptly? No. Dong Wuxuang's eyes were fixed intently on Xinyuan, scrutinizing his path. His movements suggested a specific destination. Each turn he took could very well align with the shifting of the hidden realm's map. Having realized this, he quickly called out to one of the bald-headed individuals maintaining the realm's existence. Old Su. How frequently does the hidden realm randomly adjust its orientation, and how long until the next change? The bald-headed man, referred to as Old Su, did not turn but responded, it changes every 20 minutes, there are still 5 minutes until the next alteration. Please project the macro image of the entire map. That consumes considerable mental energy. I shall reward you with 3 mid-tier divine cores upon the conclusion of the trial. Very well. Afterward, Old Su gestured into the void, and a colossal display akin to a tactical screen materialized before everyone. It resembled a satellite map, marked with distinct terrain regions, but uniquely adorned with numerous red and blue light points. The blue points represented the students, while the red ones indicated their targets to be hunted. At that moment, the map revealed several blue points overlapping with red ones, signifying that the students were engaged in combat with the virtual deities within the hidden realm. Subsequently, Dong Wuxuang gradually magnified one of the blue points, which represented Xinyuan's trajectory. The other judges were also aware of Dong Wuxuang's thoughts. At that moment, Zhong Jing, skeptical, spoke up. Are you suggesting that he is advancing directly towards a specific target? Surely, you jest. Do you believe he possesses clairvoyance? Such feats are beyond even him. Could you accomplish it? Only those specializing in psychic abilities could hope to achieve such extensive mental perception. Dong Wuxuang remained silent, merely gesturing towards the image on the map. At that moment, a slow-moving blue dot was progressing towards a radiant red dot. Zhong Jing furrowed his brow but stubbornly retorted, this must be mere luck, right? Does ice-based ability even enhance mental perception? I was unaware. As he spoke, he cast a puzzled glance at Junani, but received no response. Dong Wuxuang replied, whether it is luck will soon be revealed. If you wish to wager on this, I am more than willing to oblige. Zhong Jing did not engage further, instead focusing intently on the red dot on the map, casually circling both Xinyuan and the red dot ahead of him. With dozens of eager eyes watching, the 5 minutes swiftly elapsed. Suddenly, the landscape on the map was violently upheaved, with all blue and red dots' positions chaotically rearranged. Remarkably, the participants within the secret realm felt nothing amiss, only the judges were aware of the transformations occurring within the secret realm. On the screen, The blue dot representing Xinyuan froze in place after the map's disruption and, after a 2-second pause, abruptly altered its course, heading towards the previously designated target, the red dot. What on earth? Zhongjing slammed his fists on the table, rising abruptly. This is impossible. Are you serious? Chapter 35, The Competition for Talent in Wealthy Western Academy. At this moment, Zhongjing, the vice principal of the Western Academy, disregarded his image and erupted in disbelief. Rising to his feet. Is this even possible? How could this have been achieved? Previous generations of psychics, lacking training, certainly could not have accomplished such feats. Hey! Old Dong! Can you actually perform such advanced tracking? What kind of phenomenon is this? Although Dong Wuxuan held a favorable view of Xinyuan, he too was astonished to witness the reality of his capabilities. Instead of addressing the matter directly, he allowed Zhongjing to draw attention to himself and remarked, "This is not my area of expertise. My ability is physical enhancement, while the mental domain is Old Su's specialty." Stop deflecting. The young man appears to embody mental attributes. And he possesses ice abilities as well. No, wait, his power is an energy chain. With increasing excitement, Zhongjing turned to Jun Ani and inquired, "You call that an energy chain? Honestly, does your ice attribute enhance your mental prowess?" Observing Zhongjing's astonishment, Jun Ani's heart swelled with joy. Finally, someone recognized Xinyuan's exceptional talent. From this moment forward, it would be impossible to dismiss Xinyuan's E-class abilities. No, it has nothing to do with the ice attribute. Jun Ani replied, suppressing his elation. However, I understand how he achieved such feats. What? What do you mean? Zhongjing asked, perplexed. About 3 days ago, Xinyuan informed me that his powers had undergone a mutation. He has now developed a perception ability, which allows him to effortlessly analyze and extract information from his surroundings, even possessing a degree of prophetic capability. As Jun Ani's calm voice resonated, not only Zhongjing but also the other judges could no longer remain composed. Another mutation? This ability can change so unpredictably? Do you truly believe his powers are like clay, malleable and ever-evolving? The energy chain possesses such bizarre potential? I've encountered many prodigies with extraordinary talents, but this one is truly strange, the first of its kind. Yet, despite their skepticism, the results on the map were undeniable. The blue dot was resolutely advancing toward the red dot. At this moment, Emochingu also turned to Jun Ani and asked, "Is this how he accomplished what happened a few days ago?" Seeing Jun Ani nod, Emochingu's gaze shifted back to Xinyuan, now filled with greater intrigue. What transpired? And old Mo, have you investigated this young man's background and experiences? Zhongjing inquired. I will address everything after the assessment concludes. As for him, his identity should pose no issue, Emochingu assured. With Emochingu's confirmation, Zhongjing nodded solemnly, seemingly having made a significant decision. Suddenly, he slammed his hand on the table and declared loudly, "This individual, he is ours at the Western Academy. He may set his own terms." What? A single stone stirs 1,000 waves. The judges were taken aback as the evaluations commenced, barely an hour in, and already they were vying for talent. The other academies, unwilling to concede, voiced their objections. What do you mean you've made your choice? The situation has yet to unfold. Zhongjing, your bravado is quite striking. With 8 academies present, do you truly believe you can claim him? Observing the rising dissent, Zhongjing scoffed dismissively, taking his seat with an air of arrogance, crossing his legs as if to assert his superiority. It's simply because my Western Academy possesses wealth and abundant resources. Care to contest that? This statement left the leaders of the other academies momentarily speechless, for Zhongjing spoke the truth. Among the various institutions, the Western Academy had long been recognized as the epitome of affluence, boasting vast grounds, generous funding, and plentiful resources. At that moment, Emochingu chuckled once more, lightly remarking, "Indeed, this young man has potential. And you must be somewhat acquainted with him. Why not introduce him to our Eastern Academy?" Upon hearing this, Zhongjing's composure faltered, instantly grasping the old fox's intent. How shameless can you be, old man, playing the favor card at such a juncture? Li Qian. standing at the edge of the crowd, clenched her teeth in frustration. Was it not enough that Xinyuan was already being coveted by the various academies? Even Zhong Jing, who initially disregarded him, had seemingly been swayed. Why was it that Junani always seemed to outshine him? Enough bickering, it's about to begin, interjected Dong Wushuang, who had been fixated on the screen. On the map, blue and red dots were poised for collision. Let us observe whether he possesses the capability to vanquish his prey alone. Illusion Stone, to the right, night is fast approaching, hurry up. Illusion Sand, you have arrived, remember to be cautious and strike at the vital points, or it will be meaningless. Guided by the voice of all things, Xinyuan sprinted towards his destination. At last, he found it. Does this fellow possess the ability to teleport? How is it that his position shifts every 20 minutes? Without hesitation, he conjured energy chains that surged forward, aimed at the seemingly empty space before him. Remarkably, the strike landed true, revealing that the sand dune was, in fact, a living entity. A colossal figure composed entirely of sand began to rise, emanating an overwhelming aura of pressure, with Xinyuan's energy chain coiling around its neck. With a furious roar, the entire sandy terrain became agitated, winds howled, and sand transformed into a rain of blades descending from above. Xinyuan raised an ice shield with his right hand, dodging and blocking while deftly maneuvering across the ground. He had never encountered sand with such formidable force. This experience instilled a newfound respect within him, making it clear that this assessment would be anything but simple. Ice time. With a deft swing of his right hand, a torrent of icy energy surged forth, rendering any concern for collateral damage irrelevant as Xinyuan unleashed his full power. The entire expanse of sand, including the colossal sand giant, was instantaneously encased in a thick layer of ice. Upon closer inspection, however, it became apparent that the pale, crystalline ice was utterly transparent and devoid of substance. In that fleeting moment, the sand giant was transformed into mere grains of yellow sand, dissipating into the ether. In the next instant, a massive hand made of sand seized Xinyuan's body, while a gaping maw, resembling a bloodthirsty chasm, appeared beneath his feet, as if intent on swallowing him whole. Observing this scene, Dong Wushuang smiled knowingly and shook his head. Though your efforts are commendable, it's not so simple. Allow me to see if you have any further surprises in store for us. Chapter 36, The Sudden Turn of Events. Another record. Xinyuan was oblivious to the judges' evaluations of his performance, and he had little inclination to ponder the opinions of others. Behind him loomed a massive maw, ready to consume him. With a pallid complexion, his ice affinity erupted, and countless ice spikes protruded from his body, transforming him into a spiky hedgehog of frost. The sudden eruption of ice shards shattered the hands that bound him, and with a mere thought, a towering ice pillar rose in the distance. He flung the energy chain in his hand, ensnaring it, and with a vigorous tug, he pulled himself away from the impending attack, landing atop the ice column. Having averted his immediate peril, Xinyuan finally had the opportunity to turn around and survey the threat he faced. Before him, the sandy ground writhed, and a colossal figure of earthy hue once again rose from the depths, appearing even larger than before. A thunderous roar echoed, and from its gaping maw, a whirlwind of sand erupted, the fierce winds narrowing Xinyuan's eyes to mere slits. Could it be that this creature is immortal? He pondered while scanning the desert landscape, assessing his surroundings. He deduced that the entity lacked a physical form but could manipulate the sands within a certain radius to construct its body. However, within his line of sight, it seemed as though all the sand was rising and surging, the swirling yellow dust reducing visibility to an abysmal level. In mere seconds, the entire world grew dim, and Xinyuan could only discern the silhouette of the giant, unable to perceive its full form. This is rather terrifying. Are all the creatures here of such caliber? Who is truly hunting whom? The prey of this surround and hunt operation cannot possibly refer to the students, can it? Xinyuan was acutely aware of his own strength among the candidates. He knew he ranked among the more formidable. Yet, if these entities were to be judged by Lu Peng's prowess, they seemed insurmountable. Surely, the others would be utterly incapable of combating them. Just as he reflected, without even glancing back, he tilted his head slightly as several sand spikes whizzed past, brushing his hair. It appeared perilously close, a near miss that could have left him gravely injured, yet he felt no hint of panic. Though it seemed a matter of mere inches, he understood that it was a chasm of difference. The voice of all things continually warned him, alerting him to the dangers of his surroundings. Even as the sandstorm rendered his eyes nearly useless and the sharp grains stung his face like daggers, he adeptly evaded the onslaught. Unbeknownst to him, the encounter with the divine servant had matured his combat experience at an astonishing rate. It was that experience that allowed him to remain composed in the face of danger, wielding the voice of all things with remarkable finesse, devoid of any sense of chaos or confusion. Voice of the gritty sand, I have told you repeatedly to strike at the vital points. Why do you not heed my advice? You cannot possibly believe you can confront it head-on. Listening to the sounds around him, Xinyuan struggled to raise his head for one last glance, all the while evading various attacks and inwardly cursing, "Damn it, you keep saying to target the vital points. But could you please tell me where they are? Don't mess with me. Good grief, I can't see anything anymore." The ferocity of the wind and sand had become so terrifying that it felt as if a curtain had descended, obscuring all visibility. Even the colossal sand giant could only be discerned as a mere shadow. "He's performing admirably, maintaining his composure," praised Emochingu, who had been observing the battle from outside the secret realm. "However, prey within the secret realm varies in strength. And you happen to be facing one of the particularly formidable types. That perceptual ability, akin to having eyes on the back of your head. I must admit, I envy it. This lad, though seemingly at a disadvantage, carries himself with remarkable poise." Zhongjing chuckled, teasingly remarking as he watched Xinyuan evade like a dancer on the edge of a blade, avoiding every sand spike without suffering any real harm. He admired the extraordinary perceptual skill. If it were solely based on physical prowess and reflexes, few could achieve such feats in this world. Xinyuan remained remarkably calm during the battle, his expression stable, entirely unlike a novice who had never engaged in combat before. What had he been doing previously? Had he often fought with others? As the onlookers contemplated how Xinyuan would extricate himself from such dire straits amidst the storm's eye, Dong Wuxuan, with keen eyes, suddenly gasped softly, leaning forward as if she had spotted something intriguing. Bringing her face closer to the screen, she finally confirmed her suspicion and exclaimed in astonishment, "Is that? He has closed his eyes? Is he going to rely solely on his perceptual abilities to fight?" Indeed, Xinyuan had closed his eyes, deciding to experiment by relying on the voice of all things to guide him in battle. Given the intensity of the wind and sand, keeping his eyes open could yield dire consequences. Moreover, he had already devised his next move. With a gesture of his right index finger lifted skyward, a pale, solid ice enveloped the ground, summoning dozens of ice crystal pillars nearly 40 meters high. Subsequently, energy chains activated, encircling Xinyuan, ready to tether any of the pillars and draw him closer. Utilizing the momentum of the energy chains, Xinyuan transformed the battlefield into a three-dimensional space, leaping from one ice pillar to another like a grand spider. The giant composed of sand swung its colossal fists in futility. Then, innumerable ice swords coalesced, piercing the giant's massive form repeatedly, rendering it akin to a living target. Each strike to a specific spot on its left chest elicited intense tremors. There lay its vital point. In an instant, the tide of battle turned. Just moments ago, the colossal sand giant, previously suppressed by Xinyuan, now roared like a headless fly amidst dozens of ice pillars, utterly incapable of inflicting any harm upon him. It appeared to be on the brink of collapse. Could it be that he has discerned the deity's vulnerabilities? Are these beings truly so easily vanquished? Surely, this must have been deduced through a barrage of sword rains, otherwise, would it imply that he could replicate such feats in reality? The astonishment Xinyuan has stirred among the examiners has been overwhelming, and within this brief span, Zhongjing has lost count of how many expletives he has uttered. He has even begun to contemplate the lavish incentives required to entice Xinyuan to his side. In contrast to the shock of others, Emochingu merely glanced at his watch, confirming the time. He then smacked his lips, inhaling sharply. At this moment, if he were to single-handedly slay the giant now, it would likely set yet another record. Chapter 37, The Unbelievably Strong Newcomer. Is it truly possible to be the best? The anticipated miracle did not occur. Of course, this miracle was meant for the colossal giant of sand. At this moment, it lay wounded and ravaged by the rain of swords, unable to reform, appearing exceedingly frail, pitiful, and helpless. Witnessing its pitiable state, Xinyuan resolved to deliver the final blow. With his own safety assured, he ceased his acrobatics among the dozens of icy pillars and descended to the ground. Turning his back to the giant, he concentrated all his ice swords, coalescing them into a massive sword of frigid ice above him. With a thunderous crash, the colossal sword descended from the sky, piercing through the giant's head and diagonally impaling its vital left chest, nailing it to the ground. The yellow sand dispersed, but this time, it could never coalesce back into a corporeal form, remaining unable to rise again. Throughout this ordeal, Xinyuan did not turn back. He listened intently to the rumbling and the sound of the body collapsing, his head bowed, his right hand pressed against his forehead. A true man never looks back at an explosion. Simply put, it exudes an exceptional coolness. Overall, it resembled the grand finale of a film, with the protagonist leaving the audience with an extraordinarily suave pose. Yet, in the next moment, he stumbled, nearly losing his balance, swaying as if he had consumed counterfeit alcohol. His right hand remained pressed against his forehead, while his left swiftly conjured a white ice crystal cane to support his body and prevent his fall. Witnessing this scene, Xinyuan and the others, who had been closely observing, held their breath, quietly watching, uncertain of what had transpired. Was he injured? Had they missed something earlier? Did an energy shock wave reach him? Or had he simply exhausted himself too much? Under the silent scrutiny of all, Xinyuan finally regained his composure, straightened his posture, and exclaimed, "Oh dear. I'm dizzy from all that spinning. Astronaut training is truly grueling. Which way is which?" He leaned on his cane, resembling a bewildered elderly man, gazing around in confusion. After some time, he finally located the deceased target, realizing it was right behind him. The onlookers, initially concerned about his potential injuries, were now left with a sense of disbelief. This lad, could he be any more absurd? Could his charm only last 3 seconds? Xinyuan, observing his unsteady demeanor, couldn't help but chuckle, quickly suppressing his laughter, thinking to himself, this fellow always manages to inject humor just when he's about to look impressive. His antics drew sideways glances from Emochingu and others, while Zhongjing, despite his age, was not above playful gestures towards Dong Wuxuan, exchanging knowing glances with Xinyuan. The implication was unmistakable, these two certainly had something going on. However, Dong Wuxuan disregarded him entirely, not even casting a glance in his direction. She merely turned to Emochingu and inquired, "How's the time? Have we broken the record?" "Indeed, this lad is remarkably swift," came the reply. Xinyuan approached the fallen colossal sand giant and coiled a chain around the crystalline core resting on the ground. The pale yellow crystal shimmered with a subtle warmth. Yet as Xinyuan held it, he furrowed his brow in contemplation. Is this the coveted divine core that is the objective of this undertaking? Yet he could not shake the feeling that perhaps he was overthinking, or perhaps misinterpreting. He sensed an energy emanating from this object that bore a resemblance to the divine embryo he had encountered previously. After some reflection, Xinyuan harbored a few conjectures. With a slight exertion, the divine core fractured into several pieces, yet no energy dissipated, indicating that the design was intentionally crafted for the ease of division among the students. In truth, from the inception of this assessment, there was never an intention for students to conquer the challenges presented alone. Xinyuan was among the few exceptions that occurred annually. Flipping his palm, he stored the fragmented divine core within his wristband. Raising his gaze to the sky, he noted that dusk had descended, casting an eerie ambience over the vast secret realm. This signified a pivotal moment. The first 3 hours were drawing to a close. The secret realm operated on a cycle of day and night, divided into 3 hours of daylight and 3 hours of darkness, culminating in a 6-hour rotation. This design served a dual purpose: to assist students in tracking time with a sense of day and night, while also augmenting the assessment's complexity. As the darkness thickened, the sky transformed into a heavy, dark red, devoid of any lightness, creating an oppressive atmosphere. During these initial 3 hours, Xinyuan stood as the sole successful slayer among the students and was the only one in this cohort currently aware of the nature of the divine core. Now, as night fell, continuing the assessment in the dark posed a considerable risk. Thus, unless equipped with pertinent abilities, many students would opt to take a respite under the cover of night. Especially in the first 6 hours, time was still on their side, prompting those who recognized the daunting nature of the secret realm to recalibrate their strategies. Even the most arrogant of lone wolves would begin to seek companionship. Yet, it was evident that Xinyuan was not among them. Having grown accustomed to the whispers of all things, the distinction between day and night held little significance for him, provided he managed the information he absorbed. Although the 36-hour assessment posed a significant burden to one attuned to the voices of the universe, he was not inclined to squander time. A promise made must be fulfilled. He was not one to vie for accolades. Yet today's incident of slander had shifted his perspective. His strength represented more than just himself. He understood that Junani, in her efforts to secure his admission to an E-level, must have faced considerable scrutiny. If one fails to demonstrate their prowess, it inevitably becomes a scene where the loved ones suffer while the adversaries rejoice. Therefore, this time, he is determined to contend. With the aid of the voice of all things, the oppressive darkness of the night could not impede him. He swiftly surged towards his next target. Time passed swiftly. 9 hours had already elapsed within the secret realm. At this moment, Xinyuan was engaged in combat with the fourth virtual deity, the Prey. Meanwhile, even the most formidable and swiftest of teams had only managed to vanquish the second deity. Those who appeared terrifying in the eyes of other students seemed to Xinyuan akin to cutting through vegetables, as he quickly discerned their weaknesses, dispatched them, and collected their divine cores, moving on to the next. This astonishing gap in performance made all the judges truly aware that among this year's freshmen, there exists a prodigy among prodigies. It appears that this young man indeed possesses a significant likelihood of claiming the top position. Dong Wuxuan watched Xinyuan's performance with satisfaction before turning to face Zhong Jing. Hey, your wager with the Frost War God seems destined for failure, huh? However, the seemingly frivolous Zhong Jing did not engage in banter with Dong Wuxuan at that moment. His expression was grave, with elbows resting on the table and fingers interlaced. His gaze swept across the 126 screens. With narrowed eyes, he slowly remarked, "I concede that he is exceptionally strong, a level of strength that is unparalleled. I also mentioned that our academy is intent on securing him. Yet, I still do not believe he will emerge as the ultimate victor. Have you not noticed? He has already drawn attention?" Chapter 38, The Secret Realm That Tests the Malice of Humanity. Before anyone else could pose a question, Zhong Jing proactively elaborated, "This is, in essence, a recurring pattern that manifests annually, is it not? In the preliminary phase of the assessment, all participants exert themselves to the utmost in hunting and collecting divine nuclei. However, our evaluation operates on a ranking system, regardless of how many divine nuclei one accumulates. The students remain oblivious to their standing in relation to others. Thus, suspicion arises, and in the latter stages of the assessment, there is a significant escalation in conflicts and plundering among the participants. Of course, all of this seems to be part of the perverse design of that old man Mo, likely intending to observe the choices students make under such circumstances." At this point, Zhong Jing took a sip from the cup before him, casting a sidelong glance at Mo Chingu. In his view, this behavior, which tests the darker inclinations of human nature, is utterly distasteful. However, Mo Chingu remained unfazed, sitting there with an air of tranquility, listening with a smile as Zhong Jing spoke. Observing his demeanor, Zhong Jing merely curled his lip and continued, "Yet, this time is somewhat different, for the presence of Xinyuan has engendered a severe catfish effect." At the outset of the assessment, he swiftly eliminated Lupine before the eyes of all, imparting a crucial message to the other candidates: this individual is extraordinarily formidable, likely the strongest among them. Consequently, as the students hunt for divine nuclei, they involuntarily acknowledge a pressing concern. Ordinarily, no one could possibly rival this individual. Thus, those who perceive themselves as powerful yet believe they cannot surpass Xinyuan swiftly recognize that conventional methods will not suffice to defeat him, prompting them to rapidly resort to plundering. Conversely, those who feel inadequate will hasten to form alliances to avoid being robbed. Furthermore, many begin to ponder, given that this person poses the greatest threat, why not unite to eliminate him and seize his divine nuclei? Additionally, some students who previously harbored grievances against Xinyuan are stoking the flames of conflict. Therefore, I wish to convey that although the assessment has merely commenced for 10 hours, he has already become a target. At this juncture, Zhong Jing gestured, and several screens magnified, displaying the unfolding events before the judges. Here, two groups have merged, intent on initiating a plunder. They are in close proximity to Xinyuan, evidently having sensed his location. This student seems to possess psychic abilities. Having formed a team from the outset, not engaging in combat but solely tracking, clearly fixated on pinpointing Xinyuan's position. A series of videos were amplified, corroborating Zhongjing's assertions. The judges fell into silence, recognizing the validity of Zhongjing's observations. Meanwhile, even as Xinyuan's performance repeatedly slapped her in the face, Li Qian, who stubbornly remained, quietly clenched her fists. In her heart, elation surged forth. She had been waiting for this very moment, fully aware that Xinyuan's brilliance would inevitably attract attacks. She lingered here, anticipating his downfall. Raising her head, she cast a fierce glance at the figure on the screen, her eyes glimmering with a blend of expectation and hatred. Observing Xinyuan's rampage within the secret realm, swiftly harvesting divine cores, she yearned for the moment of his misfortune. The judges remained silent for a while, until Zhongjing finally shattered the tense atmosphere, turning to the increasingly worried Jun Ani and stating, "Bing Shuang, under these circumstances, he cannot secure first place. However, this is not his fault, your faith in him is entirely justified. If blame is to be assigned, it should be directed towards your academy's dean and the examination rules he proposed." After speaking, he leaned back and addressed Imochingu, saying, "Those with extraordinary abilities must unite to confront such terrifying foes. I have been pondering the positive significance of designing an examination that incites treachery and ultimately leads to mutual slaughter." In response to Zhongjing's critique and accusations, Imochingu remained silent, calmly gazing at the examination screens and murmuring, "Let us observe. Let us observe." 12 hours passed. The intensity of battle had begun to take its toll on Xinyuan. Even with his extraordinary physique, 12 hours of combat and travel posed a formidable challenge. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he noted the sky brightening once more and chose to sit on the ground. He intended to spend the next 3 hours resting. Typically, participants would rest during the night, but he had no such concerns, he could rest whenever fatigue set in. During this time, he could unleash the voice of all things to gather information about the monsters within the secret realm. He had previously triumphed over numerous sand-like creatures independently. Yet the combined divine cores from the others paled in comparison to those from the initial sand creature. He realized that the first creature he encountered was relatively powerful within this secret realm and yielded the most divine cores. Thus, he contemplated that the environment of the secret realm would change periodically, rather than running aimlessly, it would be wiser to seek out the most formidable creature within. With this in mind, he resolved to rest adequately, preparing to pursue that being in his prime condition. Activating the voice of all things, he filtered out all irrelevant information, beginning his search for the most powerful entity in the secret realm. A few hours later. Is this the place? In the distance, a 7-person team came to a halt, arriving at a chaotic site littered with metallic fragments. This was where Xinyuan had previously vanquished his prey. The signs of battle were unmistakable, and the energy felt right. One of the students standing nearby bent down to pick up some earth, rubbing it slightly before speaking. The squad leader, who was the first to speak, exclaimed, "Damn it! This person must be a freak." Along our journey, we have already encountered 2 instances he resolved single-handedly. What on earth is his misjudged ability level? How could a student possess such combat prowess? This individual is extraordinarily formidable, utterly disrupting the balance of the assessment. How many divine cores does he possess? Surely, he must have amassed the highest score by now. I wouldn't be surprised if our combined efforts fall short of his total. Given his combat strength, he is undoubtedly the front-runner in this evaluation. While the squad members were collectively astonished and engaged in fervent discussion about Xinyuan's capabilities, a woman, her eyes closed and her index finger pressed against her brow, seemed to be deeply contemplating something. After a brief pause, she suddenly spoke, "He is moved. He is on the move." Chapter 39, The Water Ghost. Is there something you need? Or are you merely seeking a place to sit in confinement? The 6 pairs of eyes turned in unison towards the lone member of their group whose abilities were related to the mind. Slowly opening his eyes, he surveyed his teammates and inquired, "What do you think? Shall we continue to follow?" The 7-member team fell into a collective silence upon hearing this question. After a moment, One of the members tentatively broke the stillness, saying, "Perhaps we should ask, should we still pursue him?" This statement stripped away the pretense that had enveloped them all. Indeed, as Zhongjing had articulated, they had harbored intentions to confront Xinyuan. However, after traversing this path, having encountered 2 such relics, their spirits had become dulled. Their small group had only managed to hunt a single beast, yet they discovered that Xinyuan, a solitary figure, had already vanquished 2 foes. This was only the tally of their known encounters; those they had overlooked were yet unaccounted for. They understood Xinyuan was formidable, but none had anticipated just how formidable he truly was. It was difficult for them to fathom the battles this place had witnessed. The remnants of unthawed ice lay scattered, rendering the landscape reminiscent of a post-war site. They were bewildered yet profoundly shaken. "What if we, the 7 of us, are not even his match?" One voiced a concern. "What are you saying? How can you bolster his spirits while diminishing our own?" Another retorted. "After all, there are 7 of us, we should be able to handle him. Right? Besides, perhaps the monsters he has faced are of a lesser caliber." The teammates engaged in hushed discussions, yet their demeanor suggested a distinct lack of confidence. "Let us proceed." Ultimately, the temporary leader of the squad declared. "It is fine, we shall observe from a distance for now. Furthermore, I believe we are not the only ones following him." After several hours of rest, Xinyuan resumed his journey at full speed. Before him lay an incongruous expanse of water, a lake. Surrounding it were neither grasslands nor trees. Only red earth that starkly contrasted with the idea of a lake's natural habitat. Yet, it existed. In this enigmatic realm, absurdity was merely another form of reality. "Lake, although I know you will likely disregard my warning, I suggest you refrain from seeking trouble with this individual." "Wind, yes, right here, right here. Eliminate him. I have faith in you." Xinyuan pondered, "Why does the cacophony of voices in my ears seem to be at odds with one another?" Nevertheless, having found his destination, he hesitated no longer. He temporarily silenced the guidance of his auditory companions and began to scrutinize his surroundings. The peculiar appearance of this lake indicated that something was amiss. Its abrupt presence seemed far too unreasonable to be mere scenery. Yet, could it be akin to the Sandman encountered at the outset, a conglomerate of elements, poised to transform into a colossal water beast and rise to challenge him? However, if it truly resembles the Sandman to such an extent, does this narrative not seem rather monotonous and tedious? Should this assessment be transcribed into a book, such a design would indeed be akin to a colossal water monster. Just as he was lost in thought, the lake's surface began to ripple, and a figure leapt from the water, landing upon the shore. Having undergone a series of prior battles, Xinyuan's combat instincts had become remarkably refined. He instinctively leapt backward, unleashing energy chains with ferocity. Crack! 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 The 3 sounds were merely the result of Xinyuan releasing 3 chains simultaneously. Upon closer inspection, it became evident that the entity was humanoid in form, composed entirely of water, resembling a water spirit. The creature, having merely emerged from the river without any further action, stumbled awkwardly as Xinyuan struck it. The water spirit, perplexed, turned to face Xinyuan. Although it lacked discernible facial features, Xinyuan felt its gaze upon him. Even its body language conveyed a sense of innocence, as it humanely gestured with its hands toward Xinyuan. Xinyuan found himself momentarily bewildered by the situation. Was this being truly a monster? It seemed rather feeble. At that moment, a voice resonated in his mind. The sound of all things. "Water spirit, do you need something? If not, why not find a cell to sit in?" This marked the first occasion a creature resembling a monster within the secret realm had engaged him in conversation. After some contemplation, Xinyuan responded, "Well, I have sat in a cell before. When I play solo, the opposing team often sends out a marksman, and I find myself imprisoned in the early game." "Water spirit?" The water spirit, unable to comprehend Xinyuan's words, began to limp away. Yet suddenly, it turned back, fixating its gaze on the bracelet adorning Xinyuan's wrist. In the next moment, as if seized by madness, its entire form exploded into countless fragments, surging toward Xinyuan from all directions, only to reassemble into one body as it reached him, reaching out to snatch the bracelet. Sizzle! A sound akin to hot oil poured into ice water erupted, as Xinyuan's left hand swiftly pierced through the water spirit's body, completely freezing its aqueous form. Gazing at the ice sculpture dangling from his hand, Xinyuan gently rotated his neck. I knew it. But if that is the case, it seems I have a distinct advantage over you, being composed of water. However, a cold droplet slid from the ice sculpture, not sinking into the earth but instead bouncing back into the lake. In the next moment, the lake erupted. It was as though a bomb had been thrown into it, with countless droplets splashing forth, each transforming into a water spirit as if the gates of hell had been flung open. Thousands upon thousands of water spirits descended upon Xinyuan in a relentless tide. Oh my goodness! Look quickly! In the distance, several miles away, a team was similarly tracking Xinyuan. Among them, a person with eyes radiating a golden light was using his abilities to observe Xinyuan. Suddenly, he began to frantically signal his teammates as if seized by a fit of madness. One individual, exasperated, remarked, "Keep it down, we lack your powers." How could we possibly see yet? Before he could finish his sentence, his tongue seemed to falter, words escaping him. For he too had witnessed it. Countless translucent blue water spirits scattered in a particular direction, resembling an army of celestial soldiers descending from the galaxy, sending shivers down the spines of those who beheld them. Stop looking, let us leave. This fellow must have provoked something truly terrifying. This is beyond us, but his words trailed off into silence. In the distance, a chilling aura erupted, reminiscent of an ancient winter, as the entire landscape was blanketed in a layer of white frost. All those celestial beings were frozen, crashing to the ground and shattering into countless fragments. The crowd stood in stunned silence. Chapter 40, An Unprecedented Kill. Silence. Silence envelopes the evening at Kanqiao. Beyond a dozen miles, and even farther afield, there exists not just one but multiple teams tracking and plotting against Xinyuan. Yet at this moment, they are all rendered mute, gazing blankly at the situation at the target location. Countless droplets of water coalesce and swell into water spirits, only to be instantly frozen and shattered, subsequently giving rise to even more water spirits from the shattered ice. Xinyuan's ice age appears to effectively restrain these water phantoms. However, water cannot be entirely frozen. Whether through condensation or infiltration, there will always be errant water stains upon the icy surface. To truly encapsulate all the water, one would need to crystallize every water molecule present in the space. Yet, evidently, such a feat is utterly unattainable for Xinyuan at this moment. This has resulted in a colossal army of water phantoms that proliferate at an exponential rate, multiplying with each confrontation. The dense throng of them, visible even from a dozen miles away, sends shivers down the spines of all the students tracking Xinyuan to this place. This scene has transcended the limits of their comprehension. Perhaps we should retreat. This fellow may be under some influence. Such a level of combat is surely beyond our current capabilities, right? How can we even compete? Seriously? Observing the terrifying scene of battle in the distance, a certain chaos has already unfolded within many teams. However, the majority remain firmly rooted in place, biding their time. In the distance, Xinyuan and the most formidable creature in this secret realm are akin to two of the most fearsome beasts. The outcome of their struggle is likely to be mutual destruction. Xinyuan himself is acutely aware that his current combat is merely a stopgap measure. The increasing number of water phantoms renders exterminating them utterly meaningless. Thus, he is striving to attune himself to the myriad voices of nature around him, seeking to discern the weaknesses of this entity. After such an extended confrontation, he remains oblivious to the true identity of his foe, whether it be these countless splitting water spirits or the very lake itself. The stealth ability he recently acquired from Emochingu is now proving invaluable, transforming his body into that of a swimming fish, navigating through the multitude of water phantoms. He has nearly abandoned the notion of attacking the water spirits, focusing solely on evading their strikes. He understands that without identifying a weakness or a genuine method to confront this foe, his assaults would yield no significance. Surrounded by thousands of water phantoms, he experiences both the advantage of stealth and the overwhelming congestion, akin to being caught in the Beijing subway during rush hour. He hasn't even donned the ice armor he crafted, as the ice he conjured has begun to slip from his control, with water spirits materializing directly upon his previous ice armor. The only solace he finds is that his saliva, blood, and other bodily fluids show no signs of undergoing such a transformation. Otherwise, it would be futile if the opponent were to invade his body directly. Thus, with bare hands, Xinyuan navigated through the water spirits without unleashing any superpowers, striving to evade each onslaught with his agility. Simultaneously, he had to devote considerable energy to filtering out the cacophony of voices from all things, the voices of countless water spirits. Water Spirit 1, give us your energy. Water Spirit 2, leave some for us. Water Spirit 3, one more shot. So refreshing. In his quest to discern the weakness of this entity, or entities, Xinyuan found himself unable to silence the clamor of all things and could only attempt to shield himself from it. The sensation was 100-fold more vexing than a primary school teacher's incessant lecturing, akin to an entire marketplace pointing and chattering at him. Thus far, he had gleaned but one useful piece of information: the weakness lay within the lake. Outside the secret realm, the panel of evaluators watched intently, scrutinizing every move he made. As the architects of this trial, they were aware that this was the most troublesome and formidable presence within the secret realm. No participant in previous assessments had ever successfully dealt with it. Even when students encountered it, the limited range of the lake's activity allowed for escape. Yet, Xinyuan's approach, actively seeking it out and provoking it to unleash its full power, was an unprecedented maneuver that exceeded the evaluators' expectations. However, amidst the silence of the judges, Mo Chingu's expression appeared somewhat off. For reasons unknown, he observed Xinyuan weaving through the throng of water spirits, skillfully avoiding being surrounded, and felt an unsettling familiarity with the movement. Could this lad be problematic? His technique bore an uncanny resemblance to his own. Suddenly, a splash echoed as Xinyuan broke through the encirclement and leaped into the lake. The surface of the lake was in a state of turmoil, with countless droplets splashing outward and transforming into water spirits, yet beneath the surface lay an astonishing tranquility, a stark contrast. The gentle currents enveloped Xinyuan's body, imparting a surprisingly comfortable sensation. Holding his breath, he swiftly descended to the lake's bottom, preparing to seek out the weakness as guided by the voice of all things. However, as the sounds of bubbles reached his ears, he felt a pang of regret and an overwhelming urge to escape. The voice of all things conveyed but one message: freeze him from within. Xinyuan? Is this some sort of jest? I'm still inside. Yet, as he lifted his gaze to behold the myriad reflections of water spirits upon the surface, his mouth twitched in exasperation. Water spirit, are you awake? Come out and play with us. With a reckless determination, he pressed his palms against the lakebed, and white ice crystals began to coalesce, resembling ink droplets staining a beautiful canvas. Soon, the entire lake was encased in ice from the bottom up, from the inside out, including Xinyuan himself. He remained in that pose, resembling a shard of frozen amber. Moments later, all the water ghosts erupted in a terrifying frenzy, relentlessly assaulting the frozen surface of the lake. Finally, a deafening explosion resonated. Ice shards scattered, and the water ghosts transformed into mere puddles, subsequently vaporizing and vanishing without a trace. In the examination realm of the academy, a target that had eluded resolution for over a decade was accomplished by a student, and remarkably, achieved solo. Xinyuan was unaware of the magnitude of his accomplishment. At that moment, he was propelled skyward by the force of the explosion, experiencing the sensation of flight. After a series of violent coughs, a trickle of crimson seeped from the corner of his mouth. Since entering the secret realm, he had been unharmed and unchallenged, but this marked his first injury. Remarkable. Outside the secret realm, Zhongjing clasped his fingers together, observing Xinyuan soaring through the air, yet this secret realm is ultimately not your solitary performance. Chapter 41, The confrontation between the fierce tiger and the pack of wolves. Act now. From a distance, a small squad, led by a determined captain, signaled his team to advance with a decisive wave of his hand. He felt an overwhelming sense of shock and admiration for Xinyuan, whose actions had generated such a commotion. However, this was an assessment, a competition. To engage in battle with an existence so formidable that one could scarcely dream of it, and perhaps even to achieve victory, Xinyuan's current condition was certainly far from optimal. Seizing the opportunity presented by his weakness was imperative. Despite the inherent risks, the captain was acutely aware that he was not the only one with his sights set on Xinyuan. He sensed familiar presences lurking not far behind him. Clearly, This extraordinary being was both a fierce tiger and a tempting prey. Many were eager to prey upon this vulnerable target. Soaring through the air, Xinyuan felt discomfort in his internal organs, yet he was not grievously injured. Adjusting his body mid-flight, he realized he was approximately 3 stories high. Why, despite possessing superpowers? Am I unable to fly? He mused in frustration. Nevertheless, Xinyuan employed his customary method, conjuring an ice pillar and entwining it with energy chains to cushion his descent. Coughing violently, he covered his mouth, noting that apart from some initial traces of blood, there was no excessive bleeding. This was a positive sign. Had he truly coughed up blood? It would have indicated severe internal damage, a troubling predicament indeed. Though his current state was somewhat precarious, he was not rendered incapacitated, he was merely exhausted from excessive exertion. Gripping his waist with both hands, he stretched forcefully, muttering to himself, "Oh, this feeling is akin to being hollowed out." How did this brawl lead to such a sage time? With a wry smile, he set his feet forward, gazing at the vast pit before him. The former lake had vanished, replaced by a colossal divine core lying at the center. This divine core was astonishingly large and, unlike the singularly colored ones he had previously collected, it shimmered in a multitude of hues. Xinyuan's keen eye quickly spotted several thumb-sized, earthy yellow crystals atop it. Those were remnants of the divine core he had previously cast away to attract the water ghosts, a fragment of the Sandman's divine core. During his earlier escape, he realized that the water ghosts desired not his wristband, but rather the divine core he possessed, prompting him to discard part of it as bait. Wow! So many colors, this must be a collection of various other divine cores within this secret realm, he thought. With this, my position should be secure. Just as he contemplated advancing to claim his spoils, an unexpected turn of events occurred. His expression shifted as he instinctively reacted, illuminating the energy chain in his hand, which whipped down like a steel whip in an instant. The crack of the chain's speed even created a sonic boom. Xinyuan held nothing back in this strike. Accompanied by the crack of a whip, a pained howl erupted, and the ground trembled as a figure emerged from the earth. His back was a mass of torn flesh. The blow from Xinyuan having nearly rendered him unconscious, yet he gritted his teeth and hurled a sphere of earth, promptly retreating. Buzz! Boom! A colossal frost shield materialized instantaneously, shattering the incoming earthen projectile upon impact. Even in his current state of near exhaustion, Xinyuan remained steadfast, not yielding an inch. However, the furrow in his brow deepened. The whispers of all things revealed to him that many were present. During the previous skirmish, he had focused entirely on the lake, even striving to muffle the sounds of the water spirits, oblivious to those lurking around him with malicious intent. In fact, he had silenced the whispers of all things just as the battle concluded. Tilting his head, he evaded a fireball, and with a flick of his wrist, the energy chains in his grasp flickered to life, ensnaring the female student who had launched the fireball from behind, pulling her down. Yet before he could muster his strength, a barrage of varied assaults rained down upon him from all directions, bombarding him relentlessly. Some he dodged, while others he braced against with his shield. An icy surge enveloped his hands, instantly freezing a nearby assassin student who attempted to close in. Utilizing shadow clones, the assassin swiftly retreated, visibly shaken as he gazed at the now empty ice sculpture, realizing his ambush had nearly cost him his life. Soon, the tempest of attacks subsided, leaving Xinyuan weary from the unrelenting onslaught. As he steadied himself and looked up once more, the massive divine core had vanished. Before him, merely dozens of meters away, stood a throng of students, their powers pushed to their utmost limits, all glaring intently at him. Xinyuan's expression grew somber, his gaze sweeping over each face, brow furrowed. The scene resembled a pack of wolves encircling a fierce tiger. 22 individuals, are you all so united? We are not united. One student clad in black with a buzzcut replied, his eyes fixed on Xinyuan, a hint of trepidation in his voice, but your presence compels us to temporarily unite. As Xinyuan scanned the faces before him, he found the situation absurd. Was mutual competition and strife among them truly of this nature? Was the deeper significance of this assessment not rather sinister? Should this truly reflect the educational principles of the academy? Among them, he recognized a few familiar faces, those who had initially conspired against him alongside Lu Peng, now seeking to reap the rewards of their deceit, which he could understand. Yet, Upon turning his gaze to the unfamiliar countenances, he spoke, "It seems we are unacquainted, and there are no grievances between us, correct?" No one responded to his inquiry. A heavy silence enveloped the group, all eyes locked onto the encircled Xinyuan. "Very well then, let us dispense with pleasantries and engage directly." Xinyuan ceased his idle chatter, stamping his foot with force. Frost spread forth, and a menacing frost-covered battle armor enveloped his entire being. The icy staff reappeared, while 8 energy chains swayed behind him, exuding a terrifying aura. In that moment, he seemed to embody the very essence of the greatest boss within this secret realm. However, the 22 students surrounding him exchanged no words, they instinctively responded in unison, "Retreat." All of them swiftly withdrew, scattering in different directions, vanishing from Xinyuan's sight in an instant. Their initial intention had been to eliminate him, yet after their brief skirmish, they had come to a stark realization of Xinyuan's formidable combat prowess. A tiger, even when wounded, remains a tiger. If a desperate fight were to ensue, the state of Xinyuan could very well exhaust him. But it would undoubtedly result in the elimination of many among them. Their alliance had been forged out of self-interest, the bonds of their team were tenuous, and none wished to become a casualty. Thus, having already secured a core far exceeding their expectations, they collectively made what they deemed the most prudent choice: cowardice. They would not engage. Xinyuan observed the students who had seized his spoils and fled rapidly, shaking his head as he slowly crouched down, lowering his gaze in a seemingly despondent manner. Yet, unbeknownst to them, there was no trace of despair upon his face, rather, it bore a serene expression, as if he were contemplating something profound. Chapter 42, Breaking the Norm has become an absolute necessity. The judges remained speechless, gazing at the seemingly despondent Xinyuan on the screen. When suddenly, a mocking laugh shattered the tense silence. All eyes shifted to the source of the laughter. Li Qian, feeling the weight of numerous esteemed figures upon her, quickly covered her mouth, suppressing any further sounds. Yet, within her heart, a wave of ecstatic joy surged. She had endured an extended period of repression, remaining in this space for over 10 hours while many other judges had stepped out for meals. Although for a superhuman, staying awake for such a duration might seem trivial, she was not merely resisting fatigue, she was also grappling with intense psychological torment, witnessing Xinyuan break record after record, while hearing the accolades from the higher-ups of various academies and organizations, left her feeling a deep, gnawing discomfort. Thus, she clung on here, without the qualifications of a judge, as Xinyuan's most devoted detractor, eagerly anticipating his downfall. It must be said that sometimes, the most loyal followers are the critics, regardless of one's wealth or poverty, health or illness, fortune or misfortune, they will always trail behind you, unwavering in their allegiance, even knowing that Xinyuan's performance was already extraordinarily impressive, and that even if he did not secure the top position, the attention from such influential figures would surely propel him to great heights in the future. She still relished the sight of him having his hard-earned core snatched away. Observing Junani, who sat among the judges with a furrowed brow, her satisfaction intensified. "You claimed you would undoubtedly secure first place? Yet here we are, and that has not been realized. How delightful." Zhong Jing watched Xinyuan crouched on the ground, motionless, and lightly applauded before addressing Emochingu. "Is this your design? Are you satisfied?" The students who had rushed to seize opportunities were not inherently malevolent. Perhaps they were good individuals in everyday life. Yet, under your rules, they were forced to resort to underhanded tactics to gain advantage. Xinyuan was undoubtedly the most gifted among this cohort of students, intelligent, composed, and immensely powerful. But you sought to make such an outstanding talent a target for scorn. The thorn in everyone's side, allowing others to usurp the points he had worked so diligently to earn? Among the judges, Zhong Jing was the most emotionally charged. It was evident that the specifics of this evaluation had been crafted by Emochingu, and Zhong Jing had harbored dissatisfaction with this design for quite some time. After expressing so much, he noted that Emochingu remained unresponsive, and he could no longer contain himself. He stood up and stepped in front of Emochingu, blocking his line of sight. "Zhong Jing, calm down," Dong Wushuang interjected, unable to hold back. But Zhong Jing paid him no heed. Bang! With a forceful thump on the table, Emochingu was jolted by the impact. "I am addressing you, Dean Mo. We are running an academy. A school. A place for nurturing talent. Not for cultivating schemers and ambitious manipulators. Superpowered individuals must stand united, trusting one another with their lives, facing formidable foes together. What is your educational philosophy? What kind of individuals do you aspire to cultivate? Do you wish to raise a generation of connivers, perpetually suspicious of those around them? Resorting to underhanded tactics to secure their own interests? Listening to Zhong Jing's aggressive tone, Mo Qinggu's smile gradually faded, replaced by a look of resignation. And after a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, "I have my own thoughts." What nonsense! Zhong Jing slammed the table again, weary of further discourse. And turned to leave, remarking, "This assessment is the most tedious and dire instance of internal strife we've seen in years. Xinyuan, or rather the other students involved, might face adverse changes due to this core evaluation. I will report to the Human Alliance to annul this assessment for direct admission. If it comes to that, we shall meet in the court of the Human Alliance." With that declaration, Zhong Jing's temper erupted, completely shattering the cordial facade, plunging the atmosphere into a frigid silence. Everyone present, accustomed to being prominent figures, was taken aback by the unfolding drama. A heavy stillness enveloped the room, even the sound of breathing became distinctly audible. Observing the tension, Mo Qinggu, recognizing the discomfort shared among them, gradually eased his furrowed brow and let out a long sigh. Alas! Zhong Jing, since you seek clarity, I shall provide you with one. Zhong Jing, surprised by Mo Qinggu's unexpected response, turned back to face him. Mo Qinggu slowly rose to his feet, his figure appearing more aged, and raised two fingers. I designed this assessment with two intentions. The first, you often espouse that superpowered individuals must fight alongside one another, embodying trust, integrity, and valor, qualities that are indeed commendable. But what is the reality? Mo Qinggu gazed intently into Zhong Jing's eyes, the wrinkles etched by time deepening his gaze, giving it an unfathomable depth. The truth is, betrayal among comrades occurs annually. The reality is, while superpowered individuals fight valiantly on the front lines, those in command behind them are preoccupied with self-serving interests. The harsh truth is that countless prodigies have met untimely ends for various absurd reasons. I merely wish for the children to be more discerning. Idealistic zeal is admirable, yet their demise is profoundly sorrowful. Meeting Mo Qinggu's profound gaze, Zhong Jing began to regain his composure and responded with a note of resignation, "I understand. I am aware of these issues. But our education for the next generation should aim for the betterment, to transform the darkness, rather than merely conditioning them to adapt." I understand. To Zhong Jing's astonishment, Mo Qinggu concurred with his sentiments, refraining from further rebuttal. This approach carries both advantages and disadvantages. In the long run, it may yield detrimental consequences. Thus, I possess a second rationale. The time allotted to us may scarcely suffice for contemplating matters of long-term significance. At this juncture, Mo Qinggu's profound gaze shifted towards the screen displaying Xinyuan, casting a meaningful glance at Xinyuan, who was crouched on the ground. Due to the limitations of my personal capabilities, I fear I possess a clearer understanding than you, and indeed, than anyone else in this world, of the terrifying nature of deities. While I cannot elaborate in detail, I am acutely aware that this represents a profoundly unequal distribution of power. The potential upper limits of these deities may be astonishingly high. Yet we have yet to witness their true extent. The emergence of superpowered individuals has transpired only within the last century, and our ranks are still rife with various issues. We cannot even achieve unity. In light of this reality, conventional individuals and standard measures may prove insufficient. We require extraordinary circumstances to arise. Therefore, I yearn for an individual who possesses the capacity to defy the established order, to shatter conventions, to overturn previous understandings, and to undertake actions that are distinctly different, for such a person may offer us a glimmer of hope for the future. Breaking from convention has become an imperative necessity. Chapter 43, Block the Door. The situation has become quite amusing. These words were never uttered by Mo Qinggu before. In expressing them now, he was no longer the old fox whose emotions were inscrutable. Instead, beads of cold sweat formed on his forehead, as if he were contemplating something profoundly unsettling. Zhong Jing furrowed his brows, observing him, while those around them seemed equally perplexed, as if they had never witnessed the old man in such a state. Zhongjing gravely inquired, "Are you anxious?" Mo Chingu remained silent, lost in thought. "Do you have any suspicions? Why not share them with everyone? Because that topic may be rather taboo." "And I am uncertain whether my judgments are correct," Mo Chingu replied, shaking his head. "Some things, once spoken, regardless of their truth or whether or not people listen, can lead to trouble." For a moment, Zhongjing found himself at a loss for words. After a lengthy pause, he softened his tone and said, "Let us set that aside for now. What are your expectations for the students in this assessment?" "To be honest, I am not entirely certain," Mo Chingu admitted. "Unsure? You wish for the trainees to be aware of this? Are you dreaming? Have you begun to believe in miracles?" "One cannot say they believe in miracles. One can only hope for them," Mo Chingu countered. "After all, our world is in need of miracles." Finally, Mo Chingu steadied himself. Grasping the armrest of his chair as he sat down slowly, a bitter smile crossing his lips as if he found himself amusing. "Ah. If you wish to report me to the Human Alliance, so be it. Regardless, I am uncertain of my own correctness." Mo Chingu took a moment to compose himself, the smile reappearing on his face as he resumed his nonchalant demeanor. Zhongjing chose not to say anything further, quietly sitting down. Thus, this high-level debate came to a temporary conclusion in such a manner. At that moment, a light and serene female voice emerged, as if her emotions had remained unaffected by the earlier quarrel. She stood up, and the situation appeared somewhat favorable. It was Jun Ani's voice. During the ideological clash between Zhongjing and Mo Chingu, she had hardly uttered a word. She merely gazed at the crouching Xinyuan, her brow furrowed in concern over the severity of his injuries. Now, she could finally breathe easy. "Ah, this assessment has truly become troublesome, to reach such a point. Yet it is rather interesting, I have decided to give it a try just once." Rising to his feet, Xinyuan spoke to the vast, desolate desert before him, seemingly in a dialogue with himself. By the end of his words, he erupted into hearty laughter, dispelling any earlier sense of despondency as if his emotions had remained wholly unaffected, leaving the judges in a state of astonishment. Then, they watched as he began to move about, engaging in various peculiar poses. "Is he losing his mind?" Dong Wushwang speculated with a pained expression. "In truth, Xinyuan is currently engaged in an unprecedented, top-tier rehabilitation training, akin to a pinnacle-level endeavor in this world, the second set of National Middle School Radio Calisthenics. Previously, he had been hunched over, contemplating his next course of action while simultaneously tending to his own wounds. Lacking medical means, his healing consisted merely of a simple ice pack. The internal injuries he sustained did not seem severe, so he pondered whether cold therapy could suffice to endure the assessment. Now, as he stood, he intended to thoroughly mobilize his body and assess his condition. After completing a set, he felt satisfactory. Upon gauging his physical state, Xinyuan swiftly set off in a determined direction, muttering to himself, "This laborious assessment is truly vexatious. Is this a simulation of a dark society?" Yet, while I may be uncertain about how to please everyone, I am acutely aware of how to ensure that no one is satisfied. As Xinyuan rallied from his earlier setback, Zhongjing and others raised their brows, utterly oblivious to his intentions. Given the circumstances, there was ample time remaining. It appeared he had not given up. Was he planning to seize opportunities from others? Or perhaps continue hunting monsters within the secret realm? Regardless of the answer, Mo Chingu found little interest in either possibility. Given the preceding events, he sat with a sense of disinterest. Xinyuan had sufficiently demonstrated his prowess, and in Mo Chingu's view, he no longer needed to validate his excellence through points. Observing Xinyuan's fervent dash, Zhongjing exhibited signs of impatience, directly consulting the bald-headed Lao Su to adjust the map recording once more. He sought to discern Xinyuan's target. However, after a prolonged examination, the blue dot on the screen traversed numerous other blue and red markers without pausing. He charged ahead, seemingly heading straight for the exit. This course of action left Zhongjing perplexed. Raising his gaze to the clock on the wall, he noted that less than 20 hours had elapsed in the assessment. Although this duration was considerable, it appeared there was still ample time until the conclusion. Was he intent on exiting to secure his points? That seemed a reasonable choice indeed. A judge who had already exited, rested, and returned remarked. After all, with his current score, he ranked among the top, and lingering in the secret realm posed risks. Especially since he was injured. Dong Wuxuan shrugged noncommittally, resolving to pay closer attention to other participants. Naturally, once Xinyuan emerged, he intended to discuss his potential admission to the War God Hall. After confirming that Xinyuan's trajectory was directed towards the exit, Zhong Jing stifled a yawn and waved his hand, stating, "Very well then, I shall return to rest for a while. I will come back when it is time to recruit students. Indeed, regarding the Frost War God, do remember that you were defeated. If blame is to be assigned, let it be directed at your dean." With that, Zhong Jing departed, unwilling to linger any longer. However, mere moments later, as everyone opened the exit of the secret realm, eagerly awaiting Xinyuan's emergence, he remained stationary near the threshold. In fact, he fashioned a lounge chair of ice right there on the spot, draping a blanket over it before reclining comfortably. He appeared quite content, swaying gently as he lay. Was he not planning to emerge? What was his intention? The vice dean of the Southern Academy, usually taciturn, could not restrain himself any longer and remarked, "Is he attempting to blockade the exit? Is he just waiting here to seize a few unfortunate souls returning prematurely? Quite clever, it seems his final score may not fall short after all." As the crowd speculated on Xinyuan's choice, Dong Wuxuan's eyes suddenly widened in realization, his face a mask of astonishment as he clenched his fists tightly. No! If he merely intended to ambush a few students, with the prowess he had previously displayed, he could effortlessly track down the others. Yet here he was, blocking the exit. Could it be that he was? Damn it! Dong Wuxuan could no longer contain his exclamation, his fists tightening to the point of cracking knuckles. Xinyuan's audacity ignited a fire within him. What a remarkable lad! Now the fun truly begins. When Zhong Jing learns of what he has missed, he shall surely regret it profoundly. Chapter 44, One on Vacation, the rest in chaos. Dong Wuxuan forcefully slammed his fist down, resuming his seat. Initially, he had intended to step out for a meal and take a breather. However, now he chose to remain, filled with anticipation for the events that were about to unfold. He had not foreseen that this young man, whom he had always held in high regard, would surprise him yet again. At this moment within the secret realm, nearly no one was attempting to unite against the prey to obtain the divine core. Instead, everyone was embroiled in fierce competition. Zhong Jing was correct. The issues within this assessment had erupted earlier and more severely than anticipated. What was once a structured evaluation had devolved into utter chaos. All were striving for an elusive score that held no prior significance, leading former allies to quickly fracture, even engaging in outright conflict over the spoils. Among those who had previously collaborated to seize Xinyuan, the more than 20 individuals now found themselves at odds, resulting in disputes that escalated into physical confrontations. Those who could still form teams were either evenly matched in strength or had a clearly defined leader at the helm. The score, once devoid of meaning, had taken on a new significance, driving all candidates into a frenzy. Amidst this tumultuous environment, many individuals had their potential ignited, showcasing remarkable prowess. Some displayed mastery of their abilities, while others exhibited extraordinary leadership qualities, and a few moved with meticulous caution. Their performances did not go unnoticed by the judges. As leaders from various academies pondered whether any candidates were worthy of a proactive outreach, the 126 staff members responsible for documentation were fervently typing away, recording the progress of their respective candidates as the assessment reached a fever pitch. Of course, one particular staff member remained in a state of apathy. Lu Peng's recorder, finding himself with too little to do, was rather joyfully slacking off. In the 22nd hour, all candidates had been swept into this grand melee. The screens displayed scenes of students clashing and pursuing one another. Some were scheming to steal, while others feared being robbed. There was no escaping the chaos. However, to say that was entirely accurate would be misleading, for one individual's demeanor starkly contrasted with the rest. Xinyuan sat before the ghastly green door, gently rocking in his ice-cold rocking chair. With a flick of his wrist, he retrieved the ring that Jun Ani had previously gifted him from his wristband, producing a bottle of soda from within. After taking a moment to chill it with a breath of frosty air, he hummed a tune while sipping the soda. relishing the moment as if he were on a seaside vacation rather than participating in an examination. Among all the screens from various academies, his behavior was the most outlandish. The judges, particularly the bald special ability users responsible for maintaining the stability and transitions within the secret realm and managing the exit mechanisms, found themselves at a loss for words regarding Xinyuan's actions. According to the assessment regulations, the moment any student appears within 100 meters of the exit, they must open the portal to facilitate the student's ingress and egress. However, at this moment, Xinyuan stood at the entrance, blocking the way. Even though he did not step out, they were compelled by the rules to keep the passageway open, thus unintentionally imposing an additional mental burden on them. The individual known as Old Su, a superhuman, was beginning to feel a surge of irritation. Could you not block the door from a distance? If you obstructed from 100 meters away, I could conserve some energy. Of course, Xinyuan was oblivious to this laborer's complaints, leisurely swaying in his recliner at the portal, appearing as if he were in a deep slumber. Hours passed, and the stark contrast between Xinyuan and the other students created a profound sense of disconnection, as if they existed in entirely different realms. Finally, Xinyuan's demeanor shifted slightly. The figure, seemingly asleep while gently rocking in the recliner, abruptly came to a halt. As if sensing something, he opened his eyes. Surrounding his recliner lay all the divine cores he had hunted during this assessment, along with a discarded soda bottle, which served as bait he had left behind. At that moment, he felt a tremor. Having replicated Mo Chingu's stealth abilities, he was acutely aware of the furtive movements of others. After a brief moment of contemplation, he uttered not a word, raising his hand to unleash an energy chain. The sound of the chain slicing through the air reverberated, distorting the atmosphere in the distance, revealing an originally invisible figure, ensnared by the chain. Xinyuan's strike bore no warning or delay, preventing the opponent from mounting any form of resistance. The adversary emitted a long howl, their body radiating brilliance as they tugged at the chain, seemingly intent on pulling Xinyuan toward them. Xinyuan frowned. Shifting from a reclining to a seated position, the energy chain taut as the two engaged in a struggle. Yet, despite Xinyuan's seated stance, he held the chain with one hand, gaining no disadvantage, as the earth beneath them cracked and began to shift slowly in his direction. In the next moment, a figure clad in black armor erupted from the ground, accelerating with a force akin to teleportation, arriving before the other figure and forcefully severing the energy chain. "You go first," the armored figure bellowed into the ear of their companion, then, without a moment's hesitation, launched themselves toward Xinyuan like a cannonball. Observing the adversary's posture, Xinyuan raised an eyebrow, stood from his seat, and struck out with a palm. Boom! The palm struck the chest of the black armor, unleashing an icy shockwave that propelled the figure backward at a speed swifter than when they had approached. As they flew back, the chilling air enveloped their body, encasing them in a thick layer of solid ice. After crashing to the ground, they became a frozen statue, momentarily silenced. Subsequently, Xinyuan unleashed another chain, this time imbued with the frigid essence of the Ice Age, ensnaring yet another individual, instantly freezing them. A swift elimination, it was a pure annihilation. After an extensive period of rest, complemented by the sugary refreshment, Xinyuan now finds himself in an exceptionally splendid state, exhibiting unparalleled combat prowess within this clandestine realm. With a gentle tug of chains, he drew the two individuals closer, only to discover that they were a man and a woman. Unable to suppress a sardonic smirk, he mused that perhaps only the damned concept of love could inspire one of them to utter such a selfless remark as "you go ahead first." He proceeded to unbind the icy grip that held them captive, except for their heads, and in response to their astonished gazes, akin to those witnessing a monstrous sight, he offered a benevolent smile. "Greetings, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. May we discuss a matter? Would you be so kind as to relinquish the divine cores embedded within you?" Chapter 45 The most terrifying heist in history. One person stealing from all the two individuals lying on the ground fell into a collective silence as they listened to Xinyuan's voice. They understood that he had come to rob them, yet such an introduction was entirely unexpected. "You wish to rob us? Is there any room for negotiation?" The individual clad in menacing black armor was secretly gathering his strength, contemplating how to break free from Xinyuan's icy restraints while attempting to stall for time, saying, "Negotiate? What if we refuse?" "That is certainly an option," Xinyuan replied coolly, "but should you choose that path, I will proceed to seize what I desire." The armored man was momentarily taken aback, staring in disbelief at the calm visage before him, uncertain of the mindset that prompted such a statement. With a resigned tone, he asked, "Is there any real difference?" "Indeed, there is a distinction," Xinyuan responded. "One involves coercion, while the other is voluntary. The latter carries a semblance of dignity." "Does it not?" The black armored man was left speechless, struggling to comprehend the thought process of this excessively powerful individual who seemed to operate on a different wavelength. "Enough. My friend, cease your struggles. I am fully aware of your intentions." Xinyuan had already observed the subtle movements of his captive, with a decisive stomp. The icy layer encasing the man thickened, rendering him completely immobilized and devoid of further resistance. At that moment, the man's gaze fell upon the multitude of divine cores scattered beneath Xinyuan's reclining chair, causing his lips to twitch involuntarily. Were these all spoils from his previous thefts? The sheer quantity suggested that he had indeed encountered a formidable opponent. Why not procure divine cores through one's own efforts instead of resorting to such methods? It was at this juncture that the girl, bound by chains and having remained silent, raised her eyes to regard Xinyuan. "With so many here, you must have robbed a considerable number of people." Observing others engage in combat while remaining a detached spectator, only to ultimately seize the fruits of their labor, was utterly despicable. Her gaze, filled with indignation, was fixed upon Xinyuan. It must be said that even while bound, her audacity to provoke him was impressive. However, contrary to her expectations, Xinyuan displayed no signs of anger. Instead, he nodded in agreement. "Ah, you share my sentiment? I too find it rather base." The girl was taken aback. "You truly believe so?" Xinyuan continued, "These divine cores were acquired through my own efforts. You two are merely my first encounter in this endeavor. In fact, I could have amassed even more." "You obtained them yourself?" The girl was astonished. "How could you possibly?" "Enough, Xiaoyao, do not engage further, this is permitted by the rules," the black armored man interjected, halting her attempt to argue with Xinyuan. He then turned to Xinyuan to negotiate. "Brother, we concede our defeat, we simply lack your skill. However, taking everything may be excessive. The divine cores we possess were earned through our cooperation in hunting the creatures within this realm, and we have never stolen from others. Our early desire to depart stemmed from a wish to avoid conflict. We did not wish to partake in such strife. Our ranking was never destined to be particularly high. Let us show some grace. We'll give you one, consider it a toll fee." The man in black armor wore a sincere expression, much like one haggling over vegetables. "I cannot take everything from you, that would be unfair to others," Xinyuan replied, somewhat distressed. "Moreover, you just mentioned that with the number of your divine cores, your ranking wouldn't be very high, correct? In that case, hand it all over to me. I can assure you that your final ranking will undoubtedly be significantly better than it is now." With that, he ceased further conversation, directly unleashing his chains. Forcibly snatching the handcuffs from the two individuals and extracting the scant crystals within, he did not bother to conceal them. Casually tossing the divine cores onto the ground near his lounge chair, mingling them with his own pile. "Alas! You!" The man was taken aback, not expecting the other party to show him no courtesy whatsoever, and he grew anxious. However, Xinyuan had no intention of prolonging the conversation. He merely dispelled the ice binding them and flung the two individuals away with his chains. It was an utterly disparate level of prowess. Such a swift defeat was exceedingly rare. The two opponents were, in fact, of above-average strength among the participants. Previously, witnessing him hunt within the secret realm Henti seemed remarkable, but now, in comparison, I doubt I possessed such strength in my youth. Is there even a need for doubt? Have you no shame, old young? Outside the secret realm, the judges, having witnessed a battle that concluded in less than 5 seconds, were left astounded, showering praises upon the spectacle. From the ominous green door, a man and a woman stumbled forth. At that moment, they too heard the judge's remarks and hung their heads in shame, realizing they had become mere backdrops to a genius. However, to their astonishment, not a single soul reproached them. Rather, someone gently began to applaud. "Indeed, your performance has not gone unnoticed. You are both commendable individuals. Would you consider joining our Southern Academy? We offer scholarships." Hey! That's against the rules. Discussing admissions at this time is prohibited. Listening to the kind concern echoing in their ears, rather than the anticipated criticism. The girl felt her eyes welling with tears. She immediately bowed to the vice president who had previously extended an olive branch to them, saying, "Thank you for your recognition. But alas, our score will likely be the lowest of all, we were." The vice president of the Southern Academy waved his hand, silencing her. "We all witnessed it, there's nothing to be upset about. You simply weren't the opponents for him, strive harder in the future. I ask you, what do you think of that young man's strength?" Upon hearing this question, the man in black armor forced a smile, helplessly stating, "He is formidable. So strong that I felt utterly helpless." "President, is he truly one of our contemporaries?" At that moment, he began to suspect that Xinyuan was an examiner sent to assess them. However, the vice president of the Southern Academy nodded, affirming the identity of the student, Xinyuan. "If you truly believe he is formidable, why not stay here and observe?" he suggested. "You think you are destined to be in last place this time?" "Not necessarily. It is quite possible that your ranking may be tied for second instead." The two individuals were momentarily taken aback, clearly perplexed by the implications. The vice president smiled, offering no further explanation, and instead turned his attention back to the assessment screen displaying Xinyuan's performance. He was aware that what was unfolding was the most terrifying heist since the inception of this evaluation. A single individual was robbing everyone. Chapter 46, The Robbed People Cheering for the Robber. The two glanced around and soon realized that Xinyuan's screen was the largest, prominently placed at the center. This indicated that, in the eyes of the judges, Xinyuan was indeed the one most favored. At that moment, they did not comprehend why they were being considered as potential second-place contenders. Nevertheless, they chose not to leave but instead found a spot to sit and observe the others undergoing the assessment. Meanwhile, Mo Chingu, who had previously displayed a complete lack of interest, was now utterly engrossed, as if entranced. Even the occasional jests from Dong Wuxuan went unnoticed by him. He felt a stirring sensation. The unconventional individual he had long awaited had finally arrived. After experiencing the first battle, Xinyuan did not rest. Instead, he readied himself for imminent combat. The recliner beneath him had morphed, frost forming and reshaping into an imposing throne. Xinyuan sat there like an ancient general before a battle, confidently resting his hands on the armrests, patiently awaiting future challengers. Various crystals lay scattered across the ground, and behind him loomed a ghastly green door, exuding an aura of invincibility. The earlier couple was an exception, having exited quite early. After waiting for over 3 hours, Xinyuan finally encountered the next contender. The newcomer, taken aback, attempted to evade detection but found himself confronted by a formidable obstacle at the door. He recognized Xinyuan from the initial phase, where he had witnessed Lu Ping being swiftly defeated, and realized his own strength might not suffice. He contemplated hiding and observing the situation. However, Xinyuan would not grant him such an opportunity. In an instant, chains enveloped him, and he was drawn to Xinyuan's presence as if riding the clouds. "Brother, let us leave a line of retreat for future encounters." "Oh, no, wait." After being unceremoniously dispatched, the opponent sought to utter more words. But Xinyuan clearly had no intention of granting him that chance. After all, each individual superpower is unique. A moment's carelessness could lead to dire consequences. With a swift motion, Xinyuan seized the opponent's wrist, removing the wristband. Subsequently, he extracted all the divine cores, tossing them to the ground amid the opponent's wide-eyed astonishment, allowing them to mix with the scattered gems below. The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, a masterful display of efficiency. Witnessing Xinyuan's blatant disregard for the precious items that everyone yearned for incited fury in the opponent. "Don't mind it, let me ask you, what practical value does this have?" Xinyuan inquired, while simultaneously using the chains to hurl the opponent toward the ghastly green door. "These things hold no intrinsic significance, their meaning is ascribed by human perception. Rest assured, there is no need to overly concern yourself with your ranking. I shall not seize your divine core." Before the words were fully uttered, the figure before him vanished into the ghastly green portal. A soft thud echoed as feet met the ground, and he stumbled slightly, finding himself back in the initial examination hall. The environment appeared somewhat unfamiliar, as though he had just awoken from a dream. He lingered in place for a moment. And it took a couple of seconds for the third fortunate soul to finally come to terms with reality, adorned with a visage of despair. After toiling for countless hours, engaging in intricate plots with various individuals, only to be eliminated with a score of 0? Ah, you too were robbed? At that moment, a voice interjected, prompting him to turn around and behold a couple seated nearby, each clutching a drink, resembling mere spectators of a spectacle. Have you also been deprived? He inquired. Indeed. They replied in unison. Are you not at all incensed? Or perhaps harboring resentment? What purpose does anger serve? It is merely a matter of being outmatched. Better to sit back and observe who the next unfortunate soul will be. It might provide us with some amusement, the male of the couple remarked. Thus, I am the unfortunate soul you speak of, am I? He retorted, resigning himself to sit down, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the next hapless contender. As time progressed, the arrival of the unfortunate souls quickened. With the examination nearing its conclusion, all participants began to make their way towards the exit. The few extraordinary individuals posed no resistance to Xinyuan. Scarcely anyone could endure for long. Among them, Xinyuan, upon seeing Xinyuan block the exit, resolutely discarded all her crystals onto the ground, leaving behind a graceful silhouette and two parting statements. Here, I am not your match yet, I shall not engage in battle. However, one day in the future, I shall challenge you. Initially, an unfortunate soul would appear every hour, but soon the interval dwindled to mere minutes as one misfortunate after another approached the entrance, only to be utterly plundered by Xinyuan. In no time, the number of those violently eliminated by Xinyuan had surged into the dozens. No one anticipated that their examination would conclude in such a ludicrous manner. Xinyuan's collection of divine cores had escalated to a staggering amount, sufficient to ensure his position as the foremost contender in this assessment. Yet, he exhibited no inclination to relent. Unmistakably signaling his intent unconcerned with rankings, he had come to stir the pot. Seated upon a grand ice throne, surrounded by a plethora of divine cores, his demeanor resembled that of a dragon slumbering atop a treasure trove, awaiting the next valiant adventurer to arrive. Meanwhile, the students, who had initially emerged dejected, began to feel a surge of excitement. After all, misfortune shared is misfortune lessened. Moreover, through the judges' descriptions, they discerned Xinyuan's true intentions. The current assessment ranks participants based on the accumulation of points, with rewards distributed according to their standings. If Xinyuan indeed succeeded in robbing everyone, it would imply that they all rank second in this evaluation. This realization brought unexpected joy to those who had previously harbored resentment towards Xinyuan for obliterating their efforts, transforming their sentiments into enthusiastic support as they intently watched Xinyuan's battles, cheering like fervent fans. No one wishes to be constrained by such assessment rules. If it were not for the rankings, no one would desire to engage in petty scheming and manipulations against one another. If everyone ends up with the same rank, all truly being second, who would still care about what the divine core represents? In the assessment hall, as the students erupted in cheers and shouts, the judges did not intervene but instead smiled in silent acquiescence. What was intended to be a solemn evaluation had now morphed into a jubilant celebration. Within the vast hall, an exceedingly bizarre scene unfolded. Everyone who had been robbed was collectively cheering for the robbers. Chapter 47, Assembly, the Final Battle, 1 verses 38. With a sudden twist, the ominous green door expelled two individuals onto the ground, their expressions grim and desolate, as if mourning a great loss. These two were twins, Yen and Yen, who had initially thrived within the secret realm through their impeccable synergy and unwavering trust in one another. In the latter stages of the assessment, they had successfully outmaneuvered numerous opponents, extorting a considerable number of divine cores. However, to their dismay, they found themselves victims of betrayal upon their exit. The brute who had blocked their path was merciless, exhibiting a ruthlessness that defied humanity. While they had only sought to take a portion of the crystals from others, this individual had seized it all without negotiation. Truly inhumane. As the twins cursed inwardly, they were suddenly enveloped by a cacophony of cheers and applause. Brothers, congratulations on completing the assessment. The sooner you finish, the sooner you can rest. It's exhausting fighting tooth and nail in there. Well done, you've performed admirably. far surpassing my own endurance. Come, sit down and let us eagerly anticipate his next move. Initially perceiving the cheers as mockery, the twins gritted their teeth. Their faces contorted in discomfort. However, as they listened closely, something felt amiss. Gradually calming down, they recalled the mountain-like divine cores beneath Xinyuan and tentatively queried the crowd, "Did many of you also fall victim to that pervert?" "Many? No. We were all robbed by him," the crowd chorused in unison. At that moment, the staff had set up a buffet, and many were indulging in food and drink. Seemingly at ease, Xinyuan and Yan Lei exchanged bewildered glances. What does this mean? Is everyone collectively resigning themselves to defeat? Are they indifferent to their scores for admission? What is going on? The leaders from each school are still present. As they cast sidelong glances at the expressions of the school officials, they noticed a tacit approval in their demeanor. At this juncture, one of the eliminated participants explained, "It's all right, Haven T. You realized his objective? He intends to rob everyone. If he succeeds, it will be a historic moment, and we will all be tied for second place. Don't you want to see how far he can go?" Yen Yao and Yan Lei were left speechless. Is this even possible? What kind of reasoning is this? After a moment of stunned silence, they quickly joined the revelers, sitting down to watch the unfolding spectacle. Old M.O., observing the students' reactions, remarked, "It seems they are quite dissatisfied with your assessment rules, and Zhong Jing makes a valid point." Witnessing this joyful scene, so distinct from previous years, Dong Wuxuan felt a profound sense of surprise and leaned down to whisper in Mo Chingu's ear. Who could have imagined that at this moment, Mo Chingu was utterly entranced, fixating on the screen without so much as a glance away? "Silence, I must concentrate," he demanded. A soft chuckle escaped Dong Wuxuan as he shook his head. It had been ages since he had witnessed Mo Chingu hold such admiration and interest towards a junior. The last individual to receive such regard seemed to be Jun Ani. Contemplating this, he turned his gaze to the young lady who had been silent for quite some time, only to find her equally engrossed in the screen, a faint smile gracing her lips. Dong Wuxuan thought to himself, well, it seems this lad possesses some sort of charm. The number of candidates eliminated by Xinyuan alone had already reached 60 or 70. However, at this juncture, the atmosphere on the other side of the screen had grown eerily quiet, devoid of any further commotion. Unlike before, where individuals were expelled every few minutes, the examination hall now showcased a stark reduction in activity. The evaluator screens reflected only those who had yet to emerge from the other candidates' displays. It was evident that they were not far from the exit, yet none dared to approach, with their numbers gradually increasing instead. Everyone understood what was transpiring, including Xinyuan. They were, presumably, gathering together. He should be able to win, right? After all, he has already eliminated so many of us, one of the students voiced. Though uncertainty lingered in his heart, given that Xinyuan had previously defeated each opponent one by one. Humph. Is it foolish to start believing in legends due to one's own inadequacies? A voice laced with sarcasm drew the attention of the students, who frowned in unison. It was Li Qian, who had been lingering here for over 30 hours, accompanying Xinyuan day and night. She dared not speak out against the leaders, resorting instead to vent her frustrations on the students. Previously, she had observed even those students she had incited against Xinyuan begin to switch allegiances, cheering for him instead. It left her feeling like an outsider, a mere clown in this unfolding drama. With her heart heavy and hope dwindling, she clung to her last wish, let Xinyuan fail this once. Just this once. Please. Observing the jealousy that contorted Li Qian's face, the students paid her no mind. No one cared whether Xinyuan was classified as E-grade anymore, that was a relic of the past. Their sole desire was to witness whether Xinyuan could emerge victorious. In the secret realm, the final 3 hours approached as twilight descended, heralding the last night within the depths of the domain. The world enveloped itself in darkness, save for the glimmering light emanating from the core beneath Xinyuan. He was aware that a considerable number of people were gathering in the distance. Yet he chose not to pursue them, unwilling to risk allowing anyone to escape due to carelessness. At last, as the world was shrouded in ink-black night, Xinyuan made his move. 8 chains suspended Xinyuan's body, elevating him high into the air, where he hovered ominously. His pale, icy armor enveloped him entirely, fierce and frigid, while hundreds of ice swords coalesced above his head. In his grasp, he wielded a staff of glacial ice, embodying the very essence of the last deity within this secret realm. Behind him, mountains of ice surged upward, obstructing the exit of the hidden domain. Xinyuan opened his mouth, addressing the vast and dense night ahead with a resonant voice. Is it not time? Come forth, cease your hiding. What say you? Shall you confront me together? Or shall I pass to deal with you? His words echoed with an air of audacity. Moments later, glimmers of light began to illuminate the distance, the radiant manifestations of unleashed abilities. The final contingent of the student coalition had assembled, advancing in unison towards Xinyuan. Silence reigned, the atmosphere thick with tension, as both sides engaged in a wordless standoff. In this last black night of the secret realm, an extraordinarily uneven confrontation was on the verge of eruption. 1 verses 38. Chapter 48. With my pen, I chronicle the spring and autumn in the secret realm. There existed neither moonlight nor stars, devoid of any natural sources of illumination. In the absence of individuals wielding flashlights, the only light emanated from the unique abilities of each person and the divine core placed upon the ground by Xinyuan. The enveloping darkness imbued the impending clash with an air of solemnity and terror, akin to witnessing a horror film. Su Feng, activate the infrared perspective. This brightness is insufficient. The long-silent Emochingu suddenly interjected, turning to address the bald man. Hearing this, the elder Su cast a surprised glance at him, taken aback that this old fox would speak up. At their level, one would expect that the current brightness would suffice for clear discernment. Emochingu's words clearly indicated his desire to scrutinize every detail. Bald Su neither rejected nor responded, and in the next moment, the screen transformed into an eerie half-infrared view, featuring a foundational color enhanced by sharpened edges, allowing the students to observe every nuance of movement with clarity. Meanwhile, the atmosphere within the secret realm had reached its zenith, or at least Xinyuan's presence had ascended to its peak. Despite their numbers, the coalition of students felt no sense of ease. Faced with the hovering figure of Xinyuan, they had, in a daze, forgotten his identity, resembling the monsters they had encountered merely hours prior. Yet, Xinyuan was devoid of psychological burdens, rather, a playful spirit surged within him. Suddenly inspired, he spread his arms wide with a grin, exclaiming, "Do you desire the divine cores? I have placed them all right here, come and take them. Whosoever ultimately claims them shall undoubtedly be the victor." Such absurdity went over the heads of those present, for in this parallel world, there was no concept of a pirate king, and the other students lacked Xinyuan's whimsical disposition. Continuing this conflict would be detrimental to us both. Let us refrain from competing against one another and depart from the assessment together. Your divine cores are already ample enough to secure your position as the first. Why must you covet ours? Finally, amidst the previously silent coalition of students, one spoke out, and upon closer inspection, Xinyuan recognized him, Junfei, the very individual who had previously seized Xinyuan's divine core. At that time, he had reveled in his triumph, believing himself to be the dark horse of this evaluation, reaping rewards during the subsequent distribution. It appeared that most of the 20 or so individuals who had participated in the earlier theft were now present. Unexpectedly, the tides had turned so swiftly, with Xinyuan now in a position to claim from them. Truly, a cycle of cause and effect, retribution that could not be avoided. That one do, if I refrain from acting now, it would be unfair to those who came before me. What unfairness? The opposing party clearly failed to comprehend. However, Xinyuan no longer wished to squander time, regardless of whether his opponent was prepared, he himself was resolute. With a long howl, the energy chain hurled him skyward. Subsequently, with a powerful flick of his right hand, the icy long staff shot downward like a cannonball towards the crowd below. With a thunderous crash, Yunfei hastily lowered his head, the icy staff narrowly grazing his scalp as it descended. The 2-meter-long staff embedded itself halfway into the ground, sending fragments of stone flying and leaving the earth riddled with cracks, a testament to the sheer force of the blow. Realizing how perilous the situation had been, a cold sweat instantly drenched Yunfei's back. Although no one could truly perish within the secret realm, the fright of brushing against death was sufficient to haunt his dreams. Gathering his courage, he raised his head incredulously and exclaimed to Xinyuan, "Do you truly dare to strike? Do you believe you can defeat over 30 of us by yourself?" "I believe I can," Xinyuan retorted from midair, flicking his fingers, which caused the sturdy ice staff to explode, sending ice shards flying like needles towards the surrounding students. Observing this scene, Dong Wushang swiftly turned to Jun Ani and asked, "Have you taught him the ice explosion technique?" "No," Jun Ani replied. Hearing this, Dong Wushang couldn't help but nod. Despite not having enrolled yet or learned any martial skills, he had independently developed a move with a power akin to martial arts. His comprehension was indeed extraordinary. In the secret realm, Yunfei found himself beside the staff, bearing the brunt of the attack. Not only was he knocked down by the force, but he was also lacerated by the various ice shards, leaving him bloodied. Just as he sought to speak, a large hand suddenly struck his face, pressing him face-first into the ground. "If you lack the guts, then get out of the way," roared Qihong, one of Xinyuan's few acquaintances, as he stepped forward, berating Yunfei. He then turned to Xinyuan, stating, "Brother, since we are somewhat acquainted, I harbor no ill will towards you, but I wish to test my strength against you." As he spoke, his voice grew increasingly guttural, ultimately transforming into a primal roar. His body swelled instantaneously, muscles rippling like granite, bursting through his combat attire. As his height surged to an imposing 2.5 meters, a dark symbol resembling a king appeared on his forehead, and he was left clad only in specially designed elastic shorts, preventing him from exposing himself further. This was Qihong's PK class ability, Beast Goddess Physique. With a resounding roar that echoed across the cosmos, he stomped the ground with force, creating a massive crater. The recoil propelled him into the air as if he were soaring, charging directly towards Xinyuan. Naturally, Xinyuan could not evade the oncoming assault. He clenched his right hand into a massive icy crystal gauntlet and dove downward. Simultaneously, over 100 flying swords behind him whistled through the air, indiscriminately targeting the 30 or so students below. As Qihong observed Xinyuan occupying a favorable position without retreating, instead choosing to confront him head-on, he couldn't help but smile knowingly. With a terrifying roar, his momentum intensified. In the blink of an eye, their bodies collided in midair like meteors, fists meeting fists. A resounding boom erupted, radiating brilliant light accompanied by a tremendous roar. The impact of their unreserved strike transcended the capabilities of mere human existence. Simultaneously, a cacophony of sounds erupted as this collision heralded the commencement of a grand battle. All the students unleashed their full potential, employing their powers to counter Xinyuan's flying sword. Concurrently, beams of various colors began to rain down upon Xinyuan in a relentless assault. Just then, as all the students and judges outside were intently watching in hushed silence, a voice broke the stillness. He, this is truly extraordinary. It seems that after years of concealing my identity, I can no longer hide today because of this child. I deem this child worthy. Therefore, by the stroke of my pen, I shall inscribe the annals of history. A judge suddenly proclaimed, his words trailing off, as brilliance erupted before him. Chapter 49, The Historic Assessment. Total annihilation. With a flourish of his pen, I inscribed the annals of history. Zhongli Wu inadvertently uttered a phrase, and in an instant, a radiant brilliance enveloped the surroundings as a heavy, ancient tome materialized before him. The book shimmered with golden light, its text obscured yet emanating an ethereal glow. Zhongli Wu, one of the judges and an appointee of Zhongjing, held a modest official rank and had never uttered a word during the assessment process until now. In a sense, he served as Zhongjing's assistant. However, this sudden display astonished all present. Dong Wushang and Emochingu, among others, gazed at him in disbelief, as if they were seeing him anew. Zhongli Wu, are you affiliated with the Spring and Autumn Society? Dong Wushang's gaze shifted from the screen to the elegant middle-aged man before him, who was now levitating an ancient tome. Did Zhongjing know of this? The Spring and Autumn Society is an enigmatic organization. Its members' identities remain unknown, their strongholds concealed, and the time of its inception shrouded in mystery. Members could be anything from high-ranking individuals within the superpower community to students or solitary wanderers. In essence, one would never suspect who belonged to the Spring and Autumn Society unless extraordinary events unfolded. Remarkably, whenever significant events of historical consequence transpire in the world, A member of the Spring and Autumn Society invariably appears to chronicle these occurrences. This uncanny ability to materialize has led many to speculate that the Spring and Autumn Society is an extraordinarily vast organization, with members dispersed across the globe. The society has a motto: history is penned by the victors, a mere doll for others to adorn, lacking credibility, yet containing fragments of truth that merit recording. Generally, even when members of the Spring and Autumn Society are present, they seldom document history before the masses, rendering confirmed members exceedingly rare. Today, however, Zhongliwu could no longer conceal his identity. He was an exception. My sincerest apologies for not disclosing this to you earlier. I regret keeping this little secret. And I hope you do not mind, he said, offering Dong Wushwang a congenial smile, nodding gently. Then, with a grave expression, he produced a colossal brush and began to inscribe upon the pages, seemingly documenting significant events. Dong Wushwang's astonishment was beyond words. He had never anticipated that this old acquaintance was a member of such a mysterious organization. Does this mean your true strength is also concealed? The pen of history is as sharp as a blade. Recording reality often invites complications. Which is why it is said that all members of the Spring and Autumn Society are exceptional experts. I merely withheld a few minor abilities. It is of little consequence, Zhongliwu remarked. Very well, I shall commence earnest documentation now. With that, he ceased speaking and immersed himself entirely in the tome. Dong Wushwang remained with his mouth agape, overwhelmed with questions he yearned to ask, yet they remained lodged in his throat. A mere assessment, albeit one in which Xinyuan truly excelled, could hardly provoke the emergence of a member from the Spring and Autumn Society. In other words, does Zhongliwu regard this matter as one worthy of being recorded in history? How could that be possible? Well, do not be astonished, O God of War. Emerging from his surprise, Mo Chingu smiled. This seemingly mundane assessment is destined to be extraordinary. This small interlude, no, this grand episode, did not hinder Xinyuan's performance. At this moment, he was entangled with 38 other students. After a clash akin to a meteorite colliding with Earth, the two separated. Xinyuan was propelled several meters away. The icy gauntlets on his hands shattered, and his icy armor bore numerous cracks. In contrast, Qihong descended like a shooting star, deeply embedding himself in the ground. His right hand completely encased in ice, a trace of blood even appearing at the corner of his mouth. Yet, this minor injury only fueled his fervor. He struck the ground forcefully, shattering the frost, and, feeling relatively unscathed, charged forward once more. Xinyuan was currently engaged in combat with various individuals, yet fundamentally, as long as they came within his reach, most of them fell within seconds. The combat prowess of the students was still far too weak, incomparable to those divine attendants from before. Although the attendants may not have been inherently stronger, they were undaunted by death, frenzied, and worked in concert. Conversely, these students were akin to a disorganized mob, with no one genuinely willing to risk their lives against Xinyuan. They fought solely for their own interests. They lacked any formal alliance, and at this moment, were even wary of being stabbed in the back by those standing beside them. The 8 energy chains resembled limbs pushing Xinyuan through the crowd. Almost every strike sent an opponent flying, their bodies enveloped in frost. What was anticipated to be a fierce battle between wolves and tigers turned out to be a tiger entering a flock of sheep. Few possessed formidable combat power. Xinyuan, being one who harbors grudges, struck harder against those who had previously robbed him. Take Yunfei, for instance, he was currently battered and bruised from the energy chains, struggling to stand. Yet, Xinyuan would occasionally pass by to deliver another kick, ensuring Yunfei's incapacity to fight back. The scene was truly heartrending, evoking sorrow in those who witnessed it. Now, there were even individuals from whom Xinyuan had seized their rings and cast them out of the secret realm. As for Qihong, he was among the elite few who could pose a significant challenge to Xinyuan. His towering figure, at 2.5 meters, created tremendous shockwaves with each charge. Even in armor, giving Xinyuan the sensation of being struck by a vehicle. His ice age was insufficient, the temperature was not low enough. And Qihong's monstrous physique broke free from the temporary ice confinement. To completely subdue him would require concentrated effort, akin to the method used against Lu Pang at the outset. However, Xinyuan was clearly unable to spare the attention. He could only repel Qihong each time and focus on other adversaries. Nevertheless, even with a formidable presence like Xinyuan, the allied forces were still retreating in disarray. With over a dozen individuals already lying on the ground, utterly powerless to retaliate. It was evident to all observant eyes that Xinyuan was destined to achieve complete annihilation. A flawless performance. At this moment, Dong Wuxuan was left in a state of shock, almost numb, ready to applaud when suddenly interrupted by a voice. Impossible! How could he possess such prowess? I demand an investigation, it is imperative. He must have cheated, perhaps he is an agent of humanity. He must have relied on some external force, there is certainly something amiss. He is undoubtedly problematic, Li Qian was on the brink of psychological collapse. After 36 hours of anticipation and waiting, Xinyuan's impeccable display left her no room for reprieve. Her mindset had completely shattered. And she appeared as if she had lost her sanity. At this juncture, she cared for nothing, neither leaders nor the dean mattered, she was wholly consumed by a frenzied state. Meanwhile, Zhongliwu, who was recording notes, furrowed his brow slightly and spoke, "Silence." He then extended a finger, quietly pointing towards the frenzied Li Qian. Chapter 50. Under the spotlight, only one is chosen with a mere gesture. It seemed as though nothing had transpired, no brilliance, no beams of energy released. Yet, Li Qian fell into silence. Her lips continued to move in frantic motion, but no sound emerged, as if her vocal cords had lost the capacity to vibrate. Upon realizing her words were devoid of sound, confusion flickered across her face, quickly morphing into terror. Grasping her throat with disbelief, she opened her mouth wide, desperately attempting to produce sound. When her efforts proved futile, her fingers plunged deeply into her throat, clawing at something within, resulting in fits of dry heaving. To be fair, her probing was not particularly deep, yet it was enough to elicit wrenching evidence of her lack of conditioning. However, no matter her actions, they were rendered entirely ineffectual. She had been silenced by Zhongliwu. The fear in her eyes intensified as she began to frantically tug at her hair, suddenly feeling as though the entire world conspired against her. Enough of this folly, I must take responsibility for indulging you. Just then, a long sigh resonated, and a figure materialized behind Li Qian. Emochingu gently placed his hand atop her head, a soft, milky light shimmering forth, calming her into a tranquil slumber. If anyone had truly taken the back door, it was she who had always been the beneficiary of such privilege. The judges present had refrained from expelling her primarily out of deference to Emochingu. He had brought her into the Eastern Academy at a tender age. And for reasons unbeknownst to many, he had always regarded her as a daughter. My apologies, esteemed guests, Emochingu bowed slightly, addressing the assembly. Yet no one responded to him. Thus, the farce that Li Qian had orchestrated during this assessment concluded in utter failure. At this moment, a thought crossed Emochingu's mind, causing him to sigh softly. All of Li Qian's aspirations had come to naught, leaving her a subject of ridicule. Unbeknownst to her, this incident had transformed the high-ranking members of the superpowered community from indifference to disdain. It was akin to attempting to steal a chicken only to end up losing one's trousers. By allowing her to drift into slumber, Emochingu was, in fact, providing her with protection. After all, had she witnessed Xinyuan emerge victorious from the secret realm, she might have succumbed to her rage, a distinct possibility. Meanwhile, Xinyuan's battle was nearing its conclusion. There were no twists of fate, no unexpected turns, only sheer power overwhelming all else. This lopsided confrontation drew to a close with an even greater disparity in outcomes. Finally, beneath the cloak of night, Xinyuan stood, with a figure sprawled before him, Xinyuan. Scattered around them lay all the students who had lost their capacity to fight. Xinyuan's massive frame had once again evolved during combat, now towering close to 3 meters. Embodying the very essence of the giants from myth and legend. At this moment, he was gasping for breath, his chest heaving violently like a bellows, emitting heavy, labored breaths. He could no longer stand, his body battered and bruised, lying on the ground in a shape resembling the character. Though his condition was dire, he was the last to fall among the 30 or so individuals. Among them, he was the fiercest, the few wounds adorning Xinyuan were nearly all inflicted by him. His combat skills were clearly unmatched by the other trainees, revealing that he had spent considerable time on the streets, engaging in fierce brawls. Xinyuan gazed at the formidable man lying before him, gravely injured, and finally spoke, "You are truly strong, thus against you, I could not afford to hold back." My intent was to strike with lethal force. Xi-Hong, sprawled on the ground, gasped for air and after a moment responded, "Ha ha ha. You have won, I have lost. You stand while I lie, you call me strong, yet that makes me lose face, ha ha ha." Amidst his hearty laughter, he couldn't help but cough up a few mouthfuls of blood. Nevertheless, he showed no inclination to restrain his mirth, he laughed unabashedly, even if it meant spitting blood. In life, one may be shrewd and calculating, but in his heart, battle was pure. From the first day I saw you, I wondered if I could ever defeat you. It seems now that I truly cannot. By the way, I have a question for you, Xi-Hong said. Why the hell do you always want to shake my hand when you see me? Ah, that's a secret, Xinyuan replied with a smile, not satisfying Xi-Hong's curiosity. With determination, Xi-Hong extracted all the divine cores from his hand ring and tossed them to Xinyuan, saying, "Take these, you have already won. Your ambition to seize everything from everyone and impress the judges is genuinely impressive. Also, I'm going to take a nap. I'm not dead. I'm just really tired and need to sleep." With that, Xi-Hong slowly closed his eyes, his body beginning to shrink and revert to its normal size. Thus, the assessment came to an end. After escorting Xi-Hong and the others out of the secret realm, Xinyuan squatted alone, quietly observing the flickering lights before him. These lights represented the entirety of the divine cores collected by the 126 trainees during this assessment. All of them lay before him. Countless specks of light converged to form a vibrant tapestry, a tapestry that symbolized his glory. At that moment, Xinyuan sat in the center of this radiant carpet, surveying the surrounding divine cores, breathing gently. These coveted treasures, sought after by countless gifted individuals throughout the years, now resembled a small mountain piled before Xinyuan. After a brief moment, he straightened up and stretched vigorously. Having spent such a long time in this world, this was the first time he felt this exhausted from a single endeavor, 36 consecutive hours without sleep or gaming. All for the sake of this assessment ranking. It was truly bewildering. Subsequently, under the watchful eyes of all the trainees and judges, Xinyuan executed an unexpected action. He bent down and picked up the smallest divine core from the ground, no larger than a fingernail. Subsequently, he carelessly discarded the myriad divine cores strewn across the ground and stepped out of the secret realm. He had assured his fellow students that he would not take their divine cores, and he proved true to his word. This small fragment was a remnant of the divine core he had earned by vanquishing the Sandman. As he exited, he even kicked aside the divine cores on the path, treating them as mere refuse. With a step forward, Xinyuan finally returned to this tangible world, his body momentarily swaying. Immediately, over 100 pairs of eyes swept towards him, all gazing intently, yet not a single word was uttered. Xinyuan glanced around, disregarding the collective scrutiny, and holding the small fragment of the divine core in his hand. He strode directly to Jun Ani's side. With that diminutive, pale yellow crystal, he gently tapped the table. "I am first." Chapter 51, Father, from now on, I shall be your dog. Jun Ani gazed at the man before her, whose presence exceeded her expectations and left everyone astounded, yet she maintained her previously composed demeanor. Throughout the past 36 hours, this expression had been her constant companion, and the other participants, having learned of her icy warrior reputation from the judges' conversations, refrained from initiating dialogue. However, after a mere 3 seconds, she could no longer contain herself, abandoning her carefully crafted facade in front of the crowd. A radiant smile broke upon her lips as she spoke. "Impressive, first place. Yet, your lead over second place seems rather slim." Jun Ani pointed at the tiny crystal in Xinyuan's hand, clearly jesting. Xinyuan shrugged nonchalantly, responding, "As long as it suffices, it's all for the sake of ranking anyway." At that moment, Jun Ani unabashedly scrutinized Xinyuan's face, observing how he had reverted to his usual languid and carefree demeanor, devoid of the decisiveness and dominance he had exhibited during the battles in the secret realm. She couldn't help but nod in agreement. "I never anticipated your strength. However, I never doubted your position as first." Clap, clap, clap. After her words, Jun Ani leaned back in her chair and gently applauded, the sound of her slow and crisp clapping resonating in the silent hall. This applause acted like a fuse, instantly igniting the entire auditorium. The spectators, initially transfixed by Xinyuan's emergence with a mere sliver of divine core, were awakened by the sound of applause. All the participants erupted in cheers, clamoring, and fervently clapping, as if they had collectively achieved a grand victory together. First place. We won. E-rank is extraordinary. It had dawned upon them that perhaps E-rank was indeed the most formidable of the talent tiers. Remarkable, great one. You claimed not to take our divine cores, and indeed, you did not, you left them all in the secret realm. Thank you for elevating me to second place. Those who had just besieged Xinyuan, now bewildered by his unexpected triumph, were left in a state of confusion, pondering what had transpired. When did this fellow's popularity soar so high? Wasn't he the target of everyone's ire upon entering the assessment? Through brief discussions with those around them, they began to comprehend the situation. Xinyuan employed this extreme tactic of blocking the entrance, delivering a thrashing to all who had sought to seize from him, ensuring that everyone received 0 points while he claimed the top spot. However, from the perspective of the rankings, they all now found themselves in second place. Among the gathered participants, scarcely anyone had dared to hope for such a commendable outcome as second place. Thus, in a certain sense, Xinyuan had assisted each of them in reaching a position they had scarcely thought attainable. This method of his was a brazen provocation of the rules through sheer, overwhelming strength. The participants recognized that Xinyuan's dissatisfaction was not solely directed at those who had attempted to pilfer his spoils, but also at the very regulations governing the assessment. If the ambushes executed by Yunfei and others were akin to knives, then the rules themselves represented an invisible hand wielding those knives. At this moment, everyone was filled with joy, and not a single discordant note could be heard. Even Yunfei, who, despite having undergone treatment, bore the remnants of a bruised visage, joined the crowd in applause. "All right, everyone, let us settle down," Mo Chingu remarked, restoring his warm and amiable smile after the assessment concluded. After several repetitions of his request, the crowd gradually quieted. "I understand that during your time in the secret realm, as you harbored suspicions against one another, dragging your weary bodies while contemplating how to seize others' treasures, you must have, to some extent, cursed the absurdity of this assessment," Mo Chingu continued, addressing the students candidly. "I am indeed the architect of these rules," he chuckled, inviting any grievances to be directed at him. "This extreme, unregulated survival of the fittest was intended to test each of you. However, due to an unforeseen X factor, there was a slight mishap during this assessment. Each year, those ranked highly receive substantial rewards, yet this year, with an unusual number of second-place achievers, we find ourselves somewhat overwhelmed in terms of resources." At this point, Mo Chingu paused for effect, scanning the faces in the crowd. "Thus, I have decided to personally supplement the rewards that were not initially prepared," he declared. "Each of you has achieved an impressive second place in the collective assessment of all the students granted direct admission. And let us not forget the individual who dared to challenge the rules, the first place." Upon hearing this, the students were momentarily stunned before erupting into ecstatic cheers once more. A palpable sense of joy enveloped the room, with everyone appearing harmonious and elated. Mo Chingu gazed at their jubilant expressions, feeling a mixture of gratification and reluctance. They are all young men, clad in fine attire and brimming with ambition. Alas! In a short while, they would be confronted with certain truths concealed from the public eye. Let them revel in their celebration a little longer. As the crowd continued to cheer, a solitary figure entered through the doorway, his demeanor dejected. It was Lu Peng, who had been swiftly eliminated by Xinyuan at the onset of the assessment. Over the past day and a half, he had endured considerable turmoil. Thoughts of his ignominious last place and the likely ridicule he would face upon enrollment haunted him, robbing him of sleep. Had I known, I would not have tried to curry favor with Li Qian. What compelled me to provoke that weirdo? Upon entering and witnessing the jubilant celebration, Lu Peng felt an even deeper sense of despair. Suddenly, an acquaintance approached him, exclaiming, "Lu Peng, you placed second. Thanks to Xinyuan, you owe him an apology. Considering you initially intended to target him." "Lu Peng? What? What are you saying? How could I possibly be second? I don't understand." Subsequently, his acquaintance elucidated the entire sequence of events to him. As he listened, Lu Peng's expression became increasingly vacant, as if he were lost in a reverie. Why had he sought to ingratiate himself with Li Qian? Why had he aimed to undermine Xinyuan? Is it not merely for the sake of achieving a commendable ranking? Thereby gaining access to greater resources and opportunities upon enrollment? Yet, what is this? Am I caught in a dream? Could it be that my sincerity has moved the heavens? In an astonishing twist of fate, I have emerged as the luckiest individual in the room. Having skipped the grueling 36-hour assessment, yet still reaping all the rewards. At that moment, he vacantly lifted his gaze towards Xinyuan, their eyes colliding in the air. They were merely young individuals striving for a bright future, harboring no deep-seated animosity. Xinyuan shrugged, having no intention of engaging in conversation. However, he was utterly unprepared for Lu Peng's subsequent action, which nearly caused his eyes to pop out in disbelief. In a swift motion, Lu Peng dashed to his side, grasping his hand tightly. "Father! From now on, I shall be your loyal servant." Chapter 52, Exposed, he actually committed murder. Xinyuan? Xinyuan was utterly astonished. What the hell are you talking about? This does not seem like a compliment. Are you not indirectly calling yourself a dog? Is this person's mind in disarray? He promptly shook off the individual's grasp, refusing to allow him to hold his hand. Please, do not be so repulsive. Where did you acquire such traits? Are you unwell? Do not touch me. In a daze from being thrown aside, Lu Peng hurriedly continued, I truly appreciate you. I will no longer fawn over that woman. I will fawn over you, big brother. Witnessing Lu Peng's sudden change in demeanor, Xinyuan was genuinely taken aback by his true nature and disdainfully remarked, please act normally. Be mindful of your language. Refrain from incessantly speaking of fawning. Your behavior is somewhat nauseating. If you genuinely wish to express your gratitude, why not bow down right now? Absolutely. Lu Peng, without hesitation, prepared to kneel on the ground, only to be pulled back up by Xinyuan using an energy chain. Xinyuan sighed in exasperation. Observing this individual's masochistic display, he felt at a loss for words. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. During their earlier interaction, he had not sensed this aspect of him at all. How could he possess such a low threshold? To be frank, it would be better for you to return to your normal self. I preferred your previously defiant demeanor. After saying this, Xinyuan quickly distanced himself and moved to another corner. Lu Peng's eyes momentarily glazed over as he began to ponder. What does a defiant demeanor look like? At that moment, Junani approached from the opposite side and stood beside Xinyuan, inquiring, how is it? The sensation of being popular, isn't it delightful? Xinyuan shot a disbelieving glance at the beautiful woman beside him and replied, is this what you call popularity? Is this the form of welcome you desire? As he spoke, he pointed towards Lu Peng, who was over there practicing his facial expressions, genuinely attempting to embody defiance. Junani stifled a light laugh, responding, a zealous devotee. That's how it is. The two engaged in casual conversation when suddenly, a person swaggered through the entrance. Zhongjing had taken a moment to rest and, upon surveying the room, instantly set his gaze upon Xinyuan and Junani standing together. Seems like everyone is in high spirits. What is going on? After every exam, everyone typically appears drained, he exclaimed loudly as he approached Xinyuan. So, you made it out? What was your rank? By the way, because of you, your family's Frost War God lost to me in a challenge. Xinyuan looked at the unfamiliar middle-aged man approaching him, feeling quite perplexed. Who is this person? I do not seem to recognize him. Who are you? And who is the Frost War God? What do you mean by my family's? Xinyuan queried, puzzled. Oh, you don't know? Zhongjing pointed towards Junani, the newly appointed war god of the War God Hall, the 8th in rank, known as the Frost War God. Xinyuan, upon hearing this, involuntarily took a step back, gazing at Junani in astonishment. You! The beautiful female examiner I encountered that very day is actually a female war god. Junani cleared her throat softly. Her cheeks tinged with a hint of crimson as she replied to Zhongjing, what nonsense are you spouting? There is still no foundation for such claims. Moreover, you are mistaken. Regarding our wager, you are the one who lost. He is indeed the first. Subsequently, Junani recounted the previous events to Zhongjing. Observing Zhongjing's gradually astonished expression, she felt an inexplicable sense of pride swell within her. Zhongjing stood in a daze for 2 seconds before turning and striding directly towards Emochingu, no longer engaging in discussions about the bet with Junani. Female war god? What wager did you partake in? Just as he was about to elaborate, Emochingu's voice resonated throughout the hall. Perhaps wishing to avoid unnecessary debates with Zhongjing, he promptly initiated the next segment. Alright, students, after some time, you may return to celebrate. But now we must proceed to the next phase. After a lengthy duration, the students' excitement had somewhat subsided. They closed their mouths and looked up at Emochingu, awaiting his words. I understand that Xinyuan's performance in this assessment exceeded not only your expectations but also ours. Would you like to know why none of you, nor so many others, stand a chance against him? After stating this, he surveyed each student. However, silence reigned. What could the reason possibly be? He was simply stronger, possessing greater talent. I know many of you might think that he boasts higher innate talent and greater capacity for development. While that is indeed true, there is another critical aspect that you have overlooked. He possesses far superior combat experience compared to all of you. He is more ruthless than any of you, more adept at fighting for his life. The world of superhumans is exceedingly brutal, and there are many truths, filled with despair and suffering, that the authorities have not disclosed. However, starting today, you will become acquainted with these harsh realities. Prepare yourselves. For now, I shall present a brief video to warm you up. With that, he raised his hand, and a screen materialized before everyone. The screen flickered and distorted, revealing an image under the dim glow of streetlights. Xinyuan advanced with closed eyes, feeling his way through the dark. Xinyuan. This was the footage of his initial encounter with those human traffickers, or rather, the servants of the divine. He was aware that Junani had reported this incident, but he never anticipated that Emochingu would choose this moment to expose it. What is the purpose of this? Furthermore, he did not recall any surveillance cameras being present there. The other students were oblivious to what Xinyuan was doing in the footage and were puzzled as to why this video was being shown. They observed Xinyuan walking with closed eyes, seemingly unimpeded, as he approached an exercise equipment plaza. They watched him gently strike the apparatus, producing a symphony of sounds. And then the space around him warped, transporting him into another realm. Whispers filled the air, filled with awe at Xinyuan's extraordinary actions. However, this astonishment soon gave way to silence, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. Those standing closest to Xinyuan began to cautiously shift away, hesitant to remain too near him, for they had witnessed the gruesome and brutal scene that unfolded next in the video. Chapter 53, The Cryptic Message Left by the Father of Supernatural Beings. The video continued to play, showcasing the fierce battle that had transpired 5 days prior. The students watched in horror as the mysterious and dreadful ritual unfolded, witnessing the agonizing plight of the 2 children lying on the ground. Their youthful bravado ignited a surge of anger, yet this emotion was swiftly supplanted by sheer terror. They observed as Xinyuan deftly evaded the onslaught, rescuing the children with remarkable ease. They marveled at his formidable strength as he shattered a man's chest with an ice staff, sending him flying through the air. Engaged in combat with frenzied zealots who feared neither death nor injury, Xinyuan struck ruthlessly, each blow lethal. Ultimately, he seized the clear leader, gripping his throat and methodically siphoning away his life with the chilling frost. The students beheld the man's terrified screams in Xinyuan's grasp, juxtaposed with the latter's apathetic demeanor. What followed was a scene that sent shivers down their spines. Xinyuan's gaze, frigid and unyielding, reflected a merciless light as he surveyed the frozen figures strewn across the ground. In an instant, the camera shifted, and all the ice sculptures shattered, leaving behind a scattered array of dismembered limbs that bore witness to the horrors that had transpired. Within a 10-meter radius of Xinyuan, no one remained standing, save for Junani, who remained beside him. The eyes of the students were filled with dread. Yet not a single one dared to meet Xinyuan's gaze, as if they were paralyzed by the fear of locking eyes with him. Several female students, overwhelmed by the shock, began to retch violently. The impact of the revelations was simply too profound for them to bear. They had previously believed that Xinyuan was just another student like themselves, albeit one with exceptional talent. Now, they realized the stark reality: he was an entirely different being, one who had indeed taken lives. Having watched the video, they were gripped by a dawning fear, even trepidation, at the thought of daring to confront Xinyuan within the secret realm. He was a remorseless maniac, a cold-blooded killer. Did you understand now why 38 individuals were no match for him? It was not due to a lack of strength, rather. It was because none of you had experienced such a battle or possessed the psychological fortitude for it. Observing the students' faces, etched with terror and dread, Xinyuan shook his head in disappointment, his tone growing stern. Xinyuan stood in the clearing among the crowd, listening attentively to Xinyuan's discourse. His intention had been to conceal this matter as much as possible. If concealment proved impossible, he hoped to downplay its significance. He was uncertain of the moral compass of this world or the legal ramifications that might ensue. Although the confrontation had clearly been aimed at his demise, he was the one who had ultimately dealt the fatal blow. He was unaware of any potential responsibilities he might have to bear. However, what was done was done. There was no turning back now. If this incident were to be exposed, so be it. They had all witnessed that Xinyuan had already stained his hands with blood long before entering the assessment with them. If all proceeds as expected, from the moment he entered the assessment, you have already lost. What are your thoughts on his performance in eliminating those individuals? Still, no one dared to respond. Who would have the courage to answer? At this moment, some of the more psychologically fragile candidates had already begun to tremble. Very well. Since none of you wish to speak, allow me to express my opinion. I believe he performed exceptionally well. Upon hearing this, not only the candidates but even Xinyuan himself raised his eyebrows in surprise. Everything I have stated thus far, including this video, serves as a prelude to the matter I am about to discuss. It concerns the truth of the world of superpowered individuals. Old Su, kindly lift the veil of secrecy. At this juncture, he directed another remark towards Old Su. In the next moment, an invisible curtain enveloped everyone, causing a shiver to run through the hearts of all the candidates. Welcome, everyone, to the true realm of superpowered beings, a hidden world beneath the surface. This light barrier serves as a subconscious restraint, preventing you from disclosing any related information to ordinary individuals who are unaware of this matter. Now, let us engage in a quiet conversation. I pose a question to you all. What do you believe is the significance of the existence of superpowered beings? And why does the world fervently promote their development? Following this shift in topic, the candidates' psychological states improved somewhat. The previously composed Xinyuan responded, stating, to address superpowered crime and the unusual meteorological disasters arising from the resurgence of spiritual energy. Xinyuan smiled at her, nodding in agreement. You articulate this well. But it is merely the official facade. Such issues do exist, though rarely. They serve primarily to obscure the truth and prevent public panic. The real reason is singular. Above our heads, gods exist. The candidates gazed curiously at Xinyuan, quietly awaiting his continuation. This is the truth that the superpowered beings have conspired to conceal. Gods seek to vanquish us. The targets you encountered during your assessment have all manifested in this world. They are what one might call gods. Simultaneously, their servants have emerged, and they. Just as Xinyuan was about to elaborate, a voice abruptly interrupted him. Xinyuan raised his hand and interjected, I apologize for interrupting, but there is something I must inquire. Xinyuan differed from the other candidates. He was privy to certain information through his battles with the servants of the gods and understood the terminology associated with them. Thus, he was perplexed. Xinyuan said nothing but gestured with his eyes for him to proceed. I would like to know, why are these beings referred to as gods? It seems rather illogical. If they pose a threat to humanity and resemble the grotesque entities within the secret realms, why do we not label them as monsters instead of bestowing upon them the title of gods? Xinyuan was momentarily taken aback, evidently surprised by the unexpected question. After a brief contemplation, he raised his thumb and replied, excellent inquiry. It seems I have never heard anyone pose such a question before. However, there is indeed a reason behind it. One of the primary reasons, the most significant one, is the emergence of an individual a century ago, when the revival of spiritual energy first began. This individual is now revered as the father of superhumans. He was the first superhuman among humanity and a legend in his own right. He accomplished a myriad of feats, laying the groundwork for the development of superhumans over the subsequent century. He established the hierarchy of superhumans, determined their cultivation methods, introduced various concepts, and even bestowed the title of God upon the divine. Quite imposing, wouldn't you agree? At this point, a smile graced Imochingu's face, as if he took pride in that ancient deity. By the way, there is an amusing anecdote regarding the father of superhumans. He once disseminated a cryptic phrase to the world, seeking a kindred spirit who could decipher it. However, to this day, none have succeeded. Someone instinctively inquired, "What was the phrase?" Let me think. The first half of the phrase seems to be odd changes, even remains unchanged? A curious and seemingly meaningless statement. Xinyuan. Originally deep in thought, Xinyuan suddenly lifted his head upon hearing these words. Chapter 54, In this world. There once existed another traveler. The phrase odd changes, even remain unchanged, symbols observe the quadrants, a mathematical formula now etched in the minds of all high school students nationwide, had long been second nature to Xinyuan. However, he believed that after his transmigration, he would never again encounter this whimsical rhyme. To his astonishment, here it was. This revelation implied that a century ago, the great man, the father of superpowered beings, was indeed a traveler. He was a transcendent being like himself. Before his arrival, another individual had traversed this world. He was not merely a lost wanderer in a foreign realm. A predecessor had once faced similar trials. Was he still alive? 100 years of time, what had he endured? How had he overcome the unfamiliarity and isolation of this world? Had he spent his life searching for another traveler, only to die in solitude, his deepest secrets forever concealed? At that moment, Xinyuan felt as if he had plunged into frigid waters, his senses dulled, his mind overwhelmed with these thoughts, rendering him incapable of absorbing anything further. Imochingu noticed his peculiar demeanor but could not abandon the other students for his sake. Thus, he temporarily disregarded Xinyuan's vacant expression and continued his discourse. Of course, you may regard this as an intriguing anecdote. The primary reason lies in spiritual contamination. Deities can easily ensnare others through various means. Those with wavering wills may become servants of the gods, while others may descend into madness. This capacity to directly disrupt human spiritual beliefs is precisely why they are deemed gods. They effortlessly instill a sense of submissive faith. Therefore, true superpowered beings are, in fact, godslayers. Having concluded this segment, Imochingu steered the conversation back to the critical issues that superpowered beings must confront. The paramount concern was singular eradicating the servants of the gods and preventing the descent of deities. Above us, the gods reside, yet their existence remains a mystery, known to none. However, through years of training, one truth has become evident: servants of the gods can invoke their presence through various sinister and malevolent rituals. Deities that have not descended are mere divine embryos, exerting minimal influence upon the world. Yet, should they successfully manifest, even the weakest deity can unleash catastrophic devastation. Each year, countless superpowered beings perish at the hands of gods and their servants, while the slaughter of ordinary individuals and the resultant material losses are incalculable. Thus, I must convey to you why the realm of true superpowered beings is merciless. From this day forth, you have been made aware of this profound truth, which signifies that you must confront this harrowing reality and the bloodshed that lies ahead. As of now, the divine descent rituals being conducted across various regions are increasingly numerous, with the sacrificial methods becoming ever more horrifying, to the extent that entire cities may be sacrificed. Thus, the world is destined to become increasingly unstable, and one day, you shall all confront life and death directly. It is my fervent hope that the sense of powerlessness you experience during this assessment will not resurface on the battlefield in the days to come. After speaking, Imochingu gazed at each student's expression, feeling a twinge of melancholy within. On those youthful and innocent faces, there were traces of fear, excitement, unease, and even anger towards the divine servants and deities. Not to mention, there was also Xinyuan's bewilderment. One could only wonder what thoughts occupied his mind. Imochingu dared not contemplate how many of these individuals would perish on the battlefield against the gods in a decade, nor how many would fall victim to the treachery of their own kind. While the adage "with great power comes great responsibility" may seem unjust, there is no alternative. Beneath the facade of tranquility and peace in today's world, a storm poised to engulf the globe has long been brewing. Everyone was slowly absorbing Imochingu's earlier words. their minds reeling from the profound impact of this revelation and unfathomable reality they had never anticipated. Upon receiving their recommendations, they had jubilantly returned home to celebrate. Convinced of a bright future that awaited them, destined to ascend to the pinnacle of their lives. Yet, after enduring a hellish assessment, they were now faced with such a terrifying global predicament. Each one was lost in their own thoughts. Amidst this overwhelming psychological impact and the uncertainty regarding the future, Xinyuan felt none of it. He had not been listening. His mind continued to echo that phrase, odd changes, even remain unchanged. Odd changes, even remain unchanged. Hey, what's wrong with you? Beside him, Junani had already noticed Xinyuan's odd demeanor and gently nudged him with her elbow. Yet, Xinyuan remained as still as a statue, seemingly devoid of sensation. It was only after several persistent nudges that he finally lifted his head in a daze. Junani found it exceedingly strange. In her impression, Xinyuan was a person of extraordinary mental fortitude, capable of maintaining an aloof demeanor in any situation. Although the truth about the superpowered individuals was harsh and difficult to accept, she could not fathom that this news would rattle Xinyuan. After all, even when confronted by 12 divine servants without any prior experience, Xinyuan had remained expressionless and ruthless. How could such a matter provoke such a drastic shift in his mindset? Junani, do you know about the father of superpowered individuals? What was his name? Is he still alive? Junani furrowed her brow, pondering before responding. That was a long time ago, I'm not entirely sure. I've collected a plethora of information, but the authenticity of the tales that have survived is questionable. As for whether he is still alive, no one can say for certain, as he suddenly vanished from the world. Oh. Xinyuan nodded thoughtfully, returning to a contemplative demeanor. Emochingu concluded his address, instructing all the students to return and rest, for the grueling 36 hours of intense training had indeed drained their energy. They would reconvene the following day to distribute rewards and facilitate a mutual selection process between the students and the academy. As Xinyuan walked towards his dormitory, Junani approached him from behind. This time, upon noticing her presence, Xinyuan deliberately slowed his pace and turned to face her. You mentioned that you have gathered information regarding the father of superhumans. Could you kindly share it with me? Chapter 55, 10 Facts about the Father of Superpowers. Upon hearing Xinyuan's immediate inquiry, Junani realized that Xinyuan seemed utterly unconcerned with the so-called truths of the superpowered world. He appeared inexplicably fascinated by that entity from a century ago. Nodding, she replied, very well, but you must agree to one request. What request? To join the Eastern Academy. Absolutely. With that, Xinyuan gestured for her to continue walking alongside him, moving forward without hesitation. His response was remarkably straightforward, devoid of any inquiries or concerns regarding future developments. To him, such trivial matters were inconsequential. He was solely eager to uncover the mysteries surrounding the enigmatic father of superpowers and his past deeds. Seeing Xinyuan's unambiguous response, Junani was taken aback. All the carefully prepared words and excuses she had in mind were stifled within her. After all, it was certainly not easy to express a desire to attend the same academy as him. Xinyuan's lack of probing was, in fact, a relief. Silence enveloped them as Xinyuan briskly approached his apartment door. He opened it and gestured, "Please, come in." Junani hesitated. This was not like their previous encounter in a confined space. It was broad daylight, and she felt a twinge of embarrassment. After glancing around to ensure they were alone, she stepped inside without further hesitation. Taking a seat on the sofa, she exchanged no pleasantries. Xinyuan's gaze, imbued with anticipation, was already upon her. It was evident that he genuinely wished to learn about the father of superpowers, with no ulterior motives in mind. Inviting a lady into his room solely for the purpose of storytelling was remarkably innocent. Recognizing his intent, Junani decided against unnecessary small talk. She promptly retrieved her phone and began searching. Hold on, I'll find some information. I was quite intrigued by that great figure as well and collected a wealth of details about him. However, I cannot vouch for the accuracy of this information. Xinyuan remained silent, exhibiting commendable awareness as he retrieved 2 bottles of beverages from the refrigerator and placed them on the table. After a brief moment, it seemed she had found something. Junani spoke. His true name is currently untraceable, but it is said that he wandered the world. living a life devoid of wife or child, often referring to himself as the traveler? At this point, Junani's pupils contracted sharply, momentarily taken aback. Although she had yet to disclose her online identity to Xinyuan, she distinctly recalled that his online alias was also Traveler. Was it merely a coincidence? And then? Xinyuan urged, noticing her pause. Oh, it is said that he possessed immense power, being the first superpowered individual among humanity, and quite possibly the mightiest of all. He played a pivotal role in initiating the revival of spiritual energy, ushering in the era of superpowers. Many believe he is a deity inhabiting this world. Some even regard him as their faith. It is said that the most fitting description of him comprises 10 facts about the traveler, the progenitor of the superpowered. Upon hearing this, Junani suddenly furrowed her brow, her expression peculiar, as if she could not continue. It seemed she doubted her own perception, repeatedly glancing at her phone. Only after Xinyuan's urging did she stiffly continue. First, when the traveler turned 10, he chose to live independently, prompting his parents to relocate. Second, when the traveler visits your home, you become the guest. Third, the traveler never lies. If there is an issue, it is merely a misrepresentation of reality. Fourth, oxygen is dependent on the traveler for existence. Fifth, in school, teachers must raise their hands to converse with the traveler. Sixth, if the traveler arrives late to school, other students are punished for being too early. Seventh, when the traveler gazes into a mirror, nothing is reflected, for there exists only one traveler in the world. Eighth, the traveler does not perceive himself as a god, rather, the gods perceive themselves as the traveler. Junani's melodic voice echoed throughout the room, while Xinyuan sat on the sofa, utterly astonished. What is this nonsense? Is this truly the information about him? Absurd! Sitting there in disbelief, Xinyuan, who initially sought to learn more about that esteemed predecessor of the traveler, now felt utterly bewildered. After a lengthy pause, he instinctively inquired, what about the last two? The last two remain unrecorded. It is said that the traveler forbids the world from knowing everything about him. After relaying this, Junani covered her forehead in exasperation, caught off guard by the ridiculous nature of the information. Xinyuan, still speechless, pressed on, is there anything else? Junani replied, no. That is all. Xinyuan, I have asked in vain. You mentioned he once issued a cryptic signal to the world that no one could decipher. Is there any way to uncover this signal? Junani looked at Xinyuan in surprise. You actually want to try? Do you believe in it? I suspect that signal is, much like these 10 facts, a form of satirical jest. It likely does not exist. Seeing Junani's response, Xinyuan chuckled dismissively. After all, he was well aware that the signal was far from mere fabrication. Noticing Xinyuan's stunned silence and reluctance to speak further, Junani, feeling helpless, initiated, what are you planning to do? Me? I suppose I will play some games. It has been 2 days since I last teamed up with my online friends. And I wonder if they have been looking for me. Junani, I can't forget this matter. I must swiftly return to my account to conceal my identity. He immediately stood up and said, I have something to attend to, you may continue playing. Shall we join together? The 3 of us would suffice, Xinyuan replied courteously. No, remember your promise to join the Eastern Academy. Junani hurriedly escaped, as if fleeing. A leisurely day soon passed, and it was time for the students to choose their respective academies. Xinyuan indulged in games throughout the day. Yet the others were not so carefree. Each student weighed the merits and drawbacks of various academies during this crucial day, while the institutions prepared enticing offers to attract promising candidates from the assessments. It was common knowledge that Xinyuan was the coveted prize among the 8 great academies. Mo Chingu maintained his usual demeanor, exuding an air of maturity and composure. Zhong Jing sat confidently in his chair, radiating determination. Meanwhile, the other academies were diligently making their preparations. Chapter 56, The Unusual Mo Chingu, under attack. During this process, an exceedingly peculiar event unfolded. Mo Chingu, for reasons unbeknownst to him, exhibited an unusual degree of vigilance regarding security today, dispatching nearly all of his accompanying personnel. The scope of this operation was remarkably extensive. with virtually all combatants brought along sent out for patrol. Superpowered individuals could be seen throughout the artificial rivers, small squares, and even within the residential districts. "Hey, Mo old-timer. You seem a bit off today, don't you think?" Zhong Jing inquired, seated in a chair, his brow furrowed in curiosity towards Mo Chingu. At this moment, the leaders from the 8 academies had all arrived, yet only Mo Chingu held the position of dean, the others were merely vice-deans. This was partly due to the assessment rules being set by Mo Chingu himself, and partly because he was an old rascal. Though immensely powerful, he rarely involved himself in administrative matters, leaving the various affairs of the Eastern Academy primarily in the hands of the vice-deans, rendering his presence somewhat redundant. "Well, caution is the mother of safety, and today's circumstances are indeed exceptional," Mo Chingu replied with a chuckle. "Thanks to Xinyuan, we managed to eliminate that group of divine servants and thwart the divine descent ritual a few days ago. Had we been absent at that time, the consequences of a deity's arrival would have been unimaginable." Zhong Jing nodded in agreement, recognizing the validity of his words. Yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that such extensive measures seemed excessive. "But now, we are here, right? Do those brats still dare to provoke us?" "Not necessarily," Mo Chingu remarked. As they conversed, a multitude of students entered the premises. The group quickly adopted serious expressions, bracing themselves for the potential arrival of the candidates. The selection rules of the academy permitted students to freely choose any institution they desired to join. This was a recognition and respect for their inherent talents. The leaders from each academy had also brought assistants to promote their respective facilities and attract students. Additionally, if any student caught the attention of a leader during the assessment, deemed particularly gifted, the academy would offer various advantageous conditions to actively recruit them. This year, it was evident that the most suitable candidate for this provision was Xinyuan. Coincidentally, Xinyuan had just entered the hall. Upon glimpsing the familiar, languid figure, Zhong Jing immediately straightened his posture, as did the other academy leaders. Having learned about Xinyuan's actions from the previous day, he lamented the missed opportunity to witness the events unfold. Yet, simultaneously, he felt an exhilarating joy. Increasingly determined to secure Xinyuan's allegiance. Though he had lost a bet to Junani, capturing Xinyuan would render such matters utterly inconsequential. Xinyuan, however, paid no heed to the surrounding students or the assistants introducing the various academies. He strode directly to the leaders. And just as Zhong Jing was about to smile and say something, he interjected, "Hello, Dean Mo, I wish to join the Eastern Academy." "Very well, we warmly welcome you," Mo Chingu replied, rising as if he had anticipated this moment. Zhong Jing, observing the imminent handshake between the two, quickly stood up and exclaimed, "Wait a moment." Xinyuan, startled by the sudden outburst, looked at the seemingly frivolous middle-aged man with confusion. "I say, young man, you might not be fully aware of the conventions. You are not like the others, your performance has been exceptional. Generally, various academies offer generous benefits, and you may choose one. For instance, at our Western Academy, come here. And you may propose your terms." Zhong Jing hurriedly articulated, as if fearing Xinyuan might flee. "Oh, I see, thank you. However, I have already promised Junani that I would join the Eastern Academy." "So rash?" Hearing this reason, Zhong Jing nearly bit his tongue. "You would choose based solely on a woman? Well, although she is indeed extraordinary." Zhong Jing's mind raced as he stood and approached Xinyuan. "You may not fully understand, our Western Academy possesses abundant resources." Moreover, as he spoke, he casually draped an arm around Xinyuan's shoulders, whispering like a confidant. "And this old man is quite miserly. I assure you, should you join the Eastern Academy so hastily, the benefits he offers you will surely diminish." Caught off guard by this unexpected turn, Xinyuan was about to respond when Mo Chingu stood up and pulled Zhong Jing back. "Do not speak ill of others behind their backs. I shall also offer you preferential benefits, 300 hours in a simulated training environment, along with 100 pure energy crystals. What do you think?" Yesterday, Xinyuan barely grasped what Mo Chingu had said, feeling as if he were listening to an ancient text. "What are those?" he inquired. Mo Chingu replied, "It's nothing. You can understand it as materials for enhancing the strength of superpowered individuals. Is that all? How dare you make such an offer? Zhong Jing interjected once more. I shall double that. With these conditions, you may ask for anything else you desire. Xinyuan turned to Mo Qinggu. Although he had already resolved to join the Eastern Academy, it would not hurt to negotiate for greater benefits. Mo Qinggu, left with no alternative, conceded. I can also offer you double. Furthermore, you may approach me any time for assistance. Will there be monetary rewards? What? Mo Qinggu was somewhat puzzled. Where's the money? Are there any financial rewards? And regarding the incident when I thwarted the descent of the divine, was it not mentioned there would be a reward? Where are the items? Xinyuan stated plainly, without a hint of embarrassment. After a moment of contemplation, Mo Qinggu finally responded. Matters of divine descent must be reported to the Human Alliance for the issuance of rewards. As for the monetary compensation, how much do you desire? 300,000. Came the reply. Agreed. With that, the hands of the elder and the youth clasped firmly together. Zhong Jing had many thoughts swirling in his mind. Yet they became lodged in his throat, leaving him with no choice but to shake his head in resignation. It seemed he had ultimately been outmaneuvered by this cunning old fox. Moreover, he discerned that Xinyuan was resolutely determined to pursue his studies at the Eastern Academy. As Xinyuan gripped the rough, weathered hand, he activated his abilities once more. Despite having replicated them previously, he sensed a lingering anomaly in Mo Qinggu's powers. Thus, even at the expense of wasting a day's opportunity, he felt compelled to investigate further. Beep. Replication successful. A voice echoed in his mind just as chaos erupted. Director M.O. We must prepare for evacuation. A chilling scream pierced the air, and a blood-soaked figure stumbled through the doorway, collapsing in a desperate rush. Chapter 57, Can one person alone stand against all divine servants? Successful replication, obtained B-level talent, rapid healing. Automatically enhancing talent. Talent level increased, talent evolution, demigod physique. Rapid self-healing from injuries, unaffected by divine aura, immune to toxins. Indeed. Mo Qinggu is undoubtedly a person of great mystery. The abilities he possesses are far from singular. He is a superhuman endowed with multiple powers. However, at this moment, Xinyuan had no time to examine the capabilities he had acquired. As his attention was drawn to the figure rushing through the doorway, Mo Qinggu hastily released Xinyuan and swiftly moved to the side of the gravely injured individual, extending his hand to lift him from the ground. With a radiant golden light shimmering in his palm, he healed the wounds afflicting the man, pulling him back from the clutches of death. This sudden turn of events left everyone present in a state of shock, halting their activities. The students were bewildered, gazing in terror at the bloodied figure on the ground. Zhong Jing and others, including the newly arrived Junani, quickly surrounded the scene. Quickly! Devise a plan to evacuate the students, they are coming. Divine servants? How dare that group arrive at such a moment? It seems they are courting death. Dong Wushuang radiated a menacing purple light, his body thrumming with explosive killing intent, the terrifying destructive power of the war god laid bare for all to see. Are there divine embryos this time? How many did they bring? How many are there in total? Mo Qinggu's gaze was icy. Yet he suppressed the murderous intent within him and calmly inquired. Many, too many for us to count. Brothers in the East have already perished, some have not returned. Dean. We must evacuate the new students quickly, we also need support from powerful allies. Even under Mo Qinggu's healing, the man continued to cough up blood as he spoke. Impossible, such a grand display. Where did they emerge from? There were no signs in the previous days. Zhong Jing suddenly stood up, his expression tinged with concern as he surveyed the bewildered students in the hall. Xinyuan, observing the scene before him, couldn't help but frown slightly. He suddenly recalled the envelope he had submitted earlier. The contents seemed to pertain to many of their adversaries' plans. Had Mo Qinggu organized such a large patrol force today due to this knowledge? Yet, the current situation appeared to exceed expectations. Had the divine servants launched an attack? This was a grave matter. I remember the divine servants seemed rather weak. Xinyuan furrowed his brow and turned to the equally fierce Xinyuan beside him.
Xinyuan sighed, it's different.
The ones you encountered were sacrificial divine servants. Their sole purpose is to conduct divine descent rituals, often sacrificing themselves.
Their combat prowess is not formidable. However, those arriving today are likely chosen divine servants, each possessing considerable strength.
We just do not know the scale of their numbers or how many divine embryos they possess. Xinyuan surveyed the tumultuous scene surrounding him, akin to a battlefield, and gently closed his eyes, clearing his mind.
The voice of all things was activated, its reach encompassing the entire stadium and extending for 10 miles.
In the days leading up to this moment, although he had yet to officially become a superpower trainee, he had already endured various battles. These encounters had significantly honed his abilities, allowing him to seamlessly integrate his powers without formal training. Otherwise, his current voice of all things would not have such an extensive range, nor would it provide such a wealth of information. He listened intently, absorbing the relevant messages from his surroundings. Familiar with the appearance of divine servants and the divine embryos, he received the information with a clear purpose. Before long, he began to sense a considerable presence. The flora and fauna around him conveyed a dire warning. They were numerous and exceedingly perilous. Their numbers surpassed those of the trainees and instructors present. Humans and divine embryos were intermingled, scattered throughout the expanse of the Black Horse Stadium. Numerous sacrificial divine servants were among them, accompanied by even more formidable entities exerting a powerful pressure on the surrounding atmosphere. As Xinyuan listened, his brow furrowed deeper. This situation was indeed grave. Regardless of who they are, I shall take care of them. You all stay here,
Dong Wushuang bellowed,
turning to leave with a clear intent to kill.
Wait. At that moment, Xinyuan's voice halted him.
The situation is indeed extraordinary. I sense at least 8 divine embryos. Moreover, the number of divine servants is alarmingly high. There are hundreds.
What? Dong Wushuang exclaimed, are you certain? When did deities become so common? Not necessarily, there could be divine projections involved, but even projections would constitute a catastrophic disaster, Emochingu replied, clenching his jaw in resignation.
8 divine embryos. We must not delay, let us depart at once. Upon hearing the mention of 8 divine embryos, Zhongjing could no longer remain seated. He had witnessed Xinyuan's assessment and was well aware of his extraordinary tracking abilities, thus harboring no doubts about Xinyuan's words. Although strong individuals abounded here, when it came to perception, Xinyuan was undoubtedly the authority. Let us split into 2 groups. Find a few people to lead the trainees to safety while the rest of us will confront them, Zhongjing urged eagerly.
No. Emochingu shook his head, a pained expression crossing his face.
Xinyuan gave me an envelope some time ago, which hinted at certain matters. But I never anticipated it would come to this. Moreover, should they take action, the one leading will be Ying Qingshan, an old rival. His chosen ability is the marking symbol. All of us have been marked, and we will undoubtedly face pursuit from them and the deities. In the past, this was manageable. It could attract attention and divert the deities. But this time none of us can hope to protect the trainees, rather, we must distance ourselves as much as possible. Emochingu knelt on the ground, his voice heavy with despair. What shall we do? Even if we manage to thwart the potential deities and the likes of Ying Chen, if the remaining divine servants discover these students, then it will all be over. Zhongjing, in a fit of agitation, spoke incoherently, his anxiety making him almost restless. He was terrified,
fearing that these unripe seedlings might perish prematurely.
The untimely demise of a genius is one of the most heartbreaking tragedies in this world. Therefore, the students cannot withdraw. They must remain hidden in the basement. We must hasten our departure, leaving not a single person behind, as we need to address the matter of the divine embryo. However, we require an exception, someone to stand against the potentially approaching divine servants. This individual must be a novice, one who has had no direct encounters with those entities. Yet, they cannot be a complete novice, for they must possess formidable strength, at least at the 4th realm. Their capabilities should include exceptional control over the battlefield, capable of limiting the actions of others, They must have combat experience and sound psychological resilience, able to confront multiple adversaries. Emochingu murmured these stringent and seemingly fanciful demands, while simultaneously raising his bloodshot eyes towards the figure of Xinyuan standing nearby.
If it were only you, could you withstand the onslaught of numerous divine servants? Chapter 58, I demand that you return my money personally. You must not be harmed. I refuse to agree. Before Xinyuan could utter a word, Jun'ani had already interjected. Like a protective hen, she positioned herself in front of Xinyuan, shielding him behind her. He had not undergone formal training and was entirely unaware of the potential capabilities of his adversary. To confront a chosen divine servant was indeed a formidable challenge. Allow me. I too am a newcomer, and my presence here will ensure everyone's safety.
Emochingu gazed at Jun'ani's figure and sighed helplessly. If it were in the past,
you would indeed be the most suitable candidate. However, the circumstances have changed. You are no longer the unrecorded genius you once were. Since that battle, upon your formal induction into the War God's Hall as the 8th War God, the Frost War God, you have become a marked target, just like the rest of us. It is only Xinyuan who is appropriate for this task today. Upon hearing this, Jun'ani fell momentarily silent.
She recognized the validity of Emochingu's words yet continued to ponder whether a more secure alternative existed. She wished to shield Xinyuan from such peril. The silence among the examiners, including Zhongjing, mirrored her apprehension. Do you possess confidence? Are you willing to attempt this? Emochingu inquired again, his tone strained. I am uncertain of my capabilities, and why should I consent to undertake such a perilous endeavor? Xinyuan shrugged slightly, refraining from a direct affirmation. Emochingu was taken aback by Xinyuan's response, as if he had not anticipated such an answer, but he quickly came to terms with it. Indeed. Xinyuan was merely a student and bore no obligation in this matter. Given his innate talent and strength, even in such a hazardous situation, if he merely sought to preserve his own safety, it would not be an insurmountable challenge. Choosing to avoid danger was a wise decision. And there was no basis for reproach. This was inherently the responsibility of someone like me, an old fogey. However, observing the anxious yet helpless expressions of those around him, Xinyuan spoke again. If the compensation you offer is sufficient, I might consider trying. The group encircling the gravely injured individual turned in unison, their gazes filled with surprise and a tinge of complexity as they regarded Xinyuan. This was a tacit agreement? They wished for Xinyuan to step forward, yet simultaneously harbored conflicting sentiments against such an action. Their hopes stemmed from the belief that, at present, this might be the most optimal solution. Conversely, their reluctance arose from the fear of unforeseen consequences, which could be catastrophic. This could very well become one of the most tragic events of a genius's untimely demise in human history, destined to be recorded in the annals of time. They would not only lose Xinyuan, the most extraordinary talent ever, but also the remaining 125 students, who represented this year's most promising and worthy cohort for cultivation. Should calamity befall them all, Emochingu dared not contemplate such a fate. Thank you, Zhongjing gazed at Xinyuan with slightly reddened eyes, acknowledging that the old fellows, owe you this one. This time, as long as you avoid any mishaps, I shall bestow upon you my personal gold card. You will be entitled to enjoy all services free of charge across all Western institutions worldwide. After speaking, Zhongjing seemed to have no desire to linger. And he hastily departed. Dong Wushwang approached, delivering a hearty pat on Xinyuan's shoulder with his robust hand. Well done. He then followed closely in Zhongjing's footsteps. Rushing out. Observing their emotional displays, Xinyuan couldn't help but shrug and exclaim, but what about the financial matters? Don't just be sentimental. Also, how long do you expect me to hold on? Emochingu noted that Xinyuan still had the spirit for jesting, while he himself was devoid of any humor. He inquired, is 3 hours feasible? Very well, then. I demand 3 million. Xinyuan, seeing that no one was addressing the crucial matter, boldly declared his own terms. However, he was unprepared for Emochingu to stride swiftly towards him, grasping his shoulders and declaring, remember. If you truly endure for 3 hours this time, not just 3 million, but 30 million I can provide. After saying this,
He cast a profound glance at Xinyuan before commencing to gather the students.
During this process, several bloodied figures rushed in from the entrance, all bearing urgent news. The situation outside had escalated to a critical state. The students, having never witnessed such a scene, complied obediently, swiftly assembling and making their way towards the underground venue. However, a few individuals led by Xinyuan and Qihong were reluctant, expressing their desire not to hide behind Xinyuan but to confront the enemy alongside him. Yet, in such tumultuous times, Emochingu could not condone their brave yet counterproductive actions. He reprimanded them sternly, forcefully confining all 125 inside.
Subsequently, he returned to stand before Xinyuan, nodding with a serious yet apologetic expression. What a troublesome time.
Entrusting such a matter to a student is my negligence.
3 hours, hold on, you are the hero of humanity.
Spare me the flattery, I merely operate on a transactional basis, Xinyuan replied impatiently.
Waving his hand as he observed Emochingu turning to leave, with Xinyuan glancing back repeatedly.
His gaze remained calm and indifferent, for some reason. He despised the burden of being labeled a hero, feeling it was a form of encumbrance, a kidnapping of honor.
What good is it to be a hero?
Once one becomes a hero, the prospect of monetary gain likely diminishes. Just then, as if a thought struck him, he called out to Emochingu's retreating figure, "Hey!
Old man Mo, I recall you promised me 300,000 as an enrollment reward, right?
If any unforeseen circumstances arise, just give it to Xinyuan. I owe her 300,000. Upon hearing those words, Xinyuan could no longer contain himself. He took a deep breath, disregarding the slight redness in his eyes,
and rushed to stand before Xinyuan.
With his teeth tightly clenched, he struggled to find his voice, and after a prolonged silence,
he finally spoke, "There shall be no accidents.
I will not permit any unforeseen circumstances, you must remain unharmed.
The debt you owe me, I demand you repay it personally."
I do not anticipate any misfortune, I merely spoke of possibilities. I believe it is prudent to prepare for the worst.
There is no possibility. Xinyuan interrupted angrily before Xinyuan could finish.
His tone softened momentarily as he continued, "If something were truly to happen to you,
someone would be profoundly heartbroken." Chapter 59, Today I am here, thus this path is blocked am I? In truth, I am quite well.
I have no relatives or friends in this world, a solitary figure unburdened by attachments, which partly explains my willingness to make such promises. With a smile gracing his lips, Xinyuan replied, though he was indeed aware of the peril, he had no intention of rendering the atmosphere akin to a poignant farewell.
As for sorrow? Who could possibly grieve for me? It seems I am not particularly likable.
Xinyuan observed the languid, nonchalant smile still adorning his face, her lips fluttering slightly, her eyes shimmering as if she harbored words unspoken, yet hesitated to voice them. Finally, she lowered her gaze and softly remarked,
"Did you not mention that you have an online friend who consistently plays games with you?
Should you be unable to join her, she might feel quite despondent." Xinyuan was taken aback by her sudden declaration, a flicker of surprise crossing his features. Nevertheless, he shook his head with a smile, offering no response.
"Promise me once more.
Assure me that you will remain safe, just as you did during the initial assessment when you vowed to secure first place," Xinyuan insisted.
Her gaze locked onto Xinyuan's eyes, awaiting his answer.
Fearing that her lingering might hinder their mission, Xinyuan hesitated for a mere 2 seconds before replying, "All right, I promise."
"You must leave quickly."
"I am fine here, after all, the adversary you face appears to be considerably stronger, and you are still quite young, do not put yourself in danger."
Seeing him affirm his promise, Xinyuan nodded vigorously. "All right, 3 hours. I assure you, I shall return."
Just 3 hours.
With that, she transformed into a streak of icy blue light and darted out the door.
Now, everyone had departed, the injured and students concealed within the underground venue, while Emochingu and others rushed towards the grim battlefield. The vast hall of the stadium stood desolate, with only Xinyuan remaining, solitary and alone. He took several deep breaths,
meandering through the arena.
Though he feigned indifference, such nonchalance did not equate to carelessness. He understood that he was likely on the brink of facing the most arduous battle since his arrival in this world. 3 hours endure for 3 hours. And earn 3 million, a salary of $1 million per hour. It was a rare opportunity indeed. If he could withstand this, it would be tantamount to retirement,
alleviating any concerns regarding his post-graduation job search.
With a stroke of luck, perhaps no one would come for him at all.
Xinyuan grasped a basketball, strolling while engaging in playful self-talk.
Simultaneously, he began to familiarize himself with the newly copied and upgraded abilities. In the expansive emptiness of the stadium, his voice echoed,
reverberating within the enclosed venue, persistent and unyielding.
Of course, the notion of simply enduring for 3 hours to earn 3 million was a far-fetched fantasy,
one that Xinyuan would unlikely encounter.
At that moment, hundreds of divine servants were mobilizing, making it difficult to fathom how they orchestrated such a large-scale operation.
Among them,
many who were not tasked with divine descent were rushing towards the vicinity of the stadium.
Their objective was straightforward: an eradication mission. To extinguish the seedlings.
A genius who has not matured is no different from a worthless individual. They truly come for those students.
The Black Horse Stadium is an expansive venue,
with numerous intricate passages beneath it, designed for the convenience of visitors and vehicles. Now, within these passages, shadows of sinister figures can be seen lurking. A small team of 7 or 8 individuals is swiftly navigating through, each one enveloped in a silence thick with the scent of blood.
Among them,
a scarred-faced man suddenly spoke up, "Boss, are we really just going to charge in like this?
Shouldn't we be concerned about encountering Mo Chingu and his group?"
"Humph. There's no need for worry, those individuals do not dare to associate with the students," the leader replied coldly. "Once the master descends, he will seek them out directly. If they dare to linger near the students, the residual energy from the master's battle will be more than sufficient to annihilate that group of novices."
"What do you think the students will do?" the scarred man inquired after a brief moment of contemplation.
"They will likely scatter and hide, foolishly thinking they can confront the master and then return to rescue their peers," came the dismissive response.
"Our objective is to swiftly eliminate that group of brats.
We shall present their heads in honor of the master's grand arrival." With that declaration, the scent of blood intensified around him, and he surged forward with renewed speed. They continued onward in silence, their eyes brimming with murderous intent, until they entered the Black Horse Stadium and arrived at the central arena. A glance around revealed the venue to be completely deserted, a scenario they had anticipated. Thus, the leader was about to issue commands to search in different directions.
However,
before he could speak, the leading servant suddenly froze, his body rigid. He raised a hand to rub his eyes, as if doubting his own sight. This place was not devoid of life, rather, there was one individual present who seemed entirely unconcerned with their presence.
Dressed in a hooded sweatshirt, on the day of academy selection.
One could wear their own attire, the fabric was black with golden stripes, the hood obscuring his face, lending him an air of mystery.
He sat there, head bowed,
intently engaged in his own activity, balancing a ball.
Tap, tap, tap.
He wielded a table tennis paddle, ceaselessly bouncing a ping-pong ball. The small yellow sphere dancing up and down, producing a crisp sound that felt eerily out of place in this environment. Witnessing this scene, the servant team quickly huddled together. As if facing a formidable enemy, their gazes fixated warily on the seated figure. Something unusual is afoot, there must be a trick.
Who is this person? What is he doing? Are there any ambushes nearby?
In that moment, no servant dared to make a move, all of them fixated intently on the individual balancing the ball. Thus, the tense atmosphere lingered for 2 minutes until it was shattered by a moment of clumsiness. The ping-pong ball slipped from his grip and fell to the ground. With a series of rhythmic taps, he lamented, "Oh dear, I was so close to reaching 200, what a pity." As he spoke, he set down his racket, removed his cap, and lifted his gaze towards the group of divine servants.
"Though it seemed improbable,
I fervently wished that you were merely here to engage in physical exercise at the gym." The leader of the divine servants, taken aback by the sight of such a youthful and unfamiliar visage, initially froze, then, seemingly embarrassed by his previous trepidation, bellowed with a fierce yet hollow bravado,
"Enough with the nonsense! Who the hell are you?"
I responded, "I am merely a student who has yet to officially enroll.
However,
I am aware of your intentions, and regrettably, I must inform you that I am here today to fulfill a commitment, so this path is close to you." With my words, an icy chill surged forth.
Chapter 60, How much does the divine bestow upon you in a month?
A frigid gale surged forth as Xinyuan remained unchanged. clad in his icy armor, wielding a frozen staff, enveloped by an aura of chill.
The entire podium beneath him was instantaneously encased in ice.
The voice of all things had already conveyed to him the general circumstances of the individuals before him. He understood that although there were not many of them, they were not to be trifled with.
Kid, are you a student? Have you not yet enrolled this year? Ha ha ha. You think you can hinder us with that? You are utterly oblivious to your insignificance. How about this? You lead the way and take us to find others. If we are in a good mood, we might allow you to be the last to perish. Ha ha ha.
If you wish to serve the master, perhaps you too may find an opportunity. The scar-faced man and his companions erupted in laughter upon hearing Xinyuan openly declare his identity as merely an unregistered freshman. All their previous apprehensions evaporated, replaced by loud mockery. They perceived Xinyuan as an overzealous youth, recklessly attempting to play the hero. They relished individuals like him, reveling in the prospect of crushing them and witnessing the despair upon their faces. They exchanged jibes, seemingly in no rush to engage, as if toying with a mouse. Xinyuan observed their antics without anger, instead channeling energy into his armor. Engaging in verbal sparring was inconsequential. If they could exchange barbs here for 3 hours, his mission would be accomplished. Thus, he ventured to speak.
How much does the divine pay you in a month?
Judging by your lackadaisical demeanor, it must not be much.
Why don't we do this?
Let us all slack off together. After 3 hours, I won't hinder you anymore.
What do you say? Seeing the absence of fear on Xinyuan's face and his nonsensical chatter, the scar-faced man and his cohorts felt a surge of humiliation and anger. Money? How dare you tarnish the glory of the master with such trivial human constructs?
The leader of the divine servants scoffed, bringing his hands together to summon a golden sword radiating a sacred aura. Although Xinyuan was uncertain of the nature of this weapon, his instincts warned him that it was not merely an ability.
Behold! This is the Master's reward for me.
The most direct manifestation of the Master's power.
Entirely distinct from your second-hand wares.
As he spoke incomprehensible words, he gazed fervently at the golden sword in his grasp.
We are the chosen servants of the Master,
each of us possessing the strength of the fourth or third realm. And today, you are quite unfortunate. Among us, there are 3 of the fourth realm, the mightiest beneath the Son of God.
And do you even comprehend your own realm? Are you without a realm, or merely at the first realm?
The leader of the divine servants continued his incessant rambling, hoping to instill psychological pressure upon Xinyuan.
Listening to his words, Xinyuan's brow gradually furrowed. He had yet to receive systematic instruction and was not entirely clear on how realms were delineated. However, he vividly recalled that both Emochingu and Junani,
as well as the group of divine servants he had encountered earlier, had expressed their astonishment at his prowess in the fourth realm. It appeared that there were 3 individuals before him whose strength was comparable to his own. With a disdainful curl of his lip, Xinyuan remarked, "The divine has chosen you misfits. It seems the divine is not all that impressive after all." This statement thoroughly incensed all those present, prompting an immediate eruption of fury as they unleashed their unique abilities.
You insolent wretch! You are courting death. We shall ensure your demise is anything but swift.
The leader of the divine servants transformed into a streak of black lightning, brandishing a golden holy sword as he charged towards Xinyuan. His form swiftly fragmented in mid-air, splitting into 8 silhouettes that hurtled toward him. Xinyuan had long been prepared. He tightened his grip and focused intently on the approaching figures. "Wind, the one over there seems to carry more weight," a voice whispered urgently in his ear, alerting him that among the 8 figures, only one was the true entity. With a quick adjustment, he twisted his right hand and thrust forcefully toward the upper left silhouette rushing at him. However, his opponent was not akin to the adversaries he had encountered previously. They executed a sharp, unyielding turn mid-air, evading Xinyuan's strike. All the while the golden long blade descended upon him. In that moment, Xinyuan reacted, but not swiftly enough to evade entirely. Crack! Bang! Instantly, ice crystals shattered, and blood splattered. A 2-inch gash marred the right side of Xinyuan's face. In their first encounter, he had already sustained injury. "Ha, your perception is rather precise, young man. It seems you possess a modicum of confidence. Yet, your speed appears somewhat lacking," the adversary taunted, slowly turning his head to reveal a sinister smile.
However,
that smile quickly froze as he observed Xinyuan's wound rapidly writhing and healing, the injury vanishing as if nothing had occurred.
A demigod's physique. This newly acquired ability, devoid of offensive power, was undoubtedly a monstrous life-preserving capability.
You! The leader of the divine servants exclaimed in horror, rendered speechless.
Ice-based superpowers, along with the ability to heal?
You are indeed swift, and possess some confidence,
yet your damage seems insufficient. Echoing his opponent's words, Xinyuan retorted.
As his voice fell, all the chosen divine servants surged forward,
abandoning their arrogance and preparing to strike with lethal intent. Ice Age. Xinyuan had been fully prepared.
Unleashing his energy as terrifying glaciers surged like rivers from his center, engulfing the diminutive figures.
What? The chosen divine servants were struck with fear, astonished that Xinyuan could unleash such a formidable attack. In the present moment, a figure lunges forward, swiftly retreating. In an instant, 2 third-tier divine servants, unable to evade, succumb to their own powers, transforming into mere ice sculptures.
With a chilling exhalation, Xinyuan's body moves in synchrony with his staff, propelling him into action. It's time to get serious. The chosen divine servants simultaneously advance once more, their golden swords clashing against the pale icy staff, producing a piercing sound of friction. The scarred-faced man manipulates shadows.
Various shades of crimson light enveloping Xinyuan entirely. Each upheaval of Xinyuan's ice age invariably encases at least 1 third-tier divine servant in ice, affecting even those of the 4th tier. Strangely, the scene reveals an unsettling truth: Xinyuan's fighting style is extraordinarily reckless and fearless. Chapter 61, Can you withstand us? Can you withstand 1,000 troops?
Relying on his semi-divine physique and extraordinary regenerative abilities, Xinyuan's combat style at this moment was truly terrifying.
He exchanged injury for injury, life for life.
Those who were unaware of the situation would undoubtedly be curious as to which side truly embodied the divine servant.
After all,
Xinyuan's method of fighting was so fearsome that he resembled a fanatic more than his adversaries. He understood all too well that this battle was unlike any he had faced before. He did not possess the overwhelming advantage he usually enjoyed.
In such circumstances,
one must fight with all their might. Those who fear death often perish before those who do not. His actions astonished the chosen divine servants.
Each clash of weapons,
each surge of extraordinary power, delivered a significant shock to them, and now they were all, to varying degrees, injured.
Yet, Xinyuan,
who should have been more gravely wounded than any of them, appeared almost unscathed, with his injuries healing rapidly. Aside from his tattered clothing, he seemed remarkably unharmed.
Damn it! This kid is a bit uncanny.
The scarred man, clutching his right hand and gritting his teeth, was propelled backward, leaving 2 trails on the ground.
Previously,
he had risked a blow from Xinyuan to strike him, but now his right arm was fractured, while Xinyuan's wounds had nearly healed. They were beginning to doubt whether Xinyuan had lied to them earlier.
Is this really a student? Is this how students typically fight? Doesn't the school teach anything worthwhile?
The ferocity of this battle was so intense that it even sent a chill down his spine. At that moment, a blinding white and golden light erupted on the battlefield, accompanied by 2 ferocious roars.
The leader of the divine servants thrust his golden longsword deep into Xinyuan's abdomen, blood gushing forth instantly. Simultaneously,
Xinyuan transformed his staff into a spear, piercing through his opponent's chest. He understood the urgency. The commotion on his side could attract even more adversaries, necessitating a swift resolution.
Exchanging injury for life was a worthwhile choice. Cough. Wow.
The pierced leader of the divine servants coughed up a mouthful of blood, accompanied by fragments of internal organs.
What are you?
He managed to croak in his dying moments. Xinyuan forcefully withdrew the spear. His disheveled appearance should have seemed pitiful. Yet at that moment, he exuded an aura of fierce intensity. His gaze seemed to possess only 2 expressions, one of languid indifference in life, and the other
akin to his current state, like a wolf daring to snatch food from a ferocious tiger. Me?
I'm merely a person who works for money. In the final 2 seconds before the leader's life came to an end, he let out a chilling laugh.
Working for money, does it require such desperation? Kid, do you aspire to be a hero? Can you withstand us? Can you withstand 1,000 troops?
With those last words, he closed his eyes and fell to the ground,
instantly transforming into a statue of ice.
Outside the stadium, the atmosphere was akin to a lit powder keg. Without any rehearsal, the war had commenced.
Explosions erupted all around, as superpowered individuals and divine servants engaged in fierce combat under the broad daylight.
It is worth noting that a residential area lies just 10 kilometers away from the Black Horse Stadium. Dong Wushang and the others were completely consumed by their bloodlust. Should anything go awry with the 8 divine embryos, the entire city would plunge into a hellish nightmare.
Meanwhile, they remained uncertain about Xinyuan's situation,
having no choice but to place their trust in him, hoping that the students would remain unharmed.
At this moment, Junani was exceedingly irritable,
slaughtering mercilessly as he marched alongside Emochingu, searching for traces of the divine embryos.
Xiaoyi. If, and I mean if, something truly goes wrong with Xinyuan, will you blame me?
Emochingu, now accompanying Junani, found that their combined strength faced little substantial resistance, maintaining a profound silence.
Finally, Emochingu spoke up. I will.
Junani replied with a stoic expression, his words succinct, as he unleashed a flurry of lethal arrows from a longbow manifested of ice.
Emochingu's face turned bitter. He recognized that Junani's concern for Xinyuan had surpassed that of an ordinary student. He had rarely witnessed Junani in such a state of emotional turmoil. The path they traversed had seen Junani's strikes become considerably more ruthless than usual.
Let us hasten, after resolving this issue, I must return within 3 hours, he urged, his youth weighing heavily upon him.
3 hours.
I cannot fathom what he is about to endure.
Junani's agitation was palpable,
his words devoid of the usual politeness and respect. You are also quite young, you are peers, do not push yourself too hard, Emochingu, typically as cunning as a fox, now felt somewhat at a loss, his voice lacking conviction.
Junani abruptly turned,
declaring, I have been training since I was 14. Benefiting from the various resources and privileges society has bestowed upon me. Therefore, it is only natural for me to protect the populace and fight with fervor. But Xinyuan is different, he has never received any extra favors from this world. He has not yet enrolled.
Nor has he enjoyed the benefits that a talent of his caliber typically receives. Do you truly believe he stands up solely for monetary gain? He is driven by an inner resolve, unwilling to retreat. He understands that if he does not step forward, his classmates will perish. If we do not cast aside our fears and fight, the city may very well be drenched in blood. Just as he once saved those 2 children.
A silence enveloped the two for a brief moment, leaving Emochingu uncertain about how to continue the conversation.
Additionally, Dean, I recall that Xinyuan's envelope was handed to you quite some time ago. Why then has such a chaotic situation arisen?
At this inquiry, Emochingu lowered his head,
embarrassment washing over him, as if the question struck a personal nerve. I have my reasons. I will provide an explanation.
Very well. Let us swiftly address the issue at hand. I have sensed a presence in this area, allow me to take charge. We shall part ways. You should proceed elsewhere and expedite the resolution of today's matters.
With that, Junani dashed out without a backward glance. An hour and 45 minutes passed.
The stadium appeared serene on the surface, yet upon venturing deeper, one would discover it had been utterly transformed into a frozen hell. A thick layer of solid ice enveloped the entire arena, the pallid frost rendering the space reminiscent of a true ice age. The ground was littered with ice sculptures,
stained with blood and severed limbs.
At the heart of this frigid inferno stood a figure, drenched in blood, slowly extracting the weapons embedded in their flesh, gasping in pain.
Damn it, this is the 3rd wave.
Earning money has become increasingly difficult, there will be losses.
Chapter 62, The Wrath of Junani. Regardless of your divine status, perish. With an aching body, Xinyuan seated himself upon a large block of solid ice, feeling the chill emanating from beneath him as he gasped for breath. Reflecting on the events that transpired, a wave of trepidation washed over him.
Had it not been for his fortuitous luck today, having acquired a demigod's physique from the old man Emochingu, he would never have dared to engage so recklessly. The alternative would have likely left him in dire straits. Now, although the wounds on his body still throbbed painfully, the rush of adrenaline kept him from succumbing to unconsciousness.
As long as he wasn't dispatched in an instant, the regenerative abilities granted by his demigod form would ensure his invincibility.
Many believe that personal growth and transformation occur gradually.
However, such change can be instantaneous, sometimes requiring merely a fleeting moment.
Beneath the facade of peace and tranquility in this world lies a tumultuous history steeped in bloodshed.
In the mere half-month since his arrival, Xinyuan had rapidly assimilated into this reality through successive battles. So much so that he hardly recognized the shift in his own mindset. Facing a divine servant in a life-or-death struggle, he felt no panic whatsoever. Let me see. Still over an hour to go.
3 hours should suffice for you to return, but if a so-called fifth realm individual shows up, we might be in trouble, he muttered to himself, attempting to divert his attention from the pain coursing through his body. The gaping wounds were rather ghastly at this moment.
Just then,
Xinyuan inadvertently caught sight of the staircase leading to the underground gate.
The entrance, long covered in a thick layer of solid ice, lay silent and undisturbed.
He had always harbored concerns that someone might suddenly emerge to assist him in battle. Would he then have to concern himself with their fate? If they were to charge in, given the current abilities of these students, it would be tantamount to courting death. The disparity in power was simply too vast.
Fortunately,
the students capable of being promoted were all quite rational, none had yet committed such a foolish act. Amidst these musings, he realized that his wounds had nearly healed. And he sensed the approach of the latest wave of enemies through the voice of all things.
Alas, it seems this final hour will not be easy to endure.
With a determined stance, he leapt onto a massive throne of ice, surrounded by a myriad of frost-forged weapons floating in anticipation of the incoming foes.
Stretching his body, reveling in his condition, Xinyuan suddenly burst into hearty laughter.
Indeed, as long as the Dragon City's flying general exists, the barbarian horses shall not cross the mountains. Impressive, it feels as though I am in a film.
Who would have thought I could look so dashing? Alas, no one is here to witness this. With that,
the glacier beneath him surged, propelling him toward the newly arrived adversaries.
Boom! In the square near the artificial river,
a towering 5-meter giant sculpture emanated a crimson glow and suddenly sprang to life, delivering a powerful punch toward an already severely injured superhuman.
With a whoosh,
a sharp sound of wind followed as Xinyuan's figure flickered, wielding the icy greatsword to shatter the giant, thus rescuing the superhuman.
Grasping the superhuman by the collar, Xinyuan leaped onto a relatively level ground.
War God, do not worry about us, first, stop the divine descent, the superhuman warrior exclaimed,
coughing up blood as he recognized his savior. Xinyuan remained silent, setting him down and gazing upward.
The shattered stones on the ground began to reassemble, glowing with a sinister red light, manipulated by several divine servants. In the distance, a group of sacrificial servants was conducting a divine descent ritual,
reminiscent of what Xinyuan had witnessed earlier.
To expedite the process, numerous black-robed sacrificial servants had begun to take their own lives to forcibly accelerate the divine descent ceremony. Take care of yourself, if you can still move, run as far as you can, your life comes first, Xinyuan urged, fully aware that such advice was impractical. All around her, injured superhumans and divine servants lay scattered, making it hard to fathom how many would survive. The sheer number of divine servants today was overwhelming, and her own forces felt rather strained. Typically, battles between superhumans and divine servants involved fewer participants, as a successful divine descent meant low-level superhumans were merely fodder. With both hands thrust forward, a surge of frigid air erupted, and overwhelming ice shattered all the stone giants controlled by the divine servants in an instant. Sweeping past the remaining servants, Xinyuan's ice age truly possessed an indomitable momentum, instantly annihilating the selected divine servants, who could not even withstand a single second. Yet, as the relentless glacier threatened to engulf the divine descent ritual, it suddenly collided with an invisible wall, scattering into fragments. Two figures radiating a bronze glow stood before the glacier, both spitting blood yet refusing to retreat, determined to allow the divine descent to proceed. They were fifth-tier divine servants. Although Xinyuan, at the pinnacle of the fifth tier, could easily overpower them, she found herself at a loss as they attempted to hold her off with their lives. Suddenly, both figures looked up simultaneously, revealing an eerie smile as a stream of golden light poured from their mouths and noses, soaring into the sky before they collapsed to the ground. In the heavens, a golden phantom gradually materialized, resembling a bull-headed creature with a human body and twin wings.
radiating a divine and tremor-inducing aura. Nearby neighborhoods could all witness this terrifying yet sacred apparition. The unfortunate citizens who caught sight of this figure, after an initial shock, found their gazes vacant, as if entranced. Moreover, some have already knelt in reverence, their eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. Dong Wuxuan, Zhong Jing, Zhong Liwu, Emochingu. Each of the elite superpowered beings engaged in battle has discerned the gravity of the situation. The first divine entity of the 8 divine embryos has descended. Shao Yi. Has the deity manifested on your end? Do you require reinforcements?
The anxious voice of Emo Chingu crackled through the earpiece. The scenario they had dreaded has, at last, unfolded. It's all right, this does not constitute a formal divine descent. Their preparations were insufficient, it is merely a shadow of the divine.
I can manage. You all focus on preventing the arrival of any other deities. With that, Junani exerted pressure with her fingers, shattering the earpiece. She ascended slowly. Frost coalescing beneath her feet, and a colossal frost dragon materialized to bear her form. She glanced at her watch, noting the time. 2 hours and 20 minutes have elapsed. The man I have set my sights on remains oblivious to his fate. The time I promised is drawing near. I care not what deity you are. To hell with you. Chapter 63, The God-slaying Junani and the Lone Battle of Xinyuan. At this moment, Junani fixed her gaze upon the divine entity before her, showing no sign of retreat. The warning against gazing directly at deities was a frequent admonition for every newly initiated superpowered individual. This caution stemmed from the divine being's possession of a certain degree of faith power, which could easily lead to mental contamination. Those lacking an exceptionally resolute will might face psychological issues, even succumbing to a sense of subservience. Superpowered individuals are inherently godslayers, defying the heavens. Should they harbor feelings of submission, how could they possibly confront the divine? Thus, even many high-ranking superpowered beings would typically avoid prolonged eye contact with deities, often diverting their gaze elsewhere. However, Junani was different. She maintained her stare at the bull-headed deity, seemingly intent on establishing a direct connection. Her heart was consumed by fury, utterly unaffected by the mental interference of her adversary. As for feelings of submission, she was solely focused on decapitating this god. Her conviction to slay the deity had never been so unwavering. Her thoughts were consumed by the sight of the fallen superpowered individual she had witnessed over the past 2 hours, and the uncertain fate of Xinyuan. The number of divine servants present today was overwhelming. Although she understood that the more powerful servants were likely preoccupied with the divine descent, making it improbable for them to seek out Xinyuan, she couldn't shake the nagging fear: what if something had truly befallen him? 3 hours of solitary combat, devoid of reinforcements. No allies. No means of retreat. In her years of life, she could not fathom how a serendipitous encounter had led her to such a fascinating soul. If, due to this deity's interference, she were delayed even a minute, nay, a second returning, she would surely lose her mind. With this thought igniting her fury, she unleashed a piercing battle cry, and the frost dragon beneath her responded with a resonant roar. With that earth-shattering sound echoing, Junani raised her hands as if to elevate the very heavens, and the artificial river beside her erupted. All the river water transformed into solid ice, which then shattered, giving rise to a multitude of colossal frost warriors. Each stood a towering 20 meters high, a total of 18, wielding an array of weapons: swords, spears, axes, halberds, and more, embodying the 18 forms of armaments. This was Junani's self-created martial technique, her signature move: 18 frost demon generals. With her abilities unleashed, her eyes transformed into a chilling azure, veins bulging around her eyes, lending a fierce and menacing edge to her otherwise beautiful visage. An enraged woman is formidable, but an incensed goddess of war is utterly fearsome. At that moment, the entire space was suffused with the essence of ice, even overpowering the divine aura, rendering it difficult to discern who truly was the god among mortals. Within half an hour you shall perish. Beneath her, the frost giant dragon unleashed a thunderous roar, propelling the Valkyrie upon its back towards the newly manifested deity, a being resembling a minotaur. At that moment, feeling the overwhelming force, the divine entity instinctively recoiled slightly. However, it was soon besieged by 18 frost demons, who surrounded it and unleashed a relentless barrage of weapons upon its form. In the next instant, the frost giant dragon arrived with a resounding crash.
The collision between the deity and the dragon echoed like the impact of two celestial bodies. A profound silence fell over the surroundings, and within a 10-mile radius, everyone experienced a ringing in their ears. Those with lesser physical resilience felt a dizzying vertigo. In the ensuing moment, a brilliant ice-blue radiance, accompanied by sacred golden light, erupted from the plaza, illuminating the entire area. It seemed as though a second sun had emerged near the artificial river of this grand arena. Crystals of ice scattered, golden light shimmering, as Xinyuan, resolute and unyielding, thrust her 5-meter-long frost spear fiercely towards the divine figure. The surrounding frost demons, towering like mountains at 20 meters, relentlessly pummeled the deity, creating a scene that resembled the bullying of a god. Amid this unrestrained onslaught, Xinyuan felt a barrier within her heart that she had long sought to transcend, and in this battle against the divine, she broke through. The Frost War God entered the sixth realm, truly ascending to the ranks of the world's elite. And today, there remained but 17 days until her 20th birthday. Zhongliwu, having repelled a divine envoy with a single palm strike, floated backward, furrowing his brow as he gazed into the distant sky. The golden pages in his hand shimmered as the spring and autumn brush recorded a line of text. In the year 109 of the new century, on March 5, the Frost War God Xinyuan sets the record for the youngest to reach the sixth realm. Meanwhile, Xinyuan sensed the commotion as well. His acute awareness of the sounds of all things made it impossible for him to ignore the powerful energy fluctuations outside, particularly those emanating from the Ice Age abilities that resonated with his own. At that moment, he was single-handedly confronting the fifth wave of divine servants, facing 8 adversaries alone. It seemed that ever since he arrived in this world, every battle had been a solo endeavor, as though he were destined to be a lone wolf. Goodness! Is this ability truly this devastating when fully developed? This is what SSS means. If I reach this level, I could likely eliminate these foes in an instant. Xinyuan, you are formidable. As he spoke, frost surged throughout his body, his pupils replaced by a ghostly hue. With the eruption of his powers, he froze several approaching divine servants mid-stride, rendering them immobile. In a flash, he positioned himself before one attempting to break free from the ice, ruthlessly driving his blade into the foe's neck, madness swirling in his eyes. 20 minutes remain. I have proclaimed it, within 3 hours, this path shall be impassable. From the moment he thrust the long spear into the chest of that fourth-tier divine servant until now, he had lost count of how many divine servants he had vanquished. The taunting words of the leader of the servants still echoed faintly in his ears. Can you withstand us? Can you stand against thousands upon thousands? Now! Xinyuan responded to him with strength and undeniable evidence. He could indeed withstand them. His assurance that he could endure was a testament to his prowess. He alone was worth an army of thousands. Crack! Boom! The massive axe descended, and a gigantic bull's head plummeted from the heavens to the ground. This deity, who had first appeared radiating an overwhelming aura of oppression, met a rather hasty demise. The relentless ice war axe severed his head, stripping away not only his life but also the dignity of divinity. Though merely a projection and not his true form, he was still a god. The Frost War God, Xinyuan, achieved the feat of slaying a deity in 37 minutes. Yet, her countenance bore no trace of joy or relaxation. Instead, she promptly retrieved a watch from her storage space. 2 hours and 58 minutes. Chapter 64. No. You don't look bad at all, you are incredibly handsome now. In an instant, she transformed into a streak of icy blue lightning, rushing in a single direction. Ignoring the divine core on the ground and the remnants of energy, items of immeasurable value in the world of superpowered beings, she cast them aside, for in her heart, a more pressing matter awaited her attention. With traces of blood still at the corners of her mouth, the golden light searing through her pupils rendered her eyes a stunning shade of blue gold. Her objective was clear: the Black Horse Stadium. With only 3 hours until the appointed time, all the divine embryos had been located, some even destroyed outright. The remaining embryos, which still had the potential to manifest, were now under the vigilant guard of top-tier experts like Emochingu, alleviating any concerns of the conflict spilling over to the academy. Even if, hypothetically, these protective measures were absent, Xinyuan was determined to meet Xinyuan. It was she who had secured his guaranteed admission. It was she who had brought him to the Eastern Academy. Thus, she could not bear the thought of Xinyuan coming to harm. If misfortune were to befall him, she would feel as though she had led him into such peril. Consequently, She traversed the distance of over 2,000 meters from the artificial river to the stadium in less than 30 seconds. Yet, as she reached the entrance, her steps trembled slightly. Please let there be no trouble. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath and stepped through the grand gates of the stadium. Upon entering, she found herself in an entirely different realm. It felt like a palace of ice and snow. Xinyuan's ice was distinct from Junani's icy blue. It possessed a pallid hue that emanated a more chilling and indifferent aura. The ceiling was devoid of any modern facilities, icicles hung from above like a glacial cavern. The ground of the venue, the basketball hoops, and the badminton nets were all blanketed in snow and ice, rendering the prior state of the place unrecognizable. The ground was strewn with bodies, and everywhere was filled with ice sculptures, the faces of the divine servants frozen in their former brutality and cruelty, eternally encased beneath the merciless frost. The scene resembled a royal palace in an icy kingdom that had just witnessed a court coup. As her gaze swept over the devastation, Junani finally spotted Xinyuan's figure. On the main supporting wall, a large pit had formed, and there, a figure was impaled by a spear, while countless shadows lay fallen before him. Xinyuan! Junani gasped, her heart momentarily skipping a beat. In a flash, she dashed to his side, inadvertently shattering an ice sculpture of a divine servant in her haste. Don't scare me! How are you? She grasped his bloodied face in her trembling hands, her voice rising in panic, tinged with a hint of tears. In that moment, she forgot she was the frost battle god. She felt as though she had returned 5 years into the past, to the first day she entered the academy, a time when she was naive, lonely, and slightly afraid. The mind momentarily blank, the worst outcome had occurred, leaving her at a loss for what to do. Ugh, don't touch me, it hurts. Is it time already? Xinyuan opened his eyes to behold the familiar woman before him and quickly spoke. In truth, he was not in dire straits. Leaning here motionless was merely a result of excessive exhaustion, a pause rather than a state of impending death. Moreover, he was already aware that Junani had arrived. So he felt at ease, no longer needing to muster the strength to confront the next wave of formidable foes. This relaxation caused the tension in his chest to dissipate, rendering him unusually listless. You're not dead yet? Junani exclaimed with surprise. Xinyuan replied, not quite yet. We agreed on 3 hours. Yet you are the only one who has returned. Old Mo is untrustworthy. I demand additional compensation. I hadn't anticipated such suffering before the fight, it's excruciating. Junani's gaze fell, and only then did she notice the long spear embedded in Xinyuan's chest. Due to the freezing effect, it was no longer bleeding. Yet it still emanated a golden glow, clearly a weapon imbued with divine power, continuing to infect the horrific wound. To her, this injury was undoubtedly fatal. Hearing Xinyuan still had the presence of mind to speak, Junani grew frantic. You still have the energy to talk. Don't move. I'll find a healer with abilities right away. However, just as she turned to leave, Xinyuan called her back. No need. Be cautious, help me slowly extract this spear. Just make sure, please, do not injure my heart. What is the situation outside? If it's dire, you should go, I'm actually all right here. Stunned, Junani turned her head, doubting Xinyuan's sanity. Extract it? Pulling it out directly will cause secondary injury and excessive blood loss, it cannot be removed. Hearing her concern, Xinyuan raised his hand to touch his nose and said, I don't know if you'll believe me, but my ability has mutated again. This time, it has greatly enhanced my physical form, and my recovery capabilities are robust. If you pull it out, I will heal quickly. Have you not noticed that I have hardly any other wounds? Junani blinked in astonishment, another mutation? How reckless. What is this? In the future, the energy chain could very well be the most powerful ability, capable of manifesting extraordinary functions at will. Approaching Xinyuan, she observed closely and realized that although his clothes were tattered and stained with blood, aside from the penetrating wound in his chest, he bore remarkably few injuries. Examining him further, Junani was astonished. This man was constantly creating surprises. With one hand gently propping against the wall beside Xinyuan, she steadied her grip and began to slowly and carefully extract the spear. Upon my return, I had already exchanged greetings with others. Mo and the rest were aware of my arrival and chose to remain behind, continuing their battle against the foes.
As he maneuvered, Xinyuan spoke. Not only to explain but also to divert Xinyuan's attention.
Haha, your solitary return is fortuitous, it conveniently prevents them from witnessing my current appearance.
At this moment, I must appear quite disheveled, my image far from respectable. Despite enduring excruciating pain, Xinyuan managed to smile. After all,
in addition to being tattered and stained with blood and mud, his hair was in disarray. He recalled that several strands on the right side of his head had been severed. Although his demigod physique allowed for continuous bodily repair as long as he remained alive, it could not hasten the regrowth of his hair.
No. Upon hearing this, Xinyuan suddenly spoke with earnestness.
Locking eyes with Xinyuan, their gazes intertwined in the air.
Xinyuan declared with utmost sincerity,
"It is not so, there is nothing undignified about you.
You do not look unappealing at all. In fact, you are extraordinarily handsome." Chapter 65, Dare to Gaze Upon the Divine?
I shall gaze regardless.
The two pairs of eyes locked in a gaze for a full 5 seconds, until Xinyuan, attempting to dispel the tension, broke the silence. "Hey, don't pull out halfway, it leaves me in a state of limbo."
Upon hearing Xinyuan's words, Xinyuan finally snapped back to reality and hurriedly focused on the task at hand. A blush crept across his cheeks, feeling as if they were ablaze. Lowering his head with fervor, he wished to hide the rosy hue from Xinyuan's view. The earlier emotional surge had cast a particularly ambiguous and awkward atmosphere around them.
Fortunately, they were on the battlefield, surrounded by scattered corpses, which prevented the ambience from becoming overly sentimental. Yet, Xinyuan found himself irked by Xinyuan's obliviousness. How could he remain so unresponsive?
Just as he pondered this, several divine servants burst through the door.
"Get lost!" Xinyuan exclaimed without turning around,
his right hand flinging back as frost surged forth. The incoming squad of divine servants had no time to utter a word before being instantly encased in ice. Having just ascended to the 6th realm, Xinyuan's abilities had reached a new pinnacle, making it exceedingly simple to dispatch these 3rd and 4th realm adversaries.
Xinyuan, witnessing this scene, could only shake his head in disbelief.
Although he had also managed to prevent anyone from crossing the threshold for 3 hours, it had come at a considerable cost.
How could it be so effortless for Xinyuan? With a thud, the gun barrel was finally extracted from Xinyuan's chest.
It felt as though all his strength had been siphoned away, his legs buckled, and he couldn't help but collapse. 3 hours had passed without succumbing to death. Yet he felt utterly exhausted.
In the next instant, he found himself cradled in a soft embrace, hearing Xinyuan's slightly anxious voice. "Didn't you say you could heal yourself? What's wrong?"
As he spoke, Xinyuan knelt, allowing Xinyuan to rest against his thigh, his head nestled against his abdomen.
Observing the horrific wound on Xinyuan's chest, which was now rapidly healing, Xinyuan breathed a sigh of relief. "No. I'm just too tired.
My health hasn't changed much.
But my energy is completely depleted. I have nothing left."
Xinyuan replied playfully, moving his head slightly, only to suddenly feel a soft, round sensation.
What is this?" Smack.
Xinyuan playfully swatted Xinyuan's head, a slight blush coloring his cheeks as he admonished, "Don't move."
At that moment,
more injured superpowered individuals rushed through the door, each moving with urgency.
Xinyuan quickly turned, recognizing them as allies, and lowered his hands, asking, "How did you get in? What's going on? Is the situation outside under control?"
They promptly halted and replied, "The overall situation has stabilized, thanks to your previous successful slaying of a deity,"
which greatly dampened their morale.
However, as he spoke, his gaze abruptly halted, and he was taken aback by the sight before him, nearly wide-eyed in astonishment.
Why was there a man reclining in the embrace of the Frost War god? Moreover, his head was resting against. What? Continue speaking,
he urged with a furrowed brow. "This is Xinyuan, who has been guarding this place for 3 hours and has sustained injuries." The opposing superhuman almost blurted out that he too was injured, but after a moment of contemplation, he refrained and quickly continued, "However, we must expedite the evacuation of personnel. The divine embryo has been completely destroyed, and previously, a miraculous projection descended, but it was slain by the Titan war god and Vice Dean Zhongjing in unison.
Yet now,
a frenzied level deity has emerged, although it is merely a projection, this one is strikingly realistic.
Upon hearing this, Xinyuan immediately adopted a serious demeanor, frenzied level? Are you certain?
It was stated by Dean Mo. All right, you all head underground and bring the students out, begin organizing the evacuation. The group acknowledged and swiftly made their way underground frenzied.
What level is that?
It seems to be another term I am unfamiliar with, Xinyuan inquired. This classification was established by the father of superhumans, categorizing deities into 5 ranks: malevolent, fierce, frenzied, calamity, and annihilation.
Oh. So even deities have ranks? But is frenzied only the 3rd level? Is it manageable?
Quite challenging. The power of a deity is not as one might envision. If their true form were to descend, frenzied would already signify a global catastrophe.
Fortunately,
it is merely a projection, and with Dean Mo present, it should pose little issue. After providing a brief explanation and observing that the wound had healed,
Xinyuan gestured for Xinyuan to assist him in standing.
He surveyed the surroundings, examining his accomplishments, and felt a sense of satisfaction. With slightly unsteady steps,
Xinyuan spoke, "Take me outside, Xinyuan, I wish to see." Back in our hometown, deities were entities unseen and untouchable. Here, let me witness what a true deity is like. Certainly.
Xinyuan did not decline and naturally linked his arm with Xinyuan's, stating, "I will lead you.
Your condition may not be optimal."
As he spoke, he moved, taking flight with Xinyuan to the outside. After a short distance, Xinyuan was entranced by the spectacle before him. The entire sky was awash in gold. This was no exaggeration, nor a rhetorical flourish, the entirety of the sky was indeed golden.
Above, Emochingu floated serenely,
his garments billowing without wind, as if he were submerged in a golden sea. In front of him was a golden orb of light, shapeless, merely a radiant sphere of gold. On the ground, superhumans stood scattered, yet all bowed their heads, hastily retreating from that golden light.
This is the might of the divine. When a deity emerges, the multitude withdraws. Is this a god?
Xinyuan gazed at the orb of golden light, momentarily lost in thought. Before he could finish, darkness enveloped him as a hand covered his eyes. It is forbidden to gaze upon the divine, this is your first encounter, and it is especially unwise.
It may inflict trauma upon your soul, Xinyuan whispered in his ear. Does this affect you?
If not, bring me closer, I am untroubled. My self-healing abilities render me impervious to such things.
Xinyuan hesitated but ultimately conceded,
guiding him to a nearer vantage point to observe the battle between Emochingu and the golden light, ever ready to shield his eyes if necessary.
However, in that moment, Xinyuan turned his head, astonished by the expression on Xinyuan's face.
For many supernaturals, encountering divinity for the first time is a formidable threshold. The intense spiritual pollution can easily shatter one's indomitable spirit in an instant, casting a shadow that lingers throughout a lifetime and hindering the full realization of one's potential. Even the most resolute geniuses often tremble involuntarily upon their initial encounter. In essence, whether one feels steadfastness, fear, indignation, or negativity, such emotions are entirely natural. Yet Xinyuan exhibited none of these. In his eyes, reflecting the golden light, there was an exhilarating calmness. Like a salmon swimming upstream, he radiated defiance, as if to proclaim,
"Forbidden to gaze upon the divine? I shall gaze defiantly." Chapter 66, The Power of Emochingu.
Unmatched beneath the marquee, Xinyuan found himself in a state of profound inner turmoil, contemplating whether he should shield Xinyuan's eyes.
At that moment,
it appeared as though Xinyuan had succumbed to a sense of enchantment. Gazing directly at the divine was no trifling matter, as it signified the onset of seduction.
However,
Xinyuan's gaze remained remarkably lucid, devoid of any sign of disarray.
Ultimately, Xinyuan could no longer restrain himself and inquired, "Are you all right? If not,
perhaps you should close your eyes and not force yourself."
"I'm fine, my body can withstand it."
"I am not afraid of the divine's mental influence," Xinyuan replied, his eyes unwavering. His pupils were ablaze, scorched by divine might, emitting golden wisps of smoke, while his semi-divine form rapidly mended itself. Yet, he continued to observe,
seemingly intent on discerning every detail. "What occupies your thoughts? Why do you seem so fixated on this deity?" Xinyuan finally asked. Have you experienced the days before the revival of spiritual energy, when there were no superhumans in this world? Xinyuan countered. Jun Ani rolled his eyes. The revival of spiritual energy occurred a century ago. I am 19, what do you think? Xinyuan chuckled softly, shaking his head. In my homeland, people often revere ethereal beings imbued with unparalleled power. Yet, such entities have never truly manifested in the world, most were merely sculpted into statues for veneration. But now, such an existence stands before my very eyes. Perhaps you cannot fathom my feelings. At that moment, a glimmer of ambition shone in Xinyuan's eyes, reflecting a youthful defiance against supreme authority. Naturally, this sentiment was incomprehensible to Jun Ani, who had been born into an era of superhumans, accustomed to various peculiar abilities. What is your homeland like? Jun Ani inquired with curiosity. It is a rather beautiful place. Allow me to continue watching, Xinyuan replied. Meanwhile, Emochingu had engaged in a fierce battle with the Golden Orb, reaching an intense climax. Their confrontation was exceedingly peculiar, entirely unlike the battles one might envision. The sky had transformed into a golden ocean, with each strike, the golden waves roiled, as if the very world swayed in tandem with their clash. Xinyuan could not discern the abilities Emochingu was employing, yet it was evident that the old man was a far cry from his usual demeanor. His countenance was fierce, his beard standing erect like steel needles, while a colossal phantom loomed behind him, its visage indiscernible. With a single palm strike, the entire space rolled forward, enveloping the golden light in a surging tide. With every flicker of that golden radiance, the waves of the golden ocean would completely engulf Emochingu. The scene before them no longer resembled a battle between two entities, instead, it appeared as though the entire realm had been divided into two parts, each pressing and colliding against the other. At this moment, Xinyuan found it difficult to fathom the energy fluctuations in that place. All the structures beneath them had lost their solid form, twisting and flowing like a fluid. This was the true power of the divine. No! It was a bit too intense here, we must retreat slightly, Jun Ani whispered in Xinyuan's ear, swiftly pulling him back. In fact, just moments ago, Jun Ani had been utilizing her energy field to shield him from the surging energy. Director M.O. He seems remarkably different from usual. What level of superhuman is he? Can he handle this? Is no one going to assist him? Xinyuan did not insist, aware that in his current state, he could hardly withstand even the aftershocks of battle, yet he spoke out of curiosity. Jun Ani lifted her gaze, peering at the conflict ahead, and gently shook her head. He should be capable. Even if he isn't, we cannot offer any assistance. Director M.O., do you think he is rather unorthodox, with peculiar methods and thoughts? Not resembling a leader in the slightest? Xinyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, you are correct, he is quite the unconventional individual. The daily affairs of the Eastern Academy are managed by the vice president. The reason he holds the position of president is simple, he is powerful. He is the strongest among the 8 core academies, universally recognized as the mightiest in the 7th realm. Superhumans are classified into 9 realms, with the 4th and 5th realms serving as a watershed, as well as the 7th and 8th. The 5th realm signifies transcendence, while the 8th realm represents the extraordinary. Beyond the 8th realm, one's power becomes so formidable that it transcends humanity, earning the title of Duke, and the 9th realm is the sanctified. Director M.O. once proclaimed, below the Duke, I am invincible. As he spoke, a glimmer of aspiration began to shine in Jun Ani's eyes. Although many believe her future achievements will undoubtedly surpass those of Emochingu, she still yearned for such power. The battle there had now reached the critical juncture of life and death. Jun Ani, having wrapped her arm around Xinyuan, now embraced his waist, facilitating their retreat. In this position, their genders appeared to be reversed. However, she was oblivious to the fact that Xinyuan's condition had become increasingly concerning. Unlike most people in this world, Xinyuan had only recently grasped his superpowers for half a month. Having just gained extraordinary abilities, he had pushed his potential to the limit, only to directly witness the brilliance of the divine. The pace of his development was exceedingly rapid, resulting in some qualitative changes. As he observed, he suddenly felt a profound barrier within him tremble. Then, he knew nothing more and lost consciousness. Jun Ani? He was fine just moments ago. How could he suddenly be gone? Upon discovering this phenomenon, she swiftly took Xinyuan and retreated rapidly. Subsequently, she produced her specialized communication device and shouted into the receiver. Is there any healer among the superhumans? Come to my location immediately. Hurry! A few minutes later, those who had completed their tasks arrived. Moments later, Zhang Jing, Dong Wushuang, and others gathered around, their expressions grave as they gazed at Xinyuan lying on the ground. Zhang Jing crouched down to examine his condition. After a short while, he stood up, his brow furrowed in concern. What's the situation? Xinyuan asked, her heart sinking. From my examination, all bodily indicators appear to be perfect. He doesn't even have any minor injuries. Zhang Jing continued to frown. The energy within him is also remarkably stable, showing no signs of distress whatsoever. Perhaps you should try artificial respiration? Zhang Jing suggested, looking towards Xinyuan. Chapter 67, The Fifth Realm. The new life celebration has been postponed for 2 days because of you. When Zhang Jing spoke these words, there was a distinct tone of jest in his voice. Xinyuan retorted angrily, what time is it? How can you still find time for jokes? Zhang Jing shrugged and replied, just relax a bit. After all, in my investigation, he truly appears to be fine, his breathing is steady, and his physical condition is excellent. He looks as if he is merely asleep. You claim he suddenly fainted? What happened just now? Upon hearing Zhang Jing's inquiry, Xinyuan quickly recounted the earlier events of Xinyuan confronting the divine being and battling Imochingu. At that moment, the bald elder Su, who had previously maintained the stability of the examination secret realm, arrived. Hearing the conversation, he knelt down, placing his right hand on Xinyuan's head, seemingly sensing something beneath the radiance. After a moment, he spoke. Mentally, he appears to be fine, unlike someone who has been tainted or bewitched by a deity. If I had to say, I suspect he may have broken through to a new realm. Broken through? To what realm? Zhang Jing was perplexed. The first watershed. The fifth realm, transcendence, Elder Su stated succinctly, then sighed, musing that it was already the fifth realm, while he himself had only reached that stage now. Truly, one cannot compare with another. The group, upon hearing this conclusion, was momentarily stunned. Zhang Jing suddenly grasped Elder Su's arm, exclaiming, Elder Su, are you serious? The fifth realm? He has achieved the fifth realm already, and he hasn't even enrolled yet. It was no wonder Zhang Jing was so astonished. The fifth and fourth realms are two entirely different domains. From the first to the fourth realm, it is primarily a process of energy accumulation and the development of one's abilities. Provided that one's talent is not excessively lacking, many can ascend step by step. However, beginning from the fifth realm, each breakthrough presents a significant hurdle. It requires a fortuitous convergence of opportunity, sufficient accumulation of ability, and evolution of one's mindset. An external stimuli to achieve. Take Xinyuan, for instance. His extreme rage led him to entirely perceive the deity as mere livestock for slaughter, allowing him to ascend from the pinnacle of the fifth realm to the threshold of the sixth realm. Thus, the 8 war gods of the War God Temple reached levels above the sixth realm, with Xinyuan being an exceptional case. If Xinyuan's situation is indeed accurate, it means that during this battle, Xinyuan ascended to the sixth realm while Xinyuan reached the fifth realm. It could be said that this was a bountiful harvest. Come on, Elder Su. Are you sure? Zhang Jing continued to shake Elder Su, displaying none of the composure expected of a leader. I'm not certain, perhaps. Elder Su replied impatiently. He was already a genius with fourth realm strength, and given the pressures of the examination and this incident over the past few days, it probably forced out his full potential. Oh, my heavens! Such talent has gone to the Eastern Academy. How did I manage to break through? I believe I was 29 at the time. How old is he? Zhang Jing helplessly cradled his head, his expression one of exasperation. Yet it was clear he was quite pleased. The emergence of such a prodigious talent could indeed be considered a stroke of fortune for humanity. In contrast, I am more curious about. Dong Wushuang suddenly spoke up while standing aside. He had steadfastly guarded the venue for a staggering 3 hours, engaged in relentless combat. Was he completely unscathed? Did his power truly overwhelm his opponent? Upon realizing that Xinyuan was unharmed,
Junani felt a wave of relief wash over him and casually remarked, "Not at all, he sustained numerous injuries, even suffering a grievous wound. Yet, it seems his abilities have undergone a transformation, as if he has evolved a self-healing capacity, and his injuries have completely healed."
The crowd. Zhong Jing's raised hand froze in midair. Dong Wuxuan's lips twitched involuntarily.
Old Su awkwardly rubbed his bald head, which gleamed brightly. A moment of silence enveloped the crowd as they collectively shifted the topic. There was no other choice, it was too disheartening. While others diligently sought to develop their powers, it seemed he had merely engaged in frivolities. Buzz, a ringing sound resonated, and golden waves of energy surged through the sky, soon transforming into a rain of golden specks.
Boom!
A figure resembling a muscular, furious Santa Claus landed heavily among the crowd, his body marred by golden scars. Mochingu had finally concluded his battle.
"What has happened to this child?"
he exclaimed sternly, gazing at Xinyuan lying on the ground. Upon learning the truth, he visibly exhaled, his demeanor gradually deflating into fatigue and despondency, resembling an ordinary elder.
"Have the specific circumstances of this battle been compiled?" he inquired weakly, lowering his eyelids as he addressed Zhong Jing. The playful expression that had adorned Zhong Jing's face dissipated, his gaze surveying the now unrecognizable Haima sports arena with a sigh.
"The casualty reports are still being compiled. As for the damage to buildings and property, forget about it. We must rebuild, this place is utterly destroyed.
As for how to deceive the public, that remains a dilemma.
Fortunately, this time the strongest deity was of the frenzy projection level, otherwise." Zhong Jing's words were laced with palpable fear. Mochingu let out a long sigh, his back appearing more hunched. His murky eyes filled with concern as he murmured, "The world is becoming increasingly unstable.
The activities of divine servants are on the rise,
and the concentration of spiritual energy in the world is intensifying. We must prepare ourselves." In truth, he dared not articulate the gravity of the situation too severely. Within his perception, a storm was gathering, and the world was on the brink of a monumental transformation.
Whether this heralds humanity's ascendance into the future or its impending doom, ultimately rests upon these young individuals.
With this thought, Mochingu couldn't help but cast a glance at Xinyuan, who lay on the ground.
"Well then, let us clean up, we shall return home."
On a pristine white bed, Xinyuan slowly opened his eyes. It felt as though he had been lost in an interminable dream. The sunlight streaming through the window was overwhelmingly bright, and the sounds of chirping insects and birds conveyed a sense of tranquil passage of time.
"Am I dreaming?" Xinyuan abruptly sat up in bed, gazing out at the unfamiliar scenery. Could it be that all of this was merely a dream? Had I not traversed time? Lacked any extraordinary abilities? And was everything just an illusion? How splendid! I am back.
At that moment, the door creaked open, and Junani stepped inside, holding a bottle.
Upon noticing Xinyuan awake, he exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, you have finally awakened. Why are you here?" Xinyuan's tone betrayed a hint of disappointment.
It seemed that everything was not just a dream after all.
Junani responded, "What does that mean? Am I not welcome?
During your slumber over the past few days,
I was the one administering the nutrient solution. I am truly grateful.
I was just a bit dazed." Xinyuan adjusted his emotions and accepted the reality of his situation.
"Where am I?" Junani shrugged and placed the nutrient solution on the table. "This is the Eastern Academy. Now that you are awake, the opening ceremony should commence shortly." Then, with a knowing smile, Junani looked at Xinyuan and said, "Do you realize how famous and significant you are now?"
The opening ceremony of the Eastern Academy was deliberately postponed for 2 days just to await your arrival.
Your name,
Xinyuan, is currently the talk of the Academy.
Would you like to know what tales are being spun about you? Chapter 68, The Freshman Chief.
The rumors are indeed terrifying.
Why the delay? I have always intended to evade such ceremonies.
Xinyuan rubbed his somewhat throbbing head, propping himself up in bed as he removed the syringe that had been administering nutrients to him. As the syringe was withdrawn, the puncture wound swiftly healed at an observable pace. Junani, noticing his improved condition, naturally took a seat beside him. After their previous battles and interactions, the bond between them had deepened considerably. "Why?" he asked. "Because you are the freshman chief," she replied. "Moreover, the vice dean is eager to see you. Thanks to you, this year has been an extraordinary harvest for Dongfang Academy. Over a quarter of the students who were granted direct admission did so because of you. After all, you have essentially saved them. By the way, many young girls have expressed a desire to visit you these past few days, but I have turned them away to ensure your rest." At this, Jun Ani's tone carried a hint of jealousy, yet Xinyuan remained oblivious. "The freshman chief? What is that? Does that mean I must attend? Surely not. What a waste of time. Not only must you attend, but you are also required to deliver a speech as the chief student to inspire your classmates." "What? Is it possible to decline?" "Absolutely not. Everyone is waiting for you, and your reward will be presented by Dean Mo during the ceremony." Xinyuan. "Oh, well, that is acceptable." In truth, the only reason Xinyuan decided to participate was the reward awaiting him at the ceremony. A rather pragmatic choice. "You seem utterly unfazed by such a significant occasion, the freshman chief. The strongest newcomer of the year, the center of attention. Does that not excite you? What is there to be excited about? Are you genuinely looking forward to it?" Xinyuan replied, somewhat exasperated. Junani paused, caught off guard by his response, then awkwardly cleared her throat. It appeared she quite enjoyed being in the spotlight. "Oh no! My true nature has been revealed. By the way, how did I lose consciousness? Was I attacked?" Upon hearing Xinyuan shift the topic, Junani hastily shared Old Su and the other's speculations with him. "Fifth realm?" Xinyuan sat on the bed, staring blankly at his hands, clenching his fists tightly. "Is there something particularly special about the fifth realm? I do not feel any different." Junani shook her head. "No, the fifth realm signifies a qualitative transformation. Achieving it without formal admission is quite extraordinary. You have officially entered the realm of higher perception." "And what about you? Did you not reach it at the time?" "I was specially recruited, so I did not require admission, unlike you," Junani asserted matter-of-factly. Xinyuan. "Well then, let us not dwell on that. Superpowers can be categorized into various types: energy projection, physical enhancement, psychic abilities, and so forth. For those of us who exude energy, a most conspicuous manifestation in the fifth realm is the ability to fly." "What?" Xinyuan's interest was instantly piqued. "Can I fly? How does one achieve this?" "It is not something that can be taught, rather, it is an instinctive behavior, akin to the way you learn to crawl as a child. You must experience it for yourself. There is no rush. After a week or two of adaptation, it should become as second nature as walking. Do take some time to rest. By the way, during the opening ceremony, the senior students will also be in attendance. In the final segment, there will be a challenge where seniors confront the top freshmen. Of course, this is all in good spirit. It serves to demonstrate to the students that, through the Academy's specialized training, one's abilities can be significantly enhanced. Moreover, it serves as a reminder to the top freshmen to remain humble and strive for continual improvement, rather than becoming complacent." However, at this point, Jun Ani's expression turned exceedingly expectant. "I doubt anyone could surpass you. You should continue to rest for now. I will take my leave to inform the dean of your awakening, so that arrangements for the ceremony can be made." With that, Jun Ani rose from the bed and exited the room. "Thank you for your assistance these past few days," Xinyuan said, lifting the nutritional liquid from the table and addressing her retreating figure. He then began to sense the surging energy within him, pondering how he might achieve flight. It was a peculiar sensation, controlling the energy without releasing it, gently lifting his body. Before long, Xinyuan was careening around the room, inadvertently smashing his head against an overhead LED light fixture. Clearly, control was essential. In the open square of the Oriental Academy, the new students had taken their seats, while the grandstands on either side were filled with seasoned students. The noise was deafening. as the primary motivation for most seniors was singular, to scout potential partners among the incoming freshmen. Ordinarily, by this time, the ceremony should have commenced,
and Emochingu had long since taken his place at the podium.
Yet, he remained there, awkwardly silent, allowing the students below to engage in free conversation.
Meanwhile, among the freshmen, the topic of discourse revolved around Xinyuan. Alas, have you heard?
This year's top freshman is unlike any other. He is said to be extraordinarily impressive. Recently, during a meal, I heard whispers that an E-level mutant has attained S-level abilities, capable of communicating with the heavens and possessing infinite knowledge. I also heard that all the prominent figures receiving direct admission are under the top freshman's command, many of whom have come to pledge their allegiance to him.
It is said that not long ago, he single-handedly faced thousands of deities, emerging unscathed.
I have even heard that he is, in fact, a god, a manifestation of the sun reincarnated in the mortal realm. It is said that the Eastern Academy is, in fact, his enterprise.
In any case, various rumors abound.
Within just a few days, the discussions have escalated to a terrifying extent, with some even claiming that Xinyuan is a 1,000-year-old demon.
However, the Academy itself remains indifferent to such gossip,
as the commencement ceremony was already delayed by more than 10 minutes. The murmurs among the crowd gradually subsided as they turned their attention to Dean Emochingu, curious to see if he was displeased.
Noticing the eager gazes of the students, Emochingu smiled, and his resonant voice filled the air.
Ah, dear students, please remain calm. We have encountered a minor issue.
Our valedictorian has yet to arrive.
Upon hearing this, the audience erupted in astonishment.
Chapter 69, The Rebirth of the Fifth Realm. The unruly Xinyuan. It was utterly unexpected that the freshman ceremony,
an event of such significance to the entire school, would be postponed due to the absence of a single individual. At that moment, the newcomers remained largely unfazed.
Yet the upperclassmen were visibly displeased. How audacious to be late on the very first day. This new freshman leader certainly has a bold demeanor. Who is this person? Surely
they could have commenced the proceedings ahead of time. This is rather unorthodox. I have heard whispers regarding this individual, suggesting that the delay of the freshman ceremony by 2 days appears to be linked to him.
Who knows what remarkable being has graced us?
In the surrounding stands,
the upperclassmen were fervently voicing their grievances.
Often, there exists a palpable sense of superiority among the older students when facing newcomers.
In a shadowy corner, a few upperclassmen sat.
One of them calmly remarked, "He must possess exceptional abilities. During the recent freshman assessment, a divine intervention occurred, and it is said that he played a significant role." Beside him, a boy clad in flip-flops chimed in, "I have also heard tales. The stories surrounding this lad are quite enigmatic, filled with various versions,
leaving one unsure of their authenticity."
As the freshman leader, he is undoubtedly a genius, and with talent comes a certain arrogance, a pattern that repeats each year.
Yet, isn't it true that every year's freshman leader ends up being thoroughly humbled during the challenge matches?
At this point, the flip-flop-wearing boy burst into laughter. Recalling his own experiences as a freshly admitted student, convinced of his prowess, only to be met with a harsh reality.
Ah, the rite of passage. Who among us did not once consider themselves a genius? So, shall we impart a lesson to this year's freshman leader during the final challenge? A nearby classmate joked, eliciting laughter from the group.
Alright, I'll take it upon myself to teach him a lesson, haha.
After 3 years of study, it seems a bit unfair. Meanwhile,
as the students exchanged whispers, Emochingu found herself at a loss.
This was rather disrespectful, was it not? Her recollections of Xinyuan did not align with such behavior. What had transpired? Using her abilities, she directed her voice to Gianni, who was seated in a corner. What is going on? Did he not promise to return? Why is he still absent?
Gianni, also perplexed, placed a hand on her forehead. She was equally unaware of the situation and could not reach Xinyuan,
uncertain of his whereabouts. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching.
All the students stiffened, some even rising to their feet. They were acutely aware that unless one possessed innate flying abilities, akin to Xinyuan, flight was a privilege reserved for those at the fifth realm or above. The fifth realm was a rarity in this world, indicative of the caliber of academy instructors or elite combat personnel.
The figure's flight path was erratic, zigzagging through the air, ascending and descending haphazardly, reminiscent of someone intoxicated.
In this scenario, people rationally speculated that someone must have been injured, urgently seeking the dean's attention. An incident had occurred at the Eastern Academy, and many were aware that the world might soon descend into turmoil, yet none anticipated its arrival so swiftly.
In a daze,
it seemed one could still hear the frantic shouts of an individual, though the words were indistinct.
As they drew closer, the shouts became clearer. Make way! Make way! I can't control it. Is there anyone who can assist? I'm afraid of colliding with you all. Since the moment Xinyuan discovered he could fly yesterday,
he had been unable to restrain himself, practicing incessantly. Although Junin had assured him he would master it in a week or two, his impatience prevailed. The sensation of soaring through the sky was utterly different from that on the ground, as if his spatial realm had expanded from 2 dimensions to 3. Today was no exception. He had flown off, losing track of time, and the journey back had proven far too lengthy, culminating in the current scene.
With a thunderous crash,
he plummeted to the ground, landing squarely on the podium and stirring up a cloud of dust. The area was relatively open, sparing others from injury. All the students turned their anxious gazes toward him, eager to discern what had transpired.
Once the dust settled, Emochingu approached with a smile, addressing the gathered students. All right. It seems everyone is finally here. Next time, do remember to keep track of time.
Now that our top freshman has arrived, we shall officially commence this freshman ceremony.
Is this a student? Not a combatant? He is the top freshman? And still just a newcomer? A freshman of the 5th realm? This must be a jest. Why bother with enrolling in an academy when he could directly join a superhuman organization? Xinyuan offered an apology to Emochingu, turned, and found a seat, allowing the freshman ceremony to unfold.
However, the veteran students spectating appeared visibly unsettled.
The new top freshman seemed rather extraordinary. Was this truly the new freshman leader? One of the earlier conversants remarked to a senior in flip-flops.
Perhaps I was jesting. The freshman ceremony proceeded in an orderly fashion,
predominantly hosted by Emochingu, who shared details about the academy and expressed expectations for the students' futures. Soon, it was time for the exceptional students from the assessment to receive their accolades.
Before long, it was Xinyuan's turn. When the staggering amount of his reward was announced,
a collective gasp swept through the audience. Was this top freshman the academy's very progeny? Such a generous sum.
Yet, considering his formidable strength in the 5th realm, the students had no retort, nor even a hint of jealousy. The disparity was simply too great. Now, it is time for our top freshman to deliver a speech. Just as Xinyuan thought to descend after receiving his reward, Emochingu seized his arm, preventing him from leaving, insisting he say a few words. As the microphone was thrust into Xinyuan's hands, he found himself unable to decline, awkwardly uttering, "Hello, fellow students.
I don't really have much to share.
Each of us has our own pace of cultivation, and often, I merely rely on luck.
The reason I am here today is primarily because Dean Emo informed me that the rewards for new students could only be given here. If I hadn't come. Ahem."
Emochingu, standing nearby, coughed sharply twice and shot a fierce glare at Xinyuan.
Are such remarks permissible here?
Xinyuan hastily changed the subject, saying, in truth,
everyone must earnestly enhance their abilities and not squander their talents.
After all, once one becomes more capable, their value increases, and earning money becomes somewhat simpler.
Moreover. Ahem. At this moment, Emochingu seemed afflicted with a chronic cough, persistently hacking away.
Nevertheless, Xinyuan appeared to be caught in a fervor, continuing, additionally, not long ago,
I accepted a job that promised a remuneration of 3 million. Dean Emo even mentioned that if I performed well, 30 million would not be an issue. However,
it seems I have yet to receive the payment, so I thought I might inquire about that. As they listened to this unconventional keynote address,
every student and teacher in the audience was left utterly astonished. Chapter 70, A Lack of Practical Experience? Instinctive strikes. Is it permissible to express such thoughts? Is it truly audacious to voice them openly on stage?
Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to many, Xinyuan's refreshingly down-to-earth remarks significantly enhanced the students' perception of him. Each year during the opening ceremony, they are accustomed to hearing the freshman representative recite rehearsed speeches, exuding an air of formality that belies their youth, often resembling a lecture. The students had long grown weary of such performances. Today, however, the approach of someone seeking financial support felt rather appealing. Conversely, Mo Chingu harbored a vastly different perspective. Setting aside the matter of 30 million, surely the 300,000 could not.
Just as he pondered, a sprightly elder rushed to Xinyuan's side,
swiftly seizing the microphone from his grasp.
"Ah, Xinyuan, ever the jester.
Always fond of humor," he remarked, noticing Xinyuan's inclination to continue speaking. He leaned in and whispered. "Junani informed me he provided you with a card. It's yours now, and I shall transfer the funds to it."
"It is an opening ceremony. After all, let's maintain some decorum, shall we?"
Following this, the elder and the youth exchanged glances for an extended moment, after which Xinyuan reluctantly acquiesced.
Mo Chingu,
recognizing that Xinyuan was not one to adhere to conventional expectations, opted against allowing him to deliver a speech.
Instead, he swiftly transitioned to the final segment of the program. Thus, today's freshman ceremony concludes successfully.
I hope you all will hone your abilities in the days to come, striving to contribute to the peace of this world. Now, we shall proceed to the challenge segment.
Is there anyone eager to spar with the freshman representative? Naturally.
If the disparity seems too great, the freshman may decline. Such matches typically lack substantive significance, serving more as a performance than a genuine contest.
Yet, among the youth,
pride often prevails, and previous cohorts usually engage in a few bouts.
However, Mo Chingu had discerned during their interactions that Xinyuan would not be swayed by notions of pride.
Should he choose to decline, he would not concern himself with appearances. Thus, Mo Chingu leaned in once more, whispering, "For the sake of brotherhood, I can offer additional compensation.
I will add an extra 100,000 to your transfer." It was evident that Mo Chingu, despite being 5 decades older, maintained a playful demeanor, referring to him as brother. Xinyuan remained non-committal, ultimately choosing to remain on stage rather than abandon the scene.
However, this occasion markedly differed from previous years.
In times past, the older students in the stands would erupt into raucous cheers, mocking challenges, eager to assert dominance.
Yet today, an unusual tranquility enveloped the sides of the auditorium. Silence reigned, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward.
Indeed, who would dare approach so brazenly?
At the beginning, Xinyuan soared directly into the arena, leaving the spectators in awe, their jaws metaphorically dropped. No one dared to approach him, given his formidable strength at the fifth realm. Within the Eastern Academy, there were indeed students of the fifth realm. Yet among the distinguished upperclassmen nearing graduation, such prodigies were rare. Most had begun to sign contracts with various superpower organizations, bearing significant responsibilities. Consequently, the atmosphere became rather awkward. In the vast arena, Xinyuan stood alone, with no challengers daring to step forward. Finally, after a prolonged wait of 4 or 5 minutes, a male student descended from the stands. Clad in a flowing azure robe, he possessed striking features and approached Xinyuan with measured steps. With a cupped fist salute, he spoke.
"Greetings, Junior.
It is truly humbling to see someone so young attain the fifth realm. It makes us feel as though we have squandered our lives.
I am Lin Ruoyan, currently at the pinnacle of the fourth realm, struggling to break through to the fifth.
However, based on your flight trajectory earlier,
it seems you have just entered the fifth realm.
After all, I have undergone extensive training at the academy and mastered numerous martial techniques,
while you are just beginning your journey and may lack practical experience. Thus, we may be evenly matched.
Allow me to challenge you, the esteemed freshman leader."
Lin Ruoyan exuded an air of refinement, his speech imbued with politeness.
Nevertheless, his remarks elicited an involuntary twitch at the corner of Junani's mouth.
Lack of practical experience?
While this may have been apt for other students, it certainly did not apply to Xinyuan. The number of opponents who had succumbed at his hands was unfathomable.
Indeed.
Just 2 days prior, 3 hours spent at his feet among the fallen servants could only be described as a heap. Clearly, Lin Ruoyan was unaware of such details. "Very well, let us commence. I shall serve as your referee."
"Fear not, I will call for a halt at any sign of danger," said Mo Chingu,
relieved that someone had finally stepped up, preventing further silence in the arena.
It was unusual for upperclassmen to reverse roles and allow a newcomer to challenge them.
The two retreated a few paces, with azure energy armor enveloping Lin Ruoyan, who brandished an ancient bronze longsword. "This is my sequential weapon, B107, an ancient bronze sword. As you are newly enrolled, you may be unfamiliar with sequential weapons, which gives me a slight advantage," he remarked with a smile, appearing somewhat bashful.
"Very well, then. Be cautious,"
he called out, before unleashing a formidable attack.
"Blossoms and falling leaves sword."
Without further ado, he shouted, his body moving as fluidly as the sword,
executing a graceful flourish as he charged toward Xinyuan.
He was clearly employing a sword technique, his form drifting through the air like a falling leaf.
Yet in the blink of an eye, he was upon Xinyuan.
Xinyuan stood rooted in place, seemingly frozen, as if struck dumb.
Yet in his eyes,
there sparkled a radiance distinctly different from his usual demeanor, rational and frigid.
A single cry of the sword echoed as the bronze blade lunged towards Xinyuan's abdomen,
indicating that this sparring session was on the verge of conclusion. In the next moment, a pale, cold light erupted suddenly, enveloping the arena in frost. An energy chain was cast forth, ensnaring Lin Ruoyan's waist and drawing him closer. Xinyuan paid no heed to the sword aimed at his midsection. Instead, he conjured a fist blade in his hand and thrust it towards Lin Ruoyan's neck.
Xinyuan had already entered a state of combat,
forgetting entirely that this was merely a friendly match. The boiling blood coursing through him transported him back to the nightmarish battleground of 2 days prior. He had never learned any martial arts. From that harrowing encounter, he gleaned but one lesson: exchanging injury for life was indeed a worthwhile trade.
His strikes came forth as if driven by instinct, lethal and unrestrained. Chapter 71. What has he truly endured in that fleeting moment?
Perhaps no more than a mere fraction of a second, the astonished gaze of Lin Ruoyan intertwined with that of Xinyuan. What a pair of eyes they were, imbued with a calmness tinged with a hint of ferocity, and an indifferent regard for both his own life and that of his adversary.
Why did he not evade? Why did he not block? What compelled his initial reaction to endure the thrust of his own sword, only to retaliate against himself?
Having been a student for over 3 years, he had faced numerous battles against divine servants, yet none had exhibited the madness that Xinyuan did. He was unable to halt. The chains at his waist forcefully drew him toward Xinyuan, as if the thrust of his sword was not his own intention but rather a command from Xinyuan himself.
"Stop! Cease!"
In a flash, Emochingu urgently called for the cessation of their duel, causing the space around them to warp.
Lin Ruoyan's sword and Xinyuan's fist blade froze mid-air, immobilized.
The situation was starkly apparent: a bronze longsword poised at Xinyuan's abdomen, while the fist blade hovered perilously close to Lin Ruoyan's throat, mere millimeters apart. Had Emochingu delayed even half a second, the outcome would have been a scene of bloodshed, one wounded, one dead.
Xinyuan, victorious. Emochingu announced the results.
Lin Ruoyan stood rigidly on the arena, paralyzed with trepidation, drenched in cold sweat, casting a horrified glance at the fist blade looming before his neck.
So close. It had been so close.
Years of arduous training and relentless honing had led him to believe he was growing stronger,
dreaming of one day becoming a guardian of the world.
Yet, in that instant, he realized he was but seconds away from death.
How perilous! Upon hearing Emochingu's voice, Xinyuan's eyes gradually regained their clarity, reverting to their usual demeanor.
"I apologize, I was caught up in the moment and failed to rein myself in." Withdrawing his fist blade, he offered Lin Ruoyan a somewhat apologetic smile. It was akin to a lingering aftermath of war. Once he entered a state of combat, he became entirely consumed by the memories of that solitary 3-hour battle, devoid of any notion of sparring. The experience of that grueling fight had been etched into the very marrow of his being. Lin Ruoyan observed as Xinyuan transformed back into his languid,
amiable self within a second.
He felt an acute sense of embarrassment, managing to muster a rather forced smile.
"It's nothing.
I am simply outmatched.
You are remarkable." After uttering these words, he instinctively took several steps back, widening the distance between himself and Xinyuan, as though proximity to him posed a threat. Gazing at Xinyuan's current relaxed demeanor, in stark contrast to the cold, fierce eyes he had witnessed during their confrontation, Lin Ruoyan found himself questioning whether Xinyuan was suffering from a split personality. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: this fellow is far too ruthless. I must never provoke him again.
While the account of the battle may seem lengthy, in reality, the encounter transpired in the blink of an eye. To the students watching from below, it appeared as though Xinyuan and Lin Ruoyan exchanged mere pleasantries before the clash erupted and concluded in an instant. Many failed to grasp the situation before the results were announced, rendering the experience rather lackluster. They had anticipated a fierce clash of extraordinary abilities, bursting forth in a dazzling display, yet it concluded far too swiftly, leaving a tinge of disappointment. However, it was evident that there were still discerning eyes present. Among the spectators, numerous upperclassmen clearly witnessed the unfolding of the duel, their backs now tingling with apprehension.
This young man the freshman champion? Is that for real? Such astonishing intent to kill. Where did Dean Mo find such a prodigy? Is this truly a student? I would believe it if you told me he were a psychopath. Don't provoke him, absolutely do not provoke him, who knows what kind of entity has been admitted this year. The upperclassmen fell into a profound silence, and from this moment forth, they indelibly etched the languid visage of Xinyuan into their memories. He is undoubtedly a smiling tiger. The crowd gradually dispersed, and this year's freshman celebration concluded in an exceedingly bizarre manner. The final match was recorded by numerous students and would soon go viral on the campus forum in the ensuing days. Xinyuan, the freshman champion, had firmly secured his position. And at this moment, Shihong approached him for a brief conversation, during which Xinyuan shook his hand. Of course, there was also the eccentric Lu Peng, who followed closely behind. Big brother, you saved me that day. I am so grateful. Please feel free to summon me whenever you need assistance. Lu Peng exclaimed, tears streaming down his face as he clutched Xinyuan's hand. Xinyuan replied, I hope you can behave normally, and please don't call me big brother. Lu Peng responded, all right. Boss, is there anything you need me to do? Xinyuan replied, just stay wherever you feel comfortable. But boss, it's quite hot outside. To cool off, one would have to return indoors to turn on the air conditioning. Then go back inside. Understood. Boss, should I bring you breakfast tomorrow? And that tormentor. Meanwhile, Vice Dean Tang Jini grasped Emochingu's sleeve, her expression grave as she held him tightly. What is happening with this child? What has he endured? He is still so young. How can he possess such a level of murderous intent? You mentioned he accomplished something significant a few days ago. What was that achievement? Emochingu paused for a few seconds before responding. Due to special circumstances, he had to guard a location alone and battle the divine servant for over 3 hours. In any case, there were at least 100 complete corpses. That battle enabled him to break through to the 5th realm. I never anticipated he could execute it so flawlessly. Upon hearing this outrageous figure, Tang Jini gasped, gritting her teeth as she exclaimed, how can this be? He is still so young, his mental fortitude is not yet fully developed. How could you allow this? There was no other option, at that moment. We were all unable to remain there. Alternatives had to be considered. Just as he was speaking, Emochingu cast a quick glance at the crowd of students and promptly extricated himself from Tang Jini's grasp. Wait. I must find someone first. I fear they may stray onto a perilous path. With that, before Tang Jini could react, he vanished from sight, gradually distancing herself from the cacophony of the bustling playground. Yi Zilwan found herself standing beneath the dormitory building. In a shadowy corner, she clenched her fists tightly. Her right fist pressed forcefully against the wall, drawing a trickle of blood, yet she remained oblivious to the pain. That day, while hiding in the basement, she had remained close to the ceiling, listening intently to the sounds of Xinyuan's battle. Today, seated in the front row, she observed Xinyuan's detached gaze as he dominated the senior students of the Eastern Academy. For reasons unbeknownst to her, she felt increasingly distant from her aspirations. Reflecting on her initial encounter with Xinyuan, the thoughts that had plagued her filled her with a sense of deep discomfort, akin to that of a jester. What was she to do? Why was it so arduous to catch up? How could she surpass him? Despite her fervent desire to excel, why did she still require his protection in times of peril? Since the assessments began, she dedicated every hour of the day, aside from 6 hours for sleep and an hour for meals, to honing her abilities and cultivating her strength. Yet, why did the gap seem to widen? Was it truly impossible for a B grade to match those prodigies?
She was not an ordinary B grade, after all. Moreover, he had initially been merely an E grade.
With these thoughts swirling in her mind, Xinyuan struck the wall with considerable force.
But the pain in her hand paled in comparison to the anxiety and despair within her heart, tears slowly welling in her eyes.
At that moment,
a voice emerged from behind her.
"Child, what troubles your mind? Is your hand in pain? Do not be anxious." Chapter 72 In this world.
You are the only phoenix. Upon hearing that voice, Xinyuan couldn't help but be startled, feeling as if her vulnerable state had been laid bare before someone else. She hastily wiped away her tears and turned around. Upon seeing the somewhat familiar elderly man with a white beard, she spoke in a slightly flustered manner, "Dean, hello.
What's wrong, child? Have you been crying?"
Emochingu observed her reddened eyes, seemingly having anticipated this reaction.
"No, I just didn't sleep well last night. And I had to wake up early for the freshman ceremony today."
"I plan to go back and catch up on sleep," Xinyuan replied, rubbing her eyes vigorously. Not admitting to her tears.
Emochingu, not wishing to press the issue, countered with a question, "Your mother is Jiangyu, are you? An S-class fire phoenix with peak powers of the 6th realm, currently serving in the Human Alliance, correct?" Xinyuan remained silent, her head bowed in tacit acknowledgement. "Let me guess, you often look at Xinyuan, don't you wish to use him as your cultivation goal? Growing up alongside your mother, did you not hope to become someone like her one day?
Yet, you find yourself falling short of that aspiration.
Although those around you praise you as a genius, you feel an insurmountable distance from your inner goals. The harder you strive, the greater the gap seems to widen." At that moment,
Emochingu appeared to be a devil capable of seeing through the human heart, his words cutting into Xinyuan's soul like a blade.
She remained silent,
her expression stoic as she replied, "No, there is nothing to compare.
I'm not feeling well. If you have nothing else, I would like to return." After speaking, she turned to walk toward the apartment building.
However, Emochingu seemed unwilling to let her go and continued, "Xinyuan was initially only an E-class.
And you thought he shouldn't have been granted direct admission.
Yet, in just a few days, he has reached heights you cannot even fathom. Your mother, with her S-class abilities, has been reduced to a B-class evaluation in your case. I am certain you have heard, though she may not be as gifted as her mother.
Her talent is still commendable, right?"
Over these past few days, the news of Xinyuan's achievements has spread like wildfire. You must be the first to have been defeated by him, and this must have been a source of mockery for quite some time.
That battle a few days ago,
being protected by the one you wished to surpass, must have been quite painful. Living in your mother's shadow for so many years must breed a sense of resentment.
Does it not? One after another, Emochingu's words ultimately pierced through Xinyuan's defenses.
She halted, her slight frame trembling, and tears finally streamed down her cheeks,
falling uncontrollably to the ground.
Emochingu's words had stirred a multitude of thoughts within her, and her emotions momentarily spiraled beyond her control.
"Do you wish to surpass them?" Emochingu pressed on, seizing the moment. "Yes, what did you say?" "I said I want to.
One day, I will surpass them.
Even if my talent is not as high. Just wait and see." Xinyuan abruptly turned around, nearly roaring in anguish.
Her tear-streaked face bore no trace of its usual beauty, instead appearing somewhat menacing. Observing that the child could no longer maintain her fade and had begun to express her emotions, Emochingu ceased his words, a faint smile gracing his features. He then raised his hand, enveloping both of them in a peculiar space where two chairs were placed opposite each other.
"What if I told you that your talent is not inferior to that of anyone else in this world? Would you believe me?" Xinyuan glanced around this space, realizing it was likely not of the physical realm.
Gradually regaining her composure, she gently sat down in the chair, shaking her head in disappointment. "Among those with the power named Phoenix, I fear I am the weakest of them all."
"No." Emochingu resolutely shook his head, gazing into her tear-red eyes. "In this world, there are no phoenixes." Xinyuan looked up, confusion etched across her face. "If there were to be one, you might very well be the sole exception. A phoenix must undergo rebirth through fire.
Remember this, heaven has granted you a starting point lower than others so that you may pen a tale of extraordinary resurgence."
"Do you wish to believe me?" Will you accept me as your mentor, becoming the third disciple of this inadequate teacher? Xinyuan sat there, stunned, as if on a roller coaster ride. She had never anticipated that the esteemed Director Mo would come to her with such declarations. In truth, I have been observing you for quite some time. Your character resembles that of a little girl I once knew. Who? Xinyuan inquired.
Li Qian, he replied. The way you look at Xinyuan now mirrors how she once gazed at Junani. The thirst for power and the spirit of refusing to be subordinate can propel one forward, yet at times, it may also drag one into the abyss. This is precisely why I was eager to seek you out today. Li Qian was my second disciple, whom I regarded as my own daughter. Yet she may have strayed onto a dark path. As he spoke of Li Qian, Mo Qinggu's expression turned somber and pained, his mind involuntarily drifting to that crimson envelope.
I may be an inadequate teacher. Would you care to listen to a story? Just as Mo Qinggu was drawing Xinyuan into the space for psychological guidance, Junani had already arrived at an office with Xinyuan.
Xinyuan looked up at the sign above the door, Director's Office.
You mentioned that you would come to reassess my ability level. Is it Director Mo who will conduct the evaluation? Xinyuan asked. No. It is the Vice Director who will assess you, came the reply. Xinyuan's lips twitched, even the Director's office was directly entrusted to the Vice Director.
Upon entering the room, he saw someone seated on the sofa, shaking their legs. Upon noticing their entrance, the person promptly stood up.
Ah! Is this not the esteemed god of war? Greetings. How do you do? The top newcomer? Pleased to make your acquaintance, Junior.
I am Zhang Xiaojian. Though you may call me Xiaojian or Brother Jian.
This individual exudes a sense of familiarity.
Sporting a wild mane of long hair and standing at a height comparable to Xinyuan, he immediately extends his hand for a handshake. Xinyuan is left pondering what exactly he has been held in such high regard for, feeling as though his catchphrase has been usurped.
Before Xinyuan can utter a word,
the other party continues unabated. I am the head of the Public Relations Department, and I assure you that our department is splendid.
Once you join us, accumulating credits will be a breeze. The workload is minimal and remarkably easy. It's truly an unparalleled opportunity I'm sharing with you. Xinyuan. Wait, when did I ever express an intention to join the Public Relations Department?
Chapter 73, The Public Relations Department welcomes its most exceptional trainee. Wait a minute, this.
Brother Jian, I don't believe I ever expressed a desire to join the Public Relations Department. What exactly is the Public Relations Department?
Xinyuan discreetly released the stranger's hand, having inadvertently attempted to replicate the earlier failure. What an unfortunate turn of events. However, Zhang Xiaojian appeared utterly oblivious to any sense of awkwardness. Continuing to speak unabated. The Public Relations Department is splendid. Why not join us?
You would absolutely want to. In order to graduate,
one must accumulate a total of 120 contribution credits. Aside from the tasks assigned directly by the school, only 6 clubs possess the authority to distribute credits.
Our Public Relations Department is one of them.
Junani, standing nearby, clearly acquainted with Zhang Xiaojian, interjected with a hint of exasperation. Xiaojian.
Isn't it prohibited to recruit members at this time? The official recruitment for all clubs will commence in a few days.
Oh, senior, that is not how it goes. As the saying goes, fate brings people together from afar. Since Xinyuan wishes to join our Public Relations Department, I must at least provide an introduction.
Xinyuan interjected, wait a moment. When did I ever agree to join? I mean, come on, brother.
Before he could finish his thought, Zhang Xiaojian dashed to Xinyuan's side and whispered conspiratorially. Let me tell you, among our 6 clubs, the other 5 are all about manual labor, exhausting, perilous work with minimal credits.
But we
enjoy a leisurely time. Engaging with the public, essentially deceiving them by claiming divine interventions or labeling incidents as terrorist attacks.
We can simply coast through. Often, we need little to no preparation. Just show up and play some games on site, and voila, credits are ours.
Sometimes we even earn a little extra from television stations, and occasionally, we receive red envelopes. As Zhang Xiaojian spoke, he mischievously raised an eyebrow, rubbing his fingers together in a gesture reminiscent of counting money.
Xinyuan replied. Brother Jian.
It appears I am officially a member of the Public Relations Department from this day forth.
Now that's the spirit. Take out your phone.
I'll install this app for you. It's the internal software for the 6 special clubs. If the school has any emergencies or urgent matters, notifications will be sent through this platform. Accept the tasks, and credits will follow. Let them handle the brawls, we'll stick to the simpler tasks. Swift hands reap rewards. Listening intently, Xinyuan nodded vigorously in agreement. The two struck a deal, their laughter echoing with a shared sense of cunning, as if they had found a kindred spirit. Junani, standing outside, facepalmed,
realizing the unfortunate circumstances of encountering Zhang Xiaojian.
In truth, the Public Relations Department had always been perceived as a lackluster division. A backdoor opportunity for those with less than stellar talents or who were ill-suited for combat, allowing them to earn credits through various clerical tasks.
Generally, students were reluctant to join the Public Relations Department, viewing it as a weak and unmanly establishment. The minister, Zhang Xiaojian, is indeed a despicable character.
Resorting to all manner of underhanded tactics for the sake of academic credits, often inciting ire among personnel from other departments. Rumors have circulated that during external assignments, he engages in corrupt practices, frequently accepting bribes and red envelopes. Consequently, this year, the Public Relations Department has effortlessly recruited the most formidable newcomer in history.
Moreover,
it appears that Xinyuan and the newcomer have struck up an instant rapport, seemingly enjoying an engaging conversation. At this moment, the door creaked open, revealing a beautiful woman.
Vice Dean Tang Jini. She surveyed the room and cheerfully stated, "You two are the ones scheduled for reassessment, correct? Very well, follow me." And Tang.
Perhaps I should forego this. I am merely a D-level ability user, and there seems to be no need for further testing, Zhang Xiaojian interjected with a sheepish grin.
Tang Jini cast him a gentle glance and replied with a smile, "No, that won't do. Come along."
Upon reaching a spacious area on the rooftop, Tang Jini explained.
When we assess new abilities, we utilize a simulation of divine might for evaluation. Starting from F level, we gradually progress upwards.
You simply need to maintain your mental composure and resist the temptations of divine might, ultimately revealing your innate talent for abilities.
Are you ready, children? Wait.
Zhang Xiaojian quickly interrupted. He then shifted his position, lying flat on the ground, and said, "All right, I find this position more comfortable."
Xinyuan, would you like to give it a try? Xinyuan remained silent, while Tang Jini glanced at him once more to confirm his readiness. Seeing Xinyuan nod,
she pressed a button in her hand, causing the entire rooftop space to distort instantly. Xinyuan felt a slight dizziness, as if something were whispering in his mind, reminiscent of the sensation when he commanded the voices of all things. Yet, it was manageable for the moment. Zhang Xiaojian suddenly called out from the ground, "Has it begun?"
"And Tang?"
"It has indeed commenced," came the response. Upon hearing this, Zhang Xiaojian immediately kicked his legs, rolling his eyes back, his tongue lolling out as he convulsed like a salted fish in a frying pan, twisting on the ground. This spectacle left Xinyuan utterly dumbfounded,
staring in disbelief at Zhang Xiaojian on the floor, unsure of what was transpiring. Is the intensity truly this overwhelming? What is happening? Are they serious? However,
upon glancing at Junani and then at Tang Jini, he noticed their expressions were entirely unfazed, as if they were accustomed to such scenes, completely disregarding Zhang Xiaojian's plight. Is this fellow truly devoid of rights? Observing Zhang Xiaojian's desperate state, Xinyuan couldn't help but voice his concern. Vice Dean, shouldn't we check on him? He seems to be in a bit of trouble." Tang Jini chuckled and shook her head, deliberately speaking loudly, "It's fine, there's no need to worry about him. This time, our test unfolds gradually, with an incremental increase in intensity, and it is anticipated that the duration will not be brief." Upon hearing her words, Xinyuan could only remain silent, casting a sympathetic glance at Zhang Xiaojian, hoping that his brother was unscathed. However, as time passed, Xinyuan began to sense something amiss. 5 minutes elapsed, and Zhang Xiaojian continued to convulse, showing no signs of cessation. 10 minutes passed, and still, Zhang Xiaojian was racked with spasms. 15 minutes drifted by. The entire rooftop surface was nearly wiped clean by his movements, yet not a single bead of sweat adorned his forehead. The insidious whisper in Xinyuan's mind grew increasingly louder. Yet Zhang Xiaojian remained unchanged from the onset. He had been convulsing since the pressure of level F and continued to do so, now reaching level B. All the while maintaining a steady and relentless rhythm in his convulsions.
Chapter 74, Huh? Am I only at the S rank? This person seems rather extraordinary. Vice Dean, what signifies the end of the assessment test? Finally realizing the peculiarity of Zhang Xiaojian, Xinyuan could not help but inquire of the Vice Dean.
This individual undoubtedly exuded an air of complexity, having convulsed on the ground for quite some time. One need not mention anything else, his physical stamina was nothing short of exceptional. Furthermore, Xinyuan was beginning to grasp the circumstances. When Shenwei initially commenced its release, he instantly heard a deep voice resonating in his mind. Yet, Zhang Xiaojian appeared oblivious. Seeking confirmation from the Vice Dean that the test had indeed begun, before abruptly succumbing to convulsions. This display, it must be said, bore the marks of a rather exaggerated performance. Tang Jini observed the B-ranked pressure of Shenwei beside him, glanced at the seemingly unperturbed Xinyuan, and then at Zhang Xiaojian, who was rolling on the ground, and felt a sense of helplessness wash over him.
After pondering for a moment,
he transmitted a message through energy to Xinyuan's ear. In the past, bodily convulsions indicated an inability to control one's body, signaling that one had reached their limits.
However, we have since adjusted the intensity. The current threshold is the loss of consciousness, rendering a person as if entranced, their thoughts overtaken. Upon hearing this explanation,
Xinyuan nodded in understanding. No wonder neither Jun Ani nor Vice Dean Tang Jini seemed to care about him, as if his very life were of no concern to them.
So it turns out this fellow was merely putting on an act?
This implies that he must possess considerable talent, but what purpose does his charade serve? As he cast a puzzled glance at Zhang Xiaojian, Xinyuan suddenly noticed that the latter had ceased his convulsions.
Abruptly, he rose from the ground, standing perfectly straight, his eyes rapidly becoming vacant and devoid of life. Coincidentally, he was now facing Tang Jini. Tang Jini, after a moment of exasperated silence, still uncertain of Zhang Xiaojian's true condition, opted for safety and used energy to push him away. He then remarked, "All right, you are now out of range."
No sooner had he spoken than Zhang Xiaojian immediately returned to normal. With a tremor coursing through his body, his eyes regained clarity, akin to a sage awakening from slumber.
Oh my goodness, that was terrifying. Good heavens!
I felt as though I was on the brink of leaving this world. I nearly suffered a mental breakdown.
And Tang,
I never want to endure such a test again.
It's simply too frightening.
As he exaggeratedly lamented while brushing off the dirt from his clothes,
he turned to glance at Xinyuan, still standing there, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Wow!
Brother, what remarkable ability you have to endure for so long.
Clearly, you are far superior to me.
The future of humanity depends on talents like you. I, on the other hand, am not cut out for this." Xinyuan was now certain of one thing: this young Xiaojian was indeed no ordinary individual, though he could not fathom why he wished to conceal his true self.
As he pondered this, Tang Jini suddenly interjected, "That's enough. Given the results of this test, you will temporarily be classified as a B-level. Consequently,
your guaranteed hours are no longer available."
What? Zhang Xiaojian was taken aback, immediately lamenting, "No. You're taking my life. I don't want to live anymore. I truly am only a D-level. I don't have a B. I don't have a B." Observing his woeful demeanor, Xinyuan displayed a look of perplexity.
Junani stood beside him, elucidating what this guaranteed status entailed. Within the Eastern Academy, the time allotted for the simulated training chamber was an incredibly precious resource, wherein superpowered individuals could craft a virtual environment tailored for their cultivation. Such time could only be earned through completing various tasks or excelling within the academy, as these chambers were in high demand. To accommodate students with lesser talents, the academy provided those below D-level with a set number of hours each month, contingent upon their diligent training and completion of designated assessment goals. This provision was referred to as the guarantee.
At that moment, Zhang Xiaojian appeared on the verge of clinging to Tang Jini's legs in despair.
However, it was clear that Tang Jini remained indifferent,
feeling a sense of disappointment towards Zhang Xiaojian.
Despite being a genius, he seemed preoccupied with trivial matters.
With the understanding of what the guarantee entailed, Xinyuan finally grasped the reason behind Zheng Xiaojian's pretenses.
He found himself at a loss for words, bemused by the peculiarities of the situation.
Returning to the matter at hand.
After giving Zheng Xiaojian a gentle kick to dismiss his lamentations, Tang Jini began to observe Xinyuan's condition with earnest attention. As the oppressive aura of A-level descended upon them, she softly inquired, "Child, how are you feeling?
Can you endure it?"
Xinyuan sensed the voice resonating within his mind, finding it less intense than during his initial experience with the voice of all things.
Thus, he calmly shook his head, indicating that he was fine. "It's nothing. I'm quite accustomed to this sensation." However, his response was clearly misinterpreted by Tang Jini.
She assumed that Xinyuan's previous battles in the gymnasium against divine beings had prepared him psychologically for such divine pressure. This thought invoked a twinge of sympathy within her, prompting her to offer words of comfort. "Child, you have truly endured much recently, bearing responsibilities that should not have fallen upon you. Now that you are at the Eastern Academy, take it easy, grow at your own pace, and disregard the ramblings of that old man Emochingu. Should any troubles arise, feel free to seek me out." Xinyuan was taken aback, wondering, what is going on? Why is she suddenly saying these things? It feels rather odd. Yet, he discerned the kindness in her words, and warmth filled his heart as he nodded in understanding. Zheng Xiaojian, standing nearby, pursed his lips and remarked with a tinge of jealousy, "Why has Aunt Tang never been this kind to me? It's simply unfair." Ultimately, the formidable testing machine had reached its maximum capacity, yet it was evident that Xinyuan only bore a light sheen of sweat on his forehead, his expression remaining remarkably composed. Tang Jini, filled with appreciation and admiration, nodded vigorously, ceasing the test. She turned to Jun Ani beside her and remarked, "His talent is on par with yours, both of them being of the highest caliber. It appears that the Eastern Academy has struck gold once again this year." With that, she approached Xinyuan and extended a brand new superpower card towards him. Upon glancing down, Xinyuan noticed that his superpower level had ascended to the 5th realm. While the talent ability section displayed a striking red S8, something seems amiss. When his system replicated Jun Ani's abilities, it distinctly stated that he possessed an SSS-level power. Faced with this evaluation, Xinyuan momentarily set aside his thoughts and blurted out, "Am I only at the S level?" His words were astonishing. Chapter 75, Academic Credits? Just wait, I shall soon arrive at the battlefield. Upon hearing these words, both Tang Jini and Jun Ani were momentarily taken aback, while Zheng Xiaojian appeared utterly astonished, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. What does it mean to only have an S level? Is this something a human would say? Brother, you are rather audacious, merely an S level? How does that leave someone like me, with a D level, to cope? At this moment, Zheng Xiaojian began to put on a show, behaving almost like a mascot. After a brief moment of surprise, Tang Jini burst into laughter, joyfully exclaiming, "You certainly possess quite a bit of confidence, don't you? Merely an S-level talent? Do you have any idea how many individuals in this world would willingly trade half their lifespan for an S-level talent? However, your confidence is indeed justified. You are not merely endowed with an S-level talent. The crimson S signifies S, representing a talent that surpasses the S-level, truly the pinnacle of humanity. Although the father of superhumans had once established the SS and SSS talent tiers, subsequent generations have found it impossible to accurately distinguish these levels. Thus, uniformly, all talents exceeding the S level are denoted by a red S, Tang Jini explained with a smile, and then, as if jesting, turned to Xinyuan and asked, "What do you think? What level do you believe your talent should be? Do you have the confidence to claim it is at the SSS level? It is said that an SSS level ability, when fully developed, possesses the might to annihilate the heavens and the earth." Listening to this playful banter from the beautiful woman, Xinyuan offered a slight, obligatory smile, saying little in response. The system had clearly informed him that the Ice Age corresponds to the SSS level, annihilating the heavens and the earth. It seems neither he nor Jun Ani has yet to unlock the full potential of this capability. Once the testing concluded, all were elated, save for Zheng Xiaojian, who was lamenting with a face as long as a donkey's. As they departed, Tang Jini, resembling a family elder, detained Xinyuan and inquired about various aspects of his life with a plethora of familial concerns. Unbeknownst to him, she had gleaned much about him from Emochingu, making her sudden warmth and affection somewhat disconcerting for him.
Playing games online?
A bit of relaxation is fine, but do not become overly immersed.
You frequently interact with online acquaintances?
Let me tell you, the internet is rife with all sorts of individuals, many with ulterior motives. You must not let your guard down.
Remember, do not engage in online romance. The waters are deep, and you cannot navigate them. This was Tang Genie's final admonition to Xinyuan as he departed.
Junani stood behind Tang Genie, her fists clenched tightly.
Is this what it feels like to be pierced directly? Ultimately, Xinyuan left with Zheng Xiaojian,
while Junani remained to attend to some matters with the vice dean. On their way back, Xinyuan queried Zheng Xiaojian, "Your talent must be quite high.
Yet you put yourself in such a predicament for a mere safety net?" Zheng Xiaojian's expression changed dramatically as he retorted, "What nonsense are you spouting?
I am merely at the D rank, do not slander me." Xinyuan responded with a resigned sigh, "Very well, it seems you are already beyond hope."
Suddenly, a smile that seemed to transcend worldly concerns appeared on Zheng Xiaojian's face as he remarked, "Why toil endlessly? What do the responsibilities of superhumans have to do with me?
If the sky were to fall, let someone tall hold it up. If they cannot, then we shall all perish together."
Reputation? Honor? Status?
Those who concern themselves with such matters, in my eyes, have yet to evolve properly.
Tangible benefits laid before me?
If you refuse them, someone else will gladly accept.
Meanwhile,
I find my place in the public relations department quite comfortable, indifferent to those lofty ideals. After speaking, Zheng Xiaojian yawned widely and stretched languidly towards the setting sun.
Well, there is no minimum guarantee anymore. What bad luck. Still, I've recruited a decent colleague, so that is something. I'll head back to play now. Good brother. If anything comes up, just give me a call. With that, he dashed away.
Xinyuan gazed after his retreating figure for a long moment, furrowing his brow in silence. This individual evoked an indescribable feeling, a brazen demeanor so natural that it seemed devoid of impropriety.
In any case, he was certainly a peculiar character.
Upon arriving at the Eastern Academy, Xinyuan resolved to explore the expansive campus, akin to a small community.
He took out his phone, instinctively intending to message Swanai. However,
at that moment, the software Zheng Xiaojian had installed on his device emitted a notification, illuminating a red dot. Someone had posted an urgent request for assistance, which appeared quite jarring.
From his previous conversation with Zheng Xiaojian, Xinyuan understood that acquiring practical credits was exceedingly challenging. One needed to accumulate 120. A daunting task often requiring participation in perilous missions.
Thus, upon seeing the notification, coupled with Zheng Xiaojian's earlier words about the swift versus the slow,
Xinyuan hastily clicked on it to claim his stake.
Only then did he begin to read the details. It turned out that he was situated on the outskirts of the Eastern Academy, where danger had arisen in an unspecified area.
The message lacked clarity,
merely stating that civilians had been incited into madness and were proving difficult to manage. There was an urgent need for assistance, preferably from individuals of the fourth realm or higher.
After reading, Xinyuan scratched his head, somewhat perplexed by the procedure. As a fifth realm individual, he certainly had the capability. But was it not stated that credits were awarded for time spent in the simulated training chamber?
This notification revealed nothing of the sort. Pondering over this, he tentatively replied,
"Are there credits and time involved? How does this work?"
Meanwhile, on a sparsely populated street at the periphery of the Eastern Academy, a young girl stood gravely before a group of people. She was a member of the patrol department, tasked with overseeing this area. The individuals before her exhibited a dazed expression, saliva dripping from their mouths, their eyes clouded with chaos. They possessed immense strength, and some were even capable of launching energy projectiles from their hands. A young girl clutched 2 energy pistols, yet she found herself steadily retreating, her attire in disarray. The individuals she faced were neither divine servants nor deities, they were mere mortals, ensnared by an overwhelming energy, rendered unconscious.
In an already precarious situation, she was further hindered by the inability to resort to lethal force, complicating matters significantly. Suddenly,
a glimmer of hope appeared as she realized that her distress signal had elicited a response in record time.
luck was indeed on her side. Elated,
She opened her phone to read the reply from Xinyuan. In an instant, she was nearly overwhelmed, almost choking on her breath.
who is this? What kind of nonsense is this? Who are you?
This is hardly the time for jokes, it's an urgent situation.
Quickly, contact a teacher or someone from the combat department to send reinforcements.
After sending the message, it wasn't long before another reply came through.
I understand, it's urgent. So do not worry. However, is there any academic credit involved? How is that calculated? This response infuriated her, as she could hardly fathom such a lack of urgency.
Without typing, she raised her voice in a furious shout, "Yes.
There is. Academic credits, duration, rewards, everything is accounted for. Hurry and send reinforcements. If you delay, you will bear the consequences." Upon receiving this message, Xinyuan felt reassured and thought it an opportune moment to investigate the matter of academic credits.
He promptly replied, "Just wait. I will arrive at the battlefield shortly."
Chapter 76, Public Relations Department. When did they acquire such formidable combat prowess?
After uttering these words, she took off,
soaring towards the marked location. Inform some superhumans with control who 1T cause harm to the innocent.
She shouted into her phone while fending off the relentless crowd attacking her.
However, after repeated attempts, Xinyuan offered no response,
leaving her feeling uncertain about the situation on the other side.
Damn it, I might need to summon reinforcements quickly, you better hurry.
After muttering to herself, Fan Mei wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and fired a shot, landing precisely at the toe of an individual.
Yet,
this warning shot proved to be of little consequence.
Fan Mei's ability was precision shooting, a skill that could inflict considerable damage in long-range combat or assassination. However,
this time was different. She was facing ordinary civilians, merely swayed by divine influence. Thus, she needed to thwart their actions without inflicting harm. A constraint that left her feeling restrained and steadily retreating. With a sharp crack, blood splattered as a bewitched civilian clung to a nearby lamppost and viciously bit into it,
subsequently losing several teeth.
Completely devoid of pain or rationality, he clung to the lamppost, swinging it with such force that he managed to snap the 20-centimeter thick pole in half. Amidst the frenzied screams, blood and saliva flying,
he lifted the broken lamppost and swung it menacingly at Fan Mei.
A true 20-centimeter thick steel pipe. Fan Mei leaped just in time to evade, but the ground beneath her instantly crumbled into a large pit. The bewitched civilian then began to wildly swing the steel pipe as if it were a giant windmill. Other civilians, acting on instinct, began uprooting lampposts from the street, wielding them as weapons and indiscriminately hurling them toward Fan Mei. On the desolate street, a barrage of 7 to 8 meter long, 20-centimeter thick lampposts rained down upon her, leaving her struggling to dodge the onslaught. Finally, after a deft maneuver, a lamppost came crashing toward her chest. This impact was merely a further blow to her already inadequate defenses.
Boom!
With a resounding crash, Fan Mei was sent flying,
embedding herself into a wall.
Coughing up a mouthful of blood, she paid no mind to the searing pain in her insides as she saw another lamppost hurtling toward her. With another explosive sound, the second lamppost struck her, shattering the wall behind her and propelling her outward. As she hit the ground, she struggled to lift her head, gripping her twin pistols tightly, continually reminding herself, "Do not kill. These are innocent civilians, corrupted by the divine, unable to control their thoughts and actions.
They too are victims. And with proper treatment, they can return to normalcy. Killing them is not an option."
The unwavering belief that has sustained her pressed down on the gun in her hand. Otherwise, with her prowess, she could easily shoot each one in the head. However, such an act would likely allow the divine powers to manipulate their corpses to continue fighting.
But their lives would be irretrievably lost.
At that moment, the third fluorescent tube came crashing down upon her.
Gritting her teeth,
she raised her arms and closed her eyes, intending to endure the impact. Just then, a gust of wind swept by, lifting her as if she were riding on clouds. And then her feet touched the ground. Upon opening her eyes, she saw the tube shatter just a short distance before her, and beside her stood a tall,
swaying young man.
Xinyuan's speed was indeed remarkable to have arrived so swiftly.
You finally made it.
Fan Mei exclaimed, a mix of difficulty and joy in her voice.
Then glanced around and asked, where are the others? Did you come alone? Be careful. As she spoke, Fan Mei noticed the massive tube descending once more behind Xinyuan.
Yet he appeared completely unperturbed. With a graceful sidestep, he moved a meter away, the steel tube crashing heavily beside him, seemingly a stroke of luck.
It's just me. What's wrong? Are you all right? Are these divine servants really that formidable?
They are not divine servants, they are ordinary citizens and must not be harmed.
Fan Mei interjected hastily, then inquired, which department are you from, classmate? Me? I'm from the Public Relations Department.
What?
The relief etched on Fan Mei's face transformed into palpable anger as she seized Xinyuan's arm, pulling him aside to exit the danger zone.
She then shouted furiously.
Are you out of your mind? You from the Public Relations Department dared to come alone? Are you seeking death?
You need to leave quickly. These people have lost their sanity, and staying here is perilous, this is no jest. Hurry back and summon help, I can hold them off a little longer. But remember to bring those with control-type abilities. After saying this, she forcefully pushed Xinyuan back and armed herself with twin pistols, ready to press forward.
Observing her determination, Xinyuan couldn't help but touch his nose.
It seemed the students at the academy held a rather unfavorable view of the Public Relations Department.
However, recalling the demeanor of Minister Zhang Xiaojian, it seemed somewhat justified. You say to control them, but ideally without causing harm, right? Xinyuan certainly could not leave.
Understanding that it was a misunderstanding, he stepped forward again.
You need to leave now.
I can't protect you, but before she could finish her sentence, Fan Mei found herself at a loss for words. In the blink of an eye, she was enveloped in a blanket of frost. The madness that had once lingered on their faces had transformed them into beautiful ice sculptures, along with the fluorescent tubes in their hands, now possessing a touch of artistic elegance. I have done my utmost to regulate the temperature, they will likely suffer some frostbite, but it should not be fatal.
It seems this is the only recourse available to me, sighed Xinyuan, gesturing with his hands. Yet, Fan Mei displayed no reaction whatsoever, and after a prolonged silence, she murmured. When did the Public Relations Department acquire such combat prowess? Am I dreaming? At that moment, just as Xinyuan intended to inquire about the credits,
his phone buzzed with a flurry of messages. Among them were numerous distress signals, and one in particular from Yogurt Stick. Yogurt Stick, have you heard? An incident has occurred near the Eastern Academy, where a large number of civilians are exhibiting behavior influenced by deities. It is suspected to be yet another orchestrated action, with divine servants behind it. However, this time, refrain from venturing out alone, if necessary, join forces with the Academy's personnel. Clearly, there is something amiss here. As Xinyuan perused this message, his brow gradually furrowed. To be honest, he had long harbored suspicions regarding the identity of Yogurt Stick. Chapter 77, He is a human satellite. I have always been curious about your identity. You must also be a superpowered individual, and likely of a considerable rank. It seems you possess an impressive and timely understanding of numerous matters, surpassing even my own knowledge. Are you affiliated with a special department of superpowered beings? Xinyuan lowered his head to type, swiftly sending the message. Meanwhile, Junani, who was standing beneath the student dormitory, felt a sudden tightening in her chest. Had she been too conspicuous? Just moments ago, she had received alarming reports of significant anomalies in the vicinity of the academy. Her years of experience as a superpowered individual had sharpened her instincts, leading her to believe that this situation was far from ordinary. It seemed as if some formidable force was deliberately targeting the Eastern Academy amidst the recent turmoil in the superpowered world. Concerned that Xinyuan might act independently as he did when confronting human traffickers, she decided to check the student dormitory. Discovering he was not present, she sent a message via her Yogurt Stick. Little did she know, her concern would draw unnecessary attention, making it challenging to avoid suspicion. Staring blankly at the message on her phone, Junani found herself at a loss for how to respond. Just then, another message from Xinyuan arrived. What's wrong? Is it inconvenient to discuss? Are you facing difficulties?
Reading this, Junani suddenly snapped back to reality and quickly replied, "My identity is indeed extraordinary. I am a superpowered individual. I don't wish to conceal anything from you, but my circumstances are a bit complicated. Can we discuss this another time? I promise to explain why." Xinyuan read the explanation from the yogurt stick and shrugged slightly, not thinking much of it. To him, it seemed quite normal. There must be some secret departments in this world. In his mind, he had always imagined the yogurt stick as a quirky, lively girl with a humorous disposition. He was surprised to learn that such a person could belong to a clandestine organization. The disparity between one's exterior and inner self could be quite profound. Let us defer this discussion for now. It appears there are pressing matters at hand. Are you truly part of the public relations department? Why not join our inspection team instead? Lost in thought, he was suddenly interrupted by a female voice. Fan Mei approached earnestly, saying, "Of course, Xinyuan did not agree." He merely reiterated that the agreed-upon credits should not be diminished before soaring back into the academy. Observing his ascending figure, Fan Mei stood transfixed, her mouth agape not from lipstick, but rather due to the blood she had previously coughed up, rendering her incredulous. The fifth realm. "Xiamei, are you alright?" At that moment, other members of the inspection team finally arrived on the scene, gazing at the scattered ice sculptures and the collapsed Fan Mei. "Has someone come to assist you? Was it that senior of a high rank? Or perhaps the Frost War God?" With the support of her teammates, Fan Mei slowly rose to her feet, her eyes still reflecting a dreamlike bewilderment. "No, that's not it. Help me, it's a person from the Public Relations Department." "What?" Listening to Fan Mei's response, her teammates were left dumbfounded. As minutes passed, the sky gradually darkened. On the playground of the Eastern Academy, a group of more than 10 individuals gathered. Among them were the heads of the 6 special departments, Vice Dean Tang Jini, Junani, and several faculty members. Typically, members of the Public Relations Department would not be present here, but this time, an exception was made for a newcomer, Xinyuan, who had just joined the department and had already become its face. The expressions of everyone were grave, as they understood that the broader the scope of the issue, the more complex it would be. The timing, specifically at night, posed significant challenges. If this matter was not handled properly, the societal repercussions could be dire. With new students just having enrolled, there were numerous matters to attend to, and now this incident had occurred. They quickly arranged for department members to spread out and conduct inspections, as casualties had already been reported in the patrol department. The safety of the ordinary populace must be prioritized. Each department head spoke, their authority unmistakable in this setting. For the superpowered individuals, the teacher-student relationship differed significantly from that of ordinary people. For instance, Junani, although she had not officially graduated, possessed strength that surpassed that of most instructors at the Eastern Academy. The heads of these special departments also held greater authority over their respective domains than the Academy's teachers. Here, true disciples need not be inferior to their masters, and masters need not be more virtuous than their disciples. Then what are we waiting for? Let us take action. There is nothing to deliberate upon. We are still unaware of their locations, and the longer we delay, the more accidents may occur. The head of the Special Operations Department expressed his frustration, his words laced with urgency. He then glanced at Xinyuan, who had been standing quietly with his eyes closed, and said discontentedly, "A member of the Public Relations Department? I haven't seen you before. Aren't you supposed to handle menial tasks? What do you have to say here?" "Do not disturb him," Junani interjected, catching the Special Operations head by surprise. The atmosphere fell silent for a few seconds as everyone turned their gaze towards Xinyuan, whose eyes were tightly shut, brows furrowed in concentration. Just as a few other department heads were about to speak again, urging their own students, Xinyuan suddenly opened his eyes and declared, "A map." Shifting his gaze to Tang Jini, he added, "I need an aerial map of the entire school, and a pen." Tang Jini, perplexed, quickly produced a map and handed it to Xinyuan. As the map unfolded on the ground, Xinyuan remained silent, swiftly starting to draw circles on it. Before long, the map appeared to be densely marked. "These locations are where I sense individuals have been influenced. Dispatch personnel to these areas immediately," he stated.
continuing to draw as the others gathered around, astonished to see he had already marked over 100 red circles.
Originally aimless, they have now been given direction.
And they are completely taken aback by the sheer number. It is as if they have become human satellites.
Brother, are you certain? Are you of the mental type? Xinyuan disregarded him and simply stood up.
I wish to inquire about something. The Eastern Academy should possess high-level psychic superhumans, correct?
Indeed.
Noticing his serious demeanor,
Tang Genie succinctly affirmed. Thus, a question arises, there is something quite intriguing. If my conjecture is accurate, these individuals will not be present tonight, am I right? As Xinyuan spoke, his gaze locked with Tang Genie's, profound and seemingly laden with significance.
Chapter 78, A Traitor Among Us. Upon hearing this statement, Tang Genie found herself momentarily perplexed, as she had not previously contemplated this issue in depth. The urgent situation had just arisen, and she had hastily exited her quarters upon receiving the news. It was already night, and many students and instructors had retired for the evening. The emergency notification had only recently been dispatched, leaving numerous individuals still unresponsive. Thus, she had not paid much heed to the matter, reasoning that even the most pressing affairs required time for personnel adjustments. However, upon hearing Xinyuan's grave inquiry, she quickly ran through several names in her mind, her expression growing increasingly tense.
Su Yuanshan. After the last assessment for the recommended students, he had flown to the Human Alliance to submit recordings and had yet to return.
Yan Jian. He was absent from the Western Academy's opening ceremony, having recently departed on a flight for a special event requiring a psychic adept. Chen Xiong, having exhausted his mental energy during the recent battle with the Divine Servant,
was currently recuperating in bed. Yi Yang. She seemed to be away as well. It struck Tang Genie with astonishment that all those capable of undertaking Xinyuan's task were indeed absent. This could merely be a coincidence. Perhaps an unfortunate turn of events.
I understand, of course, that this is but a coincidence. If it were a situation contrived by human hands, it would be utterly terrifying, suggesting a pervasive rot from the top down, Xinyuan replied. However, during my earlier perception, I discerned many other matters. If I were to hazard a bold guess, I might be compelled to voice an unwelcome truth. There is likely a mole within the Eastern Academy or among the psychics, and their rank may be quite significant. The surrounding ministers had begun arranging for the relevant combat members and were en route to the location indicated by Xinyuan when this revelation halted them in their tracks. The atmosphere in the room shifted, becoming subtly charged.
A mole is always a sensitive topic for any organization. And what does it mean for their rank to be significant?
The individuals present were, after all, not of low standing. Silence enveloped the room as everyone regarded Xinyuan, simultaneously casting sidelong glances at one another.
Ultimately,
it was Tang Genie who swiftly interjected to stabilize the situation. Given the current circumstances, it would be prudent to refrain from discussing uncertainties.
I trust that everyone is above reproach. Thank you for your hard work tonight.
Xinyuan had long harbored this suspicion, for upon receiving that crimson envelope, the voice of all things had warned him of the possibility of a traitor. At the time, he had considered the matter unrelated to him, believing it best left to those responsible. Yet, it seemed that thereafter, no word had surfaced, as if it had sunk into silence. Seizing the opportunity today, he addressed the matter directly, acknowledging that if it remained unspoken, it could lead to significant issues in the future. Yet, while Xinyuan was the one to unveil the hidden wounds, Tang Genie acted swiftly to staunch the bleeding. Regardless of the validity of Xinyuan's claims, further investigation would be warranted later. At this juncture, it would be regrettable if the core members of the Academy began to harbor suspicions against one another due to this incident. Indeed. The group nodded in unison towards the Vice Dean, their expressions serious as they prepared to head towards the site of the disturbance. Although the situation was troublesome and could have adverse repercussions in the future, the danger remained relatively low. The misled populace, no matter how vocal,
was unlikely to pose a threat to them.
Wait! Just as they were about to set off, Xinyuan suddenly called out to them, causing an involuntary shiver among the group at his words.
Although they had committed no wrongdoing, an inexplicable fear loomed that Xinyuan might utter something shocking. Strangely,
They had momentarily forgotten his role in the public relations department and found themselves somewhat intimidated by him. This situation was far from simple, indeed. There were divine servants operating behind the scenes. As he spoke, Xinyuan used a pen to draw additional circles on the already marked map. These locations, he stated, are where I have detected the presence of divine servants. They are likely mingling among the ordinary, misled populace, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Knowing you cannot harm the common people. Therefore, it is crucial to inform everyone to exercise utmost caution. If circumstances become extraordinary, I believe that regardless of the situation, one's safety must take precedence. Furthermore, the areas I have not marked do not necessarily imply their absence. In any case, remain vigilant. Upon hearing Xinyuan's words, all the ministers furrowed their brows, standing solemnly in place. If this were the case, the severity of the situation escalated to a higher level, with the dangers significantly increased. "Brother, what is your name?" asked a minister who had previously held some bias against the public relations department as he approached. "Xinyuan," he replied. "Good, I shall remember that. We owe you a debt today, time is of the essence, so we must depart." He clapped Xinyuan on the shoulder, and in an instant, he transformed into a streak of light, racing off in a particular direction. It was evident he was also a participant of at least the fifth realm. The others nodded at Xinyuan before swiftly taking flight. Tang Jini began issuing commands to the combat instructors, organizing personnel to move towards the vicinity of the academy. As he watched everyone depart, Vice Dean Tang also shifted to coordinate troop movements. Xinyuan hesitated for a moment, turning to the companion by his side, Junani. "I believe I can trust you. When I handed you the envelope, did you deliver it directly to the dean? Did he mention anything?" Junani pondered for a moment before gently shaking his head. Xinyuan then inquired, "What about now, with such an incident occurring at the academy, where is he?" "Generally speaking, unless confronted with a significant crisis that necessitates the intervention of the dean, most unforeseen circumstances are managed by the student organizations themselves. It is precisely for this reason that the members of the 6 core departments within the academy are already seasoned superpowered individuals. In more instances, it is merely the vice dean who steps in." Upon hearing this response, Xinyuan could not help but furrow his brow. This seemed to transcend mere nonchalance, bordering on sheer irresponsibility. Chapter 79, The weight of responsibility and boundaries within. Xinyuan furrowed his brow, utterly perplexed. The voice of all things had bestowed upon him an extraordinary ability to perceive various messages, yet it simultaneously enhanced his sixth sense. When inundated with an overwhelming amount of information, the brain sometimes falters in processing it adeptly. However, one's subconscious often steps in to assist. This phenomenon is the genesis of intuition. Much like when Xinyuan decided to accept that 3-hour task, he was acutely aware of the inherent dangers. Yet his subconscious brimmed with confidence, assuring him that he would at least survive. Yet now, an unsettling intuition loomed over him. Despite the absence of formidable adversaries, an inexplicable sense of oppression and crisis gnawed at him, leaving him uncertain of its origin. As his mind wandered through these convoluted thoughts, Junani abruptly spoke, "It seems you didn't mention any monetary compensation this time. Are you volunteering?" Xinyuan pondered this for a few moments, observing the hint of amusement on Junani's face, and shrugged. "But there are credits involved, aren't there?" Junani nodded, choosing not to delve deeper into the topic, instead beginning to levitate slowly. "Let us leave it at that. I'll go check things out. Feel free to reach out if anything arises." Xinyuan replied. "But you haven't added my contact information. How will you reach me?" Junani's heart skipped a beat as his mind raced. He quickly responded, "I meant to say, through the core departments group. I can also use that channel." "Oh." As he watched Junani swiftly depart, Xinyuan made his way toward the periphery. At this moment, the vast expanse of the Eastern Academy was besieged from all directions by frenzied crowds. The streets were filled with lifeless eyes, resembling mere shells of humanity, clashing violently with the Academy's instructors and students. The injuries sustained by the Academy were notably more severe. The mindless populace could launch relentless assaults, while the Academy's personnel were compelled to safeguard their safety, both teachers and students alike. This battle was unprecedented, even for the most seasoned of superpowered individuals. In the past, when confronted with godlike apparitions, capable of obliterating cities with ease, and the terrifying presence that loomed over the horizon, they had never felt fear or hesitated. Those who dared to draw their blades against deities could hardly be intimidated by death. Yet this time, they found themselves retreating step by step. What pressed them into submission was not the sharpness of blades or the devastation of energy, but rather the weight of their own responsibilities and moral boundaries. This was an utterly unequal confrontation. Boom! With a thunderous sound, several senior students from the Special Operations Division were hurled backward. The leader among them possessed strength equivalent to the fourth realm. Was the allure of the divine this formidable? As they hastily bandaged their wounds, a heavy gravity settled in their hearts. They attempted several times to subdue one another without inflicting harm, yet they utterly failed. In the process, it was they who sustained injuries. Suddenly, a meteor streaked down from the heavens, landing between them and the crowd with a resounding thud. Xinyuan raised his hand. Icy tendrils swirling, and in a flash, he appeared before a figure, conjuring a long blade in his grasp. Silencing the individual with a hand over their mouth, he exhibited no hesitation. With a swift motion, he severed their throat. Without a backward glance, he pivoted his wrist, thrusting the blade backward, piercing through the chest. The two had scarcely time to mount any effective resistance before they fell, vanquished in an instant. If Xinyuan gleaned anything from the preceding skirmishes, it was the understanding that combat is not merely a tit-for-tat exchange of blows, but rather a ruthless endeavor aimed at delivering a fatal strike. It seemed as if he possessed an innate talent. With each encounter, his actions became increasingly deft. Now, were he to engage in a brawl, he might find himself at a loss for how to initiate. After swiftly dispatching the two, the stunned voices of the remaining students finally erupted in protest. Stop! As the words left their lips, the two corpses lay before them, rendering them speechless. They had anticipated the arrival of a fifth-tier powerhouse to aid them, only to be confronted by a harbinger of death. How could this be tolerated? What are you doing? They are innocent civilians, misled but redeemable. A wave of frost emanated from Xinyuan, encasing the remaining individuals in ice as he spoke. The others may be innocent, but these two are divine servants, disguised among the populace. If you continue to hesitate and refrain from acting, you may soon find yourselves ensnared by their treachery. What? Exclaimed a shocked student from the fourth tier. How did you discern that? Do not be foolish. Who decreed that divine servants must don outlandish attire? At that moment, another student approached an ice sculpture, addressing Xinyuan. Is it safe to maintain this freezing? Ordinary individuals may not withstand it. I have regulated the temperature, Xinyuan replied. Injury may be unavoidable, yet it should not prove fatal. In light of these minutiae, one's own life held greater significance. Although it is commendable to safeguard the populace, divine servants may infiltrate the ranks, poised to unleash an assault at any moment. Thus, it would be wise to exercise caution when the time comes to act. I believe it is prudent to prioritize your own safety above all else. With that, Xinyuan soared into the air, veering toward another direction. Since his involvement, the divine servants suddenly perceived that the situation had grown considerably more dire. Previously, mingling among the ordinary populace, they had brazenly attacked the extraordinary practitioners of the Eastern Academy. Watching those once superior to them hesitate out of concern for the civilians, suffering attacks in vain, they reveled in their advantage. Yet, unbeknownst to them, a relentless reaper frequently descended from the skies, striking without hesitation and delivering death. The voice of all things clearly reveals to Xinyuan who the divine servant is. Striking with precision, with his singular strength, he transforms the battle into one marked by iron and bloodshed. Moreover, the ministers who had previously received warnings from Xinyuan began to alter their battle strategies, cautioning their subordinates. Act decisively when necessary, without endangering lives. They urged. One's own life is paramount. As a result of this shift, the divine servant began to rally the ordinary populace, urging them to unite. There was also a sense of reluctance to continue the charade, as he exploited the surrounding crowd to take direct action. Meanwhile, Emochingu, the head of the Eastern Academy, remained conspicuously absent. At this moment, he had been in a space of his own creation, spending several hours in the company of Xinyuan.
Indeed. It was rather irresponsible of him. Chapter 80, I may be useless, but I am not yet dead.
At this moment, Emochingu was seated in a chair, eyes closed. As a phantom book slowly materialized in his hands, growing denser and more substantial.
His entire being was hunched over, struggling to maintain an upright posture, while beads of sweat appeared on his brow. Opposite him sat Xinyuan, quietly observing this elder. The foremost figure beneath the title of Marquis now lacked the vigor of a formidable deity,
instead emanating a sense of fragility akin to that of a candle nearing its end. Xinyuan's gaze, which had initially been filled with wariness and reverence,
gradually transformed into familiarity, tinged with a hint of pity.
Although her interactions with this director had been limited, her brief acquaintance revealed him to be a cunning and powerful fox. Yet, during these past few hours, he had not imparted any enlightening words or shared secrets of enhancing one's abilities. Rather, he conversed like a solitary elder reminiscing about times long forgotten, discussing mundane tales that few would ever listen to.
Xinyuan never interrupted, patiently allowing him to conclude his narratives. Approaching 70, Emochingu had once been celebrated as the most gifted individual of his generation, his extraordinary abilities considered unparalleled in human history. He was thought to be the likely first esper to ascend to the 9th realm. However, fate played a cruel jest on him, at the pinnacle of his life. A retaliatory attack by divine servants led to the tragic loss of his wife and daughter. Despite this profound transformation in character, he did not succumb to despair. Instead,
alongside his burgeoning brutality, his powers escalated rapidly.
Ultimately, after becoming the youngest 7th realm esper, he took on his first direct disciple. To this disciple,
he offered his full knowledge yet maintained an unyielding strictness, for the tragic demise of his loved ones served as a grim reminder: without strength in this world,
one cannot even master their own fate. Thus, all else paled in comparison, power was paramount.
Even though he held great affection for this disciple, he adopted a stern demeanor,
fearing that his kindness might lead to complacency.
Though he praised his disciple to outsiders, he never once did so in private. Under his rigorous and often extreme tutelage, the disciple's abilities rapidly eclipsed those of his peers, yet he became increasingly paranoid and irritable, convinced of his companion's inadequacy. Such a temperament inevitably attracted the ire of the divine servants, culminating in a devastating assault by two powerful deities, leaving nothing of him behind.
Thereafter,
Emochingu withdrew from the world, and upon re-emerging years later, he bore the appearance of a jolly old man, his hair and beard white as snow.
His prowess, however, remained stagnant at the 7th realm, with no further advancement.
Upon assuming the role of president of the Eastern Academy, he took under his wing a remarkably gifted young girl, his second direct disciple, Xinyuan. The young girl was an abandoned infant, deprived of affection from an early age,
while Emochingu had also been stripped of all his loved ones by fate.
Together, they supported each other emotionally, resembling a father-daughter bond. Emochingu shed all his past obsessions, urging her to diligently cultivate her skills without ever pressuring her, hoping only for her to grow up healthily and normally.
Alas!
It seemed that fate was not aligned with their wishes.
Xinyuan, his most devoted disciple, was considered by him a form of redemption. At last, the light in his hands faded, and a book took shape.
Emochingu smiled, though the wrinkles on his face deepened a little.
I am a failure, in my youth.
I could not protect my wife and children. In my middle age, I failed to safeguard my disciple, and now, in my old age, I find myself incapable of educating a child.
After so many years of mediocrity, neither in conduct nor in strength had I improved. Hence,
I truly hesitate to teach you, fearing I might mislead another.
As he spoke, a bitter expression overtook his face, and Xinyuan, sensing his distress,
was uncertain how to offer comfort. Yet, in this world, perhaps no one can teach you your true extraordinary ability, which I term the 9 transformations of the primordial phoenix.
9 rebirths through flames. 9 instances of nirvana.
Only then will you become the singular phoenix in this realm.
I fear I cannot impart you with successful experiences.
But I do possess numerous lessons from failure, which I have already shared with you. Remember, strive to surpass yourself, but do not endlessly crave power,
for such yearning often leads to dire outcomes.
I was once like that, and so was your senior sister. This book you hold contains nothing. For 1,000 individuals will glean 1,000 meanings from it,
what is recorded within will reflect your innermost thoughts. After expressing these sentiments, Mo Chingu appeared to unburden himself. Relaxing significantly, and with a smile asked, "Child, do you know? 50 years ago, there was not a single 9th-level superhuman in this world. Can you guess how many exist now?" I do not know," Xinyuan hesitantly replied. However, Mo Chingu's subsequent words astonished her. "Currently, there remains not a single one. In this realm, no one has ever attained sainthood. 9 is the pinnacle of numbers, yet it has stymied the entirety of humanity. In my youth, I was deemed most likely to break through, yet I became a mere waste. Now, I hold greater faith in you. Press on." Mo Chingu beamed at Xinyuan. "I believe in you, you are truly formidable." "Thank you, but I must disagree on one point," Xinyuan replied, lowering her head. "I do not see you as a waste, nor as a failure. I believe those events are not your fault. Teacher." Upon hearing Xinyuan's words, Mo Chingu was momentarily taken aback. When she called him teacher, it felt as if a flicker of light pierced through the long-standing shadows of his heart. "Ha ha ha. Good, good. Thank you. In the end, there is someone willing to listen to this old man's ramblings and offer comfort. Alas, it is truly lamentable, I have indeed become a failure. Having failed to safeguard anyone throughout my life, and now, at this moment, I have not even managed to protect my own academy. Look at these wretches. They have come to vex me once more." As he spoke, Mo Chingu unraveled the fabric of space and returned to the realm of reality. His entire demeanor transformed. No longer did he exude the air of despondency, but rather, a formidable aura swirled around him, akin to mighty dragons enveloping his being. Then, before Xinyuan could fully comprehend the situation, he soared into the sky. A colossal golden canopy erupted from his form, radiating outward at the speed of light, instantly enveloping the entirety of the Eastern Academy. With arms raised heavenward, he upheld the golden dome that shielded the entire academy, an overwhelming surge of energy cascading forth, reverberating with the majesty of divine power. "You wretched servants! I may have fallen, but I have not yet perished." Chapter 81, Nocturnal Confabulations. Is there nothing else? "You wretched servants of the divine! Though I may be incapacitated, I am not yet deceased. Before I am interred, you would do well to keep your distance from the Eastern Academy." As the words fell from my lips, the golden barrier expanded rapidly once more, sweeping over the bodies of all present at the speed of light. At that moment, Xinyuan was still darting about, apprehending one divine servant after another, dispatching them with his icy spear. Yet, a rather troublesome predicament had arisen. The divine servants had realized that they could discern who among them was the true servant of the divine, and thus had openly revealed their hand. Aware of their inferiority against Xinyuan, those previously manipulated commoners had now become human shields for the divine servants, bound before them as instruments of intimidation. Xinyuan was initially unfazed by this threat, prepared to act decisively. However, the surrounding superhumans, wary of potential collateral damage, sternly restrained him. They were intent on negotiating with the divine servants. Such behavior struck Xinyuan as utterly incomprehensible. He could only observe while seeking an opportunity to eliminate them swiftly. Suddenly, he felt a jolt within his chest, the cacophony of the world rising in a deafening roar. This disconcerting sensation mirrored that which he had experienced during his novice phase, the first time he encountered a divine servant. What was happening? Abruptly, he lifted his gaze and shouted, "Be cautious!" Without regard for anyone else, he instinctively shielded his vital points. Even with his demigod form, an unsettling feeling lingered. The warning from the voice of all things was alarmingly dire. In the next instant, a terrifying golden energy barrier surged through him, radiating in overwhelming force. Yet, nothing transpired. Xinyuan. He slowly raised his head, inspecting his body for any signs of harm. I am unscathed? He had braced himself to endure something severe, only to find he bore no injuries? It felt akin to a thunderous proclamation that fizzled into nothingness, leaving him quite vexed. However, upon casting his gaze around, he discovered that the other students and commoners were similarly perplexed, standing in a daze. In stark contrast, the divine servants had become ensnared by the golden barrier, retreating in a state of agony.
Their forms emitted dark smoke, convulsing as if undergoing immense torment. Yet, amidst the brilliance of the golden light, they gaped in silence, unable to utter a sound as they endured this silent torment. Before long, their bodies were consumed by flames, dissipating into wisps of black smoke, akin to unwilling specters of vengeance. Throughout the periphery of the Eastern Academy, such events unfolded incessantly. The commoners and students remained unharmed, however, upon contact with the golden barrier. The divine servants were met with its terrifying visage, harvesting their lives with ruthless efficiency. This barrier exhibited a gentle demeanor toward its own, yet displayed an extraordinary ferocity toward its foes. Xinyuan lifted his head, squinting slightly as he gazed at the golden figure in the sky, reminiscent of a colossal Buddha. At that moment, two thoughts occupied his mind. First, just how many extraordinary abilities does this fellow possess? He appears akin to a treasure trove. Second, why did this dean not take action earlier, possessing such prowess? What a waste of time spent gaming. After a lengthy internal monologue, Xinyuan observed the crowd around him, which had now stabilized, and then soared into the air towards Mo-Chingu's position. Mo-Chingu floated in mid-air, raising his hand to reveal two deceased divine embryos hovering before him. With a firm grip, he crushed them, causing them to explode into radiant light that dissipated across the heavens. In the next moment, a group of airborne superhumans approached, halting in front of them. "Hello everyone. Thank you for your hard work tonight." "Hard work? If you had emerged sooner, we could all have gone home to sleep." Xinyuan scoffed internally. Nevertheless, it mattered little. At least he had earned some credits. "Where were you just now? Is this ability a new creation of yours?" "I've never seen it before," Vice Dean Tang Genie inquired, refraining from pressing him on why he had not appeared earlier, perhaps out of habit. Upon hearing Tang Genie's words, Xinyuan was taken aback. This implied that the dean's abilities had diversified to the extent that even those fighting alongside him were not entirely aware of them. Mo-Chingu casually deflected the question, shifting the topic. "Ah, yes, I was chatting with someone and took on a disciple." "Who?" Tang Genie asked, astonished. Given her knowledge of some of Mo-Chingu's past, she had never anticipated his willingness to accept another disciple. "I won't disclose who it is, let us keep this between us," Mo-Chingu replied with a smile. "I doubt I have much to teach her, and I certainly don't want to burden her with any complications due to my involvement." With that, he began directing everyone to hurry back, emphasizing the importance of rest before the official classes at the Eastern Academy commenced the following day. As for the issue of inciting the public, he had already notified the military that was a concern for another day. Thus, this exceptionally troublesome recurrence was swiftly resolved by Mo-Chingu with decisive action. The crowd nodded in acknowledgement and began to disperse. However, as people continued to leave, Xinyuan lingered, floating in place, seemingly without intention to depart. Vice Dean Tang Genie noticed him and inquired, "Child, is there something you wish to discuss?" "I would like to have a brief conversation with the dean, just to ask a few questions," Xinyuan replied with a smile. The remaining individuals cast him bewildered glances, unsure of his intentions, yet they gradually vacated the area, granting the two some privacy to converse. "Ha! Young man, what queries do you have for me?" "I assure you, I possess considerable knowledge," Mo-Chingu said, gliding closer and giving Xinyuan's shoulder an encouraging pat, grinning warmly. Xinyuan immediately donned a professional smile and spoke, "Oh, it's really nothing much, I just wanted to ask you a question. Remember the red envelope I gave you? What did it say inside?" Mo-Ching's expression stiffened momentarily. "Ah. Hasn't that matter already passed?" he replied. "It's just about the previous incident, concerning the potential organization of a divine descent. However, I did not anticipate such a large scale, nor the number of individuals involved. This is my oversight, and I sincerely apologize for the trouble you endured last time." He then quickly endeavored to appease, saying, "The rewards are currently under review by the Human Alliance, so rest assured, you shall not be overlooked." Yet, Xinyuan's intentions were not so simple this time. A flicker of doubt crossed his eyes. "Is that all? Did nothing else come up?" "Indeed, there is nothing more," Mo Cheng affirmed resolutely. Chapter 82. At least someone should accompany him to play games. Xinyuan and Mo exchanged warm smiles, their gazes locking for a brief moment. Before the atmosphere could grow too tense, Xinyuan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ah, I see. That's fine then, I'm quite curious." With a swift farewell to Dean Mo, he turned on his heel, his expression shifting as he hurried toward his apartment building. His mind was in a slight disarray. He could not fathom why Mo had made such a statement, especially since the warning from the voice of all things had pertained to information about an insider. He did not wish to speculate on the matter, it was best to leave promptly. Boldly conjecturing, if Mo were indeed the insider, then there would be no hope for anyone, everyone would be doomed together. Thus, that night, many found themselves sleepless. Mo returned to his room and settled into a recliner. Gazing up at the photographs adorning the walls, each one a testament to the familial bonds and tender emotions he once cherished. Without turning on the lights, he sat in silence, the image of Xinyuan's earlier visit replaying in his mind. Both had worn polite smiles. Yet it was one of those rare moments in his life when he felt a sense of unease. That child, did he know something? Meanwhile, Xinyuan lay in her bed, cradling the book gifted to her by Mo. She could still recall his parting words, "Our teacher-student relationship is something only the two of us are privy to. I wish to assist you, but I fear I may hinder you one day." Xinyuan lay there, mulling over his statement repeatedly. Their teacher-student relationship was perplexing. It had been established in such an informal manner, and her mentor appeared burdened with unspoken thoughts. It felt as if he owed her something, despite being the one to take her under his wing. Confronting him or avoiding confrontation, that was the dilemma. At that moment, Junani sat at the edge of her bed, twirling a ballpoint pen while playing a simple game. She found herself ensnared in an endless quandary, worrying that the disparity between her online and offline personas might lead to social ruin. However, as time dragged on, the situation grew increasingly awkward. Xinyuan arrived at school and began to establish connections with various individuals, even exchanging contact information with Zheng Xiaojian. Yet, as the earliest acquaintance, she found herself lacking even the semblance of contact, since they had already connected as online friends. Confronting him. Ultimately, after much deliberation, she concluded that she still needed to confront him, but she was at a loss for words. Frustrated, she buried her head into her pillow as if wishing to become a turtle retreating into its shell for a few minutes. With a sigh of relief, her face flushed with a hint of oxygen deprivation, she rolled onto her back. Reflecting on Xinyuan's words, she realized he seemed different today. With his almost prophetic intuition, he had directly mentioned the presence of an insider, suggesting that he had been holding back for quite some time. Did he harbor suspicions about anyone? Had he even questioned her? He ultimately sought a private conversation with Dean Mo. What transpired between them remains a mystery. Surely, he is grappling with his thoughts now. As she pondered this, she picked up her phone and happened upon a message from Xinyuan. "Traveler, are you there?" Junani furrowed her brow upon reading his message, instinctively assuming it was about something significant. Having just informed him of her extraordinary identity, it was likely he wished to inquire further. Immediately, she sat upright, leaning against the headboard, her demeanor shifting to one of solemnity. "Yogurt stick, I'm here." Moments later, another message arrived. "Traveler, are you logging in? Traveler, a new character has been released." Junani's expression froze upon reading this, her emotions becoming disjointed. Wasn't this supposed to be a serious discussion? How did it escalate to logging in? The abrupt shift was astonishing. It was quintessentially him. Upon returning, Xinyuan did not exhibit the turmoil others anticipated. Instead, he disregarded everything and dove straight into the game. The concerns of traders seemed trivial when compared to the allure of gameplay. To be honest, she felt like a volunteer that night, with no significant rewards for her efforts in punctuation and elimination. Reflecting on it now, she felt immensely shortchanged. Although there was mention of credits, witnessing the vice dean and various leaders overwhelmed with stress, she refrained from offering further commentary. Thus, the labor of the day was undeniably disproportionate to his usual expectations, leaving him with an overwhelming sense of compulsory overtime. Regardless, he had already addressed the trader issue, if the higher-ups chose to disregard it. That was their irresponsibility. He was merely a student, after all, and should not shoulder such burdens. It must be noted that Zhang Xiaojian, the head of one of the 6 core student departments, had entirely absented himself that evening, indulging in leisure without a care. Presumably, after enjoying life, he simply retired for the night, embodying the essence of comfort. Ultimately, after staring at Xinyuan's messages for a few seconds, Junani couldn't help but smile resignedly, agreeing to accompany him for an all-night gaming session. If no one was willing to reward him for his contributions, at least someone should be there to share in the gaming experience. Of course, this led to the following day, when, during the inaugural class of the semester at Dongfang Academy, it was evident that Xinyuan was not in peak condition. 56 students stood in the open space of the playground, comprising the current cohort of recommended students, alongside a select few exceptionally talented newcomers. In the students' own words, they were akin to a rocket class or an experimental group. Xinyuan, amidst the crowd, stifled a yawn. He pondered what the supernatural academy could possibly be teaching, starting the first class outdoors. Physical education? Many of the students were quite familiar to him, including Yi Zilian and Qi Hong, among others. And then there was Lu Peng, who decisively approached him. Overly eager as he exclaimed, "Boss, you're here." He. "Xinyuan, I have arrived, so what are you chuckling about? Are you really that foolish?" Glancing at my watch, I noted that there was still about a minute left until the scheduled class time, yet the teacher had not yet appeared. Is it customary for the instructor to be tardy on the first day of school? Just as I was pondering this, a dark shadow loomed above me. And in the next instant, a towering figure descended from the heavens, crashing to the ground before all of us like a meteorite. A deafening roar interrupted the chatter of the students, and we all turned to face the imposing figure, a man towering at least 2 meters tall with a rugged visage. He bore a fierce expression, lacking any semblance of a teacher. Instead, he resembled a fearsome crime lord who had just escaped from prison. He scanned the room, his gaze sweeping across the faces of each student, nodding slightly. All 56 of us were present. It seemed my prepared teaching staff would remain unused for the time being. With that, he thrust a massive 3-meter-long black ruler forcefully into the ground, producing a resonant hum. Chapter 83, Cultivating an Invincible Heart Amidst Continuous Failures. Silence enveloped the room, a peculiar atmosphere casting a spell over everyone present, causing their lips to twitch in disbelief. Is this individual truly a teacher, or have they mistakenly entered the wrong set? Soon, the students' gazes shifted to the ground, where a colossal steel ruler continued to emit a low hum. At this moment, the object was deeply embedded in the earth. The surrounding ground cracked and fractured. A teaching rod? Is this what they refer to? Surely, this thing could be lethal. Observing the stunned crowd, the imposing man with a dark visage nodded slightly. I am Niujingyu, your instructor for the first lesson of this new term, though I cannot fully claim the title of teacher. Seeing your submissive expressions irks me somewhat. I had hoped for a rebellious spirit to challenge me. However, perhaps it is for the best. Surely, you do not consider yourselves mere ordinary students? This is a place dedicated to the cultivation of warriors who will battle against the divine. If you do not wish to become the first corpse to fall in the future, I advise you to abandon your careless demeanor every single day you spend in this academy. With that declaration, Niujingyu took a step forward, his towering physique instilling an even greater sense of intimidation. Traditionally, during the opening ceremony, upperclassmen would take the opportunity to bully the newcomers. For after a year of rigorous training, most students would experience a significant enhancement in their abilities. Since none of you have dared to step forward, my teaching rod shall remain unused for now. Let us commence with today's lesson. The first question is, can you guess what type of teacher I am? As the question lingered, silence prevailed, with not a single soul daring to respond. The formidable aura that Niujingyu exuded left the students in such shock that they could hardly fathom the notion of this man, who resembled a criminal, being their instructor. Niujingyu seemed to have anticipated this reaction, showing no surprise as he casually pointed to a girl in the front row, Yi Zilian. You, what do you think? What kind of teacher am I? I believe you might be our combat instructor, Yi Zilian replied without hesitation. To judge a person solely based on appearances is both foolish and commonplace. However, you have erred. I am your psychology instructor, here to provide psychological counseling. With that,
Niu Jingyu revealed a particularly menacing grin. What you are about to do is to keep your legs as straight as possible and tighten your sphincter to avoid embarrassment. As he spoke, a beautiful woman wearing glasses quietly approached and stood behind him. Allow me to introduce your teaching assistant, you may call her Teacher Shui. Her primary responsibility is to protect you from becoming fools, as I hold you in high regard and will show no mercy. Listening to the frightening words spilling from his mouth, the students could not help but tense their muscles. What is the purpose of this? What is he saying? However, Niu Jingyu was utterly indifferent to the psychological harm he might inflict on others, continuing to speak for himself. I believe you have all experienced moments when faced with challenges, such as during examinations, uttering phrases like "May heaven protect me" or "I hope for divine guardianship," but from this day forth, such notions shall be severed from your lives. What you must confront henceforth are the very things you once beseeched for protection. From now on, you are all but condemned by heaven. Nothing will shield you, starting today. You must become the masters of your own destinies. Now, let the psychological guidance commence. With that declaration, without granting the students a moment to prepare, Niu Jingyu fixed them with a piercing gaze, an overwhelming aura of terror enveloping all present. In that instant, the air seemed to transform into a viscous liquid, even solidifying, rendering breath itself a challenge. Every individual felt their legs weaken, as if burdened by the weight of a mountain. Their pupils dilated, and the only sensation permeating their hearts was one of sheer terror. This fear, inexplicable and devoid of any tangible reality, arose from the depths of their souls. A chilling tremor. In that moment, they glimpsed the vast ocean, the gaping abyss, and the infinite expanse of the starry sky. Within the inky blackness of the ocean lurked unfathomable leviathans, while the abyss yawned like an insatiable maw, consuming all living beings. Above, countless crimson eyes seemed to observe them. A profound dread, stemming from their very souls, engulfed each individual, and they could distinctly hear the rapid thrum of their own heartbeats. Observing the overwhelmed expressions of his students, Niu Jingyu maintained his stoic demeanor, pacing as he continued to speak. The most crucial ability of a superhuman is not muscle or extraordinary powers, but rather the fortitude of your spirit. If you were to truly confront a deity, you might be so easily swayed. This profound pressure, emanating from the depths of your soul, can awaken a sense of servitude, compelling one to kneel and worship. A superhuman must possess an indomitable heart. Even arrogance and hubris are preferable to timidity and weakness. Yet, when confronted by a true high-ranking deity, all are rendered insignificant. Thus arises a perplexing paradox: you must cultivate an invincible spirit through a continuous cycle of failure. As he walked, ostensibly indifferent to the students' fates, Niu Jingyu nonetheless observed each one's condition with careful attention. Suddenly, a student curled into a ball, clutching his head, trembling like a helpless child, muttering incoherently, I can't, please, I was wrong." Niu Jingyu sighed, a flicker of compassion crossing his face before it quickly vanished. And he mocked loudly, "The first to falter is a boy, how unfortunate to have grown such a thing." Yet, at that moment, no one noticed who had collapsed. Each was too engulfed in their own turmoil. Just then, Qihong let out a primal roar, his stature soaring to 2.5 meters, his fierce crimson eyes locked onto Niu Jingyu. Niu Jingyu observed him, nodding with a hint of satisfaction, yet his words remained unkind. Utilizing extraordinary abilities for resistance is acceptable, but it is merely a fait of bravado. At that moment, however, he suddenly noticed an individual who appeared distinctly out of place. To his astonishment, the person yawned. Was his vision deceiving him? Who was this? Furthermore, why had he failed to notice him earlier? The demigod, Xinyuan, possessed a remarkable resilience against such pressure, especially since he had previously encountered divinity up close, rendering him less affected than others. Moreover, he was acutely aware of his uniqueness as the most exceptional being in the entire world, which inherently instilled within him a formidable sense of invincibility. To avoid drawing undue attention, he had consistently activated his stealth abilities, ensuring that Niu Jingyu remained oblivious to his presence. Yet now, his yawn, tinged with a hint of weariness, left Niu Jingyu utterly astonished. Chapter 84, Have you ever killed someone? Blinking in disbelief, Niu Jingyu fixed his gaze intently on the seemingly unfazed Xinyuan. There seemed to be something amiss with this individual, even if he possessed some resilience. Yawning seemed rather disrespectful under the circumstances. Surely, he couldn't have spent the entire night gaming? After scrutinizing Xinyuan for a few moments longer, he promptly shifted his attention to the other students. In a mere span of 10 minutes, several individuals had succumbed to fatigue and lay down. The strikingly beautiful teaching assistant in black stockings hurried over to guide them aside, preventing them from appearing foolish later on. Those still standing were predominantly the elite students. The C-Army de la C-Army, all assured of direct admission. Among them was Lu Peng, who was also holding on. At this moment, he felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. By chance, he caught a glimpse of Xinyuan, who was lazily yawning with drooping eyelids. Lu Peng thought to himself, I have a rather exasperated sentiment that I'm unsure whether I should express. This was quite absurd. While they were on the brink of collapse, Xinyuan appeared entirely unperturbed. This shocking realization even overshadowed the tremors of anxiety within Lu Peng, who helplessly muttered, "Boss, you truly are a freak. Are you genuinely unaffected?" Xinyuan turned his head, observing Lu Peng, who looked almost lifeless, and softly remarked, "Honestly, I don't quite understand why you all are being so earnest. Why not just lie down and pretend to be faint? You'd be just fine." Lu Peng's eyes widened in disbelief at this suggestion. Was such a tactic even permissible? Why did your shortcuts always seem so unconventional? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lu Peng resolved to take his advice and promptly dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding a mishap with his nose. However, after a few seconds, he found himself still awaiting assistance. The reason was clear: Niu Jingyu had overheard Xinyuan's words. "Leave him, let him lie there," he instructed, continuing to observe the others. While the assistant cast a sympathetic glance at Lu Peng on the ground. Lu Peng lamented, "Why is no one attending to me?" A few minutes later, his physical and mental state had deteriorated to the point of near collapse, yet no one came to his aid. "Boss, you've betrayed me," he muttered incoherently before finally losing consciousness. In an instant, Niu Jingyu appeared at his side, lifting him as if he were a drenched stray dog and tossing him outside. "Ah, trying to take shortcuts, are we? Just because someone else is impressive, you think you can follow suit?" With a thunderous shout, the oppressive atmosphere that had weighed upon everyone lifted instantaneously, causing all to collapse in unison, like a field of wheat bowing before a tempest. The preceding sensations were akin to drowning or a nightmare. With the sudden release of pressure, each person felt utterly drained, gasping for air as though starved of oxygen. As the sole student standing amidst the crowd, Xinyuan appeared momentarily perplexed. However, he soon displayed a keen sense of awareness and gracefully settled into a cross-legged position, merging with the group. Yet, Niu Jingyu proactively approached him, gesturing for him to rise. "What is your name, young man? You seem quite resilient," he inquired. "Xinyuan," came the reply. But daring to yawn in my class is rather disrespectful. Do provide an explanation. What is the reason behind it?" Niu Jingyu revealed his characteristic menacing grin, clearly employing his time-worn tactic of intimidating students. "Ah, I apologize. I didn't rest well, as I was up all night gaming," Xinyuan responded. Niu Jingyu was taken aback, his fierce demeanor faltering. "Should I commend your honesty?" Perhaps that is unnecessary, teacher," he retorted. "What is your special ability? Something psychic?" "Me? I wield energy chains." Niu Jingyu fell silent, turning away in frustration, his mood soured as he strode to the front of the line, observing the students as they rested. After only a few minutes, he abruptly stood and commanded, "Stand up." A chorus of groans erupted from the crowd, unprepared for such intensity. This was no ordinary school, it felt more akin to a military environment. "Stand up. Stop acting like a bunch of cowards," Niu Jingyu bellowed, his furious tone compelling everyone to rise. "You are superhumans, do you understand? You are meant to protect the world, not the other way around. Do you know what transpired last night while you little rascals were asleep? The Eastern Academy was suddenly attacked. It was your seniors, teachers, and the principal who shielded you from these events, allowing you to rest peacefully. And yet, you chose to play games all night. How dare you utter such words?" He cast a pointed glance at Xinyuan as he spoke. "You think you have an abundance of time? The world is undergoing dramatic changes. The united humanity is convening daily,
and when the crucial moment arrives, you will no longer be mere students, you will be warriors.
Do you believe I am hastening your growth? Subjecting you to devilish training for a quick fix? Absolutely not.
This is foundational training. Everything you are doing now serves one purpose: to ensure that when you confront deities, you can stand your ground instead of collapsing to the ground. As Niu Jingyu's stern voice resonated, all students stood upright, daring not to voice any complaints or display laziness,
transforming into a more disciplined and serious assembly than when they first arrived.
Niu Jingyu nodded. The academy had entrusted him with the role of the villain, intending to swiftly strip away the students' pampered demeanor. At home, they may be coddled, but on the battlefield, before divine beings, there would be no room for such delicacy. The forthcoming lessons may seem harsh and unforgiving, but these are the realities each of you will inevitably face. You will ultimately witness bloodshed.
However, just now, I happened to catch a troublemaker, a certain Xinyuan. Come here.
As the words fell, all the new students turned in unison, directing their gazes toward Xinyuan,
who stood amidst the crowd.
Niu Jingyu, in his quest for impartiality towards all students, refrained from familiarizing himself with each individual's background ahead of time. Yet the students had already heard whispers of Xinyuan's name.
Xinyuan stepped forward, standing before Niu Jingyu, and spoke. Actually, I wasn't entirely playing games yesterday.
Before he could continue, Niu Jingyu abruptly interrupted, locking eyes with Xinyuan, a crimson glint flickering in his gaze.
In that instant,
Xinyuan felt as though he were ensnared in a realm of corpses and rivers of blood, even catching a faint whiff of the metallic scent of blood.
A voice echoed in his ears. Have you ever taken a life? Chapter 85. Those are your rules. I never agreed in an instant. An overwhelming aura of menace enveloped Xinyuan,
propelling him into a state of combat readiness, his eyes suffused with crimson. A similarly potent killing intent emanated from him. His hands trembled briefly, yet his gaze quickly regained clarity, halting the instinctive urge to reach out. He tilted his head slightly to evade Niu Jingyu's penetrating stare.
However,
this seemingly simple act astonished Niu Jingyu.
How is this possible?
The ability to elude my gaze indicates that the opponent's will and murderous intent are far from simple. Skills can be cultivated, but the essence of killing intent can only be forged through genuine bloodshed.
Moreover, just moments ago,
he distinctly felt a chill beneath his ribs, at his heart, and around his neck. It was a sense of impending danger, a feeling of being targeted by an adversary.
Was it merely an illusion? As he pondered, Xinyuan's calm voice reached his ears.
I have killed.
Whom? Upon hearing this, Niu Jingyu turned his head in surprise. Is this meant to enlighten me?
His previous inquiry was clearly intended to intimidate, and the ensuing psychological counsel was intrinsically linked to the theme of bloodshed.
After all,
it is impossible for a superhuman to remain a benign soul throughout their life. Various terror organizations and opposing factions necessitate that combat is an inevitable experience.
Thus, this training is designed to prepare students psychologically for the inevitable encounter with blood. How many have you killed?
Hundreds, perhaps. I did not keep count that day.
But it must be quite a few. Xinyuan frowned slightly, tilting his head.
The earlier exchange of glances had evidently stirred his emotions, leaving him somewhat irked.
However,
the gravity of his statement was startling.
Niu Jingyu fell into silence, then turned to his female assistant, inquiring, Who is this kid?
Have you checked his background?
He can't possibly be a criminal, can he? What manner of person is this? At that moment, the female assistant approached swiftly, whispering a few words into Niu Jingyu's ear, providing a brief overview of Xinyuan's identity.
It was said that on the day of the assessment for the recommended students, he had engaged in battle with a divine servant,
achieving considerable merit.
Listening to the assistant's words, Niu Jingyu's brow furrowed as he gazed at Xinyuan. One cannot judge a book by its cover.
This young man is indeed formidable? To have slain over 100 divine servants in a single day? Is this a task suited for a student? He appears so innocuous,
almost lethargic, as if he could doze off standing up.
Is he, then, a sleeping tiger? Yet, the issue lies in his unblemished skin.
Devoid of any scars, does he truly resemble someone who has endured fierce battles?
After much contemplation, Niu Jingyu's expression became serious as he addressed Xinyuan. It seems you are not a novice. However, do you believe your mental fortitude is sufficiently robust? Are you prepared for fearlessness in battle? Even to the point of noble sacrifice? No, Xinyuan replied decisively. Why should I sacrifice myself? If death is inevitable, it is far better for my enemies to perish. Niu Jingyu was momentarily taken aback. At such a fervent age, this response struck him as refreshingly unconventional. But what if the enemy's strength far surpasses yours? He inquired. Then I would flee, he replied. Niu Jingyu's eyes widened. And if you have a mission, with innocent lives at stake? Would you disregard their safety? Is my life not valuable? Niu Jingyu countered. If I were to sacrifice my own life, would that not also be an act of irresponsibility?
Niu Jingyu found himself at a loss for words, perplexed by the unexpected logic of his opponent. As he regained his composure, a subtle smile graced his lips. Character is a virtue among superpowered individuals, for it makes one less susceptible to divine manipulation. However, after a moment's contemplation, he flipped his wrist, revealing two sleek ebony daggers, both unsharpened. How about a little spar, you rascal? Niu Jingyu offered one dagger to Xinyuan, retaining the other for himself. Let us see your skills without the aid of superpowers, relying solely on physical prowess and combat instinct. Xinyuan glanced at the dagger in his hand. Recalling the nearly fatal encounter with his sparring partner during the initiation ceremony, and shook his head slightly. I may not be adept at sparring right now. I understand your concerns, lad. With me, you need not fret, we shall engage earnestly. Upon finishing his words, a fierce crimson light ignited in his eyes. And the murderous intent he had previously unleashed enveloped Xinyuan with tenfold intensity. Xinyuan, showing no signs of hesitation, allowed his instincts to guide him. His eyes flashing with a savage glint as he entered a battle-ready state. In near perfect synchrony, both combatants lunged forward, their daggers darting toward each other's throats with lightning speed. Xinyuan furrowed his brow. He was accustomed to trading injuries for victory. But Niu Jingyu was evidently unlike the others he had faced before. Unable to withstand the onslaught, he twisted his hand to deflect the attack, simultaneously aiming for Niu Jingyu's heart on the left side. Niu Jingyu mirrored his movements precisely, swiftly targeting Xinyuan's vital points without a hint of mercy. Thus commenced a rapid tempest of motion, akin to two whirlwinds colliding with fervor. Their targets, throats, groins, temples, hearts, napes, spines, each strike was lethally precise. The spectators were transfixed. Many unable to comprehend the intricacies of the duel, yet captivated by the sheer spectacle, relishing the opportunity for a brief respite. Conversely, the assistant clad in black silk was far from at ease, her palms slick with sweat. These two were not merely playing around. Although the daggers were dull, the velocity of their strikes posed a grave risk of accident. As their duel intensified, Xinyuan's gaze brimmed with ferocity, while Niu Jingyu remained cold and calculating, both appearing as if they faced sworn enemies. Finally, after a miscalculated maneuver, they came to a halt. Niu Jingyu's left hand firmly grasped Xinyuan's dagger, while the blade in his right rested against Xinyuan's Adam's apple. A smile finally graced his face as Niu Jingyu remarked, "You were a mere 1/10 of a second too slow, and furthermore, you miscalculated the length of your weapon. Nevertheless, to have fought me to this extent, you are certainly—" "I beg to differ," Xinyuan interrupted Niu Jingyu's words, causing him to momentarily freeze in surprise. Looking down, he then noticed that the short sword was encased in a layer of ice, extending its reach by 10 centimeters, precisely poised against his heart. Niu Jingyu exclaimed, "This is cheating. I explicitly stated that the use of extraordinary abilities was prohibited." "But those were rules you established, I never consented to them," Xinyuan replied. Chapter 86, You Deserve My Respect. I apologize for my earlier words. Niu Jingyu gazed into Xinyuan's eyes, still lingering in a state of ferocity, remnants of a fierce intensity evident within him. The two blades were locked at one another's vital points, creating a tense standoff. After a few moments, Niu Jingyu broke the silence with a hearty laugh, lowering their weapons. He spoke, "In all my years of teaching, you are the most obstinate student. Yet undoubtedly the most exceptional one. Indeed, this round cannot be considered a loss for you. At such a tender age, reaching this level of skill. I even suspect you might have been specially recruited and trained from a young age, akin to Junani. What battles have you undergone?
What compelled you to join the fray?
As he spoke, curiosity flickered in Niu Jingyu's gaze.
Although Xinyuan's techniques were still immature and lacked finesse, the primal ferocity of his fighting prowess could only have emerged from a life-and-death struggle.
Niu Jingyu was strict with his students, but it was to enhance their survival,
not to lead them to their demise.
Under his guidance, it would be inconceivable to allow Xinyuan to engage in combat before enrollment. Listening to Niu Jingyu's inquiries, Xinyuan took considerable time to emerge from his violent mindset, gradually recounting his previous experiences in battle. Despite his calm demeanor, laced with a hint of jest, he articulated shocking revelations, which caused Niu Jingyu's expression to grow increasingly grave, tinged with a newfound respect.
He spoke earnestly. You have yet to enroll and have just completed your assessment, yet you have already endured such combat to protect your classmates?
No wonder you possess such formidable strength.
Wait, how did you misrepresent my words? That isn't right, Xinyuan interjected, raising his hands in exasperation. When did I say it was to protect my classmates?
I was in it for the reward. It is unacceptable to impose moral obligations on me to work for free.
By the way,
although it was Dean Mo who made the final decision last night, I contributed as well.
Is there anyone at the school overseeing this? Surely there are credits and rewards to be had? However, Niu Jingyu raised an eyebrow, suddenly inquiring, hold on, you said you participated in the battle last night? Indeed. Xinyuan replied. But didn't you just say you played games all night? Niu Jingyu pressed. Yes, after the fight, I returned and gamed all night, Xinyuan confirmed. Niu Jingyu.
Your logic is impeccable, I am at a loss for words. Given this context, although he found the young man's demeanor rather peculiar, Niu Jingyu suddenly adopted a serious expression. He stood upright, feet together, and formally saluted. From this perspective, you deserve my respect. I apologize for my previous remarks.
Xinyuan was taken aback by the sudden shift in attitude, instinctively taking a step back. It doesn't have to be so serious. Just give what is due.
No, Niu Jingyu firmly shook his head. Previously, I remarked on your audacity to indulge in games, believing you were squandering the guardianship bestowed upon you by other extraordinary beings, while they fought valiantly on your behalf.
However, you are now one of the guardians, and thus,
I possess no authority to chastise you.
With these words, Niu Jingyu turned, his gaze sweeping across the varied expressions of the students. I instruct the students in the skills essential for their survival, hence any sign of complacency shall not be tolerated.
Yet you, from the perspective of your involvement in battle,
are my comrade. I am grateful for all your contributions.
Without waiting for Xinyuan's response, he addressed all the students loudly, remember, if you seek respect, honor,
and recognition, if you desire anything, let your strength do the talking. Have you rested enough? Then let us proceed.
As his voice echoed, a distinct pressure descended upon everyone, the images of bloody brutality flashing before each pair of eyes.
Many turned pale, their legs trembling uncontrollably.
Yet this time, none collapsed swiftly.
Xinyuan had moved too quickly.
His figure barely discernible, yet no one wished to be outdone. Witnessing Xinyuan hold his own against the instructor ignited a fervor within each student, even those like Lu Peng, who had long resigned themselves to the role of sycophant.
Surely, one cannot be inferior. Yi Zilwan's mind echoed with the words spoken by Mo Qinggu yesterday. Intertwining with Niu Jingyu's recent admonition, to obtain everything one desires, one must exchange it for strength. Hold firm.
Xinyuan observed the reactions of his peers and sensed a peculiar detachment within himself.
Was this segment unnecessary for him? It held little significance now.
Yet he still had other matters to attend to.
Niu Jingyu turned, beckoning Xinyuan to approach him privately. Have you noticed that once you enter that state of slaughter, your mind becomes compromised, lacking rationality and becoming exceedingly ferocious? Xinyuan, listening intently, nodded silently.
He had long recognized this truth. Each battle unwittingly drew him into that fervor. While fervor in combat is not inherently negative, it can inspire valor. It may also lead to blindness and imprecision, as witnessed moments ago.
Xinyuan listened quietly, understanding that in this domain,
Niu Jingyu was the true expert, and he refrained from interjecting.
Observing Xinyuan's humility rather than arrogance, Niu Jingyu nodded in acknowledgement. Henceforth,
My training for you will be an advanced version for them, a specialized regimen aimed at rectifying this issue and enabling you to exercise better self-control.
Young man, you can endure hardship, correct?
Xinyuan nodded earnestly, aware that without guidance, resolving such matters through his own system would prove exceedingly difficult.
No problem, Teacher Niu.
Niu Jingyu nodded in acknowledgement, contemplating that this was more like it. However, he thought to himself, if possible, he would appreciate it if the teacher could mention something regarding the credits for participating in yesterday's battle.
Niu Jingyu. Following this,
the training continued in relentless cycles, pushing each trainee to their psychological limits until dusk. By the end, everyone resembled individuals who had emerged from water, nearly parched.
The girls' garments clung closely to their forms, accentuating their exquisite curves, exuding the essence of youthful vitality. Regrettably, the surrounding male trainees seemed devoid of any appreciation,
each appearing as if they had been utterly drained of energy. As the sun dipped below the horizon, a graceful silhouette could be seen beneath a distant tree. With delicate hands propping up her fragrant cheeks, she gazed with a smile at the crowd, her eyes fixed on a particular individual among them. Chapter 87, Junani. I have a friend. Junani had actually been present for quite some time, observing quietly from beneath a distant tree, without disturbing the ongoing lessons. Her age was comparable to that of the current students, and had it not been for her special admission into the academy by Dean Mo, she might have been among this year's new entrants, possibly standing alongside them at this very moment. However, would she possess the strength she has today? Would she have crossed paths with Xinyuan? Such questions remain shrouded in uncertainty, as the capriciousness of fate guides each individual along divergent paths, devoid of any rational explanation. Observing Xinyuan standing out in the crowd like a crane among chickens, she couldn't help but ponder what her experience would have been if she had enrolled this year.
Humph. I certainly would not be inferior to you. Soon your brilliance will be overshadowed by mine, hee. Yet, at this moment,
it seems she may never again experience such youthful days, which perhaps is not so bad after all.
Lost in her musings,
the formidable instructor Niu Jingyu had finally concluded the torment of the trainees, bringing today's training to an end. The elated students had exhausted their strength for cheers, with only a few managing to remain standing.
How was it? Did you find it satisfactory? Niu Jingyu inquired, standing beside Xinyuan.
After a day of psychological lessons, the students were utterly drained. Xinyuan, too, felt the toll of the day. Niu Jingyu had long ceased to regard him solely as a student,
showing no mercy in his training.
It had been a long time since Niu Jingyu had encountered a student as resilient as Xinyuan, which had offered him a refreshing sense of rivalry throughout the day.
Xinyuan nodded, reflecting on the day's achievements with satisfaction. Very well, let us continue tomorrow. However, he then asked, could we perhaps increase the intensity tomorrow?
Niu Jingyu's expression froze, his smile abruptly halted.
This lad, is he actually seeking more intensity?
At that moment, Junani rose and began to approach Xinyuan, having contemplated some words she wished to share. Yet, after taking only a couple of steps, her progress abruptly halted. She suddenly noticed a girl staggering toward Xinyuan.
Junani? Shouldn't their relationship be rather tense? When did they grow closer?
Had she known earlier, she might have reconsidered granting her the special admission. A sense of unexplainable unease began to creep into her heart as she slowly adjusted her steps, maneuvering her way forward.
The girl who had reached Xinyuan was none other than Xinyuan.
She had perused the book Emochingu provided her, only able to turn the first page, while the subsequent ones were bound by some form of restriction. On the first page, 2 phrases were inscribed: without destruction, there is no creation. Seek to embrace all that you once resisted. Within the very things that defeated you lies the power to be reborn. In this context, she pondered the meaning, contemplating whether it implied breaking through her limitations.
But how was she to achieve that?
As for the things she resisted, she resolved to approach Xinyuan today, regardless of her apprehensions. Hello, I would like to inquire about how you train yourself and organize your daily training schedule.
Xinyuan glanced at her unexpectedly and pondered for a moment before replying, training?
I usually practice my reflexes and combat speed in the evenings.
What? Xinyuan expressed her confusion.
To put it plainly, I play video games, typically as a top laner.
Xinyuan.
I am serious, I merely wish to know your training regimen.
I can offer you compensation as a reward. Xinyuan replied, receiving money is nice, but I truly do not possess any training plan. I don't believe you. You don't believe me? Are you Lu Yu? At this moment, Xinyuan seemed somewhat persistent, determined to extract some information. Xinyuan, unperturbed,
suddenly turned around and mysteriously stated, I may not have a plan myself, but back in my hometown, there exists a remarkable training method that, when mastered,
could allow one to part the earth with a single punch. Anime One Punch Man, what? Xinyuan was taken aback and quickly produced a notebook. 100 push-ups,
100 sit-ups, 100 squats, and a 10-kilometer run. Although it appears simple, with persistence, you could undoubtedly become invincible, after all.
There are individuals from my hometown who have achieved cosmic supremacy.
Although Xinyuan found this seemingly simplistic training somewhat dubious, she hastily jotted it down.
You too. When did your relationship become so amicable? At this moment, a hand suddenly rested on Xinyuan's shoulder, revealing Jun Ani's face from behind him.
The eyes of the two women locked momentarily before quickly averting. Xinyuan lowered her head and said, Thank you, I shall not disturb you further.
And I will transfer the money to you.
After speaking, she turned and left, her demeanor suggesting she was eager to return home for a shower and training. Gently tugging at his collar, Xinyuan involuntarily turned around, locking eyes with Jun Ani.
After a brief silence of 2 seconds, Xinyuan said, Hi, what brings you here? Aren't you the war god? Me? Among the 8 war gods, I am the most idle one. Another silence ensued.
After observing the two converse endlessly,
Jun Ani felt compelled to approach.
But now, she was somewhat at a loss for words.
Did you come to find me? Is there something you need? Jun Ani gazed at his face, suddenly unable to restrain herself. If there's nothing urgent, may I not seek you out? Are we not friends now?
Of course we are, I was merely inquiring.
Xinyuan chuckled awkwardly, sensing that something was amiss with her demeanor. That's good. Jun Ani turned away.
I don't have many friends at the academy, I previously dedicated most of my time to training, and others seem to perceive me as difficult to approach. With a calm voice, Chen stated that this was the first time Jun Ani had revealed his innermost thoughts to another in real life.
With nothing else to do,
he thought to engage in conversation.
By the way, what do you do each day? Are you still playing games with that online friend? Indeed.
I played with her for quite a while last night and scored quite a few points.
Xinyuan remarked, she seems quite nice.
Willing to sacrifice her sleep to keep you company.
Jun Ani naturally boasted about this.
By the way, I have a friend who has encountered some issues.
And I wanted to ask you about it. If a person presents entirely different personas in real life and online, would you consider her to be deceiving you? Or would you think she is being insincere?
As Jun Ani posed this question, his heart raced with tension, tilting his head in an attempt to maintain composure.
Xinyuan scratched his head and said, You have a friend? Didn't you just say you didn't have many friends?
Chapter 88, the first public outing. Before she could continue speaking, Xinyuan suddenly wore a peculiar smile and whispered, When you said I have a friend, were you perhaps referring to yourself?
Jun Ani was taken aback. Did he realize it was me? Had he simply chosen not to mention it?
Her mind raced, replaying every word she had uttered,
attempting to pinpoint where she had erred.
A wave of embarrassment washed over her, her face turning crimson as she felt an overwhelming urge to flee.
Xinyuan chuckled, You might not understand, it's a joke from my hometown.
People often feel embarrassed about their own actions, so when inquiring about others, they feign ignorance and claim it happened to a friend.
Unfortunately, here, no one seems to comprehend it. As his laughter faded into a bittersweet smile,
he reflected on the melancholic aspects of this strange world, where such misunderstandings occasionally occurred. He often found himself unsure whether he referenced old earthly jokes out of habit or nostalgia.
At that moment, Jun Ani was oblivious to Xinyuan's peculiarities.
She merely exhaled a sigh of relief, her heart racing. His seemingly innocuous remark inadvertently revealed the truth, sending a jolt of fear through her.
Xinyuan continued. As for the difference between online personas and reality, that's quite normal.
Most people, when separated by a mere internet connection, tend to display their true nature. Whether that's good or bad entirely depends on what that nature is.
If someone is timid in reality yet becomes an insufferable troll online, that does hold some truth. He paused, then asked, "What? Did your friend unwittingly reveal some trait?" Junani remained silent, internally comparing herself. Well, she rarely cursed while gaming, perhaps all was well? Hey!
Xinyuan noticed her prolonged silence and gently prodded.
Oh, it's nothing, she replied evasively. Did you not mention that you only had one contact in your phone? Do you plan to meet her in reality? Junani casually inquired. Xinyuan replied, well, it's not just one anymore, I now have two.
I added Zheng Xiaojian the other day. Junani felt an inexplicable discomfort at being placed on the same level as Zheng Xiaojian.
However, if that were the case, meeting was indeed feasible.
The remaining matters could be entrusted to Yogurt Stick for resolution. After posing her questions, Junani felt no desire to linger further. She quickly concocted an excuse to depart. The War God Hall is quite busy, I must return.
Xinyuan remarked, you explicitly stated that you were quite free when you arrived.
As she departed, a lingering shadow of her presence left Xinyuan feeling akin to a mere tool, as if after his inquiries, all pleasantries were dismissed. And she slipped away hastily.
Moreover, what had he even inquired about?
In the subsequent hours, the training at the Eastern Academy fell into a regular pattern.
However,
upon the dawn of the following day, the morning was dedicated to theoretical instruction, covering some of the fundamental aspects concerning superpowered individuals, while the afternoon was reserved for physical conditioning. As noon passed and all students reconvened on the playground, most of them halted abruptly in their tracks. For they beheld a visage they deemed somewhat demonic. Niu Jingyu.
Ah, Teacher Niu, I believe this afternoon is for physical training, right?
Shi Hong chuckled awkwardly,
cautiously voicing his thoughts. Part-time, is that not acceptable?
Niu Jingyu grinned, revealing a gaping maw, and then, with a fierce glare, commanded the entire class to stand at attention. The students, who had previously strolled in a languid manner, immediately straightened up obediently.
After all, the imposing figure before them instilled an overwhelming psychological dread. Niu Jingyu's next words plunged the students into a chilling silence.
I have quite a few part-time roles: combat, physical training, disguise, psychology. And anything else pertinent to your future endeavors on the battlefield falls under my purview. However, Xinyuan felt relatively unperturbed. His impression of this instructor was rather favorable.
Despite his intimidating appearance, he was quite responsible, having meticulously conveyed every detail necessary during their previous lesson. Thus, he bore no aversion.
Though he suddenly noticed several familiar faces approaching from a distance: Junani, Zheng Xiaojian, and Fan Mei, whom he had rescued on the night of enrollment, accompanied by a few others he did not recognize. The group made their way directly toward Niu Jingyu.
Lord God of War? What brings you to seek me, Niu? Niu Jingyu raised an eyebrow and spoke.
No need for such formalities, Junani replied with a slight nod toward Niu Jingyu, just as Zheng Xiaojian burst forth from behind her.
Hey, Teacher Niu, we are here to find Xinyuan. The academy has a mission that requires his presence outside.
Just for a day or two at most, it won't take long. Niu Jingyu shot him a sidelong glance, snorted, and gestured to Xinyuan,
indicating he was free to leave.
Then, addressing the remaining students, he bellowed, the most capable among you is off gallivanting. Take advantage of these next few days to practice diligently. When he becomes complacent, it will be your opportunity to surpass him.
Xinyuan could not help but smile wryly at those words, realizing they were clearly directed at him. What is this about? Why has the school specifically assigned a task to me?
He approached the group, directing his question to Junani. The matter is this: it concerns a public relations task regarding the incident the other night, wherein the populace near the Eastern Academy was incited. The Academy seeks to engage a few individuals involved to address the situation and reassure the community.
Xinyuan nodded, indicating his understanding.
And then turned to Zheng Xiaojian, and what about you?
Weren't you absent that day? Me? But I am the head of the public relations department.
Of course. I had to be there, Zheng Xiaojian responded with an air of self-importance. You novices lack the experience for such matters, you cannot do without me. This operation primarily hinges on my direction. Understand? Of course, with the exception of the war god, heh. The others rolled their eyes at his audacity. Xinyuan chose to ignore him and approached Fan Mei, extending his hand.
Hello, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Chapter 89, Slander and the Malevolence of Humanity.
The dazzling debut of Zheng Xiaojian as Fan Mei gazed at the hand extended before her, she momentarily fell into a daze.
In the distance,
Qi Hong could not help but slap his forehead, recalling the moments he had once been subjected to such gestures.
Back then, Xinyuan seemed to seek his hand almost daily.
Leaving him perplexed, it now appeared that he had found a new target. However, Fan Mei remained unaware of this context. She had an impression of Xinyuan and later discovered that this master of the fifth realm was merely a newcomer. Now, accompanied by 7 or 8 others. Why had he chosen to approach her alone? Was it possible that? Lost in her thoughts, she lowered her head slightly, refraining from refusal, and extended her hand to meet his. Hello. C-level talent, precision shooting replication successful. Evolved into A-level headshot perk. Headshot perk, all thrown or shot objects will accurately strike the opponent's head. Note, the laws of physics hold little sway here, Newton has no jurisdiction over superhumans. As their hands parted, Xinyuan felt the satisfaction of the successful replication manifesting in his mind and nodded in contentment. He had succeeded once more, evidently finding a higher success rate with lower-level talents. Thanking Fan Mei, he then walked over to Jun Ani and Zheng Xiaojian to delve into the specifics of the public relations situation.
Fan Mei? Wait, what does this mean? I was feeling a bit shy, but now I am utterly perplexed. What was that about exchanging contact information? The serendipity? The flirtation? The follow-up? And now you just leave?
In her bewildered gaze, the group had already boarded a large bus.
Zheng Xiaojian had deliberately chosen to sit next to Xinyuan,
casually draping his arm over his shoulder as they engaged in conversation.
Let me tell you.
The beauty of the public relations department is that earning credits comes without much risk.
Once we arrive, you must heed my advice.
I'll tell you. If I don't step forward, those business folks can be rather difficult to deal with.
Xinyuan. He now regretted sitting next to Zheng Xiaojian,
who was far too loquacious, boasting incessantly. Upon disembarking, a portly middle-aged man greeted them with a slight nod, squinting his eyes as if regarding them from a lofty perch.
Ah, you've arrived? A bit late, I see. Come along quickly, the press conference is about to commence.
Throughout their journey, Zheng Xiaojian had been schooling Xinyuan, emphasizing that despite being a superhuman, his youth rendered him vulnerable. The superhumans operated within a distinct framework from ordinary individuals, and respect was not guaranteed. Many would deliberately present a disdainful front, knowing he was a student and thus more amenable to manipulation.
What? You possess superpowers, yet you dare to strike someone in public? Do you consider the law a mere formality? You are not invincible.
As Xinyuan stepped off the bus and beheld the host, the portly man before him,
he understood Zheng Xiaojian's implications.
The man's demeanor screamed of a petty merchant, his expression replete with avarice.
However, it mattered little.
It was merely a matter of 2 or 3 days, and then they would depart with a mere academic credit. At that moment, Zheng Xiaojian interjected unexpectedly.
Is this really where you expect us to stay? Absolutely not.
We demand a 5-star hotel, otherwise, we shall take our leave.
Xinyuan glanced sideways, observing Zheng Xiaojian,
whose feet were awkwardly positioned, and his mouth twisted in a rather spoiled demeanor, the very epitome of a debauched scion. The previously insufferable image of the portly organizer now appeared almost modest in comparison. Taken aback, the organizer's lips twitched involuntarily, he had never encountered such an audacious individual before. And his tone softened slightly.
This hotel is already among the finest in the vicinity.
6 stars. We demand 6 stars. If you utter another word,
I will leave immediately, do you understand? Zheng Xiaojian declared with a wide grin.
The organizer replied, but we are about to commence.
Why are you commencing?
You have not consulted us. 7 stars. At that moment, Fan Mei, unable to bear the scene any longer, murmured.
Perhaps we should proceed for now and discuss the accommodations later.
Zhang Xiaojian abruptly turned, his gaze fixed intently upon her.
Xinyuan felt a jolt.
It was the first time he perceived a serious aura emanating from Zhang Xiaojian, one that exuded an unexpected sense of pressure. Ultimately, they proceeded to the press conference venue. But Zhang Xiaojian did not accompany them, insisting that he must first inspect the hotel facilities.
Wow, superhumans! They truly live up to their names.
I heard they participated in the operation that day.
We must inquire, they owe us an explanation. Xinyuan and the others lined up before the microphone, listening to the cacophony of voices from the crowd below.
Soon, the questions began, but it was primarily Jun Ani who responded, as the others, particularly Xinyuan,
lacked experience in such matters.
Xinyuan glanced sideways, observing Jun Ani's composed and aloof demeanor, effortlessly handling the inquiries. The core narrative sought to obscure the divine servants and deities, asserting that the populace had been subjected to mental control by a superhuman terrorist organization, and the remainder of the responses were truthful.
Drifting along, it isn't so bad. Xinyuan supported his chin, sitting quietly. Return my son. Return my son.
At that moment, an elderly woman burst forth from the crowd, pushing aside law enforcement.
Cameramen. Journalists. I demand justice.
She cried, energetically hopping in the open space, tears streaming down her face. The journalists, sensing a significant story, swiftly redirected their cameras toward her.
They enforced brutality.
My son was initially a victim, yet they inflicted further harm upon him. All of his teeth were knocked out.
He endured inhumane treatment, battered and bruised.
You superhumans, with your powers, have ceased to be human. You are all cold-blooded beasts.
Listening to her lament,
Fan Mei suddenly recalled the scene of those citizens biting the utility poles in their attempts to retaliate.
At that moment, she hastily rose to her feet and explained, Auntie, please remain calm.
They had lost their senses, often, they would inflict harm upon themselves. We would never resort to violence. As she spoke, she attempted to assist the woman to her feet. However, the instant her hand made contact, the woman collapsed, shrieking as she clutched her hand.
My goodness! Ah!
She has broken my bones with her powers.
I demand compensation. Superhumans cannot act with impunity. Compensation! Compensation!
With that, the woman began to wail and roll on the ground. This spectacle immediately drew the attention of reporters, who swiftly turned their cameras towards Xinyuan and his companions, capturing the chaotic scene.
Xinyuan furrowed his brow,
taken aback by the unexpected encounter with someone seeking to defame and extort. Fan Mei found herself paralyzed with fear amidst the commotion, while Jun Ani was equally at a loss for how to resolve the situation.
Suddenly, a figure squeezed through the crowd, and Zhang Xiaojian approached the woman.
As the woman's flailing hand inadvertently brushed against his neck, Zhang Xiaojian exaggeratedly flipped in the air before crashing down to the ground, convulsing as if he had hit a switch. His performance was undoubtedly several levels above that of the elderly woman. Foaming at the mouth, he trembled and declared, Everyone,
step back.
There is something amiss with her. She possesses an entity that drives people to madness. I suspect she is dangerous.
We must retreat. I can't take it anymore. Ordinary people may be in grave danger.
By the end of his proclamation, blood foam escaped his lips, his eyes glazed over, and his complexion turned ashen. This scene left Jun Ani and the others utterly stunned, prompting them to leap from their seats.
However, Xinyuan sensed something was amiss, his thoughts involuntarily drifting back to Zhang Xiaojian's convulsions during the ability assessment. He looked up to see the crowd retreating like a receding tide, some even attempting to flee.
The reporters' cameras no longer focused on Xinyuan and his companions, and the atmosphere became increasingly chaotic. Then, Xinyuan suddenly noticed Zhang Xiaojian lying on the ground, seemingly signaling to him. Chapter 90, Heroes, naturally you will step forward, villains, I shall confront before long. A squad of soldiers clad in combat uniforms rushed over, wielding batons and shields,
standing poised as if facing a formidable foe. To the ordinary observer, even the seemingly omnipotent superhumans had been reduced to this state. What recourse did they possess? What are you doing? I never even touched him. He is slandering me.
The woman, who had been incessantly causing a ruckus,
appeared utterly flabbergasted, struggling to continue her charade. Having spent her life playing the role of the predator, she never anticipated that today she would be the one pecked by the eagle. This young man, goodness. He could act even better than I can. Tears and snot still streaked his face as he flailed about in a desperate defense, yet at that moment, no one believed him. After all, who would accept that a glamorous, elevated, exceptionally gifted superhuman would engage in such shameless and outrageous conduct? Yet, ironically, Zheng Xiaojian was indeed that outrageous. Be careful. Do not approach her too closely, prioritize your safety. Zheng Xiaojian lay on the ground, feigning near death, yet despite the passage of time, he remained alive, even managing to instruct the armed police nearby on their course of action. Simultaneously, he continued to covertly signal to Xinyuan with exaggerated facial expressions. Subsequently, the fully armed soldiers employed their riot control batons to firmly pin the woman to the ground, keeping her at a distance under control. She was accustomed to throwing tantrums in her daily life, leveraging humanitarian laws to gain advantages with her outbursts, having never experienced such treatment before. However, this time, no one showed her any mercy in response to her antics and vitriol. The riot control baton secured her tightly, and as she struggled, she was enveloped in a layer of dirt, her teeth striking the ground directly. Already possessing poor dental health, several teeth were knocked out. Her flailing limbs were mercilessly struck by rubber rollers, leaving her bruised and battered. After all, the earlier scene was vividly etched in memory. Zhang Xiaojian, the superhuman, had been placed in mortal danger by a mere touch. Thus, no one was complacent, they each struck with ferocity, nearly beating her to death. Ultimately, she could no longer move, enduring excruciating pain as she lay on the ground, being dragged away. Fan Mei and the others stood in stunned silence. Despite having participated in numerous battles, they had never witnessed such a scene. Xinyuan felt a stirring in his heart, as if he began to comprehend something. He quickly approached Zheng Xiaojian and crouched down. "Hurry, benefits," Zheng Xiaojian whispered. "What?" Xinyuan did not understand. "You fool! State your conditions. Request something in return." Zheng Xiaojian scolded him, his frustration causing him to tremble more intensely. "Xinyuan?" Their eyes met, and Xinyuan felt a surge of respect. "This is what professionalism looks like, I understand now." Instantly crouching down, he grasped Zheng Xiaojian's arm and exclaimed loudly, "Brother Jian! What's wrong? Hold on. The medical team will arrive shortly. You just passed the Academy's graduation assessment, soon you will be able to repay your parents and give back to society. How could you have participated in an event hosted by the organizers? You are still so young, consider your parents and your loved ones. Stay strong, Jian Gu." Although Xinyuan has never studied acting, at this moment, his talent for performance erupted as he spoke loudly, as if fearing that those around him might not hear. His words were so tragically poignant that they moved listeners to tears, evoking the sense that Zheng Xiaojian was on the brink of collapse. A flicker of satisfaction crossed Zheng Xiaojian's eyes, prompting him to act even more dramatically. Witnessing this scene, the organizers, particularly the rotund one, began to sweat profusely. Meanwhile, Junani and the others stood frozen, staring blankly at the two, unsure of how to respond. Although the situation appeared dire, one couldn't help but wonder why it was unfolding so theatrically. An hour later, at the Crown Hotel, the only 7-star hotel in the city, Xinyuan and his companions found themselves seated there. The organizers had spent a considerable sum to reserve several presidential suites. Zhang Xiaojian's clothes were soiled and tattered. After a refreshing bath, he now donned a large bathrobe, leisurely sipping from a newly opened bottle of red wine while reclining in a chaise lounge. Ah! Now this feels more like it. After all, undertaking a mission should come with some enjoyment, and this is the treatment one deserves, Zheng Xiaojian remarked contentedly. Before him stood Xinyuan, Junani, and the others, their gazes towards Zheng Xiaojian filled with complexity, starkly contrasting their initial demeanor upon arrival. "Thank you for today." Junani finally spoke after a moment of contemplation. "Oh, this is second nature to me," Zheng Xiaojian waved dismissively. "You all should have listened to me sooner. Had you done so, perhaps this situation might have been avoided. Do you really think the organizers bear no responsibility? If they hadn't hastily orchestrated this event for the sake of publicity, neglecting even basic security, how could anyone have barged in? Nevertheless, it is what it is, after all." The benefits and treatment are finally at hand.
The others remained silent, not uttering a word. Although Zhang Xiaojian retained his usual irreverent demeanor, their perception of him had evidently shifted significantly.
Hey, that young lady, what was your name again? What troubles you? Following Zhang Xiaojian's voice,
the group turned their attention to the subdued and silent Fan Mei, whose eyes were red and hinted at suppressed sobs. I did not use any form of violence. At that moment, they knocked their own teeth against the lamppost.
When I tried to stop them, I was too afraid to touch them. I absolutely did not engage in violent enforcement. They kept striking me with the streetlights, and I did not dare to retaliate.
As she spoke, Fan Mei's voice trembled with a sense of injustice.
I was desperately trying to protect the public.
Why must she act this way? Sighing, Zhang Xiaojian rose from the chaise lounge and took a few steps forward.
The world is not merely black and white. Who can clearly delineate the boundaries between good and evil? Who decrees that if you fervently strive to save others, they must express gratitude in return? Ha!
Fan Mei looked up, her expression one of bewilderment. Zhang Xiaojian, shaking the wineglass in his hand, laughed heartily. I must say,
the Academy is indeed protecting you. During my time in the Public Relations Department, I have witnessed numerous such matters. When faced with divine servants and deities, you exhibit a fearless spirit, daring to take the lead and fight with your lives, for you understand that they are your adversaries. Yet, in this world, there are countless occasions when one cannot discern whether the other party is friend or foe. When dealing with ruffians, shameless and brazen beings,
it takes someone as shameless as myself to confront them effectively.
Zhang Xiaojian approached the immense floor-to-ceiling window of the suite, gazing at the panoramic view from the 108th floor.
Of course, if the world were filled with people like me, it would be doomed.
Mutual destruction would be the only outcome.
This world still requires heroes, it still needs good people. As he spoke, he turned around, the vast sunset casting its glow behind him, projecting a long shadow and outlining his figure in a golden silhouette.
Looking at Xinyuan and the others, Zhang Xiaojian's lips curled into that signature mischievous grin. Naturally, the heroes are to be you. As for the petty ones, that role is mine.
Chapter 91, Xinyuan. In fact, yogurt can also contribute to weight gain. After putting on a show, Zhang Xiaojian's demeanor crumbled. He spun around and made his way to his lounge chair, collapsing onto it with a sigh.
Well then, the psychological counseling ends here. That young lady, if you understand.
Then good, if not, shed a few tears, and that will suffice. I'm in a good mood today, so consider those words a gift from me.
I won't be asking for payment.
If there is nothing else, let us just relax and enjoy some leisure time. The press conference will likely be postponed.
With that,
he lay back in his chair, exuding an air of indolence. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking echoed, and the door swung open.
The plump organizer entered, holding a card and wearing a sycophantic smile. He approached Zhang Xiaojian, bowing and scraping. Hello, this is a small token of our apology. A modest compensation for your troubles, 500,000. You must accept it.
Zhang Xiaojian cast a sidelong glance at him, remaining silent but giving a non-committal grunt and a nod. The organizer, grinning obsequiously, placed the card on the table and retreated. Picking up the card, Zhang Xiaojian rubbed it between his fingers, muttering, well, this is certainly one of the perks of being shameless. Naturally, this money is mine alone, consider it a fee for my performance.
You have no objections, I trust?
I have an objection, Xinyuan interjected suddenly. I believe I deserve a share as well. Although you are the lead actor, I played a role in this too. Zhang Xiaojian straightened up instantly, his attention piqued as he locked eyes with Xinyuan.
Ah, clever lad. You're trying to catch the cicada while the yellow oriole lies in wait, aren't you?
I've never encountered a student who sought to share the spoils before.
This new recruit is quite a handful. You think you can pluck feathers from a miserly rooster? Dream on. How about I take a loss and we split it 50-50? Xinyuan proposed. You must be dreaming. You think I'll let you take more? The maximum I'll give you is 10,000. Consider it for your cooperation. Don't expect more. Zhang Xiaojian retorted, his temper flaring.
Thus began a spirited exchange over the division of the funds.
Xinyuan stood to the side, his previously somber mood disrupted by the absurdity unfolding before him. What on earth has the atmosphere shifted so dramatically? What were you two discussing just now? Can you refrain from acting like two bandits dividing their loot? Ultimately, after half an hour of spirited negotiation, they settled on a 2/8 split. Xinyuan would receive 100,000. But due to the meager portion, Zhang Xiaojian would owe him a favor. Fine, I'll owe you a favor. But don't think you'll extract another cent from me.
Zhang Xiaojian clutched the card protectively, his voice trembling with feigned anguish. As the farce concluded, the sun dipped below the horizon, and everyone retreated to their respective rooms. Xinyuan sat silently in his chair, staring blankly out of the window. What could he be pondering? Your mood seems perpetually off.
Xinyuan leaned against the doorframe, inquiring. Oh, it's nothing.
Gently brushing aside a few strands of her hair,
Xinyuan momentarily regained her focus.
Yet, such experiences have been rather few in her life. She has always believed that humanity operates as a unified front, where both superhumans and ordinary individuals work together to uphold the normal functioning of the world, resisting the divine. However, today she realized that perhaps this is not the case. The populace may have harbored a long-standing resentment towards superhumans, perceiving them as a privileged class who wield their powers irresponsibly. On ordinary days, few could elicit such sentiments from Xinyuan. However, with Xinyuan's arrival today, she found herself inexplicably opening up, engaging in candid conversation. Xinyuan observed her somewhat haggard face and weary eyes, his brow furrowing slightly.
He had seldom witnessed this vulnerable side of Xinyuan. In his memory, she remained the fierce warrior battling deities.
It is somewhat understandable, after all. The matters concerning divine servants and deities have never been made public, the masses are unaware of such truths.
Moreover, to an ordinary person devoid of any power, superhumans must surely be the objects of their envy.
If it were not for the gods, it seems the most significant conflict in the world would lie between superhumans and ordinary individuals. Leaning against the wall, Xinyuan quietly shared his perspective.
Xinyuan nodded, sighed, and endeavored to dismiss such thoughts.
She then turned to Xinyuan, revealing an unexpectedly radiant smile.
Thank you, did you come specifically to console me? Xinyuan chuckled awkwardly. Actually, I was just planning to head downstairs to buy some food. Is there anything you would like to eat?
Living in adjacent quarters, he casually inquired upon noticing her dazed expression during his descent.
Xinyuan retorted, you are the very embodiment of an atmosphere disruptor.
Sulking, she turned away and said,
will you buy it for me?
I don't want to eat, I feel like having yogurt. Suddenly, she covered her mouth mid-sentence, realizing she had misspoken. Her favorite snack was indeed yogurt sticks, which inspired her online alias. She barely managed to suppress the urge to reveal this secret.
Yogurt, so you only eat yogurt? Xinyuan inquired.
Yes. I'm on a diet, only consuming yogurt, Xinyuan quickly affirmed.
Xinyuan remarked.
The way you phrase it makes it sound as if eating yogurt doesn't contribute to weight gain. Xinyuan responded with a silent glare, and under her piercing gaze,
Xinyuan hastily took the elevator downstairs.
In an old community, at a location obscured from surveillance, a group of 5 or 6 individuals gathered. A red-clad divine servant stood before them, hands raised high, basking in the fervent attention of the crowd.
Are you ready?
Are you prepared to pledge your loyalty to the Lord?
One of the onlookers trembled and asked, as long as we are loyal, we can gain power, correct?
Like those extraordinary beings with the power to soar through the skies and traverse the earth.
Yes.
As long as you remain faithful to the Lord and offer your everything, your soul, your body, you shall.
Bang!
A stone suddenly struck him atop his head, interrupting his words and causing him to stagger perilously.
Who is it?
The terrified servant of God frantically scanned his surroundings, yet saw nothing.
What is happening?
Before him, the fervent crowd gazed at this bizarre scene, equally taken aback.
This supposed messenger of the Lord seems rather peculiar, doesn't he? No matter. Let us continue.
The servant of God rubbed the bump on his head, suspecting it was merely a stone that had fallen from the roof, and resumed his task. The Lord is omnipotent, the Lord is.
Bang! 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 3 stones, coming from different directions, struck his head. He collapsed to the ground, transforming his once mysterious and enigmatic demeanor into something comical. Chapter 92, The Disturbing Display of the Lockhead Who?
Scarlet bloodlust enveloped him as he brandished a short stick over a meter long, which, despite its crude appearance, appeared to be a weapon. Clutching his head in agony,
he scanned his surroundings.
Upon lowering his hand, he was shocked to find blood seeping from his scalp.
What era was this, where one could be struck on the head by a stone and bleed profusely? Had he been ambushed from 3 directions?
With such thoughts racing through his mind,
he promptly retrieved his phone and held it to his ear. Bang!
Another stone struck, piercing the device and crashing against his forehead with a resounding clarity.
Was it melodious? If it was pleasing to the ear, it was certainly a good omen.
At last, a figure emerged slowly from the crevice of the building. Xinyuan cradled a large box in his left arm, atop which sat a takeout meal, while his right hand clutched a handful of stones, which he casually tossed. Inside the box lay a bounty of yogurt sticks. Ironically, the yogurt at the store had sold out, leaving only these yogurt sticks as the last remaining dairy product. Thus,
Xinyuan opted for this, thinking it could serve as a makeshift substitute.
I pondered this matter for quite some time, ultimately concluding that since I have already enrolled,
it might not be appropriate to feign ignorance about such occurrences. What do you think?
Upon hearing Xinyuan's words, the golden short stick in the servant's hand was raised.
And with a disdainful huff, he inquired, "Is it you? Do you know who I am?"
Xinyuan, perplexed, mused that he hardly considered himself well known.
"Today, at that press conference, I saw you.
Your acting was quite commendable, young man," the ominous servant chuckled menacingly.
"So that woman was also orchestrated by you?" Xinyuan asked. "Not at all. She charged in before we made our move. To be frank, she disrupted our plans," the red-robed servant reprimanded, brandishing the stick. Having said that, he quickly covered his mouth, his gaze momentarily vacant, muttering softly to himself, "Oh no, should I have disclosed that to you?" Xinyuan thought. This individual certainly does not seem particularly astute. It appears those earlier stones may have had an effect, perhaps leaving him somewhat dazed. Enough of this idle chatter. Where are the others? The servant demanded, surveying the area and noticing only Xinyuan had emerged.
After all, 3 stones had come from 3 different directions. There should have been at least 3 individuals present. Alone, and now his phone had been damaged by this boy. However, they were merely students, so it shouldn't pose much of a problem. Stop pondering, it's just me, there are no others. As he spoke, Xinyuan hurled another stone. It struck the nearby utility pole with a solid thud before ricocheting towards the red-robed servant. Judging by its trajectory and speed, this rebound seemed to have incurred no loss of energy. The servant, quick on the uptake, swung his stick forcefully towards the stone. Boy! Do not tell me your ability is merely to throw stones. This truly is the most tasteless display I have ever witnessed. With a resounding crack, the stout club shattered the stone into fragments. However, before the mocking words could fully escape his lips, the divine servant stood dumbfounded. The stones, once whole, scattered into several pieces, defying the laws of physics, and ricocheted back to strike the servant's face. "Ah!" The servant cried out in pain, covering his visage, as the damage from the shards was far more severe than that of the original stone. Indeed, this lock pendant is quite remarkable. Xinyuan rubbed the stone in his hand, astonished by its impressive efficacy. Subsequently, a layer of frost enveloped the stone, and it began to hurl itself recklessly towards the divine servant. Xinyuan was uncertain about his course of action. Typically, one could eliminate a divine servant outright. Yet, the figure before him clearly lacked the ability to retaliate. Should he consider taking this servant back instead? As these thoughts swirled in his mind, he called out loudly to the crowd, urging, "You must retreat further back or come and stand behind me." Concern gnawed at him. If the divine servant were to suddenly attack these innocent bystanders, he might not be able to intervene in time. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Not a single person heeded his warning. Instead, they began to retreat.
slowly gravitating towards the divine servant, their eyes glinting with hostility as they glared at Xinyuan.
With a final thud, the last stone flew forth,
striking the servant's head and causing a noticeable lump to form.
Xinyuan gradually ceased his assault, gazing at the crowd before him. "Humph, boy, your ability is indeed repulsive. Yet it seems insufficient in power," the divine servant grimaced, rubbing his head.
"Moreover, it appears no one is inclined to listen to you." After a brief silence, Xinyuan,
observing the crowd's hostile expressions, spoke slowly. "I do not know what he has said to you, what brainwashing he has inflicted, but you would do well to remain rational. Staying by his side will lead to no favorable outcome. If he turns on you, you may lose your sanity at best, or your lives at worst."
Yet, in response to Xinyuan's words, there was still no movement among the crowd.
After a moment, a middle-aged man with crimson-hued pupils bitterly declared, "But we can obtain power.
We can possess super abilities. We can attain all that you have." Upon hearing this proclamation, a wave of agitation surged through the crowd. "Why should you alone possess everything? We too wish to become super beings. We desire to act as we please. We crave power." Xinyuan, listening to the uproar, furrowed his brow and inquired, "Super beings? Since when has anyone acted as they pleased?"
"Humph. If I were a super being, I would not have lost my wager. And my wife would not dare to leave me. It was merely a small sum I lost, yet that wretched woman had the audacity to call the authorities. If I could soar through the skies and vanish into thin air, would they dare to apprehend me?"
Xinyuan.
It dawned on him just what sort of individuals he was dealing with. It turns out that these are merely individuals whose lives have been shattered by gambling,
yet remain unrepentant.
Their own choice to indulge in such vice is their own concern, they should not cast blame upon the extraordinary.
Xinyuan, feeling a sense of helplessness,
observed the crowd as fervent outrage and realized that there was no need for further delay. "Very well, prepare to offer everything to the Lord. For he shall grant you all that you desire." With a gesture, he lifted a short staff that radiated a brilliant light, enveloping the multitude.
Xinyuan raised an eyebrow,
stepping forward, only to halt abruptly as he heard a voice. Beneath the luminous glow, the faces of the people contorted in agony, yet there was no sign of wavering. One individual, with a fierce expression, shouted, "Get away! Stay far from us, do not hinder our pursuit of power."
Chapter 93. This matter may be known to two individuals, or perhaps to just one. In any case, step aside.
When your superpowered master departs, we shall also become superpowered.
Once I attain my powers, the first thing I shall do is teach you a lesson, presenting you with that savior facade who needs your guidance? Ha ha ha.
Hearing the voices of the crowd,
Xinyuan truly halted in his tracks, standing motionless.
Unlike Fan Mei, the righteous sentinel, he had never considered himself a genuinely good person. Since they had already voiced their sentiments, it would not be his place to insist on helping them, he was responsible for his own decisions. The divine servant positioned himself before the assembled populace,
seemingly intent on obstructing Xinyuan's efforts.
"Young man, you must respect the freedom of choice of the people. Moreover, with my presence, you shall not interfere with the transformation ceremony."
Xinyuan,
gazing at the divine servant, who sported a conspicuous bump on his head and exhibited excessive theatrics, he felt no inclination to engage in conversation.
Who claimed they were going to save them?
A physician does not cure those who do not seek healing, the Buddha saves only those who are destined. Having articulated his stance so clearly, it was no longer his responsibility. Hadn't he heard that the Buddha does not save fools? Even if he took 1,000 steps back, he was uncertain how to impede such a ceremony.
In fact, he had no idea what was transpiring.
With nothing else to occupy his time, he simply opened the box he held and retrieved a yogurt stick, placing it in his mouth as he began to eat, adopting the demeanor of an onlooker. The divine servant remained planted there, mistakenly believing he had thwarted Xinyuan's intentions, and boasted, "This ceremony is a special evolution, not merely a mental assimilation, it is quite intricate."
Fortunately, their resolve is unwavering.
Were it not for this group of desperate gamblers, each driven mad by the desire for power, I would not have been able to accomplish all this so easily.
Let us see how many can endure the blessings of the divine. Perhaps one among them may become a being like myself.
After proclaiming this, the divine servant puffed out his chest, exuding a sense of self-importance.
Xinyuan.
As he continued to savor his yogurt stick, he listened to the incessant prattle of the individual before him.
Was this person addressing him? What was the point of this soliloquy? Had he ever expressed an eager interest in such matters? Such folly. Observing Xinyuan's silence and his lack of aggression,
the divine servant turned back to regard the crowd behind him. All the gamblers had succumbed to madness. The sensation of power coursing through their bodies rendered them euphoric, as if they were under the influence of a drug. Ha ha ha. I am on the verge of gaining superpowers. Soon, I shall be a deity. He he he. Will those policemen dare to arrest me? Just wait. Tomorrow, I shall go to that venue and eliminate the little bastards who deceived me. Anyone who dares to win against me is undoubtedly cheating. A few days ago, I encountered a charming young woman on East Street, a primary school teacher. When I approached her, she looked down upon me. Just wait until I acquire the means to show you what it truly means to be a man. A group of individuals, teetering on the brink of madness, began to indulge in wild fantasies. Despite the excruciating pain they were enduring, the delightful images in their minds prompted grotesque smiles to emerge on their faces. Listening to their words, Xinyuan furrowed his brow. These individuals were certainly not virtuous. Their abilities were merely tools for satisfying their desires. It seemed that the essence of power was not inherently good or evil, but rather depended on the character of the wielder. At that moment, an unexpected turn of events occurred. A middle-aged man suddenly widened his eyes, blood streaming from his orifices, and collapsed to the ground, his body contorting grotesquely, resembling a twisted pretzel. He was not long for this world.
Humph, it appears your loyalty to the master is rather lacking.
The divine servant cast a cold glance at him and spoke with a chilling demeanor.
We are loyal. We are loyal to the master.
The others exclaimed,
panic evident in their voices.
Loyalty is not determined by your words, but rather by the master's judgment, the divine servant replied with a cruel smile,
devoid of any pretense of kindness.
At that moment, the initially enraged middle-aged man shouted once more, it's fine.
If he dies, it's because he was weak. We lost one less person to share our power.
Hearing this, the others began to ignore the gruesome sight of the fallen man and focused on their own fates.
After all, what concern was the life or death of another to them?
However, one after another, individuals began to meet their gruesome ends, contorting on the ground. A wave of terror surged through everyone's minds, and the fear of death finally awakened their reason.
Eventually, one person, wide-eyed, crawled to Xinyuan's feet. Quick, save me. I regret it.
Yet, Xinyuan took a step back, holding a yogurt stick, exhaled a breath of cold air, transforming it into a popsicle, and began to savor it,
disregarding the desperate figure at his feet. You isn't it the duty of the superpowered to protect the populace and safeguard the world?
The middle-aged man shouted in anger, blood now seeping from his mouth. Xinyuan, unfazed, continued to enjoy his treat.
Look at what you're saying. If it were someone else, perhaps like Fan Mei, they might have saved you. But I am not that kind of person. Regrettably, your luck has run out. The middle-aged man.
With a resounding thud, the corpse fell to the ground. None of the participants in this evolution ceremony succeeded in becoming slaves of the divine, all transformed unsuccessfully. It seems this batch lacks quality, we shall need to seek others in the future, the divine servant remarked coldly as he surveyed the lifeless bodies.
Xinyuan nodded in agreement. Indeed, this group is rather lacking. The divine servant, are you truly a superpowered individual? Are we both the villains in this tale? Observing Xinyuan,
he suddenly remarked, as a student of the Super Ability Academy, it is rather detrimental to the public that you turn a blind eye to their plight.
Is it not?
Xinyuan replied, while savoring his yogurt stick, I did not abandon them, they were insistent on their course of action. Moreover, it is absurd that these individuals, seeking their own demise, have the audacity to blame me. He continued, such nuances will be of little concern to anyone, once word spreads. It will be perceived as your inaction, as though you allowed them to perish.
This incident ought to provide ample fodder for the Dongfang Academy, wouldn't you agree? Xinyuan listened to his incessant rambling, perplexed as he finished his yogurt stick.
He found it quite curious why this individual, seemingly incompetent, had the audacity to carry on in his presence. Had he always possessed such bravery? Encased in ice armor, with 8 chains manifesting behind him, he felt that engaging in a serious battle was far more manageable in this state. Exhaling a breath of frigid air, Xinyuan responded slowly, "Is that so? Pray tell. What matter do you speak of? Presently, only the 2 of us are privy to this information. However, it is entirely possible for only one of us to retain such knowledge." Chapter 94, Dignity and Power. Which do you think the world would choose? Youngster, you, a mere fledgling who has yet to leave the academy, speak with such audacity. You wish to keep me here? I see that you are. Before he could finish his words, Xinyuan had already moved, his body soaring forward as if gliding just above the ground, arriving suddenly before his opponent. With a flash of his icy spear, he pierced the chest of the divine servant as effortlessly as one might puncture a block of tofu. His left hand remained steady, cradling a box of yogurt sticks without so much as a tremor, not a single stick dislodging. Since arriving in this world, this had been, by far, the simplest battle Xinyuan had encountered. Of course, if one were to count his encounter with Xinyuan, it might be the second simplest. His eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. The divine servant, acting alone, had only just begun to register the sensation of pain. Fifth realm. How could a student engaged in public relations possibly possess the strength of the fifth realm? It's useless to say anything now, he muttered, swinging that peculiar short staff towards Xinyuan's head. Northwest wind, from a rational perspective, I suggest you dodge this strike. Your head is certainly not as resilient as it. Xinyuan. He tilted his head aside. Despite wearing an ice-crafted helmet, he heeded the voice of all things. Boom! That short staff, swung with such apparent lightness, shattered a wall 10 meters behind Xinyuan, debris scattering and pelting him. Frowning slightly, Xinyuan unleashed a chain, swiftly snatching the short staff from the servant's grasp. Examining the peculiar object, approximately a meter long with interfaces at both ends, it resembled a fragment of some larger apparatus. Having experienced numerous battles before, he had come to understand that those garbed in such attire were typically divine servants of no greater than the fourth realm. Such an attack could not possibly emanate from him. This suggested that the power must derive from the weapon itself. Yet, upon closer inspection, it appeared rather unimpressive. Coughing violently, blood spewing forth, the divine servant stood there, the vitality in his eyes swiftly waning. Your life force is surprisingly tenacious, Xinyuan remarked, still wielding his spear. The theoretical lessons at the Academy for Superpowered Individuals had repeatedly stressed the importance of not holding back against divine servants. A moment's negligence could lead to one's own demise. Despite his merciless strike, the opponent remained standing, demonstrating remarkable resilience. Believe it or not, if you hadn't crushed my heart directly, I could still survive in this state for another hour or two. The crimson-robed divine servant, on the brink of death, maintained his defiance, showing no sign of yielding. Perhaps sensing his imminent demise, he cast a disdainful glance at the corpse on the ground and declared, I was once among them, yet now I find myself beneath the likes of you, a favored child of destiny. Young man, you appear rather inexperienced. Can you guess why the authorities dare not reveal the existence of deities and instead employ various excuses to conceal it from the populace? Xinyuan pondered for a moment and replied. They fear inciting public panic. No. It is not the public that they fear, but you, those endowed with extraordinary abilities. It is the higher-ups who are in a state of trepidation. Tell me, what is so dreadful about becoming a devotee or, dare I say, a servant of the divine? Xinyuan gripped his long spear tightly, refraining from delivering a fatal blow. Sometimes, information gleaned from the enemy can be more comprehensive. What could possibly be wrong? He asked, casting a glance at the gruesome corpses strewn upon the ground. Is it necessary to inquire further? But what if it need not be so? What if there were no risks involved, and becoming a servant of the divine could grant you power? Abandon your ephemeral dignity, and you shall attain strength. Dignity or power, what do you think the world would choose? At this juncture, the crimson-robed servant revealed a broad smile, displaying teeth soaked in blood as he laughed unabashedly. Ha ha. Ha ha ha. Xinyuan observed the man's maniacal laughter in silence for several moments. With a swift twist of his wrist, he shattered the ice within the enemy's body, extinguishing the last vestige of life.
Gazing at the lifeless form on the ground,
Xinyuan remained silent for an extended period.
Although the divine servant he encountered today was not particularly powerful,
he could not shake the feeling that there was something fundamentally different about him from any he had met before. His demeanor and mental state lacked the fervor of a zealot. He seemed almost like an ordinary person.
For reasons unknown,
a chill coursed through Xinyuan as he looked at the corpse. Clearing his mind of distractions, he clutched a box of yogurt sticks and hurried back to his residence. At that moment, Junani stood at the window of the 108th floor hotel, observing the bustling streets below.
How has he been gone for so long without returning? Could something have happened?
Reflecting on recent events, Xinyuan seemed to have activated a mocking skill against the world, frequently encountering perilous situations. I hope nothing grave has transpired.
If even the fifth realm Xinyuan is facing trouble, then this city might be in jeopardy with this thought.
Junani felt restless and resolved to descend in search of Xinyuan. Suddenly, she turned around and locked eyes with him. By a stroke of coincidence,
Xinyuan had just descended and stood at her door. Thus, they seemed to share an unspoken connection, gazing at each other.
Ah, ha ha.
My apologies for returning late and leaving you hungry.
It's all right, as long as you're safe.
She surveyed Xinyuan from head to toe,
sensing that he did not appear to be injured, which brought a sigh of relief to Junani. Thankfully, the worst had not occurred.
Subsequently,
she took a couple of steps forward and beheld a box of yogurt sticks cradled in Xinyuan's hands.
In an instant, she felt as though struck by lightning. Standing frozen in place.
How could he have brought back yogurt sticks?
Xinyuan set down what he was holding and began to speak. By the way,
I need to report something to you. Could you please relay it to the higher-ups?
On my way back just now.
Junani's gaze trembled slightly as she fixated on the yogurt sticks in Xinyuan's hands, completely oblivious to his words. Her complexion visibly flushed. She lowered her head and spoke in a voice as faint as a whisper. When did you find out?
Xinyuan, huh? What are you saying?
Chapter 95, The Ultimate Harvest, a sequence of weapons with potential for growth. When did you realize that I am? Junani whispered, pointing at the box of yogurt sticks. She had initially devised a plan to leverage her online persona to gauge the situation over the next few days. In approximately 10 days, it would be her birthday. And she intended to invite Xinyuan out under the guise of her online identity to reveal her true self. After all, as fellow superpowered individuals from the same academy, they would need to collaborate in the long run, and maintaining this facade was unsustainable. However, today's unexpected turn of events had disrupted nearly all of her plans.
Oh. Is that what you meant?
There are no yogurts left, only yogurt sticks remain.
Can it serve as a substitute?
What?
Junani gasped. Was that the only reason?
A myriad of emotions surged within her, leaving her unsure whether to feel relieved or somewhat disappointed. Strangely, she thought that perhaps it would be better to unveil the truth now rather than prolong the agony.
Lowering her head, she sat on the bed with the box of yogurt sticks in hand.
No, you didn't tea by the wrong thing. My favorite treat is, in fact, yogurt sticks. As she spoke, she infused her words with a hint of suggestion, curious to see if Xinyuan would react.
Yet, Xinyuan offered no response, merely acknowledging her with an "oh."
After all, he was eager to discuss the earlier incident with Junani. Seeing his lack of reaction, Junani felt exasperated. It seemed this matter would have to be addressed by her. Thus, she said, "All right, if there is something to discuss, please have a seat."
Xinyuan glanced around, noting the absence of chairs.
There aren't any chairs here.
Should I fashion one from ice?
Let us sit on the bed, Junani replied, shifting slightly to make room. However, my clothes may not be particularly clean. Junani almost blurted out, then you can take them off, but reconsidered, deciding to maintain a semblance of decorum.
Ultimately, Xinyuan laid down a blanket and sat beside Junani, succinctly recounting the earlier events.
He also produced the short stick he had confiscated. After listening, Junani cleared her cluttered thoughts and said, "There was only one divine servant?" Divine servants rarely operate alone. He had mentioned that their actions had been disrupted.
Regardless, I appreciate your efforts.
I'll report this matter. We need to dispatch someone to handle the scene promptly.
With that, Junani retrieved her phone and adeptly began coordinating with various factions.
Having been immersed in the world of superpowered individuals for quite some time, and recently becoming the warlord of the God of War Hall, she handled such matters with ease. Fortuitously, having known Junani from the outset spared Xinyuan from the exhausting ordeal of managing these aftermath tasks. After processing, Junani took the oddly shaped short stick from Xinyuan's hand. After examining it closely and feeling its weight, he returned it to Xinyuan. It appeared to be an enchanted weapon bestowed by a deity, though it likely had not yet reached the level of a sequential weapon.
What exactly is a sequential weapon? Xinyuan inquired, furrowing his brow.
This term was not unfamiliar to him. He vaguely recalled that during the opening ceremony, the individual with whom he had sparred wielded a sword, claiming it to be a type of sequential weapon, of which he was still unaware.
Junani reflected for a moment.
Realizing that Xinyuan had only recently begun his studies and was already being drawn into missions.
Thus, he explained,
a sequential weapon is an object endowed with power by a deity, possessing unique abilities and strengths. These weapons are categorized by their capabilities, ranging from S001 to F999.
However,
due to the divine power or curse imposed upon them, sequential weapons can easily cause mental contamination. Yet, if one can conquer and master a sequential weapon, it would significantly enhance the abilities of a superhuman. Due to the inherent dangers of these weapons, any superhuman wishing to utilize one must report to the United Human Federation. Junani elaborated on this matter and then picked up the short stick again. Such an item possesses too little energy and appears to be damaged.
It cannot be classified as a sequential weapon. Listening to Junani's explanation, Xinyuan gazed at the object in his hand, somewhat perplexed. Nevertheless,
he distinctly sensed that it had unleashed a considerable force in Junani's hands. Suddenly struck by an idea, he rummaged through his storage ring, producing a collection of items.
Could you help me determine if any of these meet the criteria for a sequential weapon?
These objects were spoils he had acquired after vanquishing several human traffickers and their minions at the Black Horse Stadium.
Initially,
he had thought they were merely trinkets of silver and gold, contemplating when to sell them. Junani examined the array of items before him and remarked, fortunately,
you haven't sold them yet. If even one of these is a sequential weapon, it would be quite extraordinary. Indeed, Xinyuan nodded in agreement.
If any of them were sequential weapons, they would surely be worth a fortune. Junani cast an exasperated glance at Xinyuan, weary of his thought process,
and began inspecting the items one by one. Not this one. This one doesn't even come close, it's vastly inferior. What is this?
Junani suddenly pointed at a peculiar silver staff, somewhat speechless. I wonder what possessed the deity to enchant such an object.
After a lengthy examination,
they found none of the items qualified as a sequential weapon.
Alas, it is quite reasonable. How could one expect a low-tier divine servant to possess a sequential weapon? These items, remember to cleanse the taint from them once you return to the academy. If you wish to sell them, then do so.
Just as Junani uttered these words, the several artifacts arranged upon the ground began to emanate an intangible energy, which gradually flowed into the short staff held by Xinyuan. Though the energy was formless, its fluctuations were unmistakably evident to both Xinyuan and Junani, nearly perceivable to the naked eye. Observing the short staff in Xinyuan's grasp, Junani suddenly seemed to have a revelation. Her pupils constricted sharply, her mouth agape in astonishment, and her posture shifted. She had abruptly conceived a possibility. One that had scarcely materialized in this world. This short staff could very well be a sequential weapon capable of growth. Chapter 96, The mobilization and absorption of faith's power. This object, if it possesses the capacity to absorb energy, may indeed have eluded my perception.
With that thought, Junani effortlessly took the short stick from Xinyuan, attuning herself to the energy it emanated. As anticipated, the fluctuations of energy were markedly distinct from before. It is highly probable that this item is a growth-oriented sequential weapon. Growth-oriented implies that this object has the potential for enhancement, does it not? Xinyuan, not lacking in insight,
had already formed certain hypotheses about this item. Indeed, Junani nodded, a self-evolving sequential weapon remains a mere legend to me. I have never encountered such a phenomenon.
Moreover,
this object is evidently in a damaged state, likely a fragment of something greater.
Its upper limit is simply incalculable. As Jun Ani articulated this, she could not help but gaze enviously at the battered stick before her. This was the first instance Xinyuan witnessed her cherishing something so deeply. After all, when she had been willing to lend him 300,000 without a moment's hesitation, it seemed she had been utterly indifferent. Clearly, the value of this object has ascended to a level akin to winning the lottery. Yet, how does this object grow? What energy did it just absorb? Xinyuan inquired. The energy it absorbed was the pollution power of deities upon artifacts. The items now are likely ordinary gold and silver, devoid of any special abilities. This power tends to corrode one's psyche, hence we refer to it as the power of faith. However, it remains uncertain whether this object holds any utility for the faith of ordinary individuals. While explaining to Xinyuan, she returned the stick, but as she spoke, a flicker of conflicted expression crossed Jun Ani's face. After a prolonged pause, she sighed, as though having made a resolution, and stated, "With your current strength, this object is unlikely to adversely affect you. As for what it may evolve into in the future, that is for you to discern. Should you feel incapable of controlling it, refrain from further enhancement. For now, take it and remember, do not disclose to anyone that you have acquired this item." Xinyuan accepted the peculiar stick, momentarily taken aback, only then realizing the implication of Jun Ani's words. This object is evidently of excessive worth. She fears that reporting it might lead to it being confiscated by higher authorities. In such a case, being deprived of it in exchange for a mere token of appreciation would be entirely counterproductive. Yet, he had not anticipated that Jun Ani would express such sentiments. A bit puzzled, he narrowed his eyes. "Aren't you an official? Wouldn't such a statement be somewhat inappropriate?" "What is deemed inappropriate?" "You have not mentioned this object to me today," Jun Ani replied, turning her attention to selecting yogurt sticks. Observing her demeanor, Xinyuan could not suppress a smile as he returned the short stick to his spatial ring. After all, Jun Ani was willing to disregard her official identity to engage in such a biased act of favoritism, which is indeed a considerable display of goodwill. Having someone stand by your side always brings a sense of comfort. "Thank you, I shall remember your kindness." "It's nothing." Jun Ani unwrapped the packaging, wrinkling her nose slightly, displaying a hint of playfulness. "And thank you for bringing back the food I love." Xinyuan did not linger any longer and turned to leave Jun Ani's room. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of a rather flamboyant figure. Zhang Xiaojian, sporting headphones atop his head, a large pair of sunglasses, and a loose bathrobe, with slippers on his feet, was striding towards his own room. Upon noticing Xinyuan's exit, he first nodded in acknowledgement, then paused in disbelief, removing his sunglasses to take a closer look at the room number. His mouth gaped open in astonishment as he pointed incredulously at Xinyuan. "What the heck? You two are together? From now on, I'm resigning as the head of the PR department, you take over." "Big brother. When did this happen? Didn't you just enroll?" Hearing the volume of his voice escalate, and considering Jun Ani's acute hearing, Xinyuan quickly stepped forward to cover Zhang Xiaojian's mouth. "Don't be ridiculous, I was just reporting something to her." With that, Xinyuan briefly recounted the incident regarding the divine servant. He also reminded him, "There seems to be another conference the day after tomorrow, right? There might be trouble. The divine servant could have a plan." But to his surprise, Zhang Xiaojian waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It's a minor issue. Do you think there has ever been a clarification event for superpowered individuals without the divine servant causing a ruckus? It's merely about inciting public sentiment, questioning the superpowered, and attempting to create a divide between ordinary people and superpowered individuals. Don't worry, I'll handle it. Additionally, because of the scuffle you had earlier, security measures will undoubtedly be heightened tomorrow, so I owe you my thanks." Xinyuan furrowed his brows slightly but then relaxed. Regardless, it was Zhang Xiaojian's responsibility. He could just coast through. "Brother, I must say, you're truly impressive. How did you come to know the Frost War God?" Zhang Xiaojian, having been serious for all of 2 seconds, instantly reverted to his gossipy self. Xinyuan replied, "I merely reported this matter to her, there is nothing between us." "Don't be naive, brother," Zhang Xiaojian said, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Do you believe she would ever allow me into her room? When has the Frost War God ever shared a space with the opposite sex? Even for business, it would undoubtedly be in a public setting. Seize the opportunity. Being close to a wealthy woman is a delightful affair. With that, Zheng Xiaojian left with a cheeky grin, leaving Xinyuan alone. Listening to his words, Xinyuan, accustomed to discussing matters with Jun Ani in the same room, found nothing amiss. If Zheng Xiaojian were to discover that, long ago, Jun Ani had tended to the injuries of the half-naked Xinyuan in the dead of night, the shock would undoubtedly escalate to unprecedented levels. After spending several days at this hotel, as if on a leisurely retreat, the time for the press conference finally arrived, and this time, the organizers extended a greater degree of respect towards them. Zheng Xiaojian occupied the frontmost seat, facing a barrage of eloquent verbal exchanges from the audience. His words meticulously crafted and impeccably delivered. However, Xinyuan could distinctly sense an unusual atmosphere among the crowd. As the multitude of inquiries seemed to converge on a singular point, whether the superpowered individuals were concealing some method of acquiring their abilities. It was evident that the divine servant had, through some means, disseminated certain statements over the past couple of days. With his eyelids half closed in a corner, Xinyuan observed Zheng Xiaojian speaking with great confidence. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy emanating from the crowd, gradually coalescing towards him. This energy appeared to emanate from numerous individuals, faint yet abundant. Initially, he suspected it might be an impending attack, tightening his nerves in response. But soon realized it was not the case. With a sudden impulse, he retrieved a short staff from his ring. In an instant, all the energy found an outlet, rushing in fervently. Chapter 97, Xinyuan, the hidden manipulator is myself beneath the table. Xinyuan cautiously extracted the short staff, and in an instant, the energy floating towards him surged into the staff. Once absorbed, it vanished without a trace, as if a cow had sunk into the sea, stirring not a single ripple. Xinyuan felt the transformations occurring in his hand and abruptly lifted his gaze towards the crowd. The power of faith. The pursuit of strength, the yearning to transcend the ordinary. Could this not be considered a form of faith? Moreover, it was evident that many among them were also influenced by the powers of various deities, awakening this fervent state within. At that moment, every face in the crowd was etched with indignation, as if they had been deceived. Zheng Xiaojian's responses were impeccably official. Yet they only fueled the flames of their anger. Can you answer our questions directly? Is there any way to acquire superpowers through means other than birth? Even if it is harmful, we have the right to know. Are you concerned that the privileged status of your superhumans might be threatened? Xinyuan manipulated the staff. Feeling the influx of energy, the more extreme the crowd's sentiments, the greater their contribution of power. Waves of intangible energy surged towards the staff in his hand, amplifying its strength. Remarkably, Xinyuan discovered that with his indiscriminate absorption, the emotions within the crowd had begun to stabilize somewhat. The crowd's emotions rolled like ocean waves, crashing repeatedly towards Zheng Xiaojian and others, yet whenever the unrest threatened to peak, it would dissipate instantly. Even Zheng Xiaojian was taken aback. Why did this situation seem so much simpler this time? Xinyuan glanced down at the staff in his hand, sensing a newfound connection between himself and the object. It was as though he were inherently adept at wielding this very tool. The power contained within was not one of explosive force but rather a compelling, seductive energy. He felt that, should he choose, he could incite the crowd to become fervent and frenzied immediately. This power, in a certain sense, was terrifying. If applied correctly, it could unite everyone in a singular purpose, but misused, it could drive them into madness. Xinyuan murmured to himself, tightening his grip on the staff. As long as there existed even a spark within one's heart, this object could ignite a conflagration.